Big guns, I can take down a helicopter. Take a hot blast when I send you to the doctor. Top dark beat shots at the clock bar. You're not hard and your squad has a rock. Tell me a bro like a rock star. Like a roll when I touch the phone like a block star. Copy shows fucking up bars. The clothes popping the hole popping up bra. I take the cool off. Pull it to the side, don't take it all off. Jams on my body banging like a sword off. When they hate and pray, man, niggas are full off. Captain saving and keeping the full cause. They moved off, placing the faith in the full squad. Got black box like I'm playing the real card. Watch me shine, it's making it feel odd. You love my vibe, you blame the filters, you make me still.
Yo, this your boy Jedi for Jedi Online, Trilluminati live, Red Pill Trill, Trilluminati. Clips, like, comment, share, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know when we go live, and please put the numbers you like in the chat. You know, like that.
They don't rap, they don't play. Best pay attention to what they say.
Big guns, I can take down a helicopter. Take a hot blast when I send you to the doctor. Top dark beat shots at the clock car. You're not hard and your squad hasn't got.
Be a bro, there's a rock and roll like a rock star. Look a low when I touch the road like a block star. But the flows could be fucking road, fucking up bars. The clothes popping the hole, popping off bras. Cool off, don't take it all off. Like a sword off.
When they hate and pray, man, niggas are full off. Captain saving and keeping the full cause. They moved off, placing the faith in the full squad. Got black box like I'm playing the real card. Watch me shine, it's making it feel odd. You love my vibe, you blame the filters, you make me still ask. My full-time job, escaping is still cheap. No, bro, she just texted Zank, said helicopter machine that'll roll a tank. Someone have to worry about war, cause we're good to roll to wherever they can. Dizzy off dank, loud is heard with a dirty stank. You don't want, give me good push, cause you know we make a man feel like champ. I want some in, then I'm out. If I stick about, man, I feel like tramp. Blessed with karma, dog, I've always been good with skills. Come up off cells, man's on 40, dog, I've never been on the rails. I used to want to burn the world, and now I want to live up rough, and I got to give thanks to the search for self. I'm a real boss, I know, got my W out of L's. I was out here with my eyes on the prize, I'm running down girls.
They don't rap, they don't play. Best pay attention to what they play them say. They don't rap, they don't play. Best pay attention to what they play them say.
True classic. Never ends. It's just reborn. On my MacBook Air is the best app I've used all year, Claim My Mac X. And even if they
On the real side, how it feels. On the real side. It's how it feels on the real side. When real eyes start realizing real lies. Real guys ain't that common in real life. That's true. There's a war on the real time. It's how it feels on the real side. Real eyes start realizing real lies. Real guys ain't that common in real life. And that's the truth. There's a war on the real time. Is it true, son? Is it really true, son? Show me that it's true, son. If it's really true. Not so many real ones. Sometimes I gotta still run. My black heart is still numb. Cause I ain't trying to feel. It's like I'm addicted to real. I'm allergic to fake. At night I dream I live in the still. I'm murdering snakes. I have so many frenemies. Knock at my gate in disguise. It's hard to realize when you got serpents for mates. The beast real like a burger and steak. When you gotta take the burner to wait. Some of the realest eating meals on the surface. It's like fortune favors the fake. The war against the real truth that learns to replace.
There's a war on the real. There's a war on the real. On the real. There's a war on the motherfucking war on the real. There's a war on the real. There's a war on the real. On the real. There's a war on the motherfucking real.
I'm taking war on the real side with some real guys. No games played, the wrong move will catch you real buying these youths insane. I blame the space in which they confine up to man David Blaine. With something that they consign, the real side is the real side. That don't mean the right side. Enough man play the wrong side. Cause they gotta provide, dog, I guarantee they go right. For any little violation, for any Ellie feels it's from his kidney's plate is taken. I'm just saying, the struggle's real and they ain't playing. And to dodge this hunger, young and keep that pistol packed. He about to get this money, he ain't in the drips and drugs. No, that's how it feels, yeah. On the real side, that's how it feels. I start realizing in real life. Real guys get that coming in real life. That's true. There's a war in real time. That's how it feels. On the real side, that's how it feels. I start realizing real life. Real guys get that coming in real life. There's a war on the real side.
There's a war on the real. There's a war on the real. On the real. There's the war in the nigga gets war on the.
Yeah, man. Just warming up, man.
Captain, this is your
1,000.
1000
Yo, lost like we drank like 1,000 liters. We done like 1,000 features. Knocked out 1,000 geezers. Got brain from 1,000 divas. Stopped it from 1,000 meters. Show me 1,000 leaders. I'll show you 1,000 readers.
And girls are making the hood, but we got like 1,000 liters.
Hey, 1,000 liters. We done like 1,000 features. Knocked out 1,000 geezers. Got brain from 1,000 divas. I can spot feds from 1,000 meters. Show me 1,000 leaders. I'll show you 1,000 readers.
L506.
I read like 1,000 books.
Looking 1,000 jokes.
After school, I was out with the crooks. Mumsy gave me 1,000 pounds. Many men died for 1,000 pounds. 2 neckties and 1,000 rounds. Prison filled with 1,000 clowns. No smiles, just 1,000 pounds. That's a rap, that's a G, that's a grand. Every man want put peas in his hands. Cat flights overseas with a cat.
Hey, slap the light button, family.
Sell your soul to the beast for a man.
You worth more than 3 zeros.
Look, you know if we keep to the plan,
We can all be
pharaohs.
Hey.
1,000.
1,000.
I'm always good for the joke because I know where 1,000 fiends are.
Local.
No manufacturers, but I know about 1,000 dealers. I bet you 1,000. Them boy ain't about what they mouthing. But we don't ever stress that there because they only have a bad for the clouting. Brother had 1,000 raps and 1,000 traps, but I had 1,000 fuck ups. We don't ever stress no loss, but the heart of 1,000 hunters. Probably done 1,000 eats, got brain off 1,000 divas. Got 1,000 bars, every one of them shows I need 1,000 wheeler. 1,000. Freestyle shellers, RPT, TODZ. You know what time it's? AOD. Yeah. I'm with the crooks and the savages, jugging them packages. We looking like bushes of amethyst. Chicks wanna drink my ejaculate. No capping if I'm rapping it. I activated a kundalini. Now she astral projects while I'm tapping it. You could go blind for the sublime lines that I quote, but I rhyme on the go and I don't mean Baphomet. I don't work with them energies. Swerving the serpents and frenemies. Bad mind nurturing jealousy. Block and delete. I'm everywhere you never be. I'm swearing my words from the herbs and the Hennessy. Saying something dirty to Ebony and Beverly. An infinite flow. So how could you measure me? I make punches straight in the face. I didn't even have to say no words. Now that's perfect telepathy. The merch is cursed. We don't worship celebrities and take no counsel from the murderous entities. I could spit the verse of a century. Cause zombies just to hypnotize these rhymes to get purged from their memories. I could spit the verse of a century. These zombies just to hypnotize my rhymes to get purged from their memories. We got this shit pattern, brother, don't panic. I flow cold like the water that sunk the
Titanic.
All I know is if you want something, you go grab it. By any means, we won't fold under no challenge, no manners. Just hammers and bandanas, trying to catch man lacking on route to his grandma's. We were some wild little youngins, but judge me for who I am now, not what I was then. Because I ain't who I was then. Back then, I had to dodge death way too often. I was round more reptilians than the Rothmans. Fuck, keep the grass low. I lay paving just to clock them. Empress one fling a jewel on my king piece and work the phallus till she manifest the pitney. She thought I was digging for Atlantis in that yoni. True, I love splashing and got lost in how it gripped me. Queenie one shaker, earthquaker. Whispered in my ear, let me take you to your creator. She bad with that good. It's only right that I bless her with this good wood. She bad with that good. It's only right that I bless her with this good wood. Queenie one shaker, earthquaker. Whispered in my ear, let me take you to your creator. She bad with that good. It's only right that I bless her with this good wood.
She bad, good. It's only right that I bless her with this. Hey.
Like the sound of big savings on boiler.
Oh, wait. What have I got for you? What have I got for you? Let's do this.
Yo. Condoms, Berettas, peas, rum shots and Hennessy. We rub bum celebrities, gunshots for frenemies. Get stomped out for snakiness.
No, get the lights up, man.
My don's the way Vegas, tugs on the 7 seas. On job, we never sleep. Go getting 24, calling me your anarchist. I don't obey any law. Guided by my higher self, kicking off every door. Violate the fam, I'm jumping in without any thought. I was in the Old Bailey, wishing I could teleport. Last man that tried to eat my food, got his belly bored. Have your girl talking to a ghost like she's Demi Moore. Still my aura shines like a diamond without many flaws. Sturdy, smoke. Sturdy, smoke. Smoke. Sturdy, smoke. Sturdy, smoke. Sturdy, smoke. Here we go. Yo. I could run up in your trap with a nobody wouldn't know what happened to you. Surround your flats, but if I got book was run cash, you'll get your sound splashed. That ninja man no budge. Chose a rich drop, suck his mama, do not rap with juju. This other rapper sounded childish, come like gaga go. I spit the truth to the youth, I got that food for the soul for my dudes. I kept the pounded yam and soup. I am bold, I'm a grown man. I am not amused by the rose, got his new school juice. Seem immune to the cold. Eyes blood red, I am high as L. Will not sell my soul for the YSL. Red pill dealer, I'm broke but I'm filthy. Heart full of love, but the judge says I'm guilty. Cops are the ops, my broskies them kill me. I think the Secret Service won't kill me. Sturdy, smoke. Sturdy, smoke. Smoke. Sturdy, smoke. Sturdy, smoke. Sturdy, smoke.
Hold on. Nah. Wait, 1 second. I need to get to Instagram. 1 second, family. Big up yourselves, man. Hit the like button and jump on. I'm not gonna play this tune, man. I'm gonna play you one more. We play you something wavy, man. Get you in a Friday mood. It's looking a bit grey out there, but we here, man. What am I gonna play to get you in that Friday mood? It's like I need some garage or something, man. Yeah. I bring you flowers in the pouring rain. It's driving me insane. I don't know. One second. I'm looking for a rhythm.
I want it.
You're right, bro. How is that garage? Sorry, family. What is this? This ain't garage, bro. What is this, man? Hold on.
I can't help it if I'm popping, see them watching. It's outrageous how this flavor got.
Unleash the wild within and devour Doritos your way.
Right, bro. What is this? Never heard a garage song sound like that in my whole fucking life. Oh my god. For these people who don't know what garage is, I should have said old school. Yeah. Old school garage is, I don't know what that fucking shit is. Maybe there's a difference between garage and old school garage. I never noticed. Maybe there's a big difference, man. Cause that was some bollocks that they're just playing this thing. Let's try this. All right. With a Friday curl. With a Friday curl. With a Friday Friday curl. Friday curl. Hey. Computer love. Are you not seeing this? Computer love, computer love, computer love. Yo, you like help me, man. You like help me, you like help me, you like help me. All right, cool. What like we on? Big up Trilluminati Clips, big up yourself, like 21. Big up Irish Flame, like 16, old type Browner, like 26. Big up MJ. Old tight John Hoy 77. Salute, 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 salute. Big up MJ. All right. Someone come talk to me, man. Come talk to me, man. Look at this. Look at this, man.
Whoa, 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 whoa. What is this?
Bro, you can read, cuz.
You say I am Madeleine McCann. Like, why would you have to? I don't know, bro. This is mad.
It's just
Look at the amount of followers.
it's just.
Hey, wait. Who's she following then? What, mom and dad and that?
Let me see. You can even think about that. BBC News, Find Madeleine McCann, and the Metropolitan Police.
Whoa. 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 What's going on in the world? Is that her? What?
Good day, family. What is this? Wait, Jed, do you know what's crazy? I was literally just having a conversation with someone about the whole Madeleine McCann case before the stream started. How crazy is this?
No
Like,
way.
is that what you lot do instead of giving him blowjobs in the morning? You chat about that.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but nah.
Wow.
Next time. Try to switch it up next time. Like, you know what?
There's plenty of hours in the morning, you know, Jed.
Gobble him up, man. Gobble him up. Nah, all the man wants is some head in the morning. They don't want to chat to you about Madeleine McCann.
Well, he did. He wanted to talk about Nicola Bulley, and then that led on to Madeleine McCann.
I've stayed away from Nicola on purpose as well.
Well, I'm just saying, Nicola Bulley case screams Madeleine McCann case to me.
Talk to me about the Nicola Bulley case, because I know shit. So this is a chance for you to exercise your expertise. Let me see what you know. Come on.
All right. So it's all weird, Jeds, right? So obviously, like, okay, she's gone missing. She's been out walking her dog, apparently on a conference call, and then she just disappeared into thin air, and her phone and her dog was left by the bench, right? So someone's found her phone, whatever. They're like, oh, this girl's missing. She must have, like...
Wait. Where's the dog?
The dog's, like, running around near the bench.
Oh, shit. Okay, so they found the dog.
Yeah. So they found a dog, discovered a phone on the bench. Like, right, where is she? Maybe she's dropped into the nearby river, canal, wherever, innit? So they've been searching this river. There's no signs that she's in there, etc., etc. Now, obviously, people are kind of questioning, why is this such a big deal? Why is it all of a sudden, like, when we have so many missing children, etc., etc., old vulnerable people, are we seeing this, you know, aesthetically pleasing white woman with blonde hair being pushed in the media, like, okay, what's this all about? So then the police were like, oh, basically, she's high priority because, now get this made me laugh. She's high priority because she's been struggling with alcohol problems due to the fact that she's going through the menopause.
Oh, fuck off.
Right. And that's exactly what I said when I heard that.
How old is she?
40s, I think, 45, something like that.
They don't normally care about 45-year-olds like that.
Yeah.
Bro.
How is this?
Exactly. And then it's like, okay, so what are you trying to say then? What, she had alcohol problems, so what, you're trying to say that maybe it could have been a suicidal thing, or, you know, what's going on? And then the investigation team...
If you're going to go suicide yourself, you don't bring your dog.
Right. And then the investigation team, or the guy who was leading up the search, he was saying, oh, the police have been holding back information. And had we have known this information from the beginning, then we might have looked at it from a whole different angle. And so now, like, everyone's saying, oh, the police have messed up in this situation. But it still begs the question of, why does the whole nation care? And furthermore, her husband, let me just say, in my opinion, every time I've seen him in an interview and he's been questioned about his wife, he's like, oh, I'm just focusing on the children. I'm just focusing on the children right now. I'm just focusing on the children. Like, he's avoiding questions, and he gives me Jerry McCann vibes over and over.
No way.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, that's what led on to the Madeleine McCann conversation. And then you bring up this, and I'm like,
I don't know, man. I don't know. Yeah, that is the name Nicola?
Yeah.
Nicola, yeah, that Nicola Bulley thing. Yeah, that sounds mad still. It sounds like there's some need for it to be in the national attention, and they're trying to push it, but it's not as interesting as they're trying to make it. Like, it's not as interesting.
Yeah, it's got too many people asking, like, why is this a thing?
No, Madeleine's... Oh, I wouldn't say Madeleine's one similar, though. But I know what you mean, yeah, like kidnapping or sudden disappearance, yeah, you know what I mean? On a conference call as well.
Exactly.
In the middle of it, it's just gone. Phone
just
drop.
disappear into thin air.
Right. Someone could grab the dasher in the van or whatever. Mad.
Let me read these comments. Hold on. How can she be 21? Maddie is 19, going to be 20 in May. Madeleine McCann's would have been 19. Fucking hell.
No, it should be older than that.
You tell me.
Because I know this thing happened when my kids was born, innit? So let me see.
Could have easily lied to her about her age and birthday.
True.
told her she was older than she is. It's best to come to Germany and talk to the police and authorities here. I have said this to the right addresses in whatever.
Oh, 2003. When did she go missing then?
I don't know.
Must have been like 2006 or 7 then. Okay.
It says your eyes are blue, Maddie's are greeny
That
brown.
should be a thing.
Yeah, so she'd be 19.
And people saying their eyes change color. I really hope this isn't a joke because it's not funny. I don't think this is a joke. I think she genuinely believes she's Maddie, but whatever happens, this girl has been abused and deserves the answer she's looking for. If there was any truth behind this, the British police would be all over it, surely, or at least their parents. DNA.
Yeah, come on, it's a simple DNA test.
It's fake. Too bad they're showing it viral in the media. The poor parents. Anything for attention, you need to stop. Have the McCanns make contact with you at all? You need to stop this. This is fake, and whoever's behind this account needs help mentally. It's disgusting. The police have done their investigation. Clearly, you're not who they are looking for. Get a grip. If you actually thought it was you, why would you say we both? That implies you are aware you are two different people. Shut up, man. That was I hate dumb people like that, you know. She blatantly put the picture up and said we both got that. How does that mean? I don't know. I think that was dumb. I have 2 small dots, but it's normal that little children could have less brown dots than adult person. Hope you understand. No, I don't. Medical student in Wroclaw testified, so I read on the internet, that he saw Madeleine McCann a few days after her abduction in Wroclaw. I happen to live in Breslau all the time and have only been living in another city for a year. After several years of hurting me, I recently decided to confront this paedophile, which was not responsible, but I needed it, I guess. Which was not very responsible, but I needed it, I guess. I told him that I knew his son was Martin Ney, the man who was suspected in Madeleine's case, that I knew they were both involved in the kidnapping, and that he, Peter, was hurting more children himself. It worked in my favor that he didn't recognize me. He asked how I knew take things and was very surprised, really, and asked who I was in general. He was very upset and finangled me in the face with his fist as soon as I told him who I was and that I knew everything. Pretty sure they were sightings in that place you mentioned, but I don't know what's going on. This is like 1 week we have Aaliyah's daughter. Then we got someone else claiming to be the son of, who did they claim to be? Someone else came out to be the son. I think this is just the new lick. You think this is Madeleine McCann?
Oh, I don't know. And then you got to think like, oh, with this AI technology and all this, it's so easy for someone to even make a fake picture or a whole fake person, isn't it?
Nearly forgot about all that.
Reconstruction, easy. What would she look like now? That's it.
Exactly.
But this one looked like a picture, though. I don't know. Could be.
She says that she got the same thing as Madeleine McCann, but hers is faded. I don't know if these type of things can fade.
What? The spot?
No, the finger that Madeleine McCann had in their eye, innit?
Oh, yeah. Eyes can change, though.
Yeah, but if you got that thing, this thing here, is it gonna fade? Will it fade? Because Maddie's is, I don't know. You get me?
As a kid, though, you know what I mean? I don't know. I swear people's eyes change and shit.
First reason I don't remember most of my childhood, but my earliest memory is very strong, and it's about holidays in a hot place where was beach and white or very light colored buildings with apartments. I remember that I saw turtles on the beach. It was Little Bay, as I can remember. I saw turtles then, and there was another children, and they tried to touch small turtles. I don't see my family in this memory. Yeah, I saw this on Twitter anyway. They was getting mad on it on Twitter. Doesn't even look like I don't know, man. People don't know who they are, man. This is I think that's the most scary thing.
Exactly.
No one knows who they are, cuz. Who are you? You're gonna regurgitate your mom's story, right? Or your dad's story. Allow it, mom. Your dad's a liar. If I prove that your mom and dad's a liar, I swear down, you're gonna go mental straight away. I prove they're actors and that. Oh, this your dad, yeah? Yeah? You ever seen him like this? I show him looking totally different. With prosthetic. Nah, because you know what? Because remember that Greenpeace chick, right? Or the Greenpeace brother. He was an undercover fed, infiltrate Greenpeace, ended up getting with the chick, marrying her, breeding her up, and being with her for years. And then disappearing. Little cunt. Yeah? The brother, the son, is watching the TV one day when they're talking about spies and sees a picture of his dad. Contacts them, and that he's won a lawsuit and that, innit? Because they're like, nah, this is a piss take. So part of a police or part of a operation, you lot have allowed this brother to not only fall in love or make my mom fall in love with him, but breed her up and start a family. And he already had a family. It's cold, isn't it?
Yeah, they changed the law to allow them to do that now, right?
Yeah. And allow officers to lie and that, innit? Allow them to partake in crime as part of the investigation.
Right, what I'm saying in regards to this young woman on the screen right here is she needs to get a DNA test with the McCanns because there's been too much public money that has been thrown into this so-called search for Madeleine McCann over the years that, you know, if this is a possibility, just go get a DNA test, put it out, give us the answers we need. Big up, T.
You know what? I kind of don't think Madeleine McCann existed, you know?
No, I think she definitely existed, you know.
Existed.
Yeah, she existed. The reason why I say she existed is because I had some inside information about it. So I believe she existed. I believe she was killed. Basically, on the day or the second day, she was killed. And I believe she was killed in a ritual. I also believe she had her head smashed with a large piece of cement or something. So just in case anything ever comes out, and that's one of the factors, you'd be like, Jedi, how the fuck did you know that? Not cement, but like a rock. I believe she smashed him with a rock.
Fair enough. Because at the beginning, from time they were saying that the parents were doctors and used to give them the injections to go sleep and the all of that stuff.
It's all dodge, isn't it? It's all dodgy. I don't think the secret is that the parents are just occultists, and Georgie, the dad's whatever. He's been quoted to be this Scottish Freemason dude.
Yeah. I was about to say.
Yeah. So from I hear that it's a rap, cuz.
Yeah, all the families that were there, they were all involved.
They're all Masons, right? What else? It's done. It's a done deal. Them other families were dodgy as well. Them other partners or whatever. That was some
100. And you got to think in them type of venues, no like normal citizen or civilian will be near there.
Was it 2001 we did the review, or 20, or was it last year when we done the Madeleine McCann review? Remember when we was doing like bare little trials?
I think that was last year because I kind of remember it still.
Oh, that was a bad boy one we did. And remember, we went to the body language experts and all that. That was a sick review. But yeah, sorry, T. What was you saying? We was kind of talking at the same time.
No, I was just saying that, you know, when you get them type of places where all the Masons and Tingo, you don't get civilians and thing getting near there.
Right.
So all of that, we left her in her room and all of that stuff, and someone come in and start like, you don't get that around them places. Like,
did you ever hear? Did you ever hear that Portugal was a hotspot for Peters before Madeleine McCann?
No, I didn't.
I never knew that, cuz it's only after this I said, yeah, well, it's a notorious place to that. I'm like, what? Since when? Since forever, apparently. The Algarve. I was quite close to there the other couple months ago on holiday. The Algarve.
But again, that's the posh part, isn't it? The Algarve.
Yeah, it is it. It's crazy, man.
And it was crazy how they dismissed the evidence as well. Remember when the dog was saying they could get the cadaver smell?
Yeah.
They were like, oh, this dog has never like made a mistake before, but this time now we're not going to hear what the dog's saying.
We're not going to listen
or
to
alluding to.
I don't know. What's scaring me is like the free
in the whip, but yeah, like forget that, though, isn't it?
The free followers.
And wasn't the dad caught cleaning out his trunk or something of the whip?
Yeah.
Yeah, allow it.
There was so much dodgy stuff.
There was so much dodgy. They were moving dodgy and everything.
Some people are moving dodgy to cover up what really went on. Like I said, moving dodgy so that we can look at it and think this is dodgy. Meanwhile, what's going on? It's got nothing to do with this because there's so much fake shit. Fake, like why you don't want me to look this direction?
Then it was another country. Then it was like all sorts.
Yeah, then this guy was spotted. That guy was spotted, and this
South
was
America. All sorts.
What's going on?
Like really, you just got people on a wild goose chase when you know your daughter's buried in the garden.
Man. Yeah. And then keep bringing it up in the news. Just makes me feel like, so what are you showing me? What are you showing me? You got an eye. She's got an eye. Okay, this is her eye. What? I don't know. What are you showing me, cuz? What eyelashes?
I don't know what's going on, bros.
Go back. Oh, I don't even know.
I can't see no dot on the child's face. Like,
I'm not even gonna lie. Maddie's teeth, boy. That was unusual teeth, innit?
Yeah.
Gaps between all of the baby teeth.
Nah, you know what? Nah. What that means is I've got that with my little one. It means her bigger teeth are coming up behind them, so the gaps will start showing.
Behind them or underneath them?
Underneath.
Like it's underneath and behind, like it comes and pushes them forward because like a little gap started appearing in my little one's tooth. So I took her to my brethren, who's a dentist, and he goes, yeah, that's completely normal. It's just coming through and pushing up. So that could be the reason for that.
Okay.
The Algarve, yeah, that's like got cave systems and shit in it near it.
Hold on. All right, let's go again. I got something. Let's go. I got something new for you. Let's see. Again, emails. All right.
You've got mail.
The exactly. The Alchemist Cage. Dan's trials and triumphs on the path to transmutation. You not ready yet?
Yeah.
Welcome to Cage Reality. I will be your host for this one. The one and only Snoop Dogg. Now buckle up and listen.
Cage?
Yeah. You didn't clock from the Alchemist Cage.
Cage Reality? What?
No fucking way.
Nah, shut the front door.
Yeah. I
didn't want to say too early and be wrong, but
no,
I
saw a man in the waiting room and that, like, what?
He's using AI to narrate his video, I suppose.
This is bad.
Let's go.
I'm writing this notebook as a record of my attempt to create the Philosopher's Stone, a legendary substance that has captivated the imagination of alchemists and scientists for centuries. This note.
What are you doing, kids? What are you on? What are you on? What are you on, Cage, man? What is this? Did you miss me? What are you on, Cage?
I'm just a team player while every man for self. You stand for nothing. Probably can't stand yourself.
MC.
What kind of Masonic bullshit is this?
Is the year that I recorded this song.
Cage. And then when you come to our channel, yeah, and you're like, what is this shit you're watching, man? It's bullshit, man. Let's watch something real, dude.
Yeah.
Learn something. And we go to your channel, and this is what you got on there.
I'm all about DAGINA.
Wait, what? What? I'm out.
No, you're in. You heard what he said. You're in. Yeah, you should be like, me too, me too.
No, you can share it.
Where's Shani when you need her?
Fucking hell! What the fuck is going on?
Probably.
Nah. You gotta come and answer some questions. Like, what the fuck?
Probably got a tongue in sneaks. I was gonna say.
Mad.
So, boy, VAGINA. Oh, that spells vagina. So I don't. What is this video, Cage? Why do you want me to watch this?
Step 6. Add a small amount of the special acid to the mixture. The acid must be added slowly inside the flat. On the page.
Bro, like honestly, Cage, go outside and stay outside, cuz. Don't even
And
go back
also,
into
any content creators, please remove that music shit from the background of your stuff,
Thank
man.
you.
Stuff's jarring.
Jarring, isn't it? Like,
annoying.
bro, everything needs music behind it, man. Like, what is up with you, lot? I thought it was just me.
No, it's terrible, man.
Like, every video has got some shit music behind it.
Like trying to spice it up and that. You know what I mean, I got like, what? Why?
I can't even hear that.
Trying to cover up their shit audio.
These
It's
times
true,
it's not
yeah.
even creative. It's like the same
I
5-6 songs in every video.
Yeah.
Like.
Generic piano stuff. Like.
So yeah, I mean, Cage, you really wanted us to watch this, and I just don't know. And you got 14 likes, yeah?
Oh, big up Cage. He did say a few days ago he's going to go off and do his own thing and he's going to be better than you and da-da-da. So, you know, big up Cage.
He will be better than you.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. I ain't gonna subscribe, but yeah. Yo, Shiffer, are you okay, bro?
Good, what's good?
Nah, there, man. There. I just want to let you know, yeah, there's a difference between a dress and a kimono. Yeah? Don't listen to the hype.
Really? I never knew what a kimono was. What is that? Talk to me.
No, it don't matter.
Japanese attire.
Don't matter.
Okay. Oh, no problem.
Right, so there's been 16 stabbings in 5 days across London. Is there a cause for concern? Anyone? Do you think there's anything to worry about? Or is this business as usual?
I think it's business as usual, and there's always something to worry about. It's always concerning. Yeah, definitely.
I don't think the streets have got any worse. It's just publicized more, but it is something that we need to try rein in within the communities.
Yeah.
I feel like the reasons for it are a little more senseless these days. Like before, it would have had to have been like a deeper beef to get there almost, like or something a little more serious, more time. Whereas now it can be over like little silly things and yeah.
But no one don't want to leave their house for that though. What? You just want to go to school for school fights and stuff. Come on, man. We need to do better as a community. Yeah, you running off to other communities and your own community. There's bare madness going on. I mean, you have to clean at home first, man, before you start going around the place and doing certain things.
I really feel like we need to bring back the public fist fight, one-on-one thing, and let people just take licks and done.
No, they're not even doing that. You can't even fight in primary
do you know what it is? Because when people realize
that
it doesn't hurt to get hit. Like beyond the first blow or two, like after that, you just get numb. Like it don't hurt to get hit. And I feel like when people realize that, they'll be more open to just settling shit. Like, but they're all scared and shit to just fight.
Yeah, And you know what?
You get
T?
shot for slapping a youth.
You know what, T?
It
ain't even the violence they're scared of. It's
I know.
the L.
Yeah.
Yeah.
L. It's the L, man. Can't be losing. Can't be embarrassed.
What?
Can't be like. It can't be said. Right now, you know what? T is just stronger than Jedi, innit? T can beat up Jedi. I can't have that. He's got to be ambiguous, right? You know what I mean? He's got to be like, bro, like, I can't have the fact that, okay, who's the strongest? Yeah, it's T. Or it's Sniper. I can't have that. Because I feel less of a man. So now I'm just going to go stab you, man, up. Or, raw, man, like, you know, I don't care if you can fight me. I'll stab him up. You know that type of thing.
Yeah, it's true.
Remember, start dropping the muscles can't stop bullets kind of chat.
Yeah.
You know,
I'm guilty of it myself.
Fragile, man. It was all right to have pecking order, you know, back in the days.
Of course,
right.
you know what I mean? Yeah.
It's the natural order of shit.
Yeah, who's the strongest? Yeah, him. What's the problem, cuz? Everyone wants to be the strongest. Everyone wants to be the main character, man.
Yeah. I'm trying to avoid. I was just trying to avoid. I spent most of my life trying to avoid smoke, but you can't where I come from. But yeah, my actual attitude is I hate fighting.
Yeah.
But I was always ready, like training.
One person could be stronger though.
I was always ready.
One person could be stronger, but another person could just have a different level of violence. And I think that's what it's come down to when we start talking about stabbing and stuff. And I think like if I think back to my elders. Like not my mum's generation, like granddad's generation. And granddad's generation weren't playing. They were walking around with big cutlass. They didn't care. You know, like that. It wasn't a thing to them. If someone got stabbed, it wasn't even a big deal.
Yeah, ain't a big deal still. I'm not gonna lie. So, man, take him hospital, man. Take him hospital, and that's it.
Yeah.
No hat.
See, we used to it, man. That's it. We definitely fit the realm of like violent people. We can be violent, we could be loving, we can be all sorts.
You think black people are violent? You think black people are violent?
Yeah, we've got the capacity to be the most violent, but we're not.
Who's more violent? Who's more violent? Black people or white people?
I would say white people.
Nah, history dictates white people.
Definitely white people, yeah. I was saying
the level of violence.
Like you can't. Our thing is different though. As I said, theirs is like hunting. Attacking people, ours is more defense. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel like theirs is a vindictive attacking violence.
Yeah, like we don't go out and look for trouble. We definitely
MJ, speak up,
end
man.
the trouble though, man.
Tell them it's not true, man.
Obviously, there's exceptions to the
you
rule.
can't say no with the
MJ. I just want to put that in there, innit?
MJ, from your experience, black people are way more violent, innit? Tell them, please. Be real, man.
Right, okay, Jeds, I will be real. You know that anyway. I'm listening to what Sniper and Tizza are saying, and I can't disagree. And then you're saying for me to go by my own experience, then of course white people are definitely more violent then.
Oh shit. Oh, you're such a sellout, MJ, man.
No, it's true. It's what it is.
But you said on my personal experience.
Yeah. Nah, man. Come on, MJ, man. I thought you let me down. I thought you were going to say, nah, man. Black man, I see black man fighting. Who tried to rob you, MJ? Who stabbed you, MJ? Who is it? Since you've been in London, who actually tried to fight you or wanted to fight you? It's black people. Tell the truth.
Can I give you an opposing view?
Right. Since I've been in London.
Yeah,
you're right, actually.
Yeah.
But I would say, okay, so it was a black guy that stabbed me when he mugged me, right? And okay, that could have been fatal, you know what I mean? But obviously it was nothing serious at the time, but it could have been. However, I still have to say that I've suffered a more severe forms of violence when I was back home from white people.
Okay.
And
you seen or you suffered more severe forms of violence?
Have you ever been stabbed by a white person then?
Okay, right.
Suffered and seen.
Good question. And Shifa,
what was that?
I want you to stick to your stance that black people are violent and degenerate. I want you to stick to that stance today. Yeah? These are trying to blame our lovely little white folk, for the violence in the world. And I'm saying bullshit. But when you see black people group up together, they want to rob, they want to steal, they want to shoot, they want to shank. Tell them shit, man.
It's the truth. I think if we said historically, white people more and more violent, I definitely agree with you. And we're not talking historically when we're talking today. So in today's day and age, I would say, unfortunately, our black community has become a lot more prone to violence. Maybe that's due to the abuse we've suffered, but you know, an excuse is still an excuse. And this is still a problem we have to extinguish within our community.
I don't think we make excuses for violence still. You know what I mean? We make excuses after the fact, in a sense, like, oh, yeah, maybe that shouldn't happen. But it is what it is, man. Violence is violence. Yeah, it happens on our streets all the time. People get drunk, smash glass bottles, and we've grown up with these type of circumstances, even though we didn't take part ourselves. That's why I'm saying we've got the capacity for extreme violence.
Where's the whitest place in the world?
I don't know.
Right.
Sweden, maybe.
Right. All right.
Sweden or somewhere around there. Yeah, Norway.
Where's the blackest place in the world? Where's the blackest place in the world?
Blackest place in the world? I would say Nigeria.
Okay, cool. Now, I was kind of thinking the same. Now, let's compare the violence.
Yeah, there's violence, man.
Right. We're full of violence.
We're full of violence. I'm not denying it.
You're gonna walk around Sweden, you're gonna be good. No one's gonna do you nothing.
Well, not anymore, but yeah.
Sweden.
Not anymore.
We gotta be
Sweden's changed now.
Estonia.
No, Sweden. Yeah. Sweden's changed now. That's why, Jeds. Because of obviously the influx of our people, Somalis.
Wait, you think Russia's more, you think Russia's whiter than Sweden? I don't.
No, I don't think it's whiter than Sweden, no. But now they've got a pocket. They've imported
I don't know,
foreigners.
I think, but I'd say I reckon
so the
Russia
environment's
is
changed.
whiter than Sweden, yeah.
But Sweden, remember, had the lowest crime rate and all of that out of all the European countries.
Right. Their
for the longest time.
Like as in suicide.
Yeah.
All right.
But not anymore. Not anymore. There's a change.
Level of crime. Oh shit.
There's a change, man. I told you, Jess.
I just see bare eyes on the left side.
No.
They're catching up, man. They're catching up.
Oh,
remember, because they got influx of other people like Somalis and that, and them man they've got gangs, and now the Swedish guys have got gangs, biker gangs, and so it's changed over the years.
Can you make this make sense to me, please?
It's the bottom one. That's what you need to look at. The problem, corruption and bribery, very high in Nigeria, which stems all the other shit, and low in Sweden, which stems all the other shit.
Wait.
Well, there's more of us. There's more people in Nigeria than Sweden, easily. So bear that in mind as well.
Down the two, because I'm a bit confused.
What is this?
I've only just looked at
average
it,
cost of living.
It doesn't matter how many people are there. It's just per 100 people.
Okay.
Yeah, but average cost of living, we got to take that into account.
Cost of living.
Yeah, versus the wage, innit? Because I'm sure that in Sweden it's easier to get a job and live with what they pay you than it is in Nigeria.
Right. Therefore, less reason to do fuckery, like crime and that.
Yep.
I get you.
But there's crime.
There's probably more wealthier people in Nigeria than there is in Sweden. No. Being an oil-rich country.
Spread across a bigger landmass, though.
Sorry. Oh yeah, of course. So
that means that they could be less effective, or what? I don't know.
No, I think that the more wealth you have, like the more land and stuff that you have. You know, like Dan Cote and all of these people.
From the others in the country as well.
Not really, because you still got to employ people, and you know you want people to live.
Yeah, but they're paying minimum wage. That's not going back into the community. And then their money they're taking goes to the overseas companies and shit they're dealing with and all that shit. You know.
No, there's money made within the country, like amongst people who have their own businesses and all of that. Like, you know, it's not like England. We don't have a welfare system. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, but we also take care of our own, whether they're disabled, whether they're we don't have orphanages and all of these type of things. We take care of our own. So they will end up being servants in the yard or blah, 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 going to school, college, university, So I don't know. Do you get me? It depends where you live in Nigeria as well. If you live in the rural areas, maybe your education level and but wealth, I don't know. As long as you got something in your belly and, you know, a roof over your head, the expectations are different. This is why in Sweden, they're just committing suicide. There's no need for us to be committing suicide in Nigeria. You know what I'm saying? The sun, I think, alone is a big factor. You know what I mean?
The sun is an antidepressant, well known, documented.
Well, yeah, if you got seasonal affective disorder, and most of the time they're in the season that's affected. Like
no, and this 6 months of darkness business. Come on, family. Like allow it, man. Yeah. Come on, man. Like,
wouldn't those factors give us more reason to be less violent?
What, the sun?
Yeah, the fact you got good weather, people are smiling.
It doesn't really bother.
Hold on, I would say so, but how come
we're most violent in the sun? It seems.
How come every summer the crime rate goes up?
Yeah, it goes nuts.
Yeah, that's true, actually. Yeah,
but maybe because we're starved, we haven't got it 24/7. Yeah, I don't know. But regardless, I feel when we're in the sun, obviously we're at our most top of our energy levels and everything, right? Yeah. So that's when you don't want to mess with us. So yeah, in the sun, yeah, I can be super violent.
You know what? Let me tell you something. We're animals, and we don't like to look at ourselves as animals because we think it's a bad thing.
Yeah.
But let me tell you something. When my dog's in season, yeah, she turns into a terrorist.
Yeah.
She's trying to move to other dogs, move to people, rare. Off their season, she won't even look at you, bro.
Yeah.
Off season, if she hears a key downstairs or hears a boom, a door or something, she's kicking. You don't hear her, she'll kick off. Yeah. So we might be a bit like that, as in certain seasons, spring, summer, we're going to be a bit more territorial in our natural habitat. We wouldn't be all sardined up.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, no,
right?
100.
So that might be
the way
why
we're living ain't natural.
It's not natural, exactly.
We don't even live like to the seasons, like according to the seasons. Life don't change. Every season, shit's meant to just carry on.
We do the same shit. You're right. No migrating, no nothing. That's what
in Nigeria when it's hot in December and that, and then man, or in what was it, July or something, a man's telling you it's winter. Hey, it's winter, it's cold. 36 degrees. Woo! Jeez. I'm like, what? What are you talking about, family? Yeah, we in winter, yeah?
You not think though a little bit though, yeah? Obviously, measuring Nigeria against Sweden, it is a good exercise, not knocking it, yeah, to try and get
no comparison.
Yeah, but I don't think you can really compare like that, because if I go to Nigeria, it's all black people and all of them ain't doing crime.
Well, it's not all black people as well. It's got a lot of other people,
black, but majority.
Yeah, but I'm saying the majority, yeah.
Yeah.
I'd like to know the effect
you got majority white, but not all of them are good
on them people, because they're close to them plasma fields and all of that stuff. So
yeah, but when you don't get the sun, when you don't get the sun, it's just making them kill themselves.
And Matthew, do you know what this doesn't account for?
Yeah, that is
do you know
crazy.
What this don't account for? It doesn't account for the people who got away with the crime, and that's the real issue that I'd really have. Because don't get me wrong, it's all well and good saying crime statistics, this amount of people got convicted of a crime, but what about the people who didn't get convicted of a crime, but there was proof to suggest they did the crime, or the people that was just never caught, or they was extorting people and blackmailing people.
That's everywhere. That's
exactly.
Life.
And that's why I think the statistics can't be trusted. I don't think.
Of course.
You see, this is when it comes to things like that, I never trust it for that reason, because I think like it could always be misconstrued or contrived, or I don't know.
Yeah, it's just I mean, who seeks to benefit from these side of statistics as well? Like, you know what I mean? And as
that's
I said, you're saying per 100 people.
Experience.
I'm saying per 100 people, it's just ridiculous, because you might get 100 people in an area where there's no violence in Nigeria, but you could go 10 minutes down the road and there could be extreme violence on one day. Like, it's not like England where 24/7 violence is going on, you know what I mean? Like, it might be going on across the country, but not in the numbers that we have here.
That's right. And then we have the next thing.
With all these statistics, how many times have you been asked? How many times have you been asked any questions
none,
on these statistics that
zero,
come up.
zero,
like,
zero.
so yeah, like,
Never,
like,
never. No one's ever told
Who
me
they
to take
asking?
part in no census or nothing like that. So I totally agree with that statement too. But my point was this: like, depending, you see, when we say who's more violent, black or white people, my honest opinion on it is this: yeah, depending on the environment you're in, depending on which white people you're talking about, then. And depending which black people you're talking about, because there's going to be communities of black people where the violence is low. I honestly believe that. The same way you're going to find communities of white people where the violence is low. But if we was to look at the most violent community on the planet, or the most violent country on the planet where the most violent crimes happen, it's not in a black country. Do you feel what I'm coming from?
I'll just say, for example, right, like what you're saying, Shafa, we can give the Maasai as a perfect example. Yeah, they're not just cow herders and they're fucking warriors. Yeah, but they don't go around to other villages and you get what I'm saying? Invading and licking man down and you go and meet them right now. They're the most humble guys you probably ever meet.
Yeah, peaceful.
So maybe the idea of what we're saying is different. You know what I mean? A warrior, where we're from, and warrior tribes, warrior kings. You understand? We have many wars and clashes and all of these type of things because we're just like everybody else. I'm just saying that the intensity we could do it could probably destroy the planet if we all cohesively decided to be violent or join in the violence or join in the violence. That's why a world war is a world war when everybody's involved, right? So that we was involved, our parents, our grandparents was involved in the world war, you know what I mean, colonially. But if we said as across the planet, as melanated people, we decided to kick off, it's game over for everybody else.
You see, the thing is though, Maku, yeah, one of the reasons why I'm not, I wouldn't say it's conclusive, but I come to the personal opinion that black people within Western societies can have a tendency to be more violent. It's one of the reasons is this, because a lot of the times we've been disenfranchised, yeah, and held back in society. And one of the only ways that we could get our foot up, just like other communities, like we see in America, yeah, the Irish, the Jewish, whatever, there was a lot of crime going on, yeah, and a lot of the crime was violent, the one that obtained money at the end of it. Now, the white people within these countries that we're in now, obviously, they was here before us, they're controlling the systems. So, in my opinion, they have more ways of navigating a system and committing crimes that don't necessarily need the involvement of violence. Yeah, because they're inside. They're doing inside jobs, whereas we're coming from the outside a lot of the time, and you know we haven't got that kind of inside link. So a man's gonna go and rob someone in the street, or a man's gonna go and rob the shop, and 9 times out of 10, or whatever they're gonna do, even if it was just selling drugs, there might be some violence involved somewhere down the line, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but bro, you know, places like Bethnal Green back in the day, you know, they had taverns and all of that, and rich people couldn't walk down there because you get juke up, stabbed up, and all of these types of things. So these are things. Hold on, these are things as old as London that we're living in. Do you get what I'm saying? So we came and we've adapted to the lifestyle of what we're, you know, what we know as Britain, or you know what I mean. That is English culture. Some of that pickpocket, all of that shit.
They've left that to us, and they've evolved out.
No, they never. No, bro.
Can I say
something?
They
never evolved out of no level of violence because you wouldn't have the craze, the Richardsons, and all of that, bro. This is the standard of the country. This is how they deal with things, bro.
Matthew, you're right, yeah? I agree with you, but
tell me.
I think you misunderstood me when I said when I say they've evolved out of that level of violence. I mean in the sense of now they just orchestrate the violence. They're not getting their hands dirty, and because they're not getting their hands dirty, it's now reflected in the crime statistics now. So when we see, you know, a lot of the violent crimes are being done by black people, that's because we're on. I got you. Just say, maybe you call it refining, but because we're the ones getting our hands dirty, that's the way it's reflected.
No, it's not that. I feel.
I personally think that Indian people are the most violent. Like not in England, but when they're in their own country, their own culture, they have a propensity to just start waving hands, getting handy. Like they can't even have an argument without it, like getting violent.
You saying that the amount of Indian wedding fights I've seen recently for
This is
some
what I'm
strange
saying,
reason
bro.
that just
Like, they
popped up
do
on my
have a
timeline.
propensity to violence. It's just that when they get violent, it ain't like they're breaking bones or cracking jaws or anything like that. It's just like they're just slapping each other. Like nothing
No, bro.
really
No, bro. No,
is happening. Yeah, unless man's drawing for
my brother.
for the chiv.
But that's what they do. Or what do you think the most available tool is out here is a knife? So what I watched, but back in the day there was this thing called I think is a Gujarati cop. I don't want to butcher up the name, but they would just go into police stations in different countries, right? And they went to this one in India. Yeah, I think it was one of the major cities anyway. Yeah. But they went to this police station, and I'm telling you, this thing was full, bro. Man were coming in, doing the head wobble, acting all innocent. But what had he just done outside? He just stabbed up the place. Do you get it? And he's acting all innocent. These men got big sticks. And because it's on camera, they didn't really want to go in like they would.
Oh, they love them big sticks, innit?
Yeah, they'll beat the living daylights out of them. And everyone's acting sneaky, but bare of them are in there for stabbings.
Yeah,
they're just stabbing up the place because it's the most available tool. Man use it to cook, man use it to thing, man use it all the time. So that's the thing that's around mostly. So they do have the capacity to in their own environment, do some madness. But it's not everywhere, obviously. You know what I mean? As you said, once you put a police station there, or once it's a major city, you see the problem is major cities. Cities breed this type of behavior, and you get it within its environment. You know what I mean? As Jedi was saying earlier, if we was all spread out, like in some other countries, how it is, and more laid back. Remember, because we're moving at a high pace. You live in the big city, you're moving at a high pace. Let's be truthful. You know what I mean? You go out to country, you're moving at a slower pace. You know what I mean? Yeah. Because it's not so much pressure. I got to go work.
Don't cost as much. And then
that's right. You know what I mean?
It's funny what Khan said as well. Because imagine this: before I even jumped on the panel here, and I got into this conversation with you, man. I wanted to talk about India. I wanted to talk about India, and then he just brought it up. I don't know if that was
in what context did you want to mention India? What respect?
It's all right because I don't want to deviate from the conversation. We can do that later, but that is just a topic I'd like to talk about still because I was looking at something that surprising me about it reflected on India in my opinion. But so as far as this violence thing, I think if we're looking at black people in societies where we've become disenfranchised, I think we have definitely become accustomed to violence. Like where I come from, Jamaica, we are definitely accustomed to violence and being violent to one another. And I think that there's a time where we have to look at that for what it is and really, nip it in the bud and really take control of our states of mind. But I feel like our states of mind are being controlled and manipulated through indoctrination, through enforcement of systems that don't really exist, but on the back of institutions, we give them credence. And I think that that's one of the main issues I have with a lot of the government institutions, that I feel that it's their fault, the reason why people in the state of affairs.
They're responsible anyway.
Well, at one stage, the most violent place in England was in Scotland still. So,
yeah.
You know what I mean? And the level of alcohol, drug taking, and So I don't know. When we say that we are violent, I just think we are product of our environment.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
It's true.
And if your environment is set a certain way, then really you're going to acquire those skills, or you're just going to try and navigate through without having to try and get yourselves or try and stay out of situations. You get it?
No, I think
for
the most part, I think that makes it easier. That makes it easier because the environment shows you stuff, and most people don't have the ability to think outside of that, so they only see like one direction, so they tend to head down that rather than thinking for themselves. And a lot of people with time and wisdom, they start to see the other side and start making choices. But then they just carry on like going down all the shit they see on TV,
I feel
they hear.
I've seen, I obviously I know loads of people who commit in acts of violence, and they're just normal human beings like you and me.
Yeah.
Like one day, on one particular day, a man's done a madness. Yeah. And then when I'm talking to him again, he's just like, yeah, that was a situation. Man, there were too many of them, and I had to do what I had to do, and and keep it moving. I was like, right, okay. Do you get it? Like, it's just weird, like, you know.
Did you ever get
we
that
become
talk back
numb.
in the day though? Did you ever get that talk about obviously, you know, how much your life is worth and your black history and how much it means, and you know, you can't be going around killing each other and, you know, trying to instill that kind of mindset in you. And I feel like a lot of us did. A lot of us had black family and, you know, family and elders in the community. Yeah.
Yeah, I had the elders. But there was no. I didn't really have family, and the family I did have, they weren't chatting to me about that current. They weren't attached. They weren't in tune with current affairs, bro. This is the issue. So it's like my mom will tell me just don't think you're like these jammers. You think you're gonna be running around causing trouble. That's the most that she's gonna be able to say. She's gonna be like, don't start shotting, blood. Don't have no brother come up to you and say, like you want to shot, like, because she don't know the ins and outs.
Yeah. Facts,
you know what I mean?
Facts,
you know shit. Her thing is go school.
Yeah, I hear that as well.
You hear me? Go school, go church, and just not. You've come to a country and you're not in the loop, so you can't help your child that's growing up in a society that you don't understand. Your child understands London better than you.
Yeah.
But this goes back to what I was trying to say the other day, Jedi, when I'm saying like country, that is based its laws and its systems on something that is inferior. So once we understand the laws and the systems are inferior, the education has to be inferior too, because they won't want to teach us something that's going to unbreak their spell, would they? So to that effect, I'm not surprised mums weren't educated enough to teach us against certain things, because when we go into the law, all of these things are in there. And a lot of us aren't educated in the community to law graduate level. Do you feel what I'm trying to say? And even if we were, we'd only be taking the bar. We're never told the law that the actual constitutions are built on, if that makes sense. We're told the law that they want us to know.
Yeah, you gotta work it out, bro. This is what life's about, man.
100, but to that effect, we're all indoctrinated, isn't it? We're all part of the problem. Even if we are a bit woke.
Until you're not. When you're woke, you're until you're not, man. You realize and you refrain. No, bro, you refrain from certain things. So once your personal self, can't talk about anyone else. Your personal self refrain from certain things or do it and live what you consider a righteous way. Because I think the way I'm living and the way I've analyzed situations and known when to go and known when to fall back and, you know, like take a L and like, you know.
Why is it?
No, South America's ruined. Man.
I was just thinking that South America's not the one.
We didn't even go.
You know the thing about South America. What I realize is there's been I've seen it for the last 5 years. There's been a lot of anti-South American propaganda put on the internet, namely World Star Hip Hop videos. Where every day someone in Colombia or Brazil gets a shot in the face in front of his family while having a meal, while playing pool, while sitting outside. It's crazy out there, cuz. Well, that's what
Venezuela is the worst. Venezuela is the worst.
They're painting to me that, like, yo, life means nothing out there.
It don't. It don't, bro. When you go Venezuela right now,
where you see them sitting
the government
just having a meal.
Innit? Yeah. So basically,
bam, bam, bam. Like,
yeah, but because the government fucked up the country, now people are starving, innit? Now people have got no resources, no money. A lot of their money that was in the bank, they couldn't even get it out. The money's just disappeared. All of their stocks, all of their it's disappeared, innit? So now people are in desperate situations, and like certain government people or people who work for the government, they'll go for them, innit? They're gonna murder them because they're gonna say it's your fault. It's gonna get mad in Venezuela and places like that. I think Brazil.
I remember seeing a man standing in the queue in a supermarket in Venezuela to get some bread, and his brother had 2 black bags, full of notes, cuz. Like 2 black bags full of notes to get a little groceries, bro.
Yeah, that's called
come like the history books when we're learning about
World War II. You hear them
talking about the wheelbarrows, wheelbarrowing money in to get bread and thing like. That was mad.
It's true, it's true.
That's nuts, isn't it?
And then all of the really wealthy people in the country just run off to Spain. They run back to Spain, innit? So it left the country in disrepute, innit? It's a mad thing, bro. And I can't really even blame them because what would you do? What would I do? I don't fucking know. I don't know, bro.
Survival, innit?
I can't believe that UK's got a lower crime rate than Japan. That surprised me.
Why
What do you mean? In Japan, they're fucking bad man, bro.
Yeah.
You heard the Yakuzas.
Wait, you're right, you know. Why is Japan up there?
They got organized crime. They got there's a lot of shit going on in Japan.
They got your
police.
This is based
like
on
our
homicides. This is based on people who have been killed in it, so it won't essentially include like the organized crime in that.
There's more murder in Japan. There's more murder in Japan than London.
Yeah, but they got more organized crime.
Bigger.
No, but remember in Japan, in Japan they fight to the death as well. You know, they do things like that, and it's legal.
There's over more.
It's legal.
People in Japan.
It's legal, brother. They fight to the death. Don't you remember Karate Kid? Don't you remember Karate Kid? When
what are they jousting in this town square?
No, don't you remember Karate Kid when he goes to fight the youth in Japan?
It's borderline racist what you're saying, but it's funny still.
No, but that youth was trying to kill him. I don't really know. I'll be honest. I don't really know if it's legal, yeah. But I just remember that from Karate Kid. Remember Daniel's son when he goes to Japan and the youth's trying to proper murder him. He ain't playing that you weren't playing. And it just seemed a bit too normalized in the film.
I do know in Singapore, you can't chew chewing gum in their capital city or something like that.
Yeah. What? Yeah. For years, though. For years. Forever. They've had a chewing gum ban. Yeah. Apparently, their streets look proper, innit?
Yeah, I was about to say, you won't find no litter, no nothing on their streets.
Yeah, it's true. Singapore's the spot for that.
Does that make you love your area more when it's clean? Does it make you rate it more?
Yeah.
When I was growing up, there was times I might have dropped something on the floor and I might have eaten it. I don't know. I can't confirm. But
not online anyway.
Yeah, I can't confirm. But
3-second rule and that.
When I look at the streets now, you know, every inch of the pavements in West London is covered in shit, innit?
Yeah.
Like you think South London, you are not going to see shit on road more than West London. You know why? Because everyone's got a fucking dog. Because everyone can afford one, right?
Yeah, it's irony.
It's everywhere, cuz. There's always a shit outside my yard. Right outside my gate. As soon as I come out the gate, there's always a doo-doo there. There's a little tree there. There's doo-doo there, like, fuck, you know.
Do you clean up after your dog? Well, you're not going to say online, but still.
Because everyone got a dog in lockdown, that's why.
I've never picked up my dog shit. I've had, you hear me? I've had dogs for years.
I think that if you're walking a dog without bags on you,
somewhere,
you should get on the spot fine.
I let my dog shit somewhere where no one needs to pick it up.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, that's how it should be. And they cover it with the dirt thing after as well.
Nah, my dog, I don't know how you get your dogs to do that. None of my dogs ever fuck with that shit.
Depends on the breed, innit?
Yeah, that back scratching thing. Mine's not. I've never had dogs that do that. I've always wondered that. How do you get your dogs to do that?
Cats do that.
Cats do that,
yeah. Now my brethren's dog, whenever it takes a shit, like just goes and tries to scoop the dirt. Even if there's no dirt, it does the motion and thing.
Yeah, it does the motion. You get me?
Yeah.
Yeah, someone's dog's been shitting up on my road as well.
Yeah,
so from now on, if I see someone walking a dog and
on a pavement or something, I'll never do that.
Like if I catch
these most people pick it up.
I take my dog. Say I'm gonna go have my dog on me for the day. Or we go anywhere public, go and shit, go and pee. Now take your time, run around, do another.
No, they deliberately walking the dog on my road for it to shit.
Liberties, man.
There's some areas like that still, yeah.
Once we're on road, my dog can't be trying to shit nowhere and embarrass me. He's done it before, just started shitting while walking.
And drag him into the curb then, innit?
The white woman,
you're trying to drag them.
The white woman was like, oh my God. And I'm like, Jada, no. And I'm just going to keep moving anyway. Excuse me, are you going to? I'm gone.
Jed, do you not do that thing where you pretend to look for the poo bag in your pocket?
Yeah, I've done that before. Go in my pocket and look left, look right. I'm like, nah. I could not feel that warm pebble in my hand
No, I had to go and clean it up one time because my dad's dog decided to poo in one of the neighbors' gardens, right? And they've got cameras because they've got like some dog walking service or something in there. And I was like, oh shit, like you fully done it right next to where they're gonna like park their car and see it as well. So I actually knocked on their door to see if they'd just give me a bag to pick it up. No one answered, so I was like, for fuck's sake, I had to walk home, get back, walk back down. So I'm like, I don't want to be that neighbor that like I end up on the flipping next door app or something like, oh, this one made him pick up a dog poo.
Do you know what I think's weird about dogs? They hold their poo like deep inside their body, and they got to work it out. Like by walking, the poo slowly starts coming out to the.
My dog sprints. My dog does.
Yeah, to get the poo out, isn't it weird?
Yeah, she'll do like 5-6 sprints, left, right.
When I see my dog trying to poo, I know that there's no point trying to stop him.
Oh,
he decided about 5 minutes ago
sometimes
that he's going to start pooing. There's no point trying to stop him. Like I'll drag him off the road into the gutter maybe,
and the poo's still coming out of there.
Yeah.
See, my brethren's dog got diarrhea, and that's probably the one reason I couldn't have an animal.
Thank God that don't happen too often.
In the yard, diarrhea.
Yeah.
That is a mazza.
That's tragic.
That is a mazza. I've had to assist in cleaning up eye watering doo-doo. Like, I mean, you know, acidic dog poo. And that ain't a joke, you know. Acidic dog poo that will make you want to vomit. There's dog poo where it's diarrhea, but then halfway through the diarrhea, some solid pieces came out. So it's like, bro, it's mad. Mad. Looking like a chocolate log with like chocolate sauce in the middle and that. Outside and wet in the inside. I'm like, nah.
Wet cake.
Dog poo. That's why I just make sure my dog has a simple diet. There's no room for this diarrhea thing. It took me a while to figure out my dog was allergic to chicken, like in large amounts. Do you know what I mean? Boiled chicken, raw chicken, whatever. There was a point in time where the dog was just like, yo, chicken, yeah, cool, diarrhea. And when she was a pup, and I kept her in a cage, one time, I think what she must have done was she must have shat in her cage, and when she went to clean her cage, she ate it. And then when she realized she's just ate doo-doo, she threw it up. so
you're gonna make me vomit in a minute, please. Please stop.
I'm eating chicken soup while I'm chatting.
My dog was eating poo like it was McDonald's, fam.
Like a billy goat, bro. That shit don't.
Yeah.
I'm literally eating chicken soup while I'm chatting about dog diarrhea. I don't care.
I couldn't.
I'm the same. I don't give a damn.
I don't give a damn. Because I had a sister that was spiteful and thought that she's gonna put me off the food that I want by chatting some shit, and I'm like, nah, cuz you can't do it.
Boy, I don't know.
Childhood games.
The putrid meat yesterday was definitely one that I didn't really want to be eating. While that was mad. Man patting his head and that.
I could never eat anything with the smell of it being off. I could never.
Mystery
meat. You know when you smell something and it's just gone off and you're like, ooh. Like imagine that like times another month or two.
Yeah. Man's barbecued the putridness into it. Like,
oh man.
I don't know.
Imagine cooking that at yard. You ain't getting that smell out your yard for weeks.
I know.
That's why I said it's some Dharma meal. Smell like cook. What we're doing.
I feel sorry for the chef that had to cook that for him.
You're used to it, bro.
Yeah. That favorite meal. Breakfast.
Are there any of you man listening to this Charleston White geezer?
I don't listen to him.
Or I listen to what he is his.
I know what he talks about. I've heard him. I don't like go and tune into him, but I know what it's about. But what was you gonna say? You agree with him?
Like he said something deep. He said something deep. He said some deepness still that just I don't know, man. It was quite triggering still. Yeah, he was talking about who's the guy? I'm trying to remember the guy's name, man. He was all over the newspapers when they done the Black Lives Matter thing. What was his name again? you know what I'm talking about? George Floyd, that's it, George Floyd. So he was saying basically, George Floyd, yeah, is a man who, fair enough, he was killed wrongfully by police, yeah? And the whole country got up and stood up and want to protest over George Floyd and make up noise and throw the system into disrepute over George Floyd. But what he's saying is that there was a case where George Floyd was trying to break into some woman's house, a pregnant woman, and threatening her, yeah, as well as he's done time in jail. This guy was basically, you know, he wasn't all innocent, is what he was saying. Now, if people made up bare noise about that. But there's a case where there's a 12-year-old boy, yeah, 12-year-old black boy, goes out into the park with a toy gun, yeah, and he's playing with his toy gun in the park. Police come along, shoot him down, kill him, murder him. His sister runs outside when she sees what happens. His 15-year-old sister is in the park.
You're cutting out, bro.
You know any better?
Yeah.
What happened to the sister?
I think she's gonna get.
So the sister, 15 years old, is watching her brother play in the park from the window with this toy gun. The police shoot him down, murder.
The fuck is going on?
She's throwing fucked.
Him, brother, innit? It's too late by this time. Like, grips her up, arrest her, and take her down the station. Yeah. Now, later on, this is discovered that the boy had a toy gun. There was no reason for what they did. There was no real good reasoning behind it, innit? But it's like no one knows about it. No one's talking about it. And it kind of woke me up still. Like,
that was a pretty big thing still.
Yeah, because obviously George Floyd, like, it turns into a BLM movement. And then there's a bit of controversy surrounding it. Like I said, his criminality, whatever. But that case there is clear cut. They've murdered a child, but they don't want to talk about it. Why is that being suppressed?
It's not. It was on the news and stuff. I remember that story going round as well. But we know why the George Floyd thing got turned into BLM.
See, you remember it, but you must be a person who was, you know, you was quite privileged to be privy to that information. I never knew about it till just yesterday, furthermore. I'd never even heard of it. And I'm pretty sure there's loads of people like Schiffer who never heard of it. And it's like, how is that even
when did this
possible?
happen?
This happened years ago. This happened years ago. I can't remember the exact date it happened, but I just remember Charleston White talking about it.
Who see that black
around
woman?
similar
I think it was in
time.
McDonald's. She was swinging us. You know them thingy when they mop the floor and they put them yellow signs out, like a little triangle. You know the one I mean, like an A-frame sort of, but a miniature one.
Yeah.
She's got one of them. She's swinging for this white guy. The first swing, he sort of dodges it. I'm thinking, well, this guy might have some boxing training or something. The way he dodged it. The second one, he sort of tried to put his arm up and like get it off her. And then he tries to get her in a headlock. And then you see her face in the camera and it seemed like she was laughing. She was taking it for a joke. Like trying to just move to some guy in McDonald's. And I think it was a TikTok that's going, oh, some crazy woman attacked a man in McDonald's. Has anyone seen? I think it happened yesterday. Like, it's probably ain't been publicized yet. But it seems like everything's becoming like front page news now. And like it's like people are wilding, they're going crazy. Like everyone's fighting over stupid things like road rages, arguments, school fights. It's like everyone's just spazzing now. That's how it seems to me anyway.
Don't you think though, when a little boy gets murdered by police in the park, you don't think that should make front page news though, or do you? Can't.
Here's the thing, Schiffer. What you're saying is that
it did make front at the time. Schiffer. No, wait, can't. At the time, I remember, and it was a very, very big news story. And there were people trying to get.
But what he's trying to ask,
saying it was in the news. It was in all the news.
What he's trying to ask you is, if something really bad happened, and then something else happens that's even worse.
I was asking him what paper it was in.
Going to be equal, if not greater.
Yeah, but I just want to know what newspaper it was in now. I'm not. If he's saying
like I said, in America, it was on news channels and newspapers. It was a big thing especially within the black community and whatnot. It was all over Twitter, etc. And all I'm saying is the reason why the George Floyd thing turned into what it was and we heard about that over here, and it got big over here and everything, is because of agendas. Like, we know this stuff. We know who George Floyd was in with, and all of that stuff, what his background was, and
I get you, but you see, because it's a child though, like with what's the little girl that you was talking about earlier? I can't remember, Maddie or whatever, like, because it's a child, I would just expect that the world should know about this, but maybe that's just my expectation.
Well, Shiva, it was in the Guardian, it was in the Independent, it was in the Daily Mail, it was on the BBC, you know, it was in the Mirror. They all reported on it.
Okay. Maybe it was like smaller articles then. It weren't. Was it front
Sky
page?
News.
Was it
Metro?
front page?
Like it was main news at the time. You're talking about the situation that happened in 2014, right?
Was it front page news?
Yeah, no, I remember it was big at the time.
I'm not asking if it was big at the time.
It was a main news story at the time.
Was it front page?
I'm looking at online articles. I'm not looking at the actual physical newspaper right now, so I don't know if it was front page, but it was a main news story at the time.
Okay, so everyone should know about it then, really.
I think everyone did, but I understand what you're saying, Shifa. But as like Tizza was just explaining, like there's violations that happen every single day, and we don't always hear about them. Just like someone brought up earlier on that there's been 15 stabbings in London in the past 5 days or something like that. We all know that stabbings happen every single day in London, but when do we actually hear about them until there's some agenda behind it, until there's some report due out, or they want to push funding in a certain direction, or whatever the agenda might be? That's all it is.
See, this the mad thing is that
I don't dispute that.
He's trying to ask, why is it that one
what it
thing
is now,
will trigger a big response and the other one doesn't?
What I'm trying to ask, is that all right? So
yeah, but you can't keep going back and forth. What my problem? You speak, Tizza speak.
Let's not even,
bro. We're just talking, bro. We're just talking.
Too early. Come, let's not.
So, MJ, what my problem is, is the significance of the murder. Yeah, like for instance with George Floyd, because it's police, it becomes something more significant than two civilians in the street in a dispute. This is the people that's supposed to protect you. Yeah, and they're murdering children, and that's why I don't know. I don't know. It's something in my spirit. It took to my spirit. It's like the Holy Spirit started talking to me.
I hear what you're saying. It definitely should have been like, you know, if they're going to make a deal out of George Floyd, then it should have been the equivalent. But I think you got to remember that all of these things have contributed to that particular BLM movement in America. And obviously, when George Floyd happened, it's like, all right, maybe they was just sick and tired. It became a thing at the time. It was also, remember, people were in lockdown, so people were needing somewhere to put their energy into as well at the time.
You can't predict it. If it was predictable, then every single red flag, little psyop that they do would actually work, but it doesn't usually, does it? Because they don't know which ones are going to spark the reaction.
It's not even just that. Like, you got to remember who controls mainstream media. So if
Yeah,
you're wondering
yeah,
why something's not as big as it is or should be or things like that, well, if you know how mainstream media works, then that answers the question, kind of thing. That's why it's not as big. They don't want it to be. Like,
yeah, it's controlled,
like MJ
definitely.
said, if it's not for an agenda or for a reason or something like that, you're not really going to hear about it too tough if they don't want you to. And then, as quick as it comes, it goes away because there's something new in it. Like, tomorrow's a new day and this goes off. And then
because think about, like 3 months ago, whatever, we was all talking about the fact that we had a prime minister for, what was it, like a week or whatever she was in office for, and then, you know, oh, we got an Asian prime minister now, and like, who's actually been speaking about politics in the last few months? No one. It's just the focus has now moved on to something else. The reason, we don't actually know why. We could speculate as to what it is, but it's just, whatever the media wants to put out there.
But you're kind of like all speaking like as if it's like an accumulating factor where outrage is going to increase every time something happens. But it's not like that. Because when you hit like a certain amount of pressure and people react, that pressure gets dissipated. And then the next thing that happens where you're expecting it to be even more of a reaction, you see zero reaction and you're like, how comes? And that's because the first incident took up all the energy.
Okay.
Ultimately, I don't know, could just be distractions and that, like even this Nicola bully case and that at the moment, like There's so many people talking about it, even if it's to say, why is it important? It's still a distraction. It's still making people speak about the subject.
Even if it carries on like how Shifa's saying, and it goes from one extreme to the other and escalates, and then there's rioting in the streets. What happens after the rioting? Nothing. Everything goes back to normal anyway.
A few people get arrested. Same old cycle of bullshit.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, I value all your opinions. I think that ultimately, like I think it was Tizza that said, you know, the situation is going to be controlled by a certain institution. So I would expect that, you know, those control measures manipulating the situation would enable us to know what they want us to know and to maybe even react the way they want us to react in certain circumstances. But that's just my personal opinion. And obviously, I'm taking yours into consideration also.
I'm saying no, I don't think they can predict it. If they could, they'll have it down pattern, but they haven't got it down like that. It's evident.
How do you know that? How do you,
because
are you one
a
of
lot
them?
of the red flags that they're thrown out there, a lot of the fake events that they put out there don't even take hold because people become so numb to it now. They don't know what's going to spark the reaction.
Maybe some of them ain't supposed to take hold. I don't know. I can't truly say I know, but I'm hearing your opinion, and I appreciate you sharing that with us.
Your connection is really bad. You keep cutting out. Like fully cutting out.
But I think that's definitely. I think in controlling the reactions of the people, if you show them an adult that's been in building it off for the back of a murder of a child, because the murder of a child, I think the movement becomes bigger. That's
but you know, like BM was funded by Soros and started by him, yeah. All like Coney, whatever year it was, Coney, whatever it was, but yeah, and all of that stuff, yeah. So when you're asking how come like it didn't start a thing like BLM, it's again like the same others that are controlling the media are the ones that are starting the shit like BLM. So like it's for a reason. Like it's not like the people organically came together and BLM was formed. Like it didn't happen like that.
In effect, I think it should have started something greater than BLM. It should have started a real movement. That's in my personal opinion. But obviously, a BLM is allowed to piggyback off the back. I don't know. To me, I just think that that's a tragedy, in my opinion.
Well, ultimately, it doesn't stop the police from going out and killing more people unfairly. So, you're right. What difference does it actually make? They never defunded the police. They never, like, okay, people might get what they call justice, but like, is that actually what is justice when you've lost a family member? Someone's life is being taken. Can't repay that. Police are still out there with their guns, killing people, shooting people down, running down innocent people. Like, is it ever going to stop?
No, it will never stop. Why would it stop? When you're in a world of duality, and in order to experience one, you need the other. So, like, for people expecting there to be world peace and kumbaya and the whole world gets along, that's never ever gonna happen, because like that negates how life works. So shit's always gonna happen and go on.
But Shifa, how does this relate to us being violent and degenerate? Violent, I can understand, but degenerate, I don't know. Why you
Degeneration.
What? Did he do a Reggie and call you all degenerate?
I don't believe so. I don't believe so.
What, sorry? You don't believe?
Did you hear about that woman? Yeah, that was on the plane. Yeah, I was on Belly Vision yesterday. We were talking about it, and the woman was screaming on the plane saying, "Jesus, Jesus, Jesus!" There's a whole video online.
Not gonna lie to you, the connection thing is a bit jarring. Like,
I think in this scenario is perfect. What are you doing? Asking one question, you talk about
let's
other
give him
stuff.
some leeway.
No, joking. Yeah, because that's what the original question was. Like, who's more violent?
I don't think it relates, but I do think that black people cities we do have with violence, brothers here or people here.
Mm-hmm.
I think everyone's got like
I don't know if you can hear me.
ability to be violent in that. Like everyone's got some sort of
bit,
warrior mentality, but it's what people do with it is the problem really. And I think white people have used violence towards other people, and then obviously that's the issue. I think that Schiffer's more trying to talk about, right?
Well, I think I'll be honest with you, yeah. Like,
how are we degenerate though?
If you're going to say degenerate, yeah, I didn't particularly today. I didn't today particularly use the word degenerate. But if we're going to focus on, if we're going to focus on that particular word, if we're going to focus on that particular word, degeneracy, I can see a degeneracy in the sense of killing each other, killing yourselves, killing your own brothers, your own sisters, killing your own people. I see a degeneracy in that. Does anybody else?
Yeah, I get what you're saying now. You get me, but I feel it doesn't make us as the general people degenerate. No,
I wouldn't say it makes us no.
Maybe some of that behavior might seem like that to you, but bro, every circumstance is on its merit, innit? We don't know why people do what they do.
And there's that mindset in every race and community.
Exactly.
Yeah, because I'd say who the cap fit wear it would be the phrase at this point, innit? And I wouldn't say it's the majority neither. I definitely wouldn't say it's the majority, but I'd say it's still a problem that we have.
I get you. Where violence is a problem that we have, but no degeneracy. I'm not really buying that, bro.
Well, when
it's if you're saying generally, like we can't
this
say
is the
that black
problem.
people are
I wouldn't say generally. I'm talking about black on black violence as a form of
that makes sense.
That's what I'm talking about. So,
but
outside of that,
sorry, when we're in our own countries, we're doing exactly the same thing. So
exactly, and everyone's doing it. If you go to Italy, they're doing it to each other. If you go to,
we're violent. Then we're all violent in a sense to some capacity.
That's right. And, but I think that we as black people, I believe, that we have to be the people to say we're going to take the plank out of our eye first for everyone else to follow. That's what I believe about us as black people. I believe that the moment we start doing it, everyone else starts doing it.
I don't know about that. I just know that you definitely have to be accountable for your own actions, but I can't speak for anyone else. I can't say that Schiffer's gonna agree with me 100% on how to do things. No, that doesn't make no sense.
Makes sense as well.
That's why there's no universal thinking on these ideas that you're proposing. You know what I mean? And that's why I said it's a bit unfair to say degenerate, but I understand now because I thought you were saying degenerate as a people, like black people are degenerate, blah blah blah. You know what I mean?
No.
Okay. You're just saying
black people who practice violence. A degenerate type of behavior, and it's not all. Like I said, it's not
degenerate.
Even
hold on, but then again, it might be just degenerate to you. I understand your point of view, but I just don't share it. You know what I mean?
I get you, but that's just my personal opinion, isn't it? I'm not saying what I'm saying as a be all and end all. I'm saying it as what I'm seeing and my opinion on what I'm seeing. And my opinion is, where I see, for example, young black men and black men even sometimes even in their older ages fighting, warring, murdering each other, in retrospect, I believe there's better ways we can interact with each other. I was listening to a man online. He was I think he was Mexican or something.
Sorry, bro. How we can behave better? Like, that's a lot. You're putting a lot of responsibility on yourself.
If you could just allow me to finish though, because then you might understand the point I was going to make. I don't think you would have got it by what I just said. So long story short, I was listening to a man talking online, and he's a Mexican guy, and he was like, when anyone sees these Mexican guys, they're always driving a nice car, they're always doing well, and they're always like, well, why amigo always got this nice car? And then he said, well, basically, us Mexicans, we all stick together. There's no competitive nature between us. anything we're doing, if we're competing with other people outside of our group. We're not competing with each other. So if I'm going to have it, then I'm going to make sure all of us can have it. And you know what? If Amigo down the road opens up a restaurant, I make sure I go in there. McDonald's don't see my money, and X, Y, Z. And it's like, when I listen to that, that's when I came to the conclusion, you know, if we're trying to tear each other down, that's a degenerate behavior. If we're trying to build each other up, that's a regenerate behavior.
Bro, are you saying now that Mexicans don't have the propensity for violence?
I'm not saying that at all.
Okay, so that's a degenerate because they fight in gangs amongst each other.
One of
they
the most
kidnap people.
violent
1 second.
cartels in the world.
Right. And then if you go into Mexico, we're dealing with Mexicans in Mexico. Oh my God, it's another story. So, bro, I don't know what point you're trying to make. I'm just saying,
what he would just because his people ain't right, don't mean what he was saying ain't right. So just because I can go into Mexico and I can find violence, like you said, it doesn't make what he's saying
you will
wrong.
find it.
If you will find it, and if we as a people say that we're about each other and we start looking out for each other and try to support and build each other, that's going to have the opposite effect of trying to tear each other down and warring with each other and trying to kill each other.
Fair. All right. Now I would say, tell that to the South Americans and the Middle Americans. Where they seem to have a high 1 second, bro. Where they seem to have the highest crime rate. Remember that we've had footballers from all of these countries who've had family members chopped up, head in box, and all of this type of mad stuff. While they're supposed to be trying to just normally play football. But back home in Venezuela, no. In Panama, Venezuela, you can name the names.
Come on, bro, brother. Listen, I totally agree with you, but that's what makes me believe him more. Because he understands he's not talking from a perspective of someone who has not lived it and isn't going through the same thing. He's not talking from that perspective. He's talking from a perspective. Sorry, he's talking from a perspective of a person who, within his own people, there's violence, there's murder, there's all of these things going on. But at the same time, he recognizes the good side of the behavior, where, do you know what, we stick together, we do this. Now, same time, that doesn't mean he doesn't see that behavior in his community as degenerate also.
Oh, my brother.
And he never used the word degenerate. That's me applying my wording and using the word of the day, degenerate.
I hear you, but it's still, I hear you, it's a person's point of view that you have taken and thought that it's a good model for people to live by, right?
For generalization.
But yeah, it's not working. Hold on, it's not working. It's not working in the Americas. It's not working in the Americas alone, exporting it to England or wherever else. It doesn't make sense.
There are black communities that are capable of the group economics and such that you're talking about as well, bro.
Exactly.
Like,
Exactly.
Maroons look after each other. Maroons in Central Jamaica, I've been with them. They look after each other.
There you go.
Philadelphia, the free town that they have out there, that's just all black people.
You got tribes in Africa, brother.
You understand?
They look after it. So
some of them can even be self-sufficient within that community, like looking after each other, self-sufficient to a point where they don't go outside of it for the things that they need even.
Thank you. But now what I'm going to say to you is, Vic Rose, those people have had to make a calculated decision to work on building each other. That's a calculated decision. Now, wherever we are in the world, we can choose to make that same calculated decision, or we can choose to be the opposite. And I believe one is degenerate and the other is the opposite. That's just my personal opinion.
Well, then you're admitting that the society you live in is degenerate. And
I've been saying it for the longest time.
I would tend to agree, but hold on.
I've been saying this for the longest.
Yeah, but
but I'm trying to understand, what is it that Schiffer actually wants to see?
He doesn't know what he's talking about. That's what
I do know what I'm talking about. I actually do. Listen, this is what I'm talking about.
This is not the excuse. Hold on. This is not an excuse to explain black people's supposed degeneracy and propensity for violence more than any other set of people. Because, like, we've had perfect examples recently. A girl got beat up in the school. Loads of black people went down there. There was no violence.
I don't
be honest,
think that is true. But if
there was no violence,
it would be true via conditioning. Black people have been treated for 500 years less than fucking humans, like animals.
No, I'm saying we're violent. We are violent.
Yeah, but if we was violent, do you like you keep a dog in a dark room and beat it every day and throw a fucking slab of meat at it, and then what? You moan or cry about it when it gets violent with someone. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
when it acts out
basically.
of fear or it acts out of conditioning. Like
basically, if the dog is a human being or any other type of higher life form, then to some extent,
but I believe that the higher it is, it could be conditioned more and deeper. But go on.
To some extent, we expect the brain's capacity for learning to be more than that of an animal. Yeah, we expect that. Now, I'm not saying it's definitely true, because I can't tell you how smart a bird is, how smart a leopard is, how
say
smart
that learned behavior is productive or not. It could be
Can I ask, just for clarification,
like you're talking about.
Yeah.
Did he say? Did he say black people are violent and degenerate in the terms of?
I said degenerate. I was trying to, but I was summarizing what he had said that Trocadero day, right? When he bugged out.
Right. Yeah. I get you. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it wasn't
what he was describing about black people that lived in close proximity to each other was degeneracy. They were robbers. They turned into crime. They're this and that. Unlike other races.
Yeah, but we've been shown that.
It's not unlike other races, though. The unlike other races is the L.
Like, unlike other races. So he was like, when white people get together, they're not really indulging in bare crime and
Of course,
that's a lie, man.
Like, around the world, where black people are heavily populated, it's criminality, it's robbing each other, it's degeneracy, it's violence against each other. So I wanted to bring that up to say that look, I'm aware that this is a perspective that Schiffer holds.
Yeah,
there is a lot of that, though. There is a lot of that.
He hasn't really made a good argument.
The reason I didn't argue and make an argument with you or try to fight down the word, even though I didn't say degenerate, the reason I'm not going to try and fight down the word is I just think it opens a great dialogue. So I'm hoping that what we can do is, rather than, I'm going to say something quickly, if that's okay. And I'm not going to go too far off the topic, but I just want to make something clear about the way my mind thinks, innit? Yeah. Great minds, like myself, I perceive Brother Jedi to be a great mind. And certain other people, I'm not going to call out everyone's name, but because it's his channel, I think that's fair. I'm going to say I do perceive Brother Jedi to be a great mind. Because what he will do is he doesn't just discuss the events or discuss people. He will discuss the ideas with you. And he's even inventive with it to a point sometimes where he might not necessarily, like myself, I might not necessarily know something, but I'll still try to give my best answer, just like any scientist with their best guesstimate. And I think that when we get into the idea of, discussing events that happened, we're kind of a bit average, really, if we can only talk about the event, but we can't discuss the idea. When we're only talking about people constantly, I think that.
Once I've done his job, boy.
He wanted to mention me still.
Enough of this.
Bear was. Get to the point, man. You know what I mean? How intelligent you are, and
I don't think it's just black people included.
That's all I wanted to say. The idea don't always have to get personal, but fire away.
Okay. Yeah, we was.
I want to hear nothing personal today. Friday. I want to hear none of that shit, bro. But yeah, go on.
We were just talking about the idea, as I said, the idea of degeneracy. We already kind of established you're a product of your environment, and that this robbing, stabbing, shanking, and doing whatever is as old as England. You know what I mean? And especially
Oliver Twist.
Yeah, as Oliver Twist and all of that. You know what I mean? Rather pick a pocket or two and all of that. So, we have adapted to our environment. Do you get it?
Very much.
We have the capacity to do the most violent shit, but we don't. You get me? We limit ourselves. We hold back. We humble ourselves. We walk around. Oh, sorry. Excuse me. Even though you're the biggest person out here. Do you get it?
Yeah. Were black people not enslaved almost globally, right? And there's been no backlash.
I'm not thinking, my brother. You see what I'm saying? We keep throwing this thing.
With it. If we're talking about
We don't generally all think about slavery.
Wait.
Sorry.
Okay. Vic, what are you trying to say, bro, about slavery? I've heard you mention it a few times.
I don't know, just in the context of where we're talking about with regards to black people and their energy in society, right? In the comment, in response to what Sniper was just saying, I feel like if the majority, like we had the Holocaust, right? And now there's so much like power and economic power, especially been shifted towards the community that was persecuted during that, right? So much sort of societal guilt that puts them on pedestals where they shouldn't be in life, I suppose. And there hasn't been that kind of backlash with regards to slavery or whatnot.
You sure?
Do you know what I mean?
Are you sure?
So I'm not too sure.
Are you sure?
I don't think so,
sure,
no.
bro? Are you
Because
sure?
look
Look at the world. Look at the world, though. Like,
but is it black people like organizing and coming back for that reason?
No, but are we in the process of that though?
I would hope so, but I don't really think it. I think the control's getting tighter.
But I just want control of my own life and my own environment.
Not
to
everything
survive
is as
in
it
my
seems.
environment. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, to survive in my environment, I would have just love to been a neek and just leave it like that. But it's not. It's an environment where you come out your house and man's telling you, yeah, I want to fight you, you black bastard. Try to headbutt you, do all sorts of violence, break bottles, do all sorts, knives, thing. Man's offering you out at school, people coming down to school for you. I live in that world. That's where I was coming from. And I'm saying the propensity for violence, yeah, we overstand it. It's part of where we come from. You know what I mean? We're not all violent at all times.
Did you just compensity us?
Compensity, you know.
Yeah, you're a madman. You're moving.
Sorry.
You know about compensity.
Hey, stay away from Sniper. He's on crud today, bro. Compensity.
Yeah.
Fucking hell. That's right out the Captain Rambo dictionary.
That was Biden 101. Biden 101 for real.
Put it in 101, man.
And I knew what you meant to say.
Yeah, I know, man. I know. You know. You get me? But I'm just saying, like, we're trying to intellectualize something for me that is very simple. When we was talking about violence in our community and black people are violent and always robbing, that's not the truth, right? But what we do have is survival mechanisms. Yeah, you know you're top of the food chain, yeah, but you ain't. That's the humbling thing. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, what keeps you? Yeah, look, no one's gonna mess with me. That's all I want. No one's gonna mess with my brothers and sisters. That's all I want. Yeah, but if it's to fight and put up your dukes, you learned that since you was in Pampers and that. You know what I mean? This is the environment you were grown up in. So,
bro, the same way that we've got certain kinds of community unity out there, examples, black or white, of people who have come together as a community for the sake of the survival of their race or whatever, right? There's also the opposite. There's no particular proclivity for violence when it comes to any one race. Like,
did he say proclivity? I'm out, man.
Is that what we're doing? Like, we're saying one race is more violent than the other, really?
How's man not pulling it? How's not Jedi, where are you, man? How you not pulling up Victor, man?
That's right. I was busy trying to bust joke, yeah. with stuff. I heard it though.
I got it in there.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any more violent.
Any what?
Any more violence going on in one community than the other? It is what it is.
No, our communities are so intertwined. It just depends where you live, how many different types of people are in that community, how many of them you interact with. That's what it is, man. You know what I mean? Like, we're just making some other stuff that don't exist. I don't know about this meeting stuff. All the Indians go and have a meeting, all the Africans go and have a meeting, all the West Indians. No one's doing none of that, bro.
No, but do we not think that there's gun crime and street violence in India and in China?
No, we did mention that. We did. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. There has to be, not there has to be, like, I don't know. I know these things are happening in all the places.
Everywhere.
All of the people are.
But not to the intensity that we have here. That's what I'm saying. Like, we taking the piss.
They often don't have the projects like us. They don't have the stacked agendas against us. There's some of them are a little bit far from city centers where it don't affect them too much.
Right. This is the point. The city. Let's be honest. All of this fuckery comes with living in a city.
The squalor, yeah, from the
right. Not even in squalor. I'm just saying in a city. The idea, the concept of people living on top of people, pause. You know what I'm saying?
No,
We're sardined into an area and, you know, it's mad. It's crazy. You know what I mean? When in other places, the reason the violence is not thing because they're more spread out, maybe.
Spread out, so yeah.
Yeah, like, and we get pounded by enough different frequencies. You can't walk down the road without radio, phone frequencies, Wi-Fi
Wi-Fi is always
like,
mashing
all the buses,
microwave
all the cars,
frequencies, like all different types of frequencies. We're
and then
getting
pylons,
and then putting your food in the microwave. Like what? You ingested
5G shit.
Well, you're not blaming you not blaming microwave for why you lot keep running around with knives and guns.
Yeah,
this is another thing about degenerates.
Because I didn't get my McCain.
Not me.
Yeah, fam. Rustlers in the chips.
You black people want to blame everyone but yourselves. Like it's fucking disgusting. All right, so what about in Africa? What about in the Caribbean when they have 5G? Yeah, what about in the Caribbean?
Brother.
I'm licking down the place.
You still got ghettos.
Yeah.
So what you not say there?
You still got projects. I walk down the streets of Kingston. They got people stacked. You still got people stacked. Do you know what I mean? And it's the same ratio as well. The further you go out in the country when they're spread out.
Now the tenements ain't stacked. What you say? The tenements are stacked, yeah. Favelas stacked, yeah. Now, okay, you call it that stacking. All right.
Of course, if people on top of each other, like.
So are you saying that that's the number one cause? Close proximity.
Nah, just squalor that gets created from like putting people in tight situations. Do you know what I mean?
With close proximity plus poverty,
it creates that poverty because there's a stress on the local immediate resource. Do you know what I mean? Whatever that be.
All right, so I'm gonna go look at poor white countries, and I better be seeing evidence of what you're talking about. To the same level
You find ghettos in Croatia. You find huge estates in the middle of Paris. You find fucking whatever. You'll find this
Holland
the same kind of squalor that we have.
Can I just say something really quickly, yeah? Because I'm going to let you lot continue to fire away with the excuses. But when all the excuses are exhausted, can I be allowed to just give you my rebuttal?
Yeah, exactly. I'm spotting that these men are just going through bare excuses. The wind, the western wind has been scientifically proven to shift your brainwaves to make you more aggressive. Bro, you lot are the spawn of niggers, and niggers are violent because they're dumb. Because they're low intelligence. Low intelligence. Why are you not using low intelligence as a factor for violence? Yeah, you don't want to talk about 5G and radio waves. What about the fact that black people just not as smart?
Nah, some of it's the monkey DNA as well. We can't help it.
Huh? What about the fact that you fuckers just not as smart, bro? That's why you lot killing each other. Yeah?
No.
Fucking stupid.
I can't go there. I personally can't even go there. I can't see that as anything more than trolling or a joke.
Oh, is it?
But what does that mean? That the white half of me makes me more intelligent?
Yeah. No, I would assume because you're mixed race and you got some white genealogy, white people are smarter than black people.
Yeah,
we all know this. Why are we denying it? Look at
all the top CEOs of the Forbes 500.
Why?
Means nothing.
What do you mean means nothing, bro?
The position of power that you put yourself in doesn't reflect how skilled you are in that corporation?
All right, if we share intelligence, then how have they been able to put themselves above us? But we on the same level, intelligent-wise. We've been outsmarted, cuz. And we're so dumb, we don't even want to be
capacity for savagery for a start.
Yeah, we got jiddles.
Well, they just figured out that they're smarter than us.
They were the first to make the East India Trading Company. I think it's a little bit different. Like, I don't think, like someone said, I had a question like this online recently, where someone said, if the situations were reversed and it was black people discovering white people in Africa or whatever, like they'd come from Africa to Europe and discovered it, would it have been the same thing? Do you think white people would have got enslaved? Because we're all human and it's all just the same thing. And I said, no, because I don't think that the cultures have the same MO. Genghis's MO was to just...
I don't think the black people would have been smart enough to find the white people, to be fair.
If we're calling it smart, yeah, they're savagely smart. They did some serious stuff, but it is is like, I don't go beyond that word, to be honest, when I'm thinking about the ways in which they've achieved the positions that they have. Savagery. What? Treating another human being as less than human.
But what if they had the long game in mind? So that is smart. They had all of this that you see now in mind, and they were just thinking like,
I could call it smart.
10 years.
I could co-sign it smart. It's the same way that Hitler's smart.
years
It's the
ahead.
same way that Hitler's clever. It's smart, yeah, but it's not the kind of smart where it's like, I want to be that smart. It's not the kind of smart like the black inventors or anything else like that. It's you know, I think that from
it worked
the
because they own
diminutive
the
positions
patents to them black inventors'
found themselves
devices.
Sorry.
Like you see what you're describing. People, there's a word that sums it up. Yeah, a very good word that sums it up, and that word is cunning.
Yeah.
And cunning is savagery and intelligence mixed. Ruthlessness and intelligence mixed. No? Foresight, strategy.
Exactly that.
It is, yeah.
Cunning.
Yeah.
A cunning animal is a formidable foe.
On a vast level, on a military level. Do you know what I mean?
It's good, yeah. Cunning
will enhance your planning.
It's got a predatory kind of ring to it as well, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. I think of wolves and foxes.
But that's not necessary. Yeah, exactly.
Well, black people not smart enough to foreshadow.
But do you think that is like, you know, that's an admirable trait or what? Like Hitler was very
admirable, man. It puts you at the top, though. Fuck admirable.
Yeah. He was at the top and he went out on his own terms, right? But
he's trying to be admired in life.
I don't know.
Yeah, you trying to win. You trying to win? You trying to be admired, bro.
But there's a difference, like.
And you know what? I guess
in this and the next.
I guess what the non-cunning people are they admired? Do we admire them for being good little fucking runners up?
I do, but I think I'm an anomaly.
Well, in this paradigm that I'm in, playing this advocate, I don't. Yeah. Maybe some other type of gents, but right now for this gents, nah.
They get stepped on.
To be rating the runner up.
Yeah, they get stepped on. And positivity doesn't sell in this world.
It's like us playing cards.
Huh?
It's like us playing cards and me only having access to normal cards, and you got jokers in your hand. Like, come on, I'm losing at it.
That's because I was smart enough to deal. That's what I'm saying.
It's very much like me and JEDI have a beef, right? And we co-sign that you can't like use a fatal move, but man immediately moves to the Cruciatus curse or whatever and just queffs me immediately under the agreement that, or like the duel at dawn, we're gonna take 10 strides, turn and shoot. Man take 9, man take 8.
Ain't no morals. Ain't no morals in war.
You understand? But you're supposed to have it. I don't know. I'm the kind of cunt that will die.
You talking Queensbury rules, etiquette.
Yeah, he's one of them man that says if you got the joker, he says, no, that's cheating. That's not cheating, bro.
The Warriors way in that. The Warriors etiquette and that.
Yeah. But a lot of people like me die. A lot of my kind are gonna die.
Yeah. And if you don't die, you're gonna say you're gonna fall on your sword.
Yeah, you're making excuses. You're making excuses, man. Shit.
Head up, man. You man are so soft. This is how you keep getting raped. This is exactly
all is fair in love and war.
Yeah, because
all is fair in love and war.
I believe.
I'm gonna be fair. I'm gonna be a gentleman. I'm gonna play. I'm gonna honor my opponents, and you know,
chivalry and everything there.
While I bow and that.
Now, Vic, whilst that is honourable, is that wise or intelligent?
No, because like I've been punched cheap shot or whatever before, you know what I mean? Like had my sort of standard exploited, but at the same time I've also had it saluted like crazy. No one would have ever done it that way, Vic. Who the fuck ever had gang beef and turned up on his own to turn it into a 1v1 and then like done it on that day rather than now I've still got gang beef? Do you know what I mean? I've got no ops, no enemies in my life.
I hear you, and it is admirable, bro. But we're talking about on the larger scale now. It's not just relying upon you anymore. It's not just you one. This is everyone. Now. This is all of us.
That's why we are where we are. That's why we're on the down.
This is why we need to think.
Winning. That's why we're being poisoned.
Brother,
that's why we're on the back foot.
This is why it's important to think more collectively. Also,
do you really think we're on the down? Considering everything you just said is like here already and has been for a while, don't you kind of see it now as the reverse, like on the up? Because self-awareness is the first step to change, right?
Yeah, I hear you.
Self-awareness.
Yeah. And have to diagnose it first.
Even being spoken about, the awareness is there. So we're not on the down clearly, right?
I think it depends on what your version of up is. Once you know what your version of up is, then we can come to a conclusive answer on that question.
Well, considering what Vic just described as the down,
I think we're definitely on the down because like we live in this society where, you know, quote MJ.
But bear in mind, Vic's just one man though as well.
Yeah, exactly. And it is just like, it's like an arsehole, isn't it? Everyone's got this opinion, right? So, you know, I do think that the big corporations are that it's not even the big corp. Let's just generalize it, super generalize it. In every industry, I think that evil is has the upper hand. You know, I think the war machine is being used to sell things, products, and keep people in charge. And every other industry is all doing.
But how could it not? If you're lesser than the industry and you're lesser than the institution, then how could it not have the upper hand? Please make sense of that for me.
How could it not have? Well, it depends on what the upper hand is, but I think it's
the upper hand means that you're less. Listen, the upper hand is that you're the lesser. Yeah, you're the lower class, and they're the higher. They're the upper, or they're the more.
I don't view it like that. They call themselves the elites. I'm not really on that.
Or the elite, however you look at it. But either way, we are the lesser, innit? Now, at the end of the day, like, you know, if someone is if someone is in control of the institution is seen as being above the individual. So, you know, if you agree to that type of society, why would you expect to be equal with the institution?
I don't see it like that. I don't see any kind of equality.
Can I say one thing? Yeah, of course. Is the institution? Would you consider the institution degenerate?
I would consider it degenerate, but most people agree with the institution, which is why I'm asking Vic. Obviously, by living in the institution and obeying its rules, paying its taxes or whatever.
I think that we lack the propensity for violence. I think that we lack the catalyst to ignite a revolt of significant strength to overthrow these kind of structures that we found ourselves in. We're a couple hundred years deep into it.
All right, so saying that, now that you've seen the game and what it takes to play the game and win, then would it not be intelligent to adopt those traits if you want to win?
No, I would. Yeah, listen. What happens when you have a fire in your blom, your kitchen, right? You don't run in there with more fire to solve the fire issue. Buckets of fire
could get a nice insurance payout.
I mean, no, you can actually do that though.
You thinking
for
like
that backdraft? If you set another fire to stop another fire.
Yeah, well, exactly. But exactly. But
so it can work. It can work
with water. Everybody knows that you have to run in there with water.
It's not the done thing, but
no,
it can work.
If it's an oil fire, then water
all the oxygen out of the area.
Now we're gonna run in there with a thick cloth, then, or we're gonna run in there.
Cool.
You know what I mean? With the special extinguisher with the foam. But if we're intelligent enough to diagnose the fire now these times, the point I'm saying is, because them evil, it don't mean that we have to defeat them with that evil. You can kill them with the nice, or you could set up something that is just immortal. You know, the kind of political organization that
but we're going away from the conversation now.
Hydrotic organization that cannot be beheaded.
But like I said, we've just
you know what? I totally agree with what you're saying, but I feel like we're going away from the excuses now. Have we done with the excuses?
T say that again.
Have you ever seen anyone win like that, though, Vic?
No one
in the ways that you're saying.
I think
honor and that. Let me tell you something. If you talk about honor and the gentleman's way and that's a trick. Like he knows it. Vic knows it's a trick. It's a trick for us to get the pussios to act with honor, so we can be dishonorable and win.
Yeah, because I noticed that standpoint is complicated in myself because I am not down with the beta male sort of persona taking the chair in society, and suddenly now you're driving. I prefer when the alpha thing, more machismo sort of going on. Do you know what I mean? Like, as opposed to this beta stuff. So although, like, yeah, I would want some sort of equality in society, especially for people that don't have the edge. Like, I don't really think that you should be driving the car. You know what I mean? So there is a give and a take. Do you know what I mean, with both of these things? But
so how do we sort out the behavior of, you know, like what we was talking about, black people killing each other, which is, I believe, like I said, is a degenerate behavior. How does that help solve
black
it?
people for a start, Shift. I think that that's poor people, and I think there's a distinction. I think the two can very much overlap when you're in a white country and they've managed to coagulate and congeal black communities like Sodom in Birmingham or fucking Bangladeshi.
Come on, man. Just taking
bro.
It's coagulate, you know.
Yeah, we go in there. I'm
feeling it. Go on, Vic. Go on, Vic. Come on.
Coagulate, you know. Like,
well, look, when communities have been imported here, they literally would put like 80,000 of them in one place. Shit like that. Do you know what I mean? And that would create the impression that, oh, these black people are violent, or these Bangladeshi stink, or these white people are just fucking low standards, or whatever. Do you know what I mean? You get these social groups because it is what it is. But I think if you like integrated them a little bit more, they would, you know, fill a different role in society, and we might have a different general perception of these people. I'm not too sure if it's because they are Romanian or fucking West Indian, or if it's because they are poor.
Are you saying black people are killing themselves because they're poor?
No, but I'm saying that there are white people involved in black people killing black people, and I'm saying that white people are also
killing black people because they want to kill.
Really?
There's no one involved in that other than other than the society that you live in. What you see on TV and all of that. These are the things. What is known to happen. And you remember, we're getting loads of new people from different parts of the world settling and living with us, and it adds to the fuckery. Do you get what I'm saying? And people want to assert their dominance. Like most of these young youths, they got bare money. They got money. They just ain't got the sense. Yeah.
Nowadays,
and it's so sneaky in the sense that, as I said, they can't take an L. So, like, bro, next best thing, I'll go and order a zombie knife online. Who's broke ordering a zombie knife? Like, we need to stop the nonsense and get grips with reality and what's going on out here, bro. You know what I mean? Our people, yeah, we're violent, bros. Accept it. Yeah, based on the society that you live in. You take someone out of this society and take him somewhere else, maybe he might act differently.
It's like Snipes. I'm not.
Even within it, hold on. Even within it, a lot of us have learned to maintain.
Yeah, but you know my community. I know your community. You're not exclusively black in your part of Tottenham. You're not exclusively black in my part of Leytonstone.
No.
Do you know what I mean? So I just see it as it's not we like them white people that are like fucking busting hoops with us and in our culture and stuff like that. They're just as poor as us. That's what makes them just like us, and they've got just as much, you know, like hard backer in them to back out a knife, or do you know what I mean? Go defend front line or whatever the fuck it is. Do you know what I mean? I've like hardest guy out of my estate is a white guy. Do you know what I mean? They try to run him out like it's predominantly black, but they've come to accept it.
We've been here so long, yeah. Our place on the ladder cannot be just above foreign migrants. It can't be, bro. And it isn't. And you know it isn't. You know what I mean? Everyone's sending their pitney to good school, good nursery, good all of them things education there. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And like we can sit here pondering on certain things that in reality you basically have to live through. You know what I mean? And know what you did in the experience and the environment and how it affects you and your behavior pattern.
Randy, I'm so offended by the
So have you changed stance then, Maku? Are you saying that we are responsible for our own violence?
Of course we are. Like, I never put it on no one. I never ever said that. You know what I mean? I'm saying that we're not degenerate. Now I've heard it. We're not degenerate though. I'm just saying. I don't think we're degenerate so because of it. I feel that no, man. I think it comes from the society that we live in. You know what I mean? What their expectations are on people and all of that. You know, these bait rules we've made for ourselves. Don't snitch. Don't don't blah blah blah. Do you get me? don't pull out a knife and not use it. All of these type of things there, that just came with the society you live in. You know what I mean? Because as I said, the first people with knives weren't us. It was our grandparents. And they had weapons to protect themselves against teddy boys and all of that shit when they first came over. Yeah, because the shit was real.
I hear your argument, but if I'm, like I said from the beginning, yeah, as far as I'm concerned, when it turns into black on black violence and us being violent to our own people, that's a form of degeneracy, in my personal opinion. I don't understand what you're basing it not being a degeneracy on.
No.
To be fair, I don't really get it.
It's an L, but it's not degenerate. It's an L. It's an
and
L.
it's not necessarily a racial thing, though. Like,
and you don't know every circumstance. That's sorry. You don't know every circumstance. So that's what I'm saying. Like you hear 2 black people killed each other. You don't know the reasoning.
Yeah,
you don't know what the one person has maybe violated beyond the violated. You know what I mean? You don't know.
It means
so. Like we can't just say like, oh yeah. Look at that. Yeah, 2 black people killing each other.
And right. That's what's important, really.
It could be. It could be not even that, because we've got down to the level of, remember, postcodes, gangs, and all of that. There's different reasonings for stuff now, and sometimes just normal, family beef. 2 families have been fighting for generations and generations.
Don't like each other. There's money.
Yeah, they don't like each other.
Hello, I am here. Charlie, we made it.
Big up
the G squad. Big up.
Big up.
Man's African accent cannot be that shit. Like, you're gonna have to
work on that. What in the mighty queen is going on?
You have to work on that, brother.
Me?
Yeah. Shit. Fucking terrible.
Shut up.
You have to work.
I don't care, man. I ain't good at.
You sounded like Forrest Whitaker or something.
Yeah, man.
Sounded like Randy.
Black Panther.
Bro, you know what?
Yeah, it's true. You did sound like Randy.
Oh,
for fuck's sake. You said Randy, you know. No, like, you're going too far.
You're
going too far. I can do that fucking accent. How's that? No, I'm joking.
He's gonna have to practice it in the mirror every night. Benny, Charlie. Let's get it right.
Nah, I don't know about that. That sounds a bit pantish, bruv. Love it, man. Oh, yeah.
Can I just say before you say Moshka, I just say something real quickly. Yeah, I feel like
I ain't changing the subject, man. It's a great subject.
Yeah, I really respect you guys' attempts at giving a reasoning behind certain behaviors. But me as a black person, as part of the black community, I don't believe in excuses, and I feel like, even in accepting the Brother Jedi's addition to what I said as degeneracy, really, I honestly believe what that does is that makes the argument stronger. It actually puts me in a really, really powerful position right now to sit back, listen to all the excuses.
That is.
You see, what I got to say in rebuttal. My rebuttal is crazy, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, okay.
Because once you say degeneracy, it's triggering, isn't it? It's triggering. So now we have to then, if we really believe we're not degenerate for that type of behavior, we then have to prove it. And if we can't prove it based on some type of study or some type of information that's plausible, and I'm a Bible reader, so Bible readers, the most simple answer usually is going to be the correct one according to us.
So many people,
I know. I'm just saying, is your decision making based on bias? Because, if you're getting robbed at 13 and thing, you would think this. You would think it's degenerate. You would think it's fuckery. You would think it's da-da-da-da. But it's only meant to be for a moment, G. Yeah, you usually get your own back at some point along the way because you realize, okay, this is how life's treating me. I can't even walk with new trainers, and a man might say, take off your trainers, blood. You get what I'm saying? You're going to have to defend those trainers. You're going to have to defend the chopperitas. You're going to defend the nice chain that mommy bought you.
Isn't that retaliation degenerate as well, though?
Oh, come on, bro. No. It's just
isn't the retaliation degenerate also, though?
No. It's sometimes
what's the Bible say? What does the Bible say? What does the Bible say?
You know what the Bible says, man. You know what the Bible says.
That's what I'm saying then. So what I'm saying, so wait. Is the Most High degenerate? It's the Most High degenerate. Because you tell a man, if a man boxing on your eye, boxing back. See?
Boxing back, man.
Yeah, if your eye tooth for your tooth.
No,
teeth for your teeth.
The Most High is not degenerate. There you go. There you go. So that's why I asked the question. But this is motion. This is why I asked the question, because in retaliation, in retaliation, one second, in retaliation, a crime has already been committed. Now, if the retaliation is to the person who committed the crime, fair enough. But if the retaliation is just to some random innocent bystander, now you're just as unjust as the other person, because he said eye for eye. He didn't say eye for any random person's eye.
Well, that becomes interpretation then, because what happens then? What happens then? For example, the conversation that you're having now, where people are saying, "Well, I see it as a structural problem, right? I see it as the white man's keeping me down, and da 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 da. So now I'm gonna go Black Keith and da 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 and start robbing white people, right? That's my anger towards. That's for me, eye for an eye, right?
Yeah.
So it's all about the perspective of that person, right? If that person turns around and says it's an individualistic thing, that's the case. But like we're hearing here, many people do talk about the systemic things being the root of a problem. You feel what I'm saying? And so that becomes a societal problem, because society then has to pay the price. Say that again?
Yeah, obviously. Fighting oppression is not a crime, but a crime is still a crime, and we do know what a crime is. For instance, we can go to the law and we know what a crime is.
Man,
the perception of it's different. If someone commits a crime against a corporation, I ain't got no problem with it. If someone commits a crime against a small business, I ain't down with that. Like,
what if a black man commits a crime against another black man? Are you down with that? If a black man just commits a crime against another average black man, are you down with that?
What's the crime? Depends on the crime, bro. Depends on the crime, bro.
Context.
Stabbing, robbery.
Stabbing for what?
Are we only
robbery?
doing extra? So
you should get stabbed for.
Shifa, can I ask you a question quickly? Can I ask you a question? Because I heard the degeneracy talk, right? And I'm going to say, you're talking about the stabbings, the killings, and da-da-da-da, right? But they stem from something else, right? So I'm saying to you, right, and I'm not blaming systemic things, right? I'm saying a lot of stabbings and killings are down to turf war, drug war, if we're going to believe that narrative, right? So let's just go with that narrative. That's the case, right? Is the selling of the drug to survive degenerate, in your opinion?
Yes. I'm only talking about the stabbings and the killings and the robberies.
Okay, so
that's the end result. That's all I'm hearing.
Sometimes.
Okay. So the drug dealing is not degenerate.
I would say yes to that.
I would say to no. 1 second. This is what I would say to that. I'd say if the drug dealing is degenerate, then unfortunately the drug dealers live within a degenerate system that has, it distributes drugs to its people.
Right. So again,
I don't blame.
So is the doctor? It's the doctor degenerate that puts you onto addictive painkillers and stuff.
Yes, the doctor is degenerate for more than that reason. The doctor's reasons go even deeper, in the sense of the doctor being part of an institution that wants to sell medicines, and in a lot of cases they know that medicine is not the best case for you to get better, but because of the money that's being made from it, they're going to pump it and push it anyway. So they are the biggest pusher men on the planet, and that makes them even more. If we're going to call the selling of pharmaceuticals or drugs degenerate, then yes, I'll agree. But then that makes all of those institutions degenerate.
100%.
But Shifa, don't you need those degenerate people then? Because where are you gonna pick up your meds or your weed or your stuff like that?
I was gonna drop.
I wasn't calling those people degenerate though. Motion said that.
No. I asked a question. I asked a question if they're degenerate, right? The reason I answered that question is if they're degenerate, because then one would probably say that in order to recognize good behavior, you need to have degeneracy, right?
Does the drug dealer provide a service?
Of course he does, and he might. He might turn. Wait. He might turn around. He might turn around and say, "Well, boy, if I don't sell it, someone else is going to sell it. So why not make money? I've got family to feed, so on and so forth."
And then there's also the person who's buying the drug from the drug dealer. Do they know what they're getting, and do they get what they're expecting to get?
Usually,
depends.
Well, then it's not degenerate, then, is it?
A couple times I've gone for a gram. Couple times I've gone for a gram and it's been 0.8, and I've been fuming.
I hear you. But if there's no degeneracy there. If the person's trying to rob everyone and scam everyone, I charge you for some weed and I gave you flipping grass out of my garden. Yeah, that's the degenerate, because now you're stealing. It's degenerate. I get you. But obviously, as long as they're not going to that
No, but it's not degenerate. It's not degenerate. We understand the hustle. One second.
No, hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish quickly. I'm not calling drug dealers degenerate. I'm calling killing and robbing your own people, and trying to tear down your own people. I'm calling that degenerate. Those three things. Can we write them down? Can we write them things down?
Are you saying
with the intention of tearing down that element of black society?
Are you saying the man them robbing drug dealers back in the day is wrong? Is degenerate? I don't understand.
I can't hear you properly all at the same time, one at a time. But let's just stick to those three premises. Outside of that, I'm not calling the behavior degenerate. As yet, other than things like like the Peter Pan thing, certain other we know this degenerate, but we're not going there. We're just keeping it to these three for now.
So then keeping it there within the context of degeneracy, as in the adverse effect of building something, like generating, it's the opposite, right? How the hell does feeding drugs to your community enrich it or empower it in any way, shape, or form? It doesn't.
Well, this is why
hard food.
Vic. So Shiffer, 1 second.
That's not true.
I think that stems back to how you see community, right? We had this conversation a few weeks back, and it depends on how you see and what you class as your community. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah, but wait, my neighbors' kids are in my community, bro. They're my neighbors, and then my neighbors' kids are not my community, bro. They live in my area, bro.
They might be my kids' friends.
Yeah, but right now they're not. Right now, they're not. So I'm saying to you, it's degenerate to see somebody down the road, know he's a crackhead, right? And say, boy, you know what? I'm out here, bruck. I ain't got no pee. This guy's a crackhead, right? So on and so forth. I'm going to take the opportunity that's there. Right? Now, some people are going to class that as degenerate. That's fine. But some people are going to say it as being opportunistic.
Just like the guy in the sweetie shop. Is he a degenerate? Because he knows he's taking advantage of you. He knows you got an addiction to sugar.
My question stems from the very obvious. How in the fuck now is that zombie crackhead walking around the hood generating anything for your for your hood? But
he's not generating. No, listen. All he's doing is he's pouring his resources. He's pouring his resources into particular companies, which you may call drug dealers, but effectively they're companies, and they're completing transactions and growth in wealth. Now that would be called generation. That would be called generating wealth. So we can't call it degenerate if it's generating something. The drug taker. Hold on 1 second. The drug taker would not necessarily be any different if there was no drug dealers in the world. That doesn't mean they wouldn't still find a way to find the drugs anyway. And the fact that they have to pay for the drugs, the fact that they have to pay for the drugs probably helps that situation. Because
Shiffer, let me give you this argument. Shiffer, let me give you this argument. Let me just give you this argument quickly. Give me literally a short one, bruv. What about if I was to turn around and say, man, I'm on the road, I'm rolling around with shanks, they're looking to murk something, boy, they would die by somebody else's hand. I might as well do it myself.
Might as well just do it, allow it. Allow it. And look, why
that's not an equal comparison. So
why, bro? Wait, bro. Do little pussios not walk around with knives to protect themselves because they're scared of the big bad fucking shanker man, bro? Yep. Stop it, bro, and do little puss. My own little brethren, bro, got shanked up by a little pussy old and dead rude, but it's his own fault. He shouldn't fuck with the youth. But hear the joke thing. The youth scared of society, right? So he's rolling with the thing, fam. Now I'm saying to you, is he degenerate for being a pussy old and scared? He's a degenerate for carrying life and stabbing a man, right?
I can now say that again. I didn't really hear you.
To you, the guy's argument. If I made that argument, well, he's carrying a shank and he's gonna go and do what he's doing anyway. So I took him out before he got me, right? Is that okay to say? Is that not degenerate? Because that's the argument you're making for the drugs.
No, it's not the argument I'm making for the drugs. It's a complete different argument to what I'm making. The argument I'm actually making for the drug dealer, the argument I'm actually making for the drug dealer is this.
Ludicrous. The argument you've made, I understood it. Shift.
Can I finish it? Let him say it. You don't know it. You don't know it. You don't know the argument. Brother,
I know you're Shiffer. To be fair, I did cut off Vic. Let Vic say what he's saying, please, brother.
Go on.
And the only reason, because Shift, right? You're focused on the positive of in the transaction, drug dealer and nitty. You focused on the fact that the level up for the drug dealer's pocket. It's generate for the community, or it's generation of wealth because the money went to that company, as you put it. Now, that is not the end of the transaction, though. Another product went the other direction, and then what that person has to do to get, or what that person has to do via the high or wherever, that's not generate. And it much more than balances out the fact that the drug dealer got rich off of the transaction when he's got to go and fucking stab someone or grab a granny's purse or do whatever the fuck they've got to do to get the
have
for the
to.
next hit.
That's not fair, bro. You can't say he has to. You can say when he goes and does it, but you can't say when he has to. That's not fair. Because nobody does it.
He's chasing a high when we're talking about class
I
A.
get you, brother. I totally respect your point. I fully get your point as well. And the point I'm trying to make to you, brother, is that person still has choices, just like you. Now, is it me to tell a person that they don't have the right to get into an aeroplane and jump out of an aeroplane? If they're doing it, it's their own fault, but I can't tell them they can't do it, because them as a human being, they have rights. So the same way I can't tell a person you can't jump out of an aeroplane with a parachute or jump off of a bungee cord, it's the same way I can't tell a person you can't do drugs. I can't tell you that. I could advise you against it. Listen, hold on 1 second. I could advise you against it. I could be like, I could be a drug dealer, just like the hospital drug dealers or the pharmaceutical drug dealer who says, you know what, if you're going to take these drugs, don't take too much of it and don't do too much of it in a short space of time. I could give you all sorts of advice and try to coax you out of it. Say, bro, do you know what? It's not even really good for you, You shouldn't really be doing this to yourself. But the fact of the matter is, I cannot deprive you of your human right. If you want something, you're entitled to it.
No, I'm not questioning whether you're condemning it or whatnot, right? It's the classification of it as degeneracy or non-degeneracy, whatever. Do you know what I mean? Like it's a cycle that could be defined as a degenerate cycle. Do you know what I mean? Class A drugs in society, in particular, is what I'm talking about, and even misused pharmaceuticals as well. Also
sorry, don't those
but who are you to tell people what to do with their life?
Sorry, don't those class A drugs come with extreme violence at certain times?
Yeah, degeneracy.
That's what I was trying to say about before about we're talking about the degeneracy, but the actual
but you're now going to class A drugs. I'm just saying drugs. It could have been class.
I was just using that as an example, but pharmaceuticals form in that category as well. Just as I said.
No, the reason why you've got to put that in there because these young people are fighting. There's people getting revenge over people from 20, 30 years ago, bro, because a man robbed a man and a man got shot or You know what I'm saying to you, these beefs are still going on and these people are still carrying out these beefs. Yeah.
If the drugs weren't illegal, do you think that would still be happening? If the drugs wasn't criminalized, do you think that would still be happening?
There's a good question. There's a good question. I don't think many of us could
answer.
Yeah,
you see where I'm going now.
But Shifa, I hear you. But years gone by, a man could jewel a man at dawn and Ross Clark stab him in his chest. Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
and it was
I hear you, and you see years ago, motion. You see what the problem is, motion. 1 second. You see the problem is, this is what we do. Yeah, we sit up here in our generation. We say years ago things were bad.
And alcohol and cigarettes, bunga, are degenerate. Alcohol is liquid poison. Cigarettes contain fucking hundreds of poison.
Don't ever disrespect rum, bro.
A better standard of living. So, to my personal knowledge, I'd say that would mean that we probably would be better off going back to some of the older styles of living.
Pause. Returning to the older styles of living. I don't know about going back.
Bonga.
All right, returning.
Hit him with club.
Say that again. Hit him with what?
I said, onga bonga, shifa wrong. Hit with club.
That was funny though. That was funny.
Nobody killing each other for alcohol and cigarettes. I'd say people are dying over alcohol.
Of course they are. The people that die from alcohol are some of the
not just that though.
They're being killed by the producers.
No, let's not even argue of the people dying from alcohol and stuff like that. Let's argue for the people that go out and commit crime because they're alcoholics. And do you understand me? So to say like that was
even just casual binge drinking on the weekend and then
exactly.
Right.
So this is a cultural thing, right? Cultural norms.
Yes, yeah, of course, it's down to perception. That's what the point
I've
is
always
being
said
made.
this is a subculture, and the gang crime, the gang culture is a subculture
of Britain,
different of different communities. Because there's gang culture in China. You got triads, you got all different kinds of things. So there's, and that's what you're gonna find. You're gonna find that people, and a lot of these people are fucking in the system. Let's not get it twisted. They're in the system. They've got a foothold with people within the system, so they go untouched.
Sorry, did they laud and make famous their violent criminals? Of course they do.
Bruv.
Of course they did. It was only just it was less than a decade ago we were all smoking indoors in pubs.
Innit? On the bus,
cars, while driving.
Yes, I grew up. We could smoke on the bus, fam.
Everywhere.
Fucking bus, man.
They have smoking sections on the bus, bro, and the train.
Get a little
And the train, bro.
It was
first class and all that. You don't know.
On the train, yeah, man. Someone, yeah.
And on the airplanes.
Underground. I'm talking underground.
Fucking hell. Those are
coming back late.
Yeah.
Night bus. Oh shit, it was peak.
The night bus zoo. Jeez. The long one back from
everyone's
Central.
On there, fucking.
Come on.
Skinheads. Everyone's on there. Goths. You get me? And the man.
Silk cut. we know about silk cut. You get me?
Yeah.
Little holes.
Come on. I'll put Rizzler on that.
Can't lie.
Come on, put the Rizzler around the silk cut. You get me?
There's a proper cigarette, grown people cigarette.
Man. You can't get a drag on that, bro. You got Rizzler.
Stop doing it.
I've only got silk cut. You thought you were smart. You know the man, they thought they were smart. I've only got silk cut. Come on, bro. You know, I usually got Bensons and that. Like, you're taking a piss, bro.
Man, Bunga, if a man tried to pass me a Marlboro Red, I used to dash it in your head.
No, no more, bro. They said that was made from camel shit. Allow it. Smart like it too.
Camel shit. Everyone called it camel shit. Who tasted camel shit, man?
I don't know. But it was like,
apparently they heard it from the Eritreans, but that's another story.
You smoke Marlboro. That's what it is. Your breath. Allow it.
But the wickedest thing is American Marlboro are like British beds and veggies and vice versa. Or vice versa.
I don't know, man. I had a Marlboro Red in Morocco one time, and that shit almost got me high. True say,
that's Morocco.
High. What are you talking about?
That's Morocco. That's some shit, bro. They might have put
that meat. They might have put that putrid meat in there.
Whoever had a craven beef.
I also got to say, when hitting that cigarette, like my lungs felt like they were gonna collapse. I've never felt smoke so heavy in my life.
Straight,
like
dense and rough, like a fucking thorn bush.
I know, man.
Mad.
I went to America.
Are you, man? Can we conclude this previous conversation then?
Yeah,
you took the W, fam. You took the
W. Did that wrong. Bonga bonga.
Bro, stop calling the man's name like that, bro. What am to?
I know, man.
Carl out, man. Yeah. What am your name, Carl?
So is there any other issues you'd like me to take into consideration before I rebuttal? Because I just wanted to make sure you got it all out, so then it's not going to be back and forth constant.
Right, I beg you don't use the phrase back and forth when you're saying buttle, please.
Yeah.
Please.
Wow.
Don't just
leave it alone.
The English is fine. The English is fine. Your application of it is what's the problem. Your application of the English is the problem.
Yeah, I'm an African, that bitch.
I know your application. It's like Jamaicans can't even eat a banana nowadays, man. You have to do. Yeah, you can't even eat a banana. You have to cut it down.
No, sir. We slice planting. No, we slice up planting. We don't eat banana. No. Sir.
Yeah, you have to blend. You have to blend them things there.
Yeah. Blend up that. And when I blend banana,
that bottle. That's that bottle. It's not even the word.
You don't drink it though. You blend it, but you don't drink it.
Good, man. Come on, Blue Red. You know how the thing go. What you mean?
You must have a couple more points that you want to make though, because I kind of feel like you got sidetracked into like some long-winded ones.
What about the degeneracy?
Yeah, I know there's more. I know you have more to say. I know you definitely.
I feel like we've all got to have different opinions on it because some of us will look at it from maybe the root of things, and other people will look at it on the surface. And obviously, for you, you're categorizing it into three specific areas. You get what I'm saying? And
yeah,
it's
the general behavior.
Yeah, but it's a lot more difficult to kind of offer a counteraction. See how I did there? Offer a counteraction to your points, because most of us are sitting there like, we don't like to see our young people killing each other and deading and dead. You understand me? So that's an emotional thing for us, right? So we're less likely to offer a counteraction to those three main points. Do you feel what I'm saying? But for me, there's a whole plethora that leads to that part there. You get what I'm saying to you? But that's how it is, man.
And you see what you said there, yeah? The thing that leads to it. What did you say? Plethora. I don't even know that word, but well done. So this whole this whole plethora is that leads to it.
Friday, man. Come on, man. Big word Friday.
What I'd like to say is about this plethora, is this, and I'd like you to complete this exercise with me. Pause, but you know what I mean. I mean intellectual exercise. Now, when I was younger, I was told a very simple phrase, and like I said, Christian Bible reader, growing up, I'm still a Bible reader now, so I like to keep things simple. And I'd like to know if anyone else has ever heard this. You can't change the world unless you change yourself. And I was told this by someone when I was pointing out things in the world that I didn't like. Now, has anyone else ever been told that or heard that?
It's in the Matrix,
the Man in the Mirror.
No, it's not Michael Jackson. It's not Michael Jackson, no. It's a very popular phrase. I just wanted to know if anyone else had ever heard it.
I'm not gonna lie, I zoned out. Can you say the phrase again?
Songs about it.
Can you say the phrase again?
There's a very old phrase here. It says, you can't change the world unless we can't.
God, we can't change the world.
We can't change the world unless we change ourselves.
Who said that? Poetry.
If you want to make the world a better place,
quite a popular phrase.
Take a look at yourself.
I don't know where it comes from, but someone said it to me.
Nah. He also said nah.
No one ain't found Shamon yet. No one's found it.
Okay. So none of you agree with. So everyone thinks that statement is foolish. Then no one agrees with that statement. You think you can't. You don't change the world by changing yourself. You change the world by changing something else.
I don't know.
So again, it depends on what you consider the world, right? For me, my world doesn't extend to fucking China and Japan. So no, I'm going to change my world, which is that around me.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, but my world.
As I said, you're putting pressure on yourself, like with the whole world thing and the whole black community thing, and it's a lot, man. Just deal with what you can deal with, man. Deal with self first.
At some point, when you're not ready to answer the question, hold on, before you make another point, would you not please, would you do a bit of due diligence and actually answer my question respectfully? Because obviously you lot started joking and stuff. I was joking with you now. Now you want to get serious again. So, seeing as we're serious again, can you actually do the due diligence and answer my question?
Shaifa, have you heard
Is that okay? If you're not going to answer my question, what line is
I know what lion is.
Be the change. Be the change you want to see.
Yeah, man. Platitude. Great platitude.
Yeah, great stuff, man.
Yeah, man. All that's
whatever,
man. I don't know, man.
Whatever that makes you feel.
Yeah, this is bro. See, when I hear them kind of talk there, I hear them talk there being used by all kinds of people with letters and pushing that kind of talk there. If you know what I'm saying, you must stop. If you want to change the world, you must start with yourself. Well, yeah.
Why would that stop?
Yeah, but Motion, can you answer the question, please?
Wealthy
can you answer the question, please, Motion? Do you believe it to be true or false?
My view?
I get you, but I'm just asking you. You think it's false?
I don't think so. No, because
we
live in a world where you have. Let me finish, bro. I think we live in a world where you have to adapt to your environments, and sometimes, you have to descend into maybe what you call degeneracy or other people call degeneracy in order to survive or what. And so
would
on
that
and so
be you changing yourself, though?
Bro, let me finish what I'm saying.
Wouldn't that be you changing yourself?
What I'm saying to you is, bro, that change that you make, depending on your circumstances and how you see the world, that could negatively or positively affect your world, right? But you changing yourself might not affect your world either.
But you do agree then?
Did me wait, did me changing my world
then?
Stop people from killing each other? Wait, brother, did me changing my world stop people killing each other in Peckham? It's got worse. It's got worse.
No, not changing
I'm
your
gonna talk to a man. He's gonna say how much bullshit you got. No, that's what I'm saying. Yes, and hear what I said to you. Did me changing myself stop you from getting killed up in Peckham?
Nope.
I didn't ask you that though.
No, but he's making an example of the fact.
That's not what I asked you. I said, do you believe the threat? Brother, listen, he's giving me examples. I get that, but all I asked is quite a simple question. It's quite sorry, Vic. 1 second, brother. It's quite a simple question. Do you believe this statement to be true or false? I expect the answer to be true or false.
Negative.
Did
you answered and then gave examples.
I got you. He says he thinks
it might not be the answer you'd like to have.
The rest of the example, I don't really need the rest of the example. I just need to understand if anyone else thinks it's true or false. Motion thinks it's false, but then in the statement, it seemed that you thought it was true. Which is
Shifa, no, Shifa. In conversation, right? What we should all try to do is not ask somebody simple yes or no questions. And I'll be guilty of it certain times when I'm trying to force home a point, right? But I'm saying, bro, that doesn't allow good dialogue and for people to actually qualify what they you understand me?
That's what never stopped you. That's why I didn't stop you.
Right, so within that question, you can't be saying, is it true or false? You just got to say, guys, what do you feel about it? Do you feel like it's a true statement or a false statement? Not is it true or false? Because that is like, it doesn't lead to further conversation. You know what I'm saying? It is a leading, like, you understand me?
I hear where you're going, motion. I hear where you're going, but I wasn't trying to lead to further conversation. I was trying to ask you a quick question on the fly, so it was leading to another question about something relating. So I needed to know whether you thought that statement was true or not before I could ask you the rest of my series of questions.
No, I hear that, brother.
I appreciate I appreciate you sharing your full dialogue as well. And the reason I didn't stop you is because I actually prefer you to give a full dialogue like that. I actually prefer for you to give a full dialogue like that. But within your dialogue itself, I became a little bit confused, and I started to think that you was agreeing with the statement to some extent. That's what I was saying.
I said no. My question was, I don't think it's true. I said I don't think it's true, and then I asked you, did me changing my life change the environment which I derived from?
Hold up. What part of when he said did him changing his life and all the examples he gave, what part of that made you think he agreed with your point?
Because if he's changed his life, if he's made a change, as far as I'm concerned, you have to change yourself. Like, for instance, he said, I've changed myself now to be accustomed to the environment. If I have to go out and do whatever I have to do to get whatever I have to get. Now, I'm saying that still you making a change and accustoming to your environment to change your benefits of the environment. That would also, I know it's not it's not exactly what you said, but that's what I took from what you said. So if you just allow me for a second, then you can clear out. You can, brother, please correct me afterwards. I'd really love to be corrected. I just want to finish saying so you can understand why I was thinking what I was thinking, innit? So obviously, if I've misheard you, please quote yourself correctly. But from what I understood in what you were saying, someone changing their being in a mad circumstance, changing their original thought patterns to be in one of, if I have to rob whatever I have to do to get whatever I have to get, now that doesn't change the environment. Now, my answer to that question would be, it does change the environment, because in my personal opinion, even if you change a small fraction of the environment still changed. But please correct me now what you wanted to correct me on.
So first and foremost, the point I made about being one of them people that adapt to the environment around me, I would say, and you should know this, that would have been the former version of motion that you knew, right? That would have been the person that was up on the roadside, adapting to my environment, doing what I had to do to get what I had to get, right? That would be that person. I'm saying me changing from that person and being some go to work, fill out fucking tax forms and shit like that, that person, right, has that stopped or affected the community which I grew up in? And that hasn't.
It hasn't stopped. It hasn't stopped or affected the community in the environment you grew up in to the extent that maybe you would have liked. But I would imagine it has to some extent. And also, I'd imagine that it's affected your immediate environment, because the community you grew up in right now, from what my knowledge, is not one that you live within. So to that extent, it has changed your environment.
Yeah, but it's not affecting my community here. And it's not affecting my community.
But it is. No, it is though, because the community you're in now doesn't get the motion they would have got before. They get a different motion to one that was in the area
that's
you grew
irrelevant.
up in.
But no,
so
because that's irrelevant. Because no, it's irrelevant. You know why? Because that whole change was because part of me back then would have sought to make an impact on the community that I'm within. Doesn't matter where I go, right? So I would have made a positive or negative impact on that community anyway.
What was the question again?
Whose question?
Shifa asked you a question. What was the question again?
Do you believe that you have to change yourself if you want to change the world?
Change your environment, change the world, yeah.
Well, if you're saying, do you have to? I'll say no.
I believe I'm right on this motion, but I do appreciate you having the opposing.
Because you cut out. It's because you cut out. But here, what I'm saying to you is this: I don't affect my community here. Well, it's not my community for a start. They're my neighbors, right? So I don't affect it in a positive or negative way. I'm a member.
I never said do you have. Then you let me finish, bro. It was a quote that I said. I said the quote was, "We can't change the world unless we change."
Do you know what the thing is? Yeah, you really, really, really hate when people cut you off. Yet Motion's been talking, and this is like the 7th, 8th time I've been counting that you've done it. But you proper hate when people do it to you. Like, there needs to be some type of self-awareness going on. Like, come on, please.
I've probably got some kind of a delay, because it sounds like people are silent, and then when I'm talking, obviously it's interrupting other people. I don't know what's happening.
Okay.
Cool.
Anyway,
fair enough.
I'm saying, me picking up myself out of that community, right, and moving out to the countryside, yeah, I'm saying, right, you might say it's affecting the community I'm here today. I don't class that as that. I class this as a place that I live. In the same way the workplace that I work, I class that as a place that I work. That is not my community, right? The community is where I'm from. The community is where my heart is. Do you understand me? And I'm saying to you, me picking up myself and bettering myself, right, and staying away and trying to bring forth better understanding and conversations and them kind of thing there, it hasn't changed that community that I'm from. So can me fixing myself change the world? No, I don't agree with that, because the evidence has shown that it doesn't. Do you understand me? Now, can I change my world? Okay, yeah. Classes around me specifically, right now? Then yes, I can. I could use my example of the life I've had and talk to my little brothers and sisters, my nieces and nephews, and show them that ain't the way to go. But here the joke thing: the trappings of the world outside will be much more powerful than the sway of uncle.
No message,
especially when uncle's not there on a daily. To keep
I definitely hear your point, Moshe. Can you hear me?
Go on. Thingy was saying something. Was it teaser? So.
No, I was just saying, especially when you're not there to reinforce it on a daily, but the world around them is like, it's just constantly there. They see it every day. It's reinforced. Whereas when you're talking to them, it's what, every other day, every week, or something like that. It's not the same.
I wonder where man thought man learned to be a sniper at. If it weren't the television. Colombian necktie, television. How to kidnap man and put man in the boot, television.
Or put them in the
Motion,
shower.
what was your point again? What was your point again, Motion? Because I do you know what, bro? I'll be honest, I kind of forgotten it. I'll be honest, bro.
If you're gonna make the world a better
that's a disrespect, you know.
I was just about to say that's disrespectful.
You know what? No, you made a point, innit? I did want to respond to you, but because obviously there's a few points being made in between you. I am struggling to kind of remember what you said. I'm not gonna lie to you.
No points ain't being made in between me, bro. I'm sorry.
Yeah, mad.
It sounds that way. It sounds like people are making points in between your points.
You mean talking? You mean
when you can't see the grey area between the 2 points and you look at everything black and white, that's called autistic thinking. That's autism.
Okay.
That's what. I'm not saying you got autism.
Are we going to take the conversation somewhere else, or are we going to allow motion to allow motion to say
we're just going with the flow, man.
That I can go back to the conversation.
Motion.
Can you repeat what you said? You know what? I'll come back.
Yeah, jump in and out. Yeah.
He's very sophisticated. In other words, you can't break him down to a yes or no or a black and white answer. He's always going to give you the grey area as well. On top of that. Do you understand? If you can't take on that information, then the problem is with you. Yes.
Man said giving up the grey area. Pause.
Yeah, I'm like, who are you talking about? Please. That's why straight back. You shut your mouth.
Why would you go with those bars?
Yeah, I don't even know what you was asking because I was like, right. Is he complimenting, man?
Where's the pause in that?
Yeah, it was like, right. Anyway, that's all right. Cool.
What,
you know what?
By the way,
I don't know what a grey area is code for, but to me, grey area is like if I'm asking you a yes or no question and you're saying, well, it depends, then I'm putting forward the grey area. That's what I call a grey. I don't know what you look call that.
When you're putting forward something and you're saying ends and we're talking about grey areas, we need to pause.
Man, drop bars, gems, and that's what emotion grey area. It's an insult to man's gems. Like man drop bars,
Maybe I used the wrong terminology.
Like, what are we doing here, man?
Hey, Mackie, is Jedi gone? Huh? Is he gone somewhere? Is Jedi gone?
Man. He's busy.
Okay, say nothing. I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. Yeah, let's just change the conversation for a bit, innit? Because I feel like everyone's a bit restless.
Don't do that, bro.
No, I was trying to talk here, but
do that, man. So what if you ain't got the right? You can't talk.
No, brother. This is what it is. Obviously, I'm the only. No, I'm letting other people talk, but I'm saying I'm the only one with an opposing point of view at this point, innit? So I'm going to allow you lot to have the conversation.
Skillful.
Yeah, you lot switch it.
We can bounce off that. We can bounce off it.
Yeah, do whatever.
Yeah, man.
And when Jedi comes back,
why are you trying to give us direction? Why are you trying to give us direction?
I'm just saying, when Jedi comes back later, I'll do my rebuttal. I'm not trying to give anyone direction.
This is a monster, bro.
When you come back later, I'll do my rebuttal because I don't think I'm going to get to do it.
Not that deep. Sheffer, look, people come on here to discuss topics, to catch joke, to just go with the flow. And when the conversation's bouncing, it might go here, there, everywhere. We might come back, we might not. That's just how
but I'm
goes,
deep,
man.
brother. I'm deep. I'm into deepness, innit? I'm not into it. So I'm going to go on mute for a while. And when Jedi arrives back, pause.
Yeah, the deepness.
Heavy pause, as Vic would say.
Continue. Yeah, continue, man. Heavy. I get that. You know what it is? You know what it is? It's like what I said earlier. You see, great minds like to discuss ideas. Inferior minds, not so much. So I'm gonna let you lot talk, and
I just want to clarify. Motion ain't bouncing off nothing and nobody. Okay.
Yeah, of course.
No bounce.
For the record,
yeah. And we ain't. I'm stopping down. Listen.
There's too many, innit? There's too many.
I'm fucked up.
Yeah.
I'm fucked up.
Regardless, I don't know. That's fucking hell.
But people slap the fucking like button as well.
Yeah, man.
The French man, slap the like button, share, subscribe. You done know, hit the PayPal, Cash App. You know how the blood clot thing go, man. It's Friday, man. You got me? Man, come looking for you.
In my eyes.
Just think, just between the two of us here, three of us, we got.
Wow.
Well, let's say between the four of us, you got over. Let's say between the five of us.
What about if there was 9 or 10 of us?
Let's say between the five of us, you got over.
But what about if there was 9 of us? What if there was 9? What if there was 9?
You got 150 years worth of experience, right?
What if there was 79 years?
Wow.
I'm just saying people should appreciate that and put some money towards the channel.
Why don't we appreciate life in itself in general? Why don't we just appreciate life?
Man, Shiffer, listen, just to appreciate life, it's good to show your appreciation, by showing appreciation to those that bring something to your life, whether it's that 5 minutes laughter, whether it's that shock factor. That is what life is about. Now, if you're sitting here, you've been here for 20 minutes and you heard a conversation or something that made your ear say, right, you know what, that's true, then click the like button. That's it. Share the love. That's what I'm saying, man, because that's what life is.
I hear that still. Good point. Very good point.
Shifa, have you ever heard of something called neuroplasticity?
Wow, Google now. Carl, you're going too far.
Khan, don't start, man. Don't start.
I know.
Hey, Carl, man.
I know.
Khan, don't start.
Why you keto beef? Why are you keto beefing?
Man's playing 5-dimensional chess. Like, what's doing?
Fuck's sake, man.
Khan knows this is what I give it.
I tried to see the other day
if he
called.
goes onto that topic.
Have you heard of this thing called Turkish Delight? Have you heard of that?
Yeah.
Fuck's sake.
Yeah, it's nasty, man.
Why Turkish Delight was so amazing at the time when it was invented is because it was before the invention of gelatin.
Nah, it's gross. It's gross. It's absolutely
No,
right.
I'm not a fan of that thing. I'm not a fan of it.
It's rank, brother. It's rank.
Sounds like folklore.
I've been Turkey and I've been to where they make it fresh, and I still didn't like it.
Man, hey, listen, if you know,
gross.
you know the ends here. I used to go to Adventure Playground, at fucking Cambo, and my brethren, we moved to the petrol garage, on Woolworth Road, on Woolley Road, to the petrol garage, and fucking my brethren's sister stole her ass like Turkish Delight, right?
She chucked it because it was disgusting.
Like, listen, what you know?
So bad she took it back.
She dashed it, but she dashed it on her brother's jeans, right?
Nah.
But it was an accident, right? But the brother got pissed, so he went home and Rascal snitched on her, bro. It was mad because we was outside the house listening to the beating, rude, but.
I'm not gonna lie. After that experience, I didn't think Turkish was so delightful. I didn't think
the Turkish Delight massacre. But
you know why I like Turkish Delight?
I really didn't find Turkish delightful after that, though, boy. I really didn't.
Nah, I thought I liked Turkish Delight
ever since
because I got it mixed up with Angel Delight.
Allow it. Now you got scammed. They bumped you, man. They bumped you. Don't have it. They bumped you.
I didn't realize, innit? So when I asked for Turkish Delight, I was thinking, Angel Delight in my head, innit? But I didn't know the difference. And that's
what is that thing? What is the thing? What is that thing made of?
I remember Angel Delight.
What the one you buy in the shop?
No, so what is it? So it's chocolate and something else. What is that purple thing? That jelly type?
Jelly, innit? Jelly.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
but that's not the real Turkish Delight.
No, that's the one.
Turkish Delight's like got a hard shell and thing and like.
That's the chocolate.
I like thingy Turkish candy floss. If you had Turkish candy floss, it's nice.
Right.
When you put the word,
how's it different to normal candy floss?
It's more like Stricklock. It's like boxed up, like it's all like flattened up, like it's different. It's not like you think about candy floss. Like candy floss is like, imagine it being like an afro.
No, but it's
only
like
drugs in it.
Like a big puff.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean. I've seen it.
Locked up.
It's shaped like a fan.
It's flat.
Locks up.
Would you buy a Turkish Ferrari?
No, man. What is that? Would you buy a Turkish Ferrari?
No, definitely.
I wouldn't even buy a Turkish Ferrero Rocher.
I heard that Turkish candy floss is shaped like an obelisk.
Stick to what you're good at, man.
Yeah, stick to what you know, innit?
Yeah, man.
Like a
don't start
Turkish
going out the race.
Stick to Larmagen.
Man said Turkish Xbox, you know.
Like go to baklava. Allow it.
I don't think the word Turkish
banging,
before
bro.
stuff is really the one.
What's banging?
I drink a lot of water from the mountains of Turkey.
Like them things.
I do as well, but I rotate it. I buy Romaine.
I see what you're doing.
Yeah.
I see what you're doing, cuz.
Yeah, but Khan said he likes the baklava.
I didn't say it, though. I didn't say it.
Khan likes the baklava.
Yeah.
Wow. Shifa never missed that one.
You're a sick guy, Khan, man. You're a sick guy. You agree to it as well.
Them man, they deal with black oil.
Baklava.
Baklava.
Baklava. It's getting worse.
Sounds like
I thought it was
Turkish,
baklava.
We was
Turkish
watching that
oil
thing yesterday
wrestling
about
match.
Morocco.
Yeah.
And I was like, look at
And
the
he's
olive oil
giving
on
him the
table. And I was
baklava.
like,
Mad.
you would notice that.
Yeah. Rear naked baklava. Mad.
Baklava, fuck it.
Lava, you need some lava in your back for that. Boy.
Lava
Lava.
beans.
Wow.
Lava beans.
You need lava in your back. What? What? What are you talking about? What type of lava are you talking about?
Lava.
Bruvs.
I think what the kind of lava that when you was ucking the cat. That lava.
Hey, listen, we need to reset the convo. We need to reset the convo.
That's Mr. Lava.
We call that cat lava. Cat lava.
You know, like
cat
lava. We need to reset this pro.
This is your fault. You did listen. You not put the conversation in this direction.
No, it's God, man. You know when you play dominoes and there's a 5 there and someone puts a 4, the game's over.
No, I'm blaming you, Moshe, man. You wanted to change the conversation. It's your fault, bro.
I didn't say it. You saying so? You saying lava in back and all them things and that's stuff, man. That's Princey, MJ-ish. That's genuine-ish.
Why are you saying 2 of his favorites?
Why?
No, you're wrong.
Bobby Valentino.
2 of my favorites. That's 2 of your favorites. Your generation for Prince.
I just want to get to know you.
What in the Donald Jones am I hearing?
What in the Cisco?
I want him on John.
I wanted John B. Yo, what's going on? You know, like it's Friday, I feel to just draw for the rum, you know, but it's a bit early.
Yeah, I'm gonna go shop later.
That's alcoholism, man. Whoever sold that to you, man, they're degenerate.
Yeah, man, that's the generosity shit, man. Yeah, man.
Generosity.
You get me? Makes man freestyle better as well, so it's all good.
This guy drinks wine, I think.
Man said swine, drinking swine. What?
Wine and cheese.
Why are you drinking swine?
Mad.
So you don't drink, you don't smoke, Schiffer? What's going on?
Yeah, I smoke. I don't drink though. I've never really been a drinker.
Yeah, just like a social drink.
You can't smoke because of your job.
Yeah, but that's not an issue.
No, we had a conversation. We had a conversation a couple of days ago. Not gonna lie. We had a conversation a couple of days ago. Schiffer, you need to bun some weed, blood.
Yeah, man.
Okay. No, that's not the truth. That's not the truth of it, though. You see, the thing is, bro, yeah,
you had his back. That's a good friend right there, man. You
see the kind of work that I'm in, brother. You see the kind of work that I'm in, brother. You see the type of work that I'm in, brother. Once you're in the door, then it's not such a big issue. But when you're, you know, when you're trying to get your foot through the door in a certain types of business, it's mad.
Pause, Dukin.
Yo, this combo is crazy. Yo,
well, putting your foot through a door is not important, but baklava, fucking hell, man. Brother, baklava, brother, you should get reprimanded for that. Yeah. You should be getting reprimanded for the baklava, bro. We've not even been funny. That's serious.
Reprimand what?
You should be getting reprimanded for the baklava and them talks. So that's not that's the general.
No, he said mans. No, to be fair, he said mans, not manned. Allow it. Oh, stop trying to light skin up man's talk.
Reprimand. I mean, I don't know about that. I said reprimand.
Again, those borderline coolie stuff.
Schiffer.
Yeah.
How many children you got?
More than me.
Wow.
Have you? If I ask you a question, right, based on your own experience, can you answer this?
No.
To what extent, yeah? Is
I just said no. No,
hold on, man.
Left it alone.
So, Khan, how about you? Khan. Listen, sorry, before you go, brother. How about you ask the question to the panel? And then we might say something that's disagreeable.
The thing is, to answer this question, you have to have at least more than one child.
Yeah, man, go on, man. We have one lead, man. We have one lead.
Yeah. To what extent, is a person's the personality or the character, let's say, to what extent are you born with that? Because you know when you got a kid and then you have another kid and then you notice the difference between them, like from the beginning, you're like, to what extent is a person already that person?
But can I just add to that just quickly, Carl, maybe because it modifies your question slightly from your own perspective? It's not just
Carla. Go on.
It's not just one person.
There was elements of a Carla there. I'm not even gonna lie to you. You spot on, Khan. There was elements of a Carla earlier when he was talking.
Fire in the booth now.
Yeah.
Listen.
Doing these extra long words, extra big words, and that. Like,
I mean?
Wow.
You the haircut,
it's all right. It's all right, man.
Oh, yeah. The racism.
Black fist in the air. Go on.
No, look, it's more than one person that makes you, though. That like your constitution is more than just the two people as well, your mum and your dad. So like, one of my kids are just like me, the other one is just like her mum. But there's also grannies, grandfathers, all of that in there as well, isn't there? And going back and back and back, you could get like, yeah, exactly. You could get like my uncle who. Like we're all light skin. Everyone's light skin, right? But then, no, just say everyone's light skin with this beard going on. But then there's one of them with a ginger beard, and he's got a ginger beard, but it's a throwback to like some Scottish uncle, some Scottish granddad.
Wow.
You know what them
ones? So you lot dominant gene. You lot dominant gene isn't okay. Scottish.
No, it just that's another angle of my family actually.
Yo, over, Shani. Here you go.
Just to say that you could have a kid after your father. You could have a kid that takes after your father or your mother or your grandparents.
Forget that. Forget all that.
No,
at the point you're born, you're
talking about.
No matter what the ingredients are, either you're a lemon cake, you're a custard cake, whatever cake you are, the ingredients come from all over the world. I agree. But when it's formed into you at the point that you're born, you are who you are, innit?
That's
right?
it.
So what I'm saying is from that point moving forward.
What in the Rosenberg is going on here, man?
What I'm trying to point out is nobody is a clean slate, like an empty page. There's always, you're starting from a particular bias. So a person, whoever they are, let's say, for example,
you got Ashkenazi grandparents.
My kids, right? Even when they were born, like even when they were babies, they never cried, never. Like I've seen other people's babies that cry all the time, like for every little thing. And even when they grow up, it's like they still got that same. Right, they learn to stop crying because it's irritating, but they still got that same sort of whiny attitude. And I'm thinking, right, like I've known this kid from he was born. It's like he ain't changed. He's still got that like underriding, irritating, whiny attitude to life. Whereas my kids don't have that. And I'm like, knowing someone from the day they're born, right? Don't forget, like when you're old, like me, I'm nearly 50 now, My man's like nearly 15 now, but to me, them 15 years is just like condensed into, to me, it just seems like 5 years. Thinking back on his whole life, I'm thinking, right, it's like I watched it in fast forward, bro. So I can spot patterns in his behavior where I'm looking and thinking, but he was always like that. He came out of the nun with that same facial expression.
Sorry, and you was going to give this question to Schiffer?
Well, I was thinking because Schiffer's got more children, he could kind of like have a greater comparison between them.
Yeah, it was long-winded though. Still, I'm not
gonna lie. I feel like
could have been condensed.
Yeah, I think their natures are their natures.
That's what I'm saying though, man.
Yeah, I don't think. But I think maybe what you're talking about in some aspects is communication skills, right? So for that whiny child, like there's going to be children that don't cry, right? And they're going to be those that are more emotional and so on and so forth. We can get that, right? But if he's still that whiny child, that would be down to the nurturing that the person's had in for some instance. So he's learned that whiny or that whiny way is going to get him what he wants, right? Whereas if he was to be taught to be a little bit more, like you're from a Turkish background where the men tend to be a little bit more masculine, a little bit. You know, so I'm saying to you, so with the sons, it's like, what are you crying for? Are you a girl? Kind of thing. So I feel like there's those aspects as well. What I did learn, having dogs, was that the nature of something won't change no matter what you try to do. Do you understand me? So if you got something, that's just a lovable, happy person or creature, whatever it is, you can't train that to be some fucking ultra killer.
Yes, I agree.
Right? That's in my opinion. I could be wrong. I think you're gonna have some aspects where that doesn't ring true. However, I think for the most part, that's how it is.
In general.
Yeah, and I feel like the nature is the nature. You get me?
Yeah, I agree with that.
To help you there with your Akala comparison. I just shared screen to help you with your Akala comparison.
Max.
Bro, that's like your twins, bro.
Who's playing?
You're,
Who's got the piano playing in the background?
you're like a malnourished version of him. Get me? A king Kala. Nah, what is this? A king Kala. A king go Kala.
I was at my cousin's house getting my hair done. I took the afro out. Like.
Yeah. Hey, that's nuts.
Long afro, boy. They end up washing my hair and thing. Yeah, it was what it was. Just to help you with your comparison.
Those days.
Yo, who's practicing piano?
Crazy.
Who's practicing piano?
Someone's doing their scales.
Oh shit, that's my little sister downstairs.
Okay, man. Keep practicing, man.
Fucking hell, I didn't even know you could hear that. I'll ask her to turn it down.
Do you know what? I hear music, bro. I just trust me. I've been hearing it for a minute. I've been hearing it for a minute. I'm all like, I'm trying. I'm like, in my mind, I'm going through the saxophone keys, right? Like, do you understand me? Like, yeah, man. Keep practicing, man.
Jeez.
Yeah, man.
Practice up the things, man.
Come on.
But we out here violent.
Yeah, I mean, she can play Bob Marley. She got any Bob Marley?
That comes later, man. That comes later. No woman, no cry. Do. No woman, no cry. It's worse in violin. We see some bait woman doing it in violin. I mean, Buffalo Soldier in violin, like it's not.
Violin's one of the weird ones, man. I just don't. I can't grasp how they. Yeah, it's a weird one.
My brother was gangster on it, but I'm questioning it. I'm like, bro, yeah, you was cold on violin, innit? Yeah. When man went to clarinet and saxophone, and you get me, like, yeah, now the recorder was just standard. That's just noise.
Recorder's just standard, man. No, you know what though? Listen, my
daughter got it. It was like, fuck.
My father-in-law plays a recorder like a motherfucker, but listen, guy can play, man. He plays guitar and all them thing there.
All right, can I get a pause for Motion and Maku? You managed to stop blowing pipes. Pause.
I play a saxophone.
Instrument. Yeah, man. Clarinet, man. What are we doing here? Wind instrument.
Bro, you spit on mic.
Right.
Mad.
Oh. No, I don't spit on mic. I use audio devices to record my voice. Yeah? I use an audio device.
You do drill on the mic, like that.
No, I use an audio device.
On mic.
Yeah, you hip hop. You hip hop on the mic, like that.
For me, and I use audio devices to record my bars. I don't use no mic.
I don't know what you're doing.
or
Should be waiting for a minute, you know, to check. Right. Be waiting for a minute for a sneaky jab, you know, everybody. Listen.
It's BLM, man. It's BLM. You know what it is, man.
You know that was a good one, though. I got you good. You got fucked up. You fucked up there,
I think
man.
it was one of them like haymakers and you swung around.
It was alright. It was alright. It wasn't John Blaze. It was alright.
I saw the dust bowls rolling past.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, go on. Sorry. What was you saying, Vic?
Same shit.
Oh, yeah. Shit, I think about while Shift is talking. Yeah, I hear you, man.
It's right, man. I'm gonna let Vic keep talking, man. Keep talking, Vic, man.
He just said some light skin shit. It's probably like slow down or something like that. I don't know, man. No. Or Purple Rain, something like that. God knows what.
What is that?
Oh,
what
shit.
is Purple Rain, bro? Someone explain that shit to me, man.
Is Prince even light skinned?
What is Purple Rain?
Let's
What?
unpack this. Is Prince even light skinned?
Is Prince even? He's light, but what to you?
Stop it, man.
He's light skinned.
He looks Arabian. What do you mean?
He's like the general. But so do you, Vic. So allow it, man.
I don't look like I'm from Bali.
Turkey, yes, you do. You look like you're from Turkey, Algeria, all of that. Yeah,
You look like a Chaldean, bro.
Bahrain,
Tunisian,
Iranian.
I got white features.
Do we have to keep going on?
And little
Man put on a skull cap. We telling you shalom, bro. What are you doing?
You might see the scully.
I remember you're the original Kingo, so like that, man.
Come on, man.
And the man figures you can't roller skate in the desert.
Wait, man called you the original Akingo, you know. Don't have
No, he knows it's true, it's facts.
No, we already diagnosed that. I'm older than him, so
Kingo just got to make body parts for Vic.
I couldn't be no closer.
He's Vic Roll, and the Kingo boy too.
From here to here, if I was wearing like whatever them things are, then
robes.
Yeah, like you know where you can
Start
only
a
see
stair
the
lift. What?
like
Simmer frame.
or balaclava.
Man, is this
You
your
can mistake
clone?
me and the Kingo for a balaclava.
Wheelchair? I don't know. What are you saying? What if he was in what? I don't know. What are you talking about?
Listen,
maybe
he
wheelchair as well.
Freestyle
I
Friday
know I'm
every
not in
week.
wheelchair.
He watched the
I don't
clone
know, it's not just a stick that
get smoked.
Hold on, did you say you was wearing a baklava?
No, for fuck's sake.
I did not.
Bro, you just said they're wearing a baklava.
Anyway, yeah. Did anyone see that tumbleweed just fly by? Tumbleweed was vicious.
Savage. Man.
What's the
Savagely quiet.
Why do you sound like you're defending the baklava?
Trilluminati Live does not sponsor these jokes.
Wait, stop. Who the fuck done that noise, fam? That was ill,
Look, you man are in support of the baklava, man. This is detestable. You're in support of baklava, I'm out.
Did you
just say we're just not in support of shit jokes, fam.
Did you just say testicles?
No, I said detestable.
Mad. Pause.
Testables, yeah.
Whose balls you touching now?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
No, it's D-test. It's not test. It's D-test.
Man's out here testing balls.
Carry on talking, Chef.
He just jumped on the fucking stream.
The word is testable, brother.
I know.
Give me like a little half an hour or something. Just to
I know.
Get
to the group.
Can I say a greeting, please?
Give my big ups at that. Why violence straight away?
10 to 3, man's talking about the testing book like no.
Mad.
I'm good.
Yeah, but Bellini, apparently you got Carlos Santana's mustache.
What?
Nah.
See, this is what I mean about your joke, Schiffer, because you don't read the room, your delivery, your time. It's just dead, bro.
Stick the language, bro.
This is what I mean.
No
See that joke? That joke would have banged it if you would have just waited, fam.
And you know the worst thing is?
Two egos.
In the end, all it sounded was like, I couldn't see them, I'm a chin.
Yeah, like.
That's how you drop a party. You get me?
Yeah, that's how you drop it. You get me? That's how you talk to your son. You get Hey, Big Gerald. Nah.
You man are too old to get my young humor. That's what it is, man. You're too old.
Okay, yeah.
No, we know who Carlos Santana is, fam. I think we all know who Carlos Santana is. It's just yeah, like
fucking
I said,
coffee, Ben.
Deliveries half of the jokers.
Yeah, you have to stick the landing shift.
Not sound like Starscream.
I'm not good at jokes.
Shiv, have you ever managed to grow any facial hair?
I know who's gonna say that.
Mad.
I don't know why a man's inquiring about a man's face here, but I don't know.
I was gonna say pause, but I thought I'd just stay silent for that one, man.
Yeah,
I'll let someone else deal with you.
Just let the auto pause. Just
Is there such a thing? Is there such a thing?
Did I start talking about the hair on my head next?
Man need pause correct. Man need pause correct.
That's it. Pause
correct. You need pause correct in your life, cuz.
Pause correct.
Man asked a man about his chin hair, and the man said, "Not by the hairs of my chin, bro. No, not at all."
You know.
Yeah, Carl's not even doing indirects; he's just doing directs. Like,
yeah. The whole list. Juggler. He's a juggler, you. I know him, man. You know what I'm saying? Aim for the juggler straight away. As soon as you come in the room. Yeah! Allow it, man.
You know what, though? Someone said to me, people ask these kind of questions when they can't grow beards. Because certain people, they can't grow beards, isn't it? You know, it's like, it actually happens. Like certain Chinese people, they just don't grow beards.
Aquatic.
Yeah.
Women. I've never seen a beard on a frog.
That's what I was thinking. Like, do fish have hair, or like, do you get me? Like,
some fish got beard.
Goldfish, it's got a beard, isn't it?
Yeah, some got beard. Little goat.
No, the only kind. When I think of like hair, I just think
Snapper,
of like
red snapper.
Yeah, like you know, like a seal or something has whiskers. I don't really know about any other.
No, there's not many, man. That's what I'm saying. Even in Afro.
That is spray on. That's
what I said, bro.
What the hell is that, bro?
Spray
that
on.
shit is looking. You know, it's hard out here for pimples.
I did.
Yeah, no, hey, Chief, you know what it is, cuz?
It's there.
Make sure you always look straight in it. Don't turn left or right, car. It gets to me. Man, you get me?
Fuck.
I ain't got one of them. I ain't got one of them.
That is respectable.
Revenge is a dish best served cold.
Man's out here looking like an Olmec. What?
I am an Olmec.
Olmec.
I am an Olmec, though. You didn't know that.
Man said you got Easter Island face. Nah, fuck.
Listen, I'm gonna be honest with you.
This is
I'm not
fucking.
actually from this planet.
Man said you got a 1992 Rikers trim. No, man.
Yeah, but that's because I'm not actually from this planet.
Scared straight.
Before Kid and Play had this trim, I had this trim in it.
Don't go jail or you'll be in jail with Shiffer.
No, don't try it.
Shiffer's waiting for you in jail.
Whole generations with this trim, yeah. Like, you have to understand, like, you see me, I'm an innovator. I'm not from this planet.
Like United Blood Nation trim, cuz I ain't gonna lie.
Mad.
Oh wow.
Brother, I'm not from this planet. Like, this hair is more than just hair. My hair is like an antenna. My hair is like an antenna.
Can you quantify that, please?
My hair is like an antenna. Why do you think so many people are trying to copy it?
Mad.
Huh?
Even Mackie copied it, man.
I get a booty fade in Bristol. No,
I basically got natural locks right now. I don't know what you're dealing with.
No, you copied. I saw you with the high top the other day. You know, you was getting the messages the other day, man. But you went to locks now. You need to go back to the afro, man. The high top. I'm telling you, you get the respect. They work better with the high top. I'm telling you, bro. I'm
tapping with braids and all sorts.
Like people in the chat saying your beard's made out of Velcro, fam. No, you need to bang out.
Man said,
you need to bang out, fam. You need to bang out. You need to bang out.
Man said you went turkey.
He got the M&M beard.
Turkey for the beard.
My face, it will stick with my face. Just stick.
What did you say? When you eat with a fork, it sticks to your beard. Your beard is magnetic. It's actually wire wool.
My beard is literally like
You might as well just texturize it and keep it moving, man.
So it was just like some glue on the bottom of your chin there. Just left some glue.
Yeah, and texturize that bomber clout, man. Keep it moving because that looks real, man.
Floor with your chin.
If I cry,
when the comb says no, relax it. No, they taking the piss.
I don't know. With that beard, I don't know where's the coolie at. I don't know what's going on, man. You got more nappy head than most Africans.
That beard there's half Arawak, yeah? Is that what you're trying to say, fam?
Oh wow, half Arawak, half Sioux.
This is fully Olmec beard.
Quarter Geronimo.
That's a Geronimo, you know.
No, Geronimo was more like you're probably more quarter Geronimo than Schiffer, to be fair.
No, man, I'm half Apache, half Comanche.
Nah, Geronimo was a white man, bro. Stop it, man.
Geronimo was a white man. Nah,
let's not fuck around. Let's not fuck around and start. Yeah, let's not fuck around. Yeah,
start rewriting history and that. Let's rewrite
history. Geronimo was a white man, bro.
We have a white man with native outfit on. I hear you. I agree.
Your people, big man. Your people, big man.
Could be anything. I don't know much about.
Because the way that man they were skinning, man, I don't know where the conversation and man made virgin. I don't know how man became friends and that. It doesn't make sense.
Vic, are you having this, bro? Man said your man them was skinning, man. I wouldn't have that, brother. I wouldn't have that. Pause.
I'm not sure on what white man I come from, but I disavow the name. I'm Vic Rose, and I've actually changed my name to not represent.
Vic Rose, Geronimo Rose. See?
Geronimo Rose. Ah, damn.
Interesting fact. It was Rose Man, which denotes
oh shit!
slave ownership by a Jewish family, right? You know,
Roseman.
Roseman, yeah.
Fuck's sake.
What, Roseman?
Wow.
Yeah, Roseman, Roseborg, Roseburg, those kind of things right there.
Roseburg. I knew it. It was something like that.
Kind of ownership. When it's a black man walking around with a name like that, you know what I want. So I dropped.
Are you sure it was a black
man? My brother, I'm not gonna lie, Ashkenazi, never gave us their surnames, bro.
Yeah.
I don't know who the
they
fuck.
didn't give us their surnames. No, somebody was lying down in bed. Stop. Somebody was lying down in bed saying, "I love you," having pillow
on purpose.
Yeah. Man, asking, "Did you come?" and all them things there. Like, stop it, man. Allow it, man.
And even went registry office. Wow.
And then goes by saying something stupid like "I love you." I know, mad thing.
Yeah, that's stupid, bruv, man. So let's just be real, man. Why are we fronting it down like it was some big, like, come on, man. We gotta stop these lies, man.
Big up integration, man.
Yeah, man. People are lying down with people, man. Why are y'all ashamed to lie down with Becky's, man?
I know,
man.
Man, when it's some of the Jewish tuntun, just call it what it is, isn't it?
Yeah, man. Just say it, man. Seinfeld sister and that.
That's what I'm saying, man.
So, FYI, then a lot of that is half true, but it's not anything to do with the reasons that we're making jokes out of, obviously. But my woman is Irish, obviously not Jewish. Irish though. Do you know what I mean? And like,
no, you're white. Jewish. We know, like Akingo.
No, she's white.
Obviously,
Irish.
The original model. You're the original Akingo, so obviously you have to have a little bit of Ashkenazi in you.
Is Akingo Jewish?
Pause. Yeah, he's got a little bit of Igbo.
Your cousin? No, that's from Cameroon.
With a little bit of Japanese.
I mean, it wouldn't be like that surprising, but it would sort of be surprising when you see non.
Hold on, wait a second. Ain't all white people got to be Ashkenaz in there?
I don't even know what Ashkenazi is. I hear you say it all the time. But I've asked Sniper before what it is. I got a little explanation.
It's your people, man. It's your people, man.
What's my people? I got
a little bit of J that you got. The Berg, when it was Roseburg.
Oh, the Bergs.
When it was Roseburg. Yeah, that's what we're saying,
those
bro.
people might listen. This is the thing, right?
Man ain't giving out names for free. Whoever said that,
as far as I'm concerned, those people are probably not blood related. It's a name.
They're blood related, man. No, they didn't do that, man.
Why are you fronting like
there's so many? Listen, so many names: York, Lancaster, and Williams, and all of that. We understand. Yeah, but there's other ones. No, man, there's other ones.
The English name that I chose is Rose.
What I'm saying to you is, Vic, can you show us documented in history where the Ashkenazi people them
I can't tell you nothing about
where it gave the people them their surnames, because their surnames came from the commodities they dealt with.
Yep.
So like a man named Goldstein would be predominantly working around gold.
That's right.
Get it? They weren't giving the slaves those names because we were seen as a lot lesser than. It was only within the Americas and so on and so forth that people
marriage.
Y'all was lying down. Bruv, y'all was lying down, and there's nothing wrong with it, bruv. Go, bruv.
Yeah, of course, bro. But that's like.
Come on, we got brother Kale. We got there's loads of us.
Right, so put
that
it
was
this way.
fuckery. That was
Put it
fuckery,
this
man.
way, yeah.
I hope you get what you're looking for as
Allow
well.
brother kill, man. Allow kill, man. Allow
My
that.
gran,
You ain't gonna
Allow
do a
that, man.
goddamn thing. No,
Allow
sorry,
kill,
so
that
my
man.
side
bad,
of
my
my
bad.
family, my gran is nearly she's like 5-6 years away from 100 years old, right? So her
95.
parents and Rare is like
Sorry.
it's a
Stop
while
trying to
ago.
make it sound deeper than it is.
Who married the Ashkenazi, man? Come on, man. Let's
a
get to
while
this,
ago,
man.
Hold
Who
on,
married the
hold
Berg?
on.
Who married the Berg?
Your nan has
Roseberg.
only got,
Who married
she's only got
Roseberg,
like
man?
2 years left of the slavery then.
Rosenberg.
Because
No
after
one.
100 years,
How
you know
I
your
ended up
slavery
with the
ends,
name,
right?
How you
You
ended
know
up with
that,
the
right?
name?
Your birth certificate
Who
runs out
wants
after
to
100 years.
who
It
wants to
can't
play a
last for
game
more than
called
100 years. That's
Rate
why
My
they want to
Crep?
kill people off before the 100 years. Because
Really?
after the 100 years, I don't know what happens, but I suppose they become more powerful.
My brother, I don't know if I'm gonna live to see 100. I like that shit to run out after 50, if I'm honest.
That's what I'd like. I think that 50 or 40 would be more reasonable, definitely.
I
You
think
like
some
these?
reasonable in itself.
I just got these this morning.
No, it's these what are they?
Dead still.
Adidas.
Until
Yeah.
I see
I
Adidas
can't
with
notice. The last
back,
couple of days you've been trying to show us off your little inventory. What's going on?
from the back, it's all right.
Man, let's wait, innit? It's my makeover. I deserve all
From
this.
the what is all right?
Got one, Matty.
The back of that
From the
shoe
what
is
is
nice.
all Oh, from the back of the
They're
shoe.
not gazelles though.
You said
Gazelles
something
don't
else
come in this
earlier,
color.
Huh?
Gazelles don't come in this color.
Yeah, he was looking for pause.
What did he say earlier on?
He was pause hunting.
He said something about from the back. It's all right.
Mm.
Oh, man.
Who said that? Hey,
Vic.
don't be
Vic, I don't know.
defiling my crepes already, bro.
I think it was you he was talking to, bro. I don't know, man.
Yeah, I
Shit.
don't wear Adi Dazzler's trainers, man. Because Adi Dazzler was a seasoned
Oh
Nazi, man.
gosh, here we go.
Adi
You know
Dazzler
what?
was a seasoned
You know
Nazi.
what? And you know
Was
what?
it Ashkenazi?
Because
Yeah,
he
he was a
a
serious Nazi.
because he was a serious Nazi. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna wear the trainers because
Oh, the bumper car.
because here's the joke thing. Here's the joke thing. Because bro, we buy off people that hate us all the time, bro. Yeah, and Adidas never hated us.
Gucci, Dwight.
Would you wear Tommy Hilfiger as well then? Would you wear Tommy Hilfiger?
No, I wouldn't. But Adidas never hated us.
I had a conversation with someone 2 days ago. Bro,
Niggas did wear Tommy Hilfiger. I ain't gonna lie.
Fam, in this capitalist society, bro, you might wear something, bro, from a region of the world you don't fuck with. It don't mean that raw. You're fucking you're down with them, bro. But Robert Mugabe had fucking Adidas shelter, like man was saying other day, cuz. Yeah. Like, I don't understand what point we're making here, bro. You get me? People have to wear clothes, cuz, and it don't always mean they're gonna be wearing some no name brand, whatever.
Bro,
So what you wear? What you wear? What you wear? Sketches.
I swear you drive a BMW though.
Like, that's what I'm saying, bro. Like, you can't pick and choose when we want to use that card.
We live in the world, bro. Like, I don't care, bro. Adidas never said nothing. Listen, Adidas never come in and said, I don't make my clothes for black people. He didn't say that, right? So I'm aware
BMW was a Nazi company there.
What?
Say that again.
No, Nazi company.
But the whole country was Nazi.
I think you find the whole country. I think you find the whole country and things, and that was commissioned by the government to provide certain things. So car companies like Mercedes were commissioned and taken over by the government to build tanks. Right? The people that did it by choice were people like Hugo Boss. And them man there.
That's later times, bro.
Adi Dazzler was a Nazi.
Do you put sugar in your tea?
What money do you hold your bank in, fam?
But Shifa, are you boycotting Tate and Lyle?
One sec. What money do you hold your bank in? What money do you hold your bank in, Shifa?
I bet he eats bare white sugar.
What money do you hold your what bank do you hold your money in?
I hold it in the Superior Bank.
You hold it in what?
Superior Bank.
I can't hear you, fam. Move, above, submerge, man. Like
right. Submerge.
Something.
I hold it in the Superior Bank.
Bro, you ain't holding in a black bank, bro. So you're using one of the ones that was commissioned to fuck with us in slavery.
It's my bank and I'm black, so it technically is.
Oh God!
Oh my God! Man.
You know what it is, cuz that like anyway. It's Friday, man. Good vibes, prosperity, man. Big up everyone, man. Big up everyone, man.
I know. Nah, do you know what? Honestly, I use no CFC. I get you, bro. And yeah, they are a racist company. I get you, bro.
That's what I'm saying, man. They're all racist, but what could you do?
That's
bro?
everything, bro. That's it's
Well,
leave
it's
one of
not
the trophy.
PSP no
Yeah?
more.
That's
It's just
everything there. Bro.
Yeah, but
Mm.
back to where this discussion slightly started. When it
Shut
comes
up,
to my
you light
name,
skinned boy, man.
I can make
You
the
don't run
choice.
that down there no more.
When it comes to my name,
your time's over, mulatto. Your time's over, mulatto. Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's my name, right?
What,
And do you know what? Do you know what was
Rosenberg.
interesting?
Yeah, man.
Do you know
It's
what
cool,
was
man.
interesting? Yeah, my
I
white
look like
Irish
Papa
Italian
Rose.
mum, my white Irish Italian mum, her name is a Saint Lucian name that goes back further than my black Saint Lucian father's name in Saint Lucia.
Yeah, but
What's the
St.
point?
Lucia
What's
don't
the
go
point?
back far.
What does that prove?
My brother.
It doesn't prove anything. It just proves to me I had the wrong name. They chose the
And
wrong name.
who's Saint Lucifer? Yeah, why were we concerned about Saint Lucifer? I don't understand. That they named the island.
You take the island and take their shit cricket jerseys and you can fuck off. Yeah, that's what you could do.
Listen,
And the white liver and all of that. And lady.
And take Lady with you, yeah.
It's not Saint Lucifer. It's Saint Lucius. It's Lucius.
Dealing with a little, but at the
The
end
hell?
of the day, it's a place, and we're from there.
Sagwe Sala, man. Sagwe Sala, man. Know it, man.
You as well. Sell yourself.
Sagwe Sala, man.
No, scared
I
like
love-
yourself.
Don't ever bring St. Lucia into the equation again in your life.
What do you mean?
Ever.
You know what I mean?
What do you mean?
We were talking about big known islands and that, and then you come with
Come on,
St.
man.
Lucia. Like,
Certain islands you have to forget about, man. That's what I
like,
like,
yeah,
man.
man. It's just like, whoa. Just bringing down the whole vibe. You know what I mean? St. Lucia. Like, what?
Did you say Saint Lucian or Saint Lucia?
St. Lucia.
It's
Saint
probably
Lucia.
the same.
No,
Same
St.
difference.
Lucian Schiffer is where Fact is from. So
Yeah, the Lou. The Lou.
it's not confused. It's not confused the two. Shit.
Nigga from the Lou.
Yeah, definitely not confused.
Yeah,
Definitely
from
not
the Lou.
confused.
St. Lucia. They don't even have rum. Like, what are we doing here, man?
Yeah, I just dropped the name in it. It's important to me,
That's the whole point.
and it don't matter about you.
That name should be blocked on YouTube, man.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, it ain't part of my shit. So yeah, do what you're doing.
Oh, what you said to you? People St. Lucia.
No.
The name is from St. Lucia.
Roseman isn't. Roseman, there's a lot of Rosemans there, but that's because like a couple 100 years ago, 360 years ago, there's a lot of fucking people owned by that.
Right.
that
Yeah, but there's a lot of
predominant-
Ashkenazis in the Caribbean, you mean? Don't. Yeah,
What,
living
off
well,
East Coast,
and then
yeah.
and those islands that you're
Into
talking
Ohio
about,
and shit, right?
yeah, man, people was integrating.
Yeah, of course,
Like,
bro. There's Rosemans in Ohio, yeah, that run deep, that are like seventh
yeah,
generation, you know, fully integrated.
Ohio?
Yeah, in like in a state America.
just claiming. And what about all
No,
the Rosebergs and the Rothsteins?
Chemical spill there or something like that yesterday.
All the Rosebergs and all the Steens that you're supposedly
No, they're not.
related
I don't run them all under the same
Oh, they're not,
banner.
is it
They're not under the same banner.
what's that?
to, ain't they?
No.
They're
A
all
lot
different.
of the Steens and Bugs like angle off up to New York sides.
Of your
And that's
family.
where I stopped.
You know, I was watching something the other day, brother. It was saying, bro, them people have been kicked out of more than 20 fucking like
countries.
civilizations.
Everywhere they've got. Everywhere.
Because the list is crazy, bro. The list is mad.
Yeah, in South America is
I was like, bro, yeah, you only hear about a couple of these, bro. Like, bro.
yeah, where they got away was like example was like Argentina.
Yeah,
like where you couldn't get them out.
They
Just
were fucking shit up, bruv.
Spread up.
Yeah.
So,
Big
like some of them make it to the Isle of St. Lucia is nothing. It's like what? We got Germantown. We got Germantown in Jamaica, man. Come on, man.
What do you mean?
Imagine
You
what they got in
Little
St.
Berlin
Lucia.
in the heart of Nigeria, man. What do you mean?
Right. You got Little Berlin. You got fucking Little Berlin.
You got
in
you
St.
got
Lucia. I bet you have.
East and West Berlin. What do you mean?
In St. Lucia.
In Nigeria, Little East and Little West Berlin.
Don't be silly, man.
So mind your business. It's big enough.
You got Little Brazil and all sorts. You Ashkenazi just inner people's business.
We ain't got big enough nothing for that.
Mad.
Yeah, the island is really small, bro. There's no little Germany in St. Lucia.
Exactly.
They're
just Germans.
No?
Yeah, calling themselves St. Lucians. That's it, man.
French.
We got
French.
it, man.
French.
Yeah.
former French colony.
Right. And you think that none of the French have Ashkenazi origin? Is that what we're doing here? Mad thing.
Of course. But they would have been like turncoats, defectors from the opposing faction. No, wasn't Germany invaded by?
Where was War of the Roses? Where was it? Where was it set?
Where what?
Yorkshire.
War of the Roses.
Yorkshire and Lancashire.
In England somewhere. No?
It was Yorkshire and Lancashire.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
What's that one, the one that leads on for the 100 years? Right. So
I'm not sure. I just know the War of the Roses was Yorkshire and Lancashire. That's all I know.
It was the what are they called? Who represented the rose? It was the
white rose and the red rose.
What's my man's Henry VIII's people then? What are they called?
Tudor.
Yeah.
Axel.
Because it's the Tudor rose, right?
Okay.
Tudor rose. So it's the Tudors and someone else, one of the other families.
It's that type of like English that I'm sort of trying to invoke with
I'm saying, like, what's going on with these J people is like your royals are the J people, but they're really Germans. So it doesn't matter the country in Europe. That man, there was always there, right?
That's mad.
And we're saying the same in the Caribbean and the Americas.
Yeah, okay.
They're all over the place. So
okay,
it makes sense how the names are there.
Yeah.
But it's going to be in different capacity. It's not going to be like everyone else where you're saying, oh, they owned slaves and they named them, then gave them their names. Nah, we have got no records of that.
That's a long time ago, though.
This is marriage certificate.
360 years ago is the earliest like ownership that I can see. The nearest ownership from the present time.
You're saying the roses was in the Caribbean 360 years ago?
Rose Man, right? The name starts there. Like it's 360 years where they started seeing people called Roseman leaving the island and yada yada.
Leaving or
leaving, right? So it's like it's
no. But how did Roseman get there?
So it's before that. The reason why these people are called Roseman is because they were from a Roseman plantation or Roseman land or whatever.
And was there such a thing in the country at the time?
Can't find none of that. Nah.
No Roseman plantation in St. Lucia.
No, like evidence of like ownership like that. You know, like direct paper evidence. It stops everything. Like shows you out 360. But then my mum's name,
right?
My mum's name is still present on the island a while back, like at the start of colonial sort of times. So they was obviously like part of whatever European contingent that had gone over there in the first place.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to say.
Yeah, but that's my mother's name that I don't have. Do you know what I mean? But that's just an interesting fact. A wild one. My mum's name is my mum is a white woman. You understand? She's Irish Italian, but her name goes back deeper in St. Lucia, particularly, and she just ended up with a St. Lucian man and had a half St. Lucian child.
And is the St. Lucian man fully 100% African?
He's both sides. Yeah, he's as dark as you. And yeah, he's just
dark.
Could he be mixed? I'm saying.
No, what do you mean? Of course. With what? Yeah, we're all mixed.
No, I'm saying yeah. So I mean to have the name. I'm saying.
No.
Or can someone be mixed further down?
The name in particular with regards to us, it enters our family accidentally. Actually, like on this generation, just before on my granddad's generation, right? I asked my granddad where he got the name. He couldn't tell us. He told me that it was his uncle's name, but it wasn't his dad's name. Whatever the fuck that means. Do you know what I mean?
That he had two families.
Still in the family.
Or maybe he did tell you.
It's like these kind of stories are common in West Indian families, like when they're talking about back home couple generations ago with regards to certain kinds of dysfunction and non-biological relationships. So yeah, like you would have like someone like my granddad's brother who raised his household in St. Lucia, like he did the role of a man who weren't cutting the pot or something like that, and then just imposed his name on the people. Do you know what I mean? So yeah.
Sounds odd.
It is weird. It is weird when you find some weird stories like that when you trace back your gene or your name sort of lineage. So I personally think that like we're most like the woman in like my gran. That's where the attitude, that's where the sort of like one of the key things that make us all similar as family members is most present in her. She's one of the eldest members with it, and she wouldn't have been a Roseman. She married and became a Roseman. Right. Before that, I think she was a Seraphim or Harel or something French. You know, dope, dope name. Yeah, there's some dope second names out there, like with the French lean on it. Seraphim, you know, come on, that's the highest choir of angels in the Bible or some shit. No, that would have been a dope name. I'd have been a footballer if I was called Seraphim. Fucking no. They're diving headers.
I doubt it.
You still would have been light skinned.
I doubt it. You'd have been another Jermaine Jennings. Breaking down before his time. You know the ones there like, yo, you retired at 30, 26.
Don't know.
Like, what's the hell? Yeah.
What did Jermaine Pennant?
Right, yeah. They're all these light skinned youths that break down before the end of their career.
Yeah, what in the show are we doing right now?
Love it, man.
What? I don't know.
I'm saying,
yeah. Kieran Dyer and them, man. There. You know what I mean?
Early retirement, yeah. What in the Del Piero is going on?
Yeah, well, you lot got Jude Bellingham, but it won't last long. It won't last long, cuz. You know what I mean? Man will peak at 24, and then that's it. Deterioration.
Are the best at football? Would you say that?
No.
Nah. So who's the best dark skin player?
Wait. Light skinned people ain't got a player that can chat to JJ Okocha for a start. Just stop this.
Never.
So like Ronaldo's not light skinned, no? Neither one of them. Both of them are light skinned, by the way.
What?
Well, one of them.
Both of them. Portuguese and Brazilian.
No, you ain't Portuguese. Nah, you're disrespecting it. You're mocking it. What with Ronaldo's African features? Like, stop it, man.
Yeah.
Ronnie, big Ronnie.
Sharp cheekbones.
Talking about R9.
Them big
R9.
Them big tic-tac teeth. Shrek. Looking like Shrek. Nah, come on, stop it, man. So what? We come in light skin and dark skin. Hold on. We come in light skin and dark skin. I don't know what you're saying with it. Remember, there's light skin, dark skin ones of us, and then there's you. Hold on, my brother.
Maku, let him listen. The worst thing is Maku. Yeah, this is the worst thing. He has to realize he's onto an L because you know what? Take R9, yeah, and I'm gonna say to you, bro, he's another one whose career popped down early. As good as he was, as great as he was, his body couldn't take the rust.
Yeah, he couldn't take it. He had light skin problems.
To my R9, you would say
over chubby.
To my Ronaldo, you would say Eusebio. What about
Eusebio, Pele, Ronaldinho?
Jarzinho, all of these man, bro.
Dino had a short beat like that as well. So like he broke down as well.
He's fully African though.
Now, but Gerard had a harder engine than.
When did Ronaldinho retire, bro? What age did Ronaldinho retire, bro?
Bro, Ronaldinho's peak powers was like fucking.
What age did Ronaldinho retire, bro?
God knows if he's even retired now, to be honest.
Right, he's retired because he spent time.
He's retired.
I mean, I just seen him playing futsal.
He's still playing. Yeah, he's still playing football, man.
Just seen him playing futsal. Just uploaded something on Gram like fucking 5 days ago.
Sit there, then. There you go, then. So he's still doing the thing, and the light skin man, they main. Like, allow it, man.
No, we're talking about different level of peak power.
Allow it, man.
Benzema is Ballon d'Or right now. Yeah, we're claiming Benzema. What now? What now? Man, he's been doing it 20 years and just still took the Ballon d'Or now.
All right, cool. George Weah, Ruud Gullit, Frank Rijkaard. Stop it, bro.
Yeah,
we're having
Stop it, bro.
Dark skin run the thing, man. Just allow it, man. Just please.
You can have Davidson Sador.
You can't take George Weah from us. Like that.
You can have Weah.
Davids, Ruud Gullit. Carry on, bro. Stop it, bro.
Clive,
Edgar Davids is light skin. Come on.
No, he's not, bruv.
No, he's not. What are you doing? No, stop that. Stop that. No, you're not having Roberto. What?
We're having Rijkaard as well.
What are you doing,
Roberto Carlos as well.
No, have Roberto Carlos. We'll double you and Marcelo and Ashley Cole. How about that?
No, we're taking Marcelo.
Ashley Cole.
Yeah.
You can have Ashley Cole, but we're taking
Ashley Cole's mixed race, bro.
Oh my God! You see what you lot are doing? No, you lot are just making new distinctions when we know that we come in all colors. Like, what are you doing? Man could look like French Montana and it could still be man's brother. Like, allow it, man.
Right.
So
Don't be claiming. We're talking about the standard mulatto. Do you get what I'm saying? Like the standard mix, Euro and African or Caribbean and whatever. This is what we're talking
Brazilian.
about. You know what I mean?
Brazilian.
No, Brazil. No, allow it. Remember, especially in the Americas, they're always African first. Oh my brother, they're always African first, and it just depends because even though you might have that in your DNA,
Neymar's hair is like this, bro.
Oh
Neymar's
my
hair is
God.
like this. He's light skinned.
Oh my God.
So
So what?
Breeze going across him. Neymar's
So
hair
what?
do that.
It doesn't mean because a man's light skinned. I got light skinned family members. What are you saying? You're claiming them?
They're on our team.
You claiming man's claiming man's pickney and that? Like, stop it, man. There's levels to light skinnedness and mixed race.
Yeah, Edgar Davids is blatantly like.
Yeah. No. I gotta be. No, you're not having Rivaldo.
Ryan Giggs.
Stop doing that.
We're having Ryan.
Yeah, you can have Ryan. You can have Ryan.
But you know what? It was the white.
His dad is still African.
I'm being silly.
But it was the white side of Ryan Giggs that made him play so long in the game. Man. Because there ain't a light skinned man that's played that long in the game.
Yeah. Ever. It's the black side, man. Stop it, man.
47-year-old Ronaldinho.
Stop that, please, man.
It ain't about longevity.
Ronaldinho is not mixed race, bro. You keep trying to.
Yes, and you'll get bent up now. You get bent up now.
You're just making up lies, man.
Now, Ronaldinho's blatantly mixed race.
Dino's darkish.
If you're saying Edgar Davids is fucking mixed race, you don't know nothing, bro. You really showed your stupidity, bro, in this.
No, I'm taking it. I'm having it.
Don't agree, bro.
It's not about agree, bro.
Rivaldo, you can have Romario, Pele.
That sounds stupid.
Ronaldinho is more mixed race than Edgar Davids, definitely.
Who?
Wow, this is
Edgar
the racism.
No, you just don't like Davids for some reason. Davids is
no, I'm just saying Ronaldinho's got them Portuguese buck teeth. I bet his granddad was called De Silva.
But at the same time, his skin is dark though, so you can have him, innit?
No, I'm saying I've seen his mom.
This is what I'm trying to say.
Man looks Sri Lankan, bro. What are you on about?
Yeah, he might look that, but have you seen his mom and that, bruv? Stop it, man.
She's an African woman. I'm sorry. I can't have it. You know what I mean?
It's funny
and sister and all that. Like, allow it, man.
It proves that Dino was the best.
Yeah, his dad had buck teeth
Dino
and all of that. Cool, man. And maybe a little bit he had mixture, but no, man. The mom's black. He's a black man. No, I haven't. And that's the thing. He could look the same but dark. Looking Somali and that.
I think in the top 10 there's more light skinned players.
No, there isn't, bro. Mbappe is black. Stop it, bro.
All of these men are black, man.
Mbappe's not in the top.
And you can't even claim. You can't even claim.
When you got Pele
can't
on
even
this,
claim.
Mbappe's
not mixed race.
When you
Dele Alli is not mixed race. Stop it.
Oh,
Dele Alli's not mixed.
Wait.
Yeah, we're having Dele Alli.
No, we're claiming back. We're taking back all the super light skin ones, even the Ross Barkleys. Yeah, right. We're claiming our things.
Who's got laptop? Who's using laptop? Because if you just go search for Ronaldinho's dad, you'll see what he is, bro.
I know. Same case with Dele Alli, but at the same time, no.
Stop it, bro. The racism you're doing,
you're pulling out Brazilians. You're pulling out Brazilians because you're looking for light skin.
Yeah, we're having Lingard. We're definitely
people like Carl co-signing is foolishness.
We're having Lingard.
It's
about your shade.
Wow,
look,
that's a.
Do you know what the gauge is?
About your shade.
No, stop it.
That's the gauge. That's the gauge.
Man.
Yeah.
Stop it,
are you Jermaine Pennant or are you Dino dark? Dino dark or Jermaine Pennant dark, or are you a Kocha dark? It literally, that scale goes from a Kocha to Alexi Lalas.
Man, in my country, they'll beat the braces of you for what you're saying. Yeah.
Why?
Because man's red skin and man's in the team. Yeah, man has to be mixed. Like, this is craziness, bro.
I mean, it's not the same thing. Mix and
heritage absolutely
color is not the same thing.
I'm telling you. So there's mixed race, and we got things distinction called like red bone. You know what red bone means?
Come on, man.
It means you're black, but you're light skinned.
Yeah,
bro. or yellow or whatever tone, but your features and everything are still the same as everybody else.
Like Tisha Campbell.
That's what I'm trying to say. So within a family, we've got all these different distinctions, and none of them ain't you, unless they are you.
So what's Vic then? So what's Vic?
Exactly.
Mixed race.
Wants in his own
What's
experience.
Vic? What Vic ain't the black man?
Let's not get into you categorizing
Vic
what
ain't
I
the black man now.
What about I got white?
No, let's not get into you categorizing what I am.
Yeah. New race, man. Them man is calling themselves a new race.
I want to ask where those people fit for you, Snipes. Like I got
about mixed race Britain and that.
But their features is black. Are they black to you or are they white?
Like it's like Obama. You know what I mean? They said the first black president. But one parent is African and one parent is British Irish kind of thing.
No, one parent's Irish.
Yeah, the Mama Obama. She ain't Obama.
Is a white woman.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
What are you doing, man? That's what I'm trying to say. Like those ones they can claim clearly. You know, like there's clear distinctions, Khan, and we know what the genealogy is. So we're like, yeah, all right, claim Obama, cool, safe, no problem. But certain other ones, because they look light skin. Hold on, just because they look light skin, that doesn't quantify why they're on your side of the thing. No, these are my family members or my children and all of that. And now you're telling me they're you, Vic, and that's not the truth.
No, I'm not. I'm actually just telling you Thierry Henry's black. I'm telling you Roberto Carlos is on light skin team. That's all I'm telling you. Just take it literally.
I don't think you can.
I'm not having it for Roberto Carlos.
Man said, you know what? Again, you can take, bruv, have it.
What do you mean?
No. Brazil is man's country, bro. Hold on one second. Brazil is man's country where a lot of the African. Oh my brother.
Clarence Seedorf, Andy Cole, and then Roberto Carlos.
That's good, David.
No, allow it, man.
The list is crazy.
Allow it. Because Cafu was the straight black man, and he wasn't that dark. So, like, just like,
we have this conversation about non-footballers. So
non-footballers, so everyone else can join in. You know what I mean? Allow it.
Conversation is so dry, bro.
No, I hate you.
Davis
man is not. No. They're just gonna disrespect the thing. Dark skin run the show, and man are claiming that man who are dark skin, are light skin, like bro.
Who? Like who?
And then hold on, a man who are light skinned jets are mixed race now. Like, bro, no, keep yours over there, and we'll keep ours over here. Like, let's not mix up the distinction.
It was only
because you saw them on TV and you assumed they were mistaken in the mixed race gang. No, sorry, bro.
They won. That was mistaken. You don't talk about Edgar Davids being mixed race, bro. What are you talking about?
Right,
you have a man with nappy head and locks, bro. Stop it, bro.
Yeah,
I didn't say
doesn't
that.
make sense.
I supported the fact that Edgar
glaucoma. You know that's a black thing. Glaucoma, and you live in Holland, and you're from Holland, a black man. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. But anyway, yeah. So anyway, Vic, man, just like allow it, man.
Now what? Your misconstruement of all the.
No, I just feel that you're claiming people that you shouldn't.
Even your singers don't last long in the music industry. Even your singers don't last long in the music industry. Bobby Valentino, all of them 2 albums. So it is, bro. You don't last long.
Go back home for so long to become dark skinned.
What about Chris Brown?
Chris Brown, oh, that is a real tight one.
Oh yeah, you got to take Chris Brown. You don't have Chris Brown. You don't have Chris Brown.
Nah. What?
You see, Chris Brown's
you see? There's your guy. There's your guy.
That's your guy. That's your guy.
Yeah, that's your guy, and here's our guy.
Exactly.
Wow.
Yeah, facts.
It's still transitional.
After some severe.
And by our guy, I don't mean my guy.
Yeah. You know what I mean. Old Testament. Old Testament.
Everyone can claim
So then does that mean that I'm dark skinned then because I've got predominantly dark people in my lineage?
Wow. What are you doing?
Shut up, man.
I know the music to your ears to hear that. No.
What are you talking about?
You and Geronimo go sit in the corner, man.
Unfortunately, just like your worst nightmares in school, you still don't belong, bro. So Speechless. Look.
Blubbering.
Lowered your gaze, yeah? Mad.
Bottom lip still poking out.
Like, fuck this Jedi guy. Fuck you, man.
Fuck this live streaming, man.
Fuck you, man. Fuck you.
These
I'm gonna make something of myself.
Music.
Yeah.
Because you watch, I'm gonna make something of myself.
I'm gonna make it out the hood, man. I'll show
I'm gonna make up.
I'm gonna do the gym.
They told me that I wouldn't be nothing.
I got a dark skin picture of myself. What?
Oh no.
So you mean
Stop it. Please stop it.
Oh, shit. This is
Behave
after-
yourself.
After
You
3
mean you
years
got
prison.
You know what?
You've got accent as well. You've got
You know
accent.
what?
But
Yeah,
still
Vic, yeah.
dark.
You know what, Vic? You got like the nappiest hair for a
Darker
light skin.
than Neymar.
You got real. I shouldn't use that term nappy. I apologize. So I'm being lazy. Yeah.
Niggerish.
Curly.
Like curly hair.
We've got really curly.
Yeah,
hair.
tightly curled hair that I've seen
Yeah.
for a black brother. Yeah, I mean for a
Darker
light
than me
skin
now.
brother.
Not anymore.
But then at the same time, like you got fully European features in a
And
way.
a beard, European
But you
beard.
don't look like like if you was white, you'd look like a weird white guy.
Mm.
You wouldn't look like a white guy, but you got the slim face and the slim nose
Hybrid.
and
It's like
and
it's
like-
a proper hybrid. The shape of my
yeah,
nose is
you're a
black,
hybrid, yeah.
but the size of it
No
is white.
breed.
The shape
Yeah,
of my lips
you got
is
white
black, the size
white
of it is
nose
white.
bridge,
Right.
blackish nostrils kind of thing. You know that ones there like
Insane. But do you know what? I don't really.
white man's eyebrows, black man's eyes. You know them with
If we really got into it, yeah, there are more dark people in my lineage. Like my
Hold
my,
on, hold on,
my
hold
dad
on.
is dark.
Man just pulled out a picture, talk about comparing himself to a Carla. Oh, it's funny that you say a Carla sniper. And now what? Is he mixed race? I swear he's mixed race. no?
Connor's mixed race. Yeah.
Right, take a Carla then. That's what I'm saying. Like, make the things clear. Don't do ambiguous ones because man's light skinned. You could end up in a whole world of trouble. You know what I mean? Just claiming guys, yeah, you're
To
light
be
skinned.
honest,
You're
yeah,
part of
let
the
me
team.
what I noticed is the term light skin is problematic because the term light skin was never for you. To be fair, the term light skin was never for Vic. Has he dropped out? Yeah,
he's back.
The term light skin was never for Vic and the mixed heritage man them.
No.
Yeah, it was for the lighter shaded brothers and sisters that didn't necessarily have the immediate European family, right? So you just light by shade.
Yeah.
But eventually it comes to a conclusion that I know we argue this all the time, but the modern variation of light skinness, I would say, stems from a mix.
Yeah.
If you ain't Khoisan or none of that, I don't want to hear no shit. Yeah, we just been light skinned for fun. You man ain't just light skinned for fun. Someone put their dick in it. Someone put their dick in a purple burgundy vagina.
Yeah.
You know, and that's a
Can I be honest?
And
though,
that's
yeah?
what we were saying in the Caribbean.
I'm in the middle of this tug of war, yeah, and I always have been. It's
Pause.
vivid in my memory since the 80s that the distinction and the classification of my kind of person has always been on the shifting scale of things, yeah. And as that thing in the middle that gets tugged over, I'm kind of tired of it, and I don't care.
Right,
and I'm not saying to kill the dialogue. I'm just saying personally, in the middle, there is obviously, I think, just to keep it simple, a distinction between skin color is one thing, isolated individual thing, and very different from like heritage, history, what
No,
you
but
are.
the thing is, light skin in the community growing up meant that your skin was of a lighter than average or lighter than generic tone. That's what light skin meant. It didn't mean that you had a white mom or a white grandma.
No.
Right?
I would say, in fact,
that was half opposite. When black folks was light skin,
the opposite,
when black folks was light skin, you man was getting called half caste. Then we learned that that's an ignorant term. So everyone slid away from that and went to mixed race.
Right.
And then from mixed race and lighty and light skin, and that all just started blurring and merging.
That's what I'm saying. The word
the whole
is
beige genre.
Yeah, the whole beige.
It was the whole beige genre. It was like
Obama era.
Some beige agenda. Yeah, it's crazy.
So everyone got thrown in there. Don't matter what your mom or your dad or your grandma look like. If you fit in this category of shades, then you're light skin. You're a lighty, and that was kind of ignorance.
I don't see the blurry like that. I still
heard
sort of
talking
see
about
the
red bone
distinction.
and all that.
Red bone, yeah, and all that.
That's
Yeah.
what you're saying about the red bone.
Yeah,
Man, if you're calling someone a red bone, you're going out of your
Usually
way
a
to
gal.
let them know that they're of a lighter tone or a reddish hue, but they are not necessarily European descendants.
No way.
Exactly.
Right.
That's what it meant.
Yep.
But now it's just, bro, if you're not
blurred.
dark skinned, whatever, you can fit into any of these categories.
Yeah,
It don't matter.
yeah.
Like, and you know what? There's been a lot of backlash about mixed heritage people playing black roles in films, in adverts, and blah blah blah.
Yeah.
There's been a lot
As
of
they should
backlash.
be. As they should be.
I think they should be still, because it makes sense that in the end you start saying this is the black family and it's made up of a whole bunch of mixed race people, and you're trying to con the world to say this is what a mixed race family looks like. No, but all right. So where's the white person? Where's the black person?
Yeah. Where's the binary?
Where's the ingredients that created this? No, you're gonna show everyone's just all the same beige with the same afro, smiling. Like,
You know what? You know what? We've been sold that. I think we've been sold that. I think people generally there's enough people that hold on to their individualism and their right to stay racial rather than interracial.
That's black you can show Sunday afternoon on the TV. That's black, you know what I mean? Approachable black. That's black, bro. Smiley, black British, we're in, we're down, we're playing, we're fighting in the Olympics, you know what I mean? We're on the football squad. That's that black.
That songs of praise black, man.
That's that black that doesn't that you ask, have you ever experienced racism? No.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Who do you what do you think about the Queen? Oh, I love her. Like, yeah, we love the Queen. That's that black. And they need that domesticated. So it's funny though.
Conformist, I know.
To make that domesticated genre of people, you have to mix them. Ain't that funny?
I would think so.
So what is it about mixing them that domesticates them? If we're all just humans, and we're
at some point there's a
capable of
fealty in
rebellion, we're all capable of critical thought, we're all capable of fighting against the system. So why do you get more docile when you mix with the inhabitants? Social engineering, right?
I think it's because people never want to change themselves. They always want to change someone else.
No, it's a bigger, more deliberate thing.
I really feel like that doesn't add up to anything that we spoke about the last.
Schiffer's just trying to bring his
no, it relates back to that.
Yeah, you saw what I was doing. You see what I was doing. Yeah, because you know what I said, when Jedi gets back here, I'm gonna try and actually do my rebuttal that I weren't allowed to do.
Oh yeah, Schiffer's gonna do his rebuttal.
Yeah, but remember, you don't cut me off like a bad habit. Like
you're in the middle. You're coolie in it. So
you said let's change the subject if you remember right.
No, I said you lot can change the subject because I wasn't being allowed to do my rebuttal.
So wait, can we smoothly progress back to that at some point? But the brother was making some points, and I feel like they should be addressed also fairly.
I did honestly feel like though.
To be fair, I was gonna go doo-doo. I just used him as an excuse.
No, but brother, I do feel like my point still stands though.
All right, then shit, I'm gone. Yeah, I'm gone, cuz.
No, my point still stands though. My point still stands though, because when you said how is it easier to
no, stick a pin. Like Motion's kind of right. When I return, we'll get back to that. But stick a pin.
Yeah. All right, say nothing. But I will still make the same point when he comes back because I think it is still relevant. But I was trying to tie it in with my earlier argument. You are right in saying that. But I do think it makes sense to some extent. So I'm trying to weigh it out.
You're allowed the light skin guy
to come in with questions and shit, but you can't say, "Oh, you're changing the topic," because you've literally just done that, and that's all people say. In it, it's the hypocritical nature.
No, I didn't change the topic. My answer
to come in
shady.
My answer actually does make sense. Do you know what it is? I don't think you thought about my answer properly. My answer does make sense.
In that conversation.
Now, obviously, if you don't think my answer makes sense, you're entitled. But I have been asked by Brother Jedi to wait till he gets back and explain the sense within my answer. So
right, cool. We're waiting for Jedi. Let me ask you a question. Are all black people Afro-Caribbean?
What?
Are all black people Afro-Caribbean?
What kind of question is that?
Of course not. Of course
Vicky's
not. I
asking
know you know
shit.
the answer to that, Khan.
Can't.
Fucking.
I don't know what the world's come to.
Why did you ask?
World are we living in?
That's why I never like you pretty motherfuckers. Light skin niggas getting away with shit.
That's
Other
all it
people
is.
escaping from.
Go with pretty.
You know what I'm saying?
That's all it is. You hate me. You hate me. You
Yeah.
hate me because I'm beautiful. You hate me because I'm beautiful, man.
Pause.
Hey, man.
Yeah. See, this is the difference between dark skin and light skin. Yeah. We talk about girls talk about man them being handsome. You're talking about beautiful.
Pretty,
It's different. Different.
Yeah.
It works differently.
Look at that creature.
It works differently, man.
You talk about handsome and masculine. You talk about pretty.
Yeah. You talk about pretty and cute and that.
Look
Like
at that
that.
eyebrow control.
And a lot of it is lies, deception.
Give man the
It's only
James
for
Bond
a small
look.
amount of time. Look,
Yeah,
we've
you
seen
like-
Craig David. We've seen Craig David.
Craig David.
The deterioration of Craig David. Yeah.
Have
And you
not-
guys
no.
think guys don't run
I don't like how he
Now he
transcended
looks
the
like
first-
now he looks like a soggy potato. Allow it.
man's
Swear
50
down.
years
Yeah,
old,
but he
bro.
went
and he
American
still
though,
looks
innit? That's
30.
why.
Nah.
When America
No,
did
no,
surgery.
Oh, now he went America.
Of course he
The
did.
worst
Went
thing
And that
surgery.
affects your light skinness.
That's why he
You
had
like-
implants.
You light skin man beat up gal on the regular as well. All this cute.
Yeah.
Never touched
Oh, no. That is true, though. That is true.
That's true, bro. You
I
mentioned
never
Giggs.
seen
You mentioned Giggs and Chris Brown. I rest my case, Your Honor.
Mad.
We leave it at that then, innit? We leave it at that.
What about Giggs? And I swear you claimed Chris.
Fuck up his gal.
No,
Chris
No, I
is on
didn't
your.
claim Chris.
Vic,
No,
Chris
no,
is
I
on
didn't
your.
claim
Chris
Chris.
is on
No,
your team.
I said you could have Chris. I said you could have Chris. And we had
They
MJ.
do it all the
That's what
time in
happened.
basketball.
No,
yo.
we didn't
They do the
MJ.
all-star match in basketball all the time. Chris is on Team Dark
This
Skin.
guy.
Lies, man.
Chris
This
is
guy,
Team
guy,
DS.
that's a fraudulent guy, man.
He's
This-
Team
this
DS,
guy.
man. He's Team DS. He throws up.
So
the
is
bees.
Rihanna dark
He's
skin?
against, he's against
So wait,
Drake,
so
and Steph Curry, and all of that.
Did they separate the All-Star team by light skin and dark skin?
That's what I want to know.
I don't know.
Huh?
Lies, man.
Are we the only people in the world
Hold
who
on.
do this? Yeah?
Which one does Kobe go in? Does Kobe go in dark skin or light skin? Which one does Kobe go in?
Definitely dark skin.
What in the Vic Shifters going on, bro? Man, just free.
Like, I would, my personal, I'm gonna have to say, dark skin.
Who?
Are you sure he goes in dark skin though? You sure? 100%.
I'm not, because there is. I'm just. I
you're-
think
you're
when
mocking
when
it, you're
you're
mocking
when you're actually slightly lighter than Michael Jordan dark skin, I think you have to
How's
then
that talking
refer
about
to your
someone that ain't
genealogy,
getting on
and I
that?
reckon
What
both
we
of
doing,
Kobe's parents are gonna.
No,
end up being
it's
black.
it's very disrespectful, bro. Like, come on, bro. You know what I mean?
Like, you
if a man,
what, you can't
how-
be really- you
because
can't be
a
really
man
living
can't
basketball
be,
players to
I
talk about,
can't be fair. Hold on 1 second. We can't be fair, yeah, in the same family. Like, this is what I'm trying to say. We're seeing all distinctions in one person's family, yeah, and they're all not you. This is what we're saying. Get me? The ones that are you, innit? They got little blue eyes, green eyes, all of that, yeah. You know what I mean? Auburn hair and all of that. It's cool, man.
What about Tiger Woods? You guy in the light skin.
Yeah, they got Tiger Woods. They got Tiger Woods.
How do we have Tiger? Wait, hold on.
Tiger's mixed race, bro. What are you talking about?
Well, his dad's black though. Black. Well,
Yeah, but he's mixed race.
Blackanese. Sorry.
Yeah, but how? Right,
Like a
it sounds
Pinot.
like my dad is blacker than Tiger's dad.
Nah.
What?
It doesn't mean anything.
Well, you just said his dad is Blackanese.
His dad's Blackanese. That means he's from the Philippines, but he's kind of dark skinned still.
No, Tiger's dad is black. His mom's Chinese.
Indonesia, and Indonesia.
Oh, is his mum
dad is
Chinese?
black. Yeah, his mom's Chinese.
Oh, he's on our team, sorry, man. He's on our team, man.
His
Fuck
mom
it.
ain't
Sorry.
Chinese, bro.
She's something like that.
What is she, Filipino?
Something like that.
She's Oriental, bro. Bottom line.
No,
Sash,
bro.
Is it Sash, yeah?
Yes, she is, bro.
She's a
Why are
Sash,
you
yeah?
lying for?
Great skill. That's a foul.
Why are you gonna say some dumb shit? You don't even know what his mom looks like, obviously.
Yes,
I know what Filipinos look like, bro. They don't look
No,
Chinese.
no,
They
Tiger's
look Oriental, bro.
No, Tiger's one of us. You
Tiger's
can't
one of
claim
us.
Tiger.
Dark skin.
Can't say
Yeah, so-
Filipinos look
Can't
Chinese.
claim
That's
Tiger
taking the
Woods.
piss.
They look Oriental, bro.
Bro,
I can't
Turkish
say they look
people-
Oriental.
People look similar.
Turkish people are supposed to look Oriental too. from
Turkish
what I
people
know.
look Italian, Greek, everything, bro. They look. They look.
No, but that's not the original Turks. Those are the
There ain't the
Byzantines.
Turkish look, bro.
Those are the Byzantines that mixed in.
There
with
ain't
the
the
Turks.
Turkish don't go by look, bro. It goes by
The
lineage
original
from the
Turk,
dad's side.
dude. I met an original Turk the other day. I was with him. Yeah,
Where was
and
he
was
from?
telling
Where was
me.
he from? Where was you from?
I met an original Turk, bro.
Where was you in
An
fucking
original
Mongolia?
Mongol.
Where was you?
I was with an original Mongol, and guess where he's from? Of all places, I was with an original mongrel, and imagine imagine where he's from. He's from Iran, of all places. No, not Iran, Iraq. Yeah, and he looks Oriental. And I said to the guy, I said, "How come you look Oriental, but you're supposed to be like Iranian?" He's like, "Well, we're the original Mongols, innit? That's where all the Turks, all of that stuff comes from."
Yeah,
and
there's
this is
racist
what
people in every group, bro. Like,
that's what you're
he's a
supposed
supremacist.
to look
He's a
like.
supremacist.
Yeah, it's true, brother. Come on,
He's a supremacist, bro.
When I go back to the wheel shop, I'm gonna put him on camera so he can talk to Khan and tell him what he's supposed to look like.
Listen,
are you disputing that, my brother? Are you disputing that?
I'm saying the whole Turkish thing don't go back more than 6,000 years, and back then it was a mixture of Mesopotamians, Mongols, and Russians, like white Finno-Ugaric Russians. They all mixed together. They're all homogenized in the Ural Altai Mountains, and they become what is known as Turks. So they've never been a pure race.
Can
for
you leave
someone
out
to
the
turn around and say,
Mesopotamian, though?
we're the original. No, there ain't no original, bro. There ain't no original.
There's original, but there's no.
There ain't
pure.
no original.
There's original, but no pure is what you just defined.
When he says the original
It has to be a fucking origin.
Yeah, it kind of has to be the original.
No, he does.
They are Mongolian in looking, the original Turkic.
Yeah, but you know what they say, bro? It's the Chinese that sticks.
Yeah, they're Mongolians. No problem.
You could have 2% Mongol and you're still going to look Mongol.
Yeah, but that's affected its way into Europeans themselves.
Yeah, of course. Oh, yeah, definitely.
Right, because they're all in the same landmass. You know what I mean? Genghis Khan business. And they say Europeans got Genghis Khan DNA. Like, all this bullshit. You know what I mean?
Hey, Maku.
Yeah, from way back. From way back.
Hey, Maku, do you remember Carnito telling us about the Turco-Mongols that his people originates from? Do you remember that, brother? Or am I the only one?
Turco-Mongol refers to the proto-language that they share.
Turco-Mongols.
It's a language group.
That's not the original. That's not the original group. That's not where your group is deriving from. Like you told us, it's not. That wasn't true. Then what you said now.
What? I don't even know what you just said.
You told us on this very stream that Turkish people, are descendants of the Mongol Empire,
The
Ottoman Empire, the Ottoman Empire, and the Ottomans are descendants from the Turco-Mongols. If it wasn't
there's
true,
a group of people called the Proto-Turco-Mongols, where the language is an ancient language that comes and split into two. One group went one way and one went the other way. So you've got two different languages, Turkish and Mongolian, where really their origin comes from the same proto-language.
Were those two groups from the same people?
No, they were mixed from then even.
They was mixed from then. Now I'm gonna say to you, brother, you see when you lie online, you should remember the lies you tell, brother, because you told us something different before. And
just because I told you something different before,
one second. When you told us your different rendition before, what we did was we pulled it up for you. We pulled up all the information.
I could have told you something different before, but
no. We pulled up
studying.
We pulled up all the information, brother. We pulled up all the information, brother. Listen, we pulled up all the information because if you remember rightly, you was trying to, brother. 1 second, you was trying to tell us
there ain't no China.
Brother, listen, you was trying to tell us that these Turco-Mongols are the people who we was calling, what was it called again? The Aryan, and these are the people who was on the
Scythians,
not Scythians, not Scythians. Please pause. Correct me after, please, bro.
I'm not coming into Africa and trying to tell you about your thing, bro. So why
please correct me after, bro. Bro, please correct me after, bro. Please correct me after, bro.
I'm already correcting you.
Please correct me after, bro. Allow me to finish and correct me after, please. Bro, please allow me to finish and correct me after, bro. Thank you. So like I was saying, you are brought up this Turco-Mongol thing. We then did the discovery. We said, hold on, because I told you Aryans is a myth. I've told you many times, you keep bringing that up.
It's not true.
So what we did was, we did a little bit of discovery.
You ain't done nothing, bro. You ain't done no homework.
What we discovered, first and foremost, I remember I know Maku gonna remember this. First, we discovered Gog and Magog is who these people are descendants of. Second thing we discovered Yeah, no one worked no area. No one didn't inhabit no steps. In fact, where they was inhabiting is more controversial than you tried to make it out to be, because they came from one region and started invading other people's regions. So they weren't inhabiting nowhere. They was invading everywhere. So once we worked out that they was invading everywhere, we just had to work out where they came from, and where they came from was of Oriental origin, brother.
And what's this got to do with being black?
Well, it's got a lot to do with being Turkish or Turco-Mongol or Ottoman. You should be looking Oriental, and if you're
and what
not,
are you trying
then
to
you're
do?
more
Like
than
rule them out of
likely
being black?
you're more than likely a Byzantine at that
Now,
point.
but are you trying to draw a line and say these people aren't black?
I'd say that they're Mongolian, isn't it? That you got how many different you got a certain amount of different types of people groups on this planet. Yeah, you got black, or African descent. You got white or Caucasian descent. You've also got white or Asian descent, as in Oriental descent, and you've also got the Indian, what we may call the Dravidian descent. Outside of that, you got the Australoid. So now that makes up 5 different types of person that I can think of on this planet Earth right now.
Did all these people come from Africa?
I would suggest not necessarily.
That's not an answer. It's a yes or no answer.
I would say, when you say come from Africa, what do you mean by did all of these people come from Africa?
Cut a long story short, the out of Africa theory that everyone came out of Africa.
No, I disagree, because when the boat landed, after the ark landed, after the flood, which your Quran agrees with, what you'll find is that the J-bags, like Ashkenaz and your people, them, they went in a different direction to, the Shemites and my people, them. So technically, no, everyone's not from Africa.
Shemite? Are you claiming Shemite now?
I'm not claiming it. It just is what it is.
But we don't know. You could be a Hamite, though.
Well, the Bible is making the claim, and
what's the Bible claiming? Though?
Even if I was a Hamite, Hamites and Shemites went in the same direction.
But
unlike the J-bags.
They got a different dad, didn't it?
Well, they would still be in Africa, unlike the J-bags.
But unless you go back to Noah, you're separated.
Unless you go back to Noah, you're not going to realize that you're a J-bag and you never was in Africa. You went somewhere else. You went on your own way and did your savagery away from what we know as Africa.
Okay. So what's your point? I don't get it.
Well, the point is you asked me a question and now I've answered it. So what was the point
to your question? What was the question I asked you? Sorry, originally?
You asked me, am I saying that those people aren't African? And I've explained to you why they're not African. So what was the relevance of that question?
Okay. So these J-bags you're talking about, or Japhites that went off in their own direction, Japheth's tribe, did they or did they not mix with people that went in the same direction, meaning Shemites and Hamites that also moved with them? Do they not have admixture? Or are they purely the sons of Noah and no other mixture from no other sons?
At some point, us as Hamites and Shemites did choose to interact with them on the basis of setting up city-states on their European isles or islands or whatever you want to call it. And at some point, they became volatile and decided to overthrow us. So
that's what happened.
I wouldn't say that necessarily means we mixed with them, no.
So once we take out your religious biases and your leniencies, historically, what you just said is quite accurate. I have to agree with everything you said there.
It's just like when I look at India, like this guy, you got this guy, what's his name, H? He's always talking about India's first, and India was the first civilization, and they got the oldest religions. It is bullshit, because this is the thing, like, when I said earlier on I wanted to talk about India, I was looking at something in Kemet, and it wasn't by like some kind of, Anthony Browder or some kind of internet video or nothing. It was just the Bible. And I was reading the Bible, and I came across a really interesting passage. Hold on, let me pull it out for you, because I don't want to misquote the Bible, do I? That would be. Hold on, let me pull out this passage. I think this is powerful stuff. Yeah, because before I even read this passage, let me just try and confirm something. Does anyone know about Indian, the spirituality stuff they do, like Hindu and that kind of stuff? Is there one that works? Is there one that worships cows?
Yeah.
Hindus.
So if there's one that worships cows, this is what was so surprising to me, yeah? When I went
I don't know
to
about worship,
Exodus,
but it's sacred.
it's sacred then, yeah, it's sacred. There you go. Maybe they don't worship, but it's a sacred animal. So I went to Exodus 8, yeah, and I was reading Exodus 8, yeah, and it's got I'll tell you what it
The
says.
golden calf.
It says hold on, let me go to a little bit before Exodus 8 actually, or I'm at 26, Exodus 8:26, but I'm gonna go a bit before that. Hold on, let me just pull it up. Exodus. How do you spell Exodus again?
EXOUD. No wait, ODUS.
ODUS, yeah, that's it, ODUS. Exodus. Sorry, bro. It was Exodus 8. Exodus 8. Let's pull this up now. So I want the KJV to make sure we got the right thing. So it says here in Exodus 8, I'm going to start from Exodus 8:22. Or not 21. Yeah. No, sorry, I'm going to start from 20 because it's just more clearer from there, I think. That's the part I want. There we go. It says, and the Lord said unto Moses, rise up early in the morning and stand before Pharaoh. Lo, he cometh forth to the water, and say unto him, thus saith the Lord, let my people go, that they may serve me. Else,
let
if
my
thou will not let
people
my
go.
Yeah. Else, if thou will not let my people go, behold, I will send swarms of flies upon thee, and upon thy servants, and upon thy people, and into thy houses, and the houses of the Egyptians shall be full of swarms of flies, and also the ground whereon whereon they are, sorry. And I will sever in that day the land of Goshen in which my people dwell, that no swarms of flies shall be there, to the end thou mayest know that I am the Lord in the midst of the earth. And I will put a division between my people and thy people. Tomorrow shall this sign be. And the Lord did so, and there came a grievous swarm of flies into the house of Pharaoh, and into his servants' houses, and into the land of Egypt.
All right.
Yeah, I won't finish, but anyway, yeah, into the land of Egypt. The land was corrupted by reason of the swarms of flies. And Pharaoh called for Moses and for Aaron, and said, go ye, sacrifice to your God in the land. Yeah, so he's telling them to go and do what they would do as sacrifices to their God in the land. Yeah, and Moses said, it is not meet so to do. Sorry, and Moses said, it is not meet so to do, for we shall sacrifice the abomination of the Egyptians to the Lord our God. Lo, shall we sacrifice the abomination of the Egyptians before their eyes, and they will not stone us? Now, what he's saying is, if I go out and I do the sacrifice that I'm supposed to do to the Most High, yeah, I'm going to have to sacrifice an animal that's sacred to you. Because in Egypt at that time, the cow was seen as sacred, just like what you're saying in India.
Right.
You can't just go around killing cows because people are going to start stoning you. You're going to be upset because you're killing their sacred animal.
Makes
so
sense.
What he's saying is, you have to let my people go, and any sacrifices we do has to be outside of this place, innit? Because we're going to have to do it. You feel where I'm coming from? So that's how I made the connection to India, saying, okay, well, maybe that worshipping of cows or cows being sacred don't just come from nowhere. Maybe that's something directly coming from Africa, unless they can show us something earlier.
You already knew that.
Well, I'm glad to reaffirm that with you.
Hey, listen, we Ida Khan and Shiver show. You two are fucking okay, now.
I just thought it was a good point, man. For someone, but for brother H, if you want to jump on at any point and tell us your Dravidian point of view, like I'm happy to hear it. But I think at this point, I'm kind of, you know, quite. I think this surprises
someone like that to have that conversation, or Harj or something like that. Someone have to be
Harpreet, man.
No, bro. Why do you need to call for this brother for, man? That's just
I like Harpreet though, man. He's cool, man.
Like, man, yeah. All right.
I like his personality and his discussion.
Right.
And his discussion. Outside of
Oh,
that,
you're talking about Hakira.
I thought it was Harpreet.
There's someone else in the chat, isn't it?
Is it Harpreet or Harpreet or something like that?
The one that's on the panel.
Yeah.
That's Hakira.
Hakira.
Yeah.
I never thought that was his name, but now I know. At least I know. Sorry, Hakira, if that is your name. What's a Hakira?
That's his name, bro.
Why are you laughing at the man?
Where the heck you at?
Hakira.
It's not even that. He blatantly said ha, but you want to change it to haki. Like he said haki. Like so like
Harky rat.
You know what you're doing, innit?
Is it Harky rat then? Harky rat.
Yeah.
Harky rat.
There's 2 R's in there.
Harky
Hard
rat.
R's? Are they hard R's?
Yeah.
Harky rat.
Both of them are hard. Pause.
That Harky rat.
About?
I don't know what's going on.
What does Harky mean? I know what rat means.
No, bro. He's always the guy talking about. He's always walking with straps, and babies have got straps, and everyone's got straps, and the women they got straps as well, and all that.
Well, I know what rat means. I just need to work out the Harky.
Oh, I don't know. It is what it is, bro. Sometimes you got to take things at face value, innit?
And sometimes you just can't.
It's what it is, isn't it? It's the man's name.
Some of us can, some of us can't.
It is what it is, bro. How's he going to bring meaning from his own pagan system? Like, it's not going to have any relevant meaning, is it? The man got their different mythology.
Yeah, but you got a name that disables your ability to do because you can't.
Maybe it's not to do with what he can and can't do. Maybe it's because he's a can't.
The Harky rat is still a mad name, though. That is a mad name. Harky rat. But big up Harky rat anyway. Say nothing. Say nothing. You know that red rat? We got Harky rat over here, man.
I thought you're fascinated with his name, bro. I don't know what's going on.
Here we go. Big up Harky rat, my brother.
I love you. Yeah, love, man. It's all love, man.
Hey, what did you think about what I said though? In the Bible, in Egypt, they were worshipping the calf or the cow or whatever. Is that something that happens in India?
Nah, they don't worship the cow. They
they
don't worship they I mean, Indian spirituality, they worship, they say that the universe is God. You know what I'm saying? They say not just the cow's God, but this universe is God. You know what I'm saying? So when they see someone, they bow down, they put their hands together, and they say Namaste, Namo, I bow down to you. That's how they say hello, how they greet people.
But tell me about the cows though. I don't want to know about that. I want to know about the cows. Tell me, is the cow sacred?
So the cow is one of 7 mothers. So in the Indian tradition, we have 7 mothers. Yeah, one of them is the earth, the Mother Earth. One of them is our biological mother. One of them is the cow, because it gives us milk. The other one is our, I think it's like babysitter or something like that. So like that, in the Indian tradition, we have 7 mothers. You know what I'm saying?
See, one of your mothers in the in the
cow is a
Bible
one of them.
tradition. So basically, in the Bible tradition, one of your mothers, we call that mother, you know, the cow. We call that one an abomination. How does that reflect with you?
I mean, it's everything's context, isn't it? You know what I'm saying? It's all context, man. Like no one's gonna, I mean, no one's gonna say the Mother Earth is our mother, and no one's gonna say it's an abomination to say that our biological mother is a mother. No one's gonna say is abomination. Someone saying my babysitter, someone who breastfeeded me, someone who gave me breast.
Your babysitter breastfed you.
No, I'm just saying.
Yo,
what's
going on?
What if the hand that rocks the cradle is going on?
I don't know how. No. Correct me.
Yeah, go on, correct yourself. Go on.
No, but if we're talking if we're talking seriously, like I think you can correct me in it. Like I know, like someone might babysit you or breastfeed you. She might not be your biological mother.
Whoa! Not me.
Let's not wait. Let's just that is what they do. We might not agree with it, but like this is what the brother said. We could be adults about what he's saying. Yeah, we don't have to act
it's context, isn't it?
Talk, he's talking, and I can't change that. So
yeah, it's context, isn't it? Everything's context, isn't it? But yeah, I'm not gonna. Your Bible says that. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I don't even know if the Bible's like legit. You know what I'm saying? Like you know. But you know we've got. I mean, we've got evidence to prove. I don't even want to get in that discussion right now. Yeah, but I mean, there's a lot of question marks on Christianity. A lot of question marks. Like for example, the term Trinity. Yeah, because then we have we have Trimurti. Yeah, which sounds like Trinity, and the symbol is a number 3. Yeah,
because it sounds like.
It sounds
no,
like
it's
no. Sounds like Trinity. What does Trimurti mean?
So Trimurti is the Indian. It represents Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Also, it represents Shiva, the electron, Vishnu, the neutron, and Brahman, the proton. And
can I ask you a question?
Particle physics.
Wait, no, Vic, 1 second, Vic, 1 second. You see in the depiction of those three deities you mentioned, yeah, they're usually blue in it or green.
Yeah, so I'll tell you why. Yeah. So
tell
blue
me.
is because blue Shiva is depicted as blue because Shiva he's an electron. And electricity is blue, isn't it? So he represents the electron. So
I know I'm not from this planet, but could you allow me in this one? Allow me out of this. Why is he calling my name though?
Shiva, he didn't call your name, bruv. He's saying he said Shiva, bruv. Can we, like I said to you, man, this brother
you
saying
said I'm black till I'm blue. I heard you, man. You said he's black till he's blue, and he said Shiva.
No. Also, the color blue. The color blue is I think it has a couple of meanings. I think one of them is is it meditation? Yeah, I think it's meditation, isn't it? Like the color blue. When you smear yourself with blue, it's like meditation, isn't it? So I think that's another reason.
Pause. You test yourself with blue. Pause.
No, but anyway, no. Yes, Shifa, let's be sensible, man. You know what I'm saying? But you know what I'm saying? So the Trinity, yeah, we Indians had that concept Trimurti like thousands of years before. Every single one of their scriptures begins with that symbol Trimurti. Every single Indian scripture starts off the first word in their scripture. It starts off with that symbol Trimurti.
So are you suggesting that languages in India are as old as cuneiform and hieroglyph?
No, I'm comparing Bible to.
No, but you'd have to. If that's what you're saying, because remember the Bible.
I'm happy to go. Yeah,
Is
yeah, I'm
Sanskrit
happy to.
older than cuneiform? Is that what you're saying?
Well, but there's not much difference.
I'd say there is.
Nah, not much.
I'd say there is.
Not really.
Which one's older?
Maybe there's 1,000 years difference. Not even that.
And which one is older?
Obviously, cuneiform
H,
would be older.
1 second, H. The reason why I asked you this question, right, is because from my understanding, yeah, the color blue that deities are painted with is significant to is a few reasons, right? So one of them was talking about the thing. What's the thing that plants have got? Is it that makes them green? Because they're also depicted as green, right? Yeah.
Chlorophyll,
I've not seen that. I've not seen that before as green. Could be. Could be.
Because there's some suggestions, yeah, that like, have you seen any other deities that have been painted those colors, blue and stuff like that, from any other place, like in ancient Egypt or anything like that? No. That's what I'm trying to say. Like in ancient Egypt.
Yeah, like back to the place we started. That's right.
I contend that color blue is not is possibly what you're saying, but that is not necessarily that is derived from India. It could be that the people from the lands of Kemet have traveled out towards India. Now, as somebody that reads biblical text, I would say there's clear demonstration in the Bible where the lands that was gifted to the sons of Noah was extended out into the region called India and another region called Bactria. You get what I'm saying? So, you know, I hear what you're saying, and you know, Shiva said that you lot like to talk about you lot started this and this and that. What my question is it possible that it could have been taken to that area by people from a more ancient civilization?
I mean, I think what is it? I think there's two sides of it. So one of the sides is the concept itself, who first introduced it, and I think the second thing is that people like to talk about were these real people that walked the planet, and you know, were they real people? I don't think they were real people. No, I wanna talk about that one first, about whether they were real people or not, and I wanna clarify that, because I want to clarify that all these millions of deities that they have, these are actually analogies, and these are personifications
analogies.
Attributes of the and personifications of the characteristics of that one formless God, that one formless God, G generator, O operator, D destroyer, Shiva, yeah. Pause.
So when,
yeah,
so
but motion, yeah, motion. What I'm saying is that these deities are analogies and personifications of the characteristics of that one. So one of the characteristics.
My brother, listen, because you're saying something, you're repeating yourself now. I'm saying to you, right? So you're saying that you don't necessarily believe that they were real people that lived and that they're personifications of a certain spiritual being, right? Or a spiritual heightenment, right? So I'm saying to you this. Let me finish. That would be the case if it's not something that is original to your land.
No. I don't know how that makes sense. I don't think how that.
You don't know, because you're just sitting here telling me that you don't think these people lived, but they didn't live in the land. They didn't live in your lands. That's why.
Let me Let me tell you. I'm saying no. What I'm saying.
Hold on, hey, slow down.
Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying, Motion. Yeah.
But take a breath and then say it. Take a breath then say it.
Okay, so the one creator, the formless God, the one which has no features, the God that is non-physical, that formless one does many things, right? So in the paradigm, in the Indian paradigm where the universe is God, right? So that formless one, it does many things. One of the things it does is it creates us. Our skin cells are constantly being created. Another thing that the one does is it sustains our breath. when we're sleeping, right, it sustains our breath when we're sleeping. Another, one second, let me put now very quickly. So another thing that the creator does is it destroys life. So our skin cells are constantly being destroyed, and that's the electrons destroying our cells and shit. So we wouldn't say they're real persons. We have other deities like Gali Ma. Gali is often misrepresented, misquoted to mean black black goddess, because Gali also means black, but Gali in the word goddess Gali means deaf. Yeah, we say Gal, Gal, yeah, Gal means deaf. So this is the mother of death. So my point, so the Sikhs, so the Indians, very quickly, let me make my point. So the Indians, no, brother, please, yeah. So the Indians, yeah, before the Indians go to war, yeah, they will invoke the power of Gali Ma. They will invoke the power of that goddess, and they become Gali, that they become deaf. So the Sikh militants, the Sikh warriors, before they go war, they'll say like a chant, which is in our iron scripture. That's some Sadhguru Granth.
So they become black with murder. They become black with murder.
They become deaf. They become deaf, innit? And they start killing,
and
man.
Deaf
And they
is black.
become deaf.
And deaf is black. I got you.
No, I never said deaf is black. I said Gal. I said Gal has two meanings. One of them is black, one of them is deaf. Gali Ma, Gali means deaf in the goddess Gali. In that context, Gal means deaf, and we invoke the power of deaf, and we become deaf. So you too can become Shiva. You too can become Vishnu. You too can become Kali.
Cool.
You too
Why
can
did
become
you why did you mention the fact that she's mistakenly called the Black Queen? Why is it a mistake she's called that? I'm just wanting to know.
Because is like, for example, Sniper, a New Orleans Sniper, he's saying that, oh, we invoke a black goddess, but I'm saying that that's Gali Ma isn't a person. It's not a physical person. It's an energy.
No, because it's not a physical person, because you don't want it to be a black person all of a sudden.
I'm saying that if you look at the origin of it, it's an analogy. It's a personification of the characteristic of that formless God.
Where did the images of these people come from? Who created it? Did somebody just dream up the images then?
Yeah, so let's talk about images now. Why did these images come about? So the reason why these images came about was because tens of thousands of years ago, people were very simple-minded. The longer you go back, people were less and less educated, and so
but they created a concept. And talked about things like atoms, like you're doing, and stuff like that. What are you talking about?
Let me finish. So when you
shit, bro, stop. This is why.
Now you're getting angry. Now you're getting angry, innit?
You might have freestylers. Man.
No, we're not. I'm saying that when a person has to teach the entire world, when one person has to teach people who are not educated and simple-minded, you have to make it easy for them. You have to make it easy for them so they can understand this. You know what I'm saying? The concept, and that's why it was made in these stories, and so people could understand it. Little children could listen to it and say, "Oh, okay, I understand that now." That's why these pictures came about, but these are not real people. It's characteristics and analogies and attributes of the characteristics of that formless God.
They're not deities that people thought they saw. They're just
one second, Motion. Can I ask them a question? Is this one second? Hey,
Shifa, it's not 1 second. I asked a simple question. Is it not deities that people thought they saw?
No, but what do you mean when you say? What does that question mean? Right. What I'm saying to you is that when you can invoke the power, and you too can become that.
You're gonna keep doing this, but hey, Let's be honest.
You too can invoke their power, and you too
Would
can
you call him
become that.
Mosh?
What we're saying is that.
I'm all right.
Thank you, bro. Thank you. Yo, H, when you're speaking, yeah, about these deities, the deities you're speaking of, are they deities are they Sikhi deities? Because you man deal with Guru, don't you? You man deal with Guru. One second. You man deal with Guru, right? That's correct, right?
You know, I'm gonna get the fucking video, man.
So the deities you're talking about, the deities you're talking about are, when you're talking about who did you say? You said Shiva or something, isn't it? Yeah, Shiva, yeah, and Vishnu and these things. That's not Sikhi, is it? That's Hinduism, brother.
So in
so
our
you're
scripture,
speaking on behalf of something
no.
that
In
is
our
not your
scripture,
thing.
in our scripture, they're mentioned, right? These are mentioned not as people but as energy sources, right? So as energy.
Yeah, but
so
who are you to tell the Hindus who came first, the Hindu or the Sikh?
No, but we
no,
but
but
my
nothing.
gurus,
I asked you a question.
my gurus,
brother,
my
please,
gurus,
brother,
my
please,
gurus, my
respectfully.
gurus
Who
are Hindu. My
came
gurus are
first,
Hindus.
the
My
Hindu
gurus are
or the
Hindus.
Sikh? Who came
My
first?
gurus are Hindus. My gurus are
Who
Hindus.
came first? What was first? Did the word Hindu exist first, or did the word Sikh exist first?
No, Siksha is a Sanskrit word, yeah, meaning to learn, a student, disciple.
All right, you're being picky.
Yeah?
All right, look, now you're gonna be flipping play semantics.
brother,
Did
no, 1 second, brother. You don't,
Sikhism as a spirituality exist before Hinduism?
No, brother, 1 second. You don't understand spirituality.
Brother, you're gonna dance all day. I'm going. Listen, I'm going. See you later, mate. Have a nice day. Because you're gonna chat shit all day.
You've got your Abrahamic lens on, and you don't understand us. You know what I'm saying? You don't understand us, bro. You've got your Abrahamic lens on.
Shifa, are you at your computer? You out and about?
I'm on the phone right now, but I can be at the computer in about 10 minutes, 5 minutes.
Bro, listen, I'm gonna WhatsApp a video, yeah? I'm gonna put it in the thing as well, right? In the chill chat. So whoever's got a laptop to hand, yeah, if you don't mind screen sharing this for me. Yeah,
but Moulton, don't you realize what you're doing? He's not going to answer any question truthfully.
Brother, I don't.
I'm back. I had this measurement.
I don't.
Why are you mentioning my name?
Shifa, I don't care about personally. Sorry, Maku. Personally, I don't care about his explanation. Yeah, I just literally, like I said, they man are just regurgitating stuff. Yeah, I'm literally genuinely trying to understand and ascertain something. You understand what I'm trying to say to you? Yeah.
I see it, but
Shifa, I didn't want the dickhead on the panel, but you called him to the panel. The brothers are around on the panel. Yeah. So boom, we're having a conversation. But we can't have a conversation without somebody repeating the same regurgitated bullshit. You get me? So here what?
I'm telling you what I'm.
Maku, in the chill chat, brother. In the chill chat, Maku, in the chill chat. Yeah, there's the video there. Yeah. Okay. Blue. What's it called? Blue gods. Black skin, something like that.
Listen, man.
Let's take a break. And we can all skip up, and then you can interject and put your point across the things. Yeah.
It's a YouTube video as well.
No, but I'm actually.
It's YouTube, brother.
Yeah, can't you put it in the back chat?
I'll put it in the normal chat.
You're gonna make him lose his mind. Motion. Do you not realize the man can't even answer a simple question like which comes first, Hindu or Sikhism? He can't even answer that.
I'm on a tablet, so I can't share.
Let me just say, I thought I'd come in and share a little bit I know, and I don't know a lot. Yeah, I don't know a lot. Yeah, but if you're gonna insult me, then you know what I'm saying. There's no.
You're not being fair with your answers. You got to be fair with your answers. If someone asks you, if I ask someone which is older, I said, is Egypt older or Rome older? Then someone's just going to say which one they think is older, or they'll say, I don't know. You can't give me an answer, or I don't know. I don't know why.
I'm saying to you, I don't understand that question. So why are you going to cuss me? And why are you going to insult me?
You don't understand the simple question because you don't want to understand it for the sake of the conversation.
No, now you're judging me. Now you're judging me.
I'm not judging you. I'm judging your behavior. I'm judging your behavior, bro. That's what you're displaying, bro. That's what you're displaying, bro.
No, you're being judgmental, bro.
No, I'm showing you what you're displaying, bro. It's not judgmental. If I was judging you, I'd say that you're being a bastard for behaving a certain way. I'm saying to you, this is what you're doing, bro. I'm showing you what you're behaving, bro. That's it. Literally, you want to call it judgmental because you want to take a victim narrative. We're not doing that, bro. We're grown men, bro. We're gonna have a conversation, bro. Grown men have conversations. Sometimes they're not nice to hear. Sometimes they're difficult. Sometimes they might be swear words. But we're fucking grown men, bro. Stop it.
No, but you're saying I'm saying to you, I don't understand the question, and you're saying
nice. It's an appropriate tone of voice, bro. Chin up, come on.
All right, correct. All right, cool, come. Let's move on.
He didn't understand the question. What the fuck?
Apparently not.
That's cool. That's cool.
Who came first, you or your girl? I don't understand the question. Like, allow it, man.
Fucking a black man native to fucking -50°C Himalayas, yeah? Come on, and we're not native. We're not native there. Come on, man.
Say that again.
Sorry, what'd you say?
I said where I'm from is -50°C, bro, and you're and where Himalayas, yeah? Himalayas.
You say you live in the coldest place on earth. You live in the coldest place on earth.
No, it isn't. Nowhere near.
See, there we go. Now you talk shit. Now you're just talking shit. You're a supremacist, bro.
No,
you're a Sikhi supremacist, bro.
It's the coldest living.
Bro, you're a Sikhi supremacist, and you're lighter than Vic, Axum, all of them. Like, allow it, man.
No, bro. Yeah, no one lives in Antarctica, but they live in Himalayas. That's where Shiva, Vishnu, Brahman, all these people are from. Buddha, there was we had 1 million. We had 1 million, over 1 million Buddhas in fucking Himalayas. Over 1 million Buddhas in Himalayas, and they were all black.
Oh,
we're not native.
Okay.
We're not native.
Okay.
We're not native.
Yeah, because
are we not
because
native?
so wait, in Buddha, when you don't go into the Buddha thing, bro, because when you research the Buddha, yeah, when you go into the ancient walls and stuff like that, they're paintings of the original Buddhists. Are what color, bro? Do you know?
They're not.
Do you know? Do you know how cold it is there? Do you know how cold it is there? Yeah, when the video drops, sit back and watch, bro, and learn something.
Yeah, the first
you fucking around with the wrong one, bro.
The first Buddha was a black
fucking
man,
around with the wrong one, bro. You gonna
yes.
You gonna learn the day.
Yeah, we've had 1 million Buddhas in Africa, Himalayas. Show me one in Africa. Show me one in Africa. Show me one in Africa. One Buddha in Africa.
The original people from where you're from are black as well. So
no, but my uncle. What hex
hold
color?
on, you're light.
What hex color? What hex color? What hex color?
What do you mean hex color?
Yeah, because my uncle's fucking dark brown, bruv. My mum's brother, he's dark brown.
Hey, what happened to this man, chod? Hey, brother,
I'm asking you,
hey, brother, stop it, man.
I'm saying that your people.
Which hex color, bruv? Tell us the hex color, innit?
I'm saying that most of your people from the continent of sub-India or whatever, sub-Indian continent or whatever, yeah, they are black.
They're brown,
meaning every meaning of the word.
They're brown.
Like, no.
They're brown, bruv. They're brown. Come on, man. What are you doing? They're brown, bruv.
Stop that.
What are they black like my fucking hair? Like my beard? Are they black like my beard? Or like what black?
Yes.
Blick. They're blick, bruv. They're blick.
Yes,
no, they're brown, bro.
I'm saying maybe because you live in the mountains. Hold on, maybe because you live in the mountains and you've definitely had an admixture. This is where Khan comes in.
Listen, I'm saying the Senegalese are brown. The Senegalese are brown, bro. The Senegalese are brown. The Senegalese are brown. Sri Lankans are brown.
Black.
Sri Lankans are brown.
Why are we doing this, man?
Brown. Yeah, they're brown.
I've met Sri Lankans fresh from Sri Lanka. I'm as blacker than his eyebrows. Please,
what?
Bro.
And I haven't met Sri Lankans. Come on, man. They're dark brown, bruv. Tamils are dark brown.
They've got their own
Sri Lankans are dark brown.
So.
Yeah, Sri Lankans are dark brown. Senegalese are dark brown. They're not like, you know what I'm saying? That's why when you say black, I'm asking you
they're
for
black,
hex.
man. They're black, man. They're black. They're black in skin and they're black featured. Like the Senegalese. When we're talking about Senegalese. Yeah, the phenotype is the hair is nappy. The hair is nippy. Ain't nothing to do with you.
No, that's because they ain't got a comb, bro. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? And they're the oldest people in the region. It ain't you, man. Stop it, man.
Yeah, the argument is how did they get there? Some people saying they went by boat.
And obviously,
so let me.
we had hold on.
Good question.
And we had boats thousands of years before a lot of these people's existence.
I got a very good question.
Later
for you.
Tribes and all of that. Like, stop it.
I got a very good question for you. Are we native now? Are we native? Yeah. To this cosmos. Are we native to this cosmos?
Yes, we are.
Then how the fuck are we not native to India? Then how the fuck is this India yours? How the fuck is this world yours?
There's an argument.
People migrate. One second. People migrate. People settle. Yeah, and those people who migrated from other areas and settled in what you're calling India now, right? I'm saying that after that point, they still recorded history to say that lots of other people, including Khan and them, came in your country, and definitely came in your country. Do you get what I'm saying? Yeah, so this is the whole point. While you're sitting there all light-skinned, looking, talking about you're from the mountains while you're light-skinned. No, my brother.
Light-skinned.
Yeah? No. You're not feeling typical of someone from the Asian subcontinent. It's more you are an admixture from those original people who migrated to that area.
I'm saying it doesn't add up. I'm saying
you ain't got no origin, my brother.
No, I do.
You're hybrid,
our origin is Himalayas, isn't it? That's our origin, bro. Yeah. Now you're telling me that black people. You're telling me that black people were the original Indians, were the original Himalayan man, yeah? People. No. My question to you now: where did you disappear to? Did we punch you up and did we fucking let you? Did we run you out? Did we run you out?
We're still there. We're still on the Sentinel Island. We're still on the Dawah Island. H, we're still on all the islands, but brother, can I just say apologies if you felt offended by anything I said to you? Because I didn't want to disrespect you, but I thought it was a relevant subject. And it's a good. I think this is a good topic to debate on. So let's try and wind it back in. Because congratulations, guys! Rounds of applause. We've had almost zero arguments today, so congratulations to us all, including myself. I'm doing better. So
agreed.
I'm just saying, look, yeah. I mean, my theory is I've said it many times. My theory is that my theory is that over millions of years, thousands of years, the people up north became lighter because of climate difference, and the people down south
not true.
Because yes, there is an element. Yes, there is an element of truth in you saying that there was mixture. Yes, there's an element in truth of that, but I'm saying that's a small minority, and we have 2020 archaeogeological and archaeogenetical evidence to prove that. Yeah, and now to say that.
When we look at
I've not heard any. One second.
Allow him to finish, Kanye. Allow him to finish.
I've not heard any. I've not heard. I've not heard any argument to refute that. All I've heard is.
All right, play the video. There's one now. Fuck it. Play the video because you just waffling. Yeah, because you just
but
it's way too much for me. I'm out to where it all makes sense into the fantasy world of Warcraft. Big love.
Saying that, big up, brother. Big up.
Might see you on Friday. One love.
Can I just say quickly, hey, obviously, you've told us your theory from what I just heard from you. You said this is your theory. So obviously that would mean it's just yours. It's not the theory of the people you come from. It's H's theory.
It is.
So maybe
it is.
Well, you said it's yours. You said yours.
Paid for it.
You said it was yours. So if it's your theory, I can only take it as yours. If it's your government's theory, or if it's the theory theorized by the majority of people from the Indian subcontinent or whatever you want to call it, then fair enough. But you'd have to prove that it's the theory most accepted by people on that continent. And if there are other theories that are more accepted, you'd have to be willing to try and, work with them too.
I hear that, Chef. Listen to this now. Now listen to this. Yo, Sniper.
No, people are fucking bad, bruv. Wait. Listen. My point I'm making, isn't about fucking the people them and their original status, My point was about the deities, That was the question I asked specifically was about the deities, right?
But you said, you made it. Yeah, but I answered that question.
Oh, hey, shut the fuck up, man! I don't care how much straps you got. You're gonna shut the fuck
up when I'm talking, bro. And yes, shut your mouth.
No peace, no peace.
Shut your fucking mouth when I'm talking, man.
No contentment. Is this what your religion does for you?
No contentment, man. Suck your mum, bro. I'm talking. Don't fucking interrupt, bro. Shut your mouth, bro. I'll take your own strap and with it, bro. Shut up.
You're not well, bro. Yeah, you're not well.
Man.
This is what gangster, black people. This is what black people gave you. This is the legacy of your ancestors. This is your legacy of your ancestors. No peace, gangster rap, innit? Gangster rap. That's what your ancestors gave you. That's what your ancestors gave you, bruv. Our ancestors gave us peace. Our ancestors gave us peace and contentment. Our ancestors gave us peace. They gave us peace. They gave us peace. They gave us contentment. Yeah, they gave you gangster rap, bruv. They gave you fucking violence. They gave you violence, bruv. They gave you violence, bruv, and they gave us peace. They gave us peace. They gave us peace. They gave us peace. Yeah.
Run the track. Let's teach this guy.
They gave us peace, bruv. They gave us peace. Yeah. R. Kelly was black, bruv. R. Kelly was black. Fucking Buddha wasn't black, bruv. Buddha wasn't black. Buddha wasn't black, bruv. R. Kelly was black. R. Kelly was black. Buddha wasn't black. Buddha wasn't black, bruv. Yeah, the original.
Wait. If Buddha wasn't black, how do you explain his hair? How do you explain his hair?
Now, 1 second. The original. What, haven't you seen the Rastas in India? They've got dreads, bruv. They've got dreads in India, the fucking Rastas, and they're brown, bruv. They're brown. They're not black, bruv. They're not black, bruv. They're not black, bruv. They're not black, bruv. Yeah, they're not black, bruv.
Alright, mute this prick, man. Vikings.
Come on, guys.
It's spazzing. It's fully spazzing.
So what about the Rastas in India? What about the Rastas in India? The Rastafaris in India. Have you seen their hair? Have you seen their dreadlocks? Have you seen their dreadlocks, bro?
We've heard you. Let's play the video now, bro. You're being respectful, bro. So
the original saints weren't black, bruv. R. Kelly was black.
Maybe they were. So what if they were?
Let's move on now. Let's move on now.
Fucking Lil Wayne was black, bruv. Lil Wayne was black, bruv. Yeah, Lil Wayne was black. Yeah, drill artists are black. Drill artists are black, bruv.
Hey,
yeah, 50 cents.
Can you go
black,
on mute
bro?
for a moment, please, bro? We're gonna play a video. Please go on mute. And Kanye, I'm going on mute too. We're gonna play the video.
About they were black.
Run the track, man. Run the track.
Yeah. My people are destroyed for the lack of knowledge. Because thou hast rejected knowledge, I will also reject thee. Thou shalt have no priest to me, seeing that thou hast forgotten the law of thy God. I will also forget thy children. Now that's a big message to you, so-called black man. You are destroyed for the lack of knowledge. Now I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's through slavery or just through systematic programming, but our people just refuse to read. It's like they got a phobia of it. Like because you refuse to read, the Most High says here, you are destroyed. The so-called Negro wakes up every single morning thinking that everything's going to be done for him, living rather for the present than the future or the past. Now, since you forgot knowledge, since you rejected reading, the Most High said, he will forget you. I believe I said this in one of my last videos. There is really no excuse for anyone not to know anything in this day and age. It's 2021. You can access information via the click of a button, and that only takes a few seconds. Now, for those who are here from clicking that button, it obviously shows that you want to gain some more knowledge. So let's gain some more knowledge and get into this whole concept of the blue man. Now, at the start of the video, I stated that a lot of people have come across this concept through movies or oral tradition. But what the main thing people forget to do is ask the question, why? I mean, there's a meaning behind everything. You shouldn't just take everything for granted and accept it. You should always ask the question, why? Why is Keira Knightley playing the role of King Arthur's wife, Guinevere? Why is she painting herself blue? Why is Mel Gibson playing the role of William Wallace? Why does he paint himself blue? These are the questions we should always ask ourselves. And these questions are only going to be answered if we read. So let's read and see why people paint themselves blue. All right, so in this investigation, I'm going to be using this book a lot. This is a book called Ancient and Modern Britons by David McRitchie. Now, one thing about this book is that David McRitchie is a so-called white man. And this book was actually written in the late 1800s. So before anyone gets into it and says, you know, I'm trying to blackwash history, just know that this guy is a so-called white man. Not only that, but he's also a so-called Scot. And the reason why I say so-called is because for those who stay tuned to my videos, we know who the real Scots actually are. But anyway, this is on page 47. And what we're first going to do is look at the etymology.
Queen Scotia.
So it
This
reads
is
here,
bullshit, bro.
complementary
Bullshit,
witness with Morris
Shut
is
up.
Gorm, found to the names of the Highland chiefs and kings. This word is given in the Gaelic dictionaries as signifying blue of whatever shade, also green as grass. And this recalls the fact that the indigenous tribes described by Caesar were styled both viridris, meaning green, and ceruli, meaning blue, from the woad which they stained their bodies. So woad is just basically a plant dye where people used to stain their bodies. So you might see, you know, some Vikings paint themselves blue. They was using woad. But anyway, let's carry on. Which they stained their bodies, the color of which may come under either of these headings. Accordingly, when one looks again into the Gaelic dictionary, one finds that Gorman is woad. Plainly, therefore, a man who is titled Gorm is a woad-stained man. Now, although in Gaelic of Scotland, a Negro is known as Dwayne Dub, a black man, he is known in the Gaelic of Ireland as Dwayne Gorm, a blue, green, or woad-stained man. So when we go back now, look at movies like Braveheart.
No, rewind it, bro. Rewind it.
Woad.
Rewind it, bro. Rewind it. Because it said brown. It said blue means brown in their language. Blue and green means is brown in their language, bro. So blue skin means brown.
Mark,
if you look,
like let's all right, let's get straight. Yeah, this whole brown term that you Indians have adopted is new. Yeah, so like
no, it's not. No, it's not, G.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not, G. No, it's not, bro.
Yes, it is.
No,
Let's try not to argue. Just rewind it back a little bit, Motion, or whoever's playing it, so we can hear it again.
It's late 90s and onwards.
So what did this at the bottom? Look at the bottom.
I don't think it's that significant. Guam, but go on,
Guam is equivalent to brown. Yeah, brown, bruv. They weren't Bantu. These saints, these holy people weren't fucking Sudanese. They weren't fucking Nigerian.
They were brown. Can you give an example? Can you give Can you give an example of the Indians that traverse with the ghouls and that? Then can you show us? Can you show us Indians that walk the fucking earth with Vikings and different things like that? Then can you show us?
Bruv, I can show you, but listen, bruv, listen, I'm a boss, bruv. Yeah, listen, bruv. Yeah, we're not 100% cocoa, bruv. These man was 75% cocoa, maybe 50% cocoa, maybe 75% cocoa.
So
they weren't 100% cocoa, bruv. They weren't 100% cocoa,
bruv. What's wrong with you?
Yeah. These man were 50. These holy saints, these saints were fucking, these gods and deities. They were fucking 50% cocoa, bruv.
50% cocoa. I thought they didn't exist a minute ago.
Yeah, maybe 70, maybe 70.
See what I'm saying? They didn't exist. They didn't exist, but now.
Yeah,
they didn't exist, but now all of a sudden, now they was maybe they was mixed. You see what I'm saying, bro?
No, maybe
see how your narrative changes, bro.
Climate made them lighter. Climate made them lighter. Cool. But I'm saying they weren't 100% fucking cocoa, bro. These saints, these gods and goddesses and shit.
So did they live or not, bro? Did they live or not? What? Did they live or not? Earlier on you said that. Earlier on you wait, bro, don't cut me. Earlier on you said that they were stories and they didn't live, right? Now we're getting into why these people stain themselves brown and or blue and green and stuff like that, and the etymology of words. But wait, all of a sudden they weren't 100% cocoa. They either didn't exist. They either didn't exist or they were mixed. What one is it?
Because these are powers, and you can invoke the power. You can invoke the power and become that. A white person a white person can invoke the power and become that god too,
All right, when
and
you're
he
finished.
will be known as a Buddha. He will be known as Buddha. He will be Buddha. He
Okay.
will be fucking Shiva. He will be
Okay.
Vishnu. He yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Calm
Now,
down,
H,
bro.
can I ask you
Person.
one second,
Calm
H? One
down.
question quickly, H.
There's been
H, quick
yeah.
question, H. What you know as black people, what is the actual skin color of a black person? What color is the actual skin of a black person?
I've seen images on fucking Google of
H.
black people in Africa. I've seen pictures of a black person on fucking Google and in real life and in real life
Forget the
and in
pictures
real
you've
life.
seen. Forget the
And
pictures you've
they're
seen,
blick,
and
bruv.
just say
They're
from
blick,
the last
bruv. They're blick.
black
They're
person you
blick,
saw.
bruv.
Forget
They're blick.
forget
They're
the pictures
blick,
you've
bruv.
seen.
They're
Forget the
they're
pictures
blick,
you've seen,
bruv.
All right,
and
thank
just
you.
say
Thank
from
you
the
for the
last
answer.
you saw. But anyways,
They're
look, yeah,
100%
that's all
cocoa, bruv.
irrelevant.
They're
That's all
100%
irrelevant because this
cocoa.
just comes
Thank you
down
for your
to.
answer, bro. Thank
All right,
you. Now
this
we know
just
where your
comes down
mind's at.
to this just comes down to translation of a word, and the closest meaning is brown. And like Schiffer
Brown.
just alluded to, black people, the color of most black people's skin is brown. All right, now let's move
No,
on.
no, no, no.
Shut
There's
up, Park.
blick
Play the
people
video.
too.
Shut
There's
up,
blick
man.
people
Shut
too.
up. Play the video. Let's go. Let's
Wait,
go.
can
Thank
I
you.
can
Yeah,
I can
sort
I
of thought, bruv.
can
Sort
I
of
point
You're
you to
funny.
can I point you to Sniper? Yeah, what color am I? My brother.
Like, do you know what I mean?
Am I black or am I brown?
all of us are brown, man. Just different shades of brown, innit?
Now you're about 85% cocoa, innit?
Hey, you're taking the mic. Don't have that, bro. Hey, don't have that.
Why are you calling man
Let's
Coco,
move
man?
on.
What's wrong with you, bro?
Let's move on. Come, let's
Yeah.
keep it moving.
Tell us what hex color you are. Tell us your hex, bruv. You're not black, bruv.
Mute him and play the video, man.
And you're not black either, so you're not even brown. Yeah.
Yeah, man's 50% cocoa out, AG.
You're
Say
white.
that shit again, bro.
You're a white boy.
Or wold stained man.
You're like vanilla Nesquik.
So when we go back now, look at movies like Braveheart, when we see William Wallace being depicted in this wold or this blue dye, it was actually in reference to a so-called black man. And that's the same thing with Keira Knightley as well. When she put on this wold in King Arthur, it was actually in reference to a so-called black woman. Why? Because Dwayne Dub, meaning a black man, is also known in Gaelic as Dwayne Gorm, which is blue, green, or wold-stained man.
You know what, brother? You can
All
forward it
fairness,
to the
the reason why William
to the
Wallace was
sheep
wearing this
and
colour
stuff like that,
was
know?
because he was actually depicted as a
Yeah,
Pict in
I
the
ain't really
movie.
fucks about this.
But there's no actual records that actually show that William Wallace was a Pict. This was just a stunt by Hollywood.
Yeah,
You know, to make it more appealing to the viewers' eye.
I'm not gonna
But still doesn't take away the fact that a wool stained man in the most ancient temples scattered throughout Asia, where his worship is yet continued, he is found as yet with the flat face, thick lips, and curly hair.
Yo, was he malevolent or benevolent? Were these man malevolent or benevolent?
You're out.
Were they malevolent or benevolent?
You might want to rewind
pause on
it.
that. Pause on that.
You might
Pause on that.
H, just chill a second. H, chill a second. My brother Sniper, you might want to just rewind just a smidgen, my brother.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
That face, thick lips.
Oh shit. Alright, Nico, what you saying, bro? Alright, Nico, you wanna come and hold the L as well, bro? Jump on the paddle, man. Or sis, wherever you are.
It was a setup. It was a setup. Ren, come on. Yeah, Zion. Sister Zion. Big up. Ren, let's
I said it was a setup here. Yeah, I've always about. I didn't set up. No, I'm not part of no setup.
It's a trap.
It's not a trap. Don't lie to the.
No, he set himself up. Why would you fall into this trap of blackness? Yeah. Why? Why would you do this to yourself, cuz?
And I told you, I weren't talking about inhabitants. Wait. And remember, I gave a prelude to my fucking statement. I said, is it possible that those deities came from somewhere else? That's my only question, you know, deities. Not the inhabitants, not the people. This guy danced around, talked about sentinelese, all this kind of shit.
Listen,
and it was all irrelevant.
Look who's wearing blue.
Listen, I told you, bro. I told you, yeah. Listen, bro.
wearing blue turban.
Listen, bro. I told you. Listen, bro. Listen, we've had 1 million. We've had over 1 million. We've had over a million Buddhas in Himalayas alone. We've had over 1 million Buddhas in the Himalayas alone. Just because you see fucking, just because one of them, just because one of them was black, because one of them was black, you want to be like, yeah, man, fucking Buddha was fucking Nigerian, innit? Buddha was fucking Nigerian. What was he? Was the original Buddha fucking Sudanese? Was he Sudanese? Was he Nigerian? Or was he Bantu?
Why can't he be Angolan? Can Buddha be Angolan, please?
Chovi Kante, why you crying, bro? Huh?
Don't cry, man.
You're a culture vulture, bro. You're a culture vulture.
Pudida, Chovi
Kante. Stop it, H, man. Just relax.
No, you're culture vultures.
I thought Buddha was Chinese, brother. I thought Buddha was Chinese.
Culture vultures out.
It's like you just can't behave yourself. Like I'm just trying to moderate the thing. You know what I mean? So this can be a smooth execution, and you're just making it hard for everybody. Stop it, man.
Allow him a little bit though, Matthew. You know what? We should let him have his say because there's only one him. Let him have his little say, and then just go back to the video. Then he's cool, man.
I'm hearing, yeah, but you can't keep repeating and doing mantras and stuff.
Saying the same thing. Like
don't repeat. Hey, don't repeat. Don't repeat, and they'll let you speak. Please don't repeat, brother, because I want to hear you. I actually like your narrative.
Again, then it's off.
But don't keep repeating stuff because that's jarring. That is jarring.
Yeah, look, my sources don't come from my sources. Yeah, I don't take my sources from the same people I say fucking enslaved me for 400 years. I don't get my fucking sources from them. You see me, bro? You feel me? I don't get my sources from them.
Thank you.
We've had 1 million.
Thank you. No, you got your sources from the people that fucking colonized you, though, yeah? Colonized you and killed millions of you, yeah? That's where you get your sources from. Shut your mouth.
What we're going to do is
remember Churchill,
ignore this 18.
Remember what
this
Churchill done to you,
1866 source and believe H.
We're gonna believe you, Matic.
This 1866 thing.
Go worship
lips and curly hair of the Negro.
Let's take your L, man. That's all we're gonna do. We're gonna leave it here. Let it sink in. Yeah, marinate.
Yo.
Let the thing marinate.
So man can know what time it is. Yeah.
Nah,
can I say what I think of the video? So far, what the guy's saying, like we already know this now about the migration patterns and who's gonna settle there first and how. Yeah, man. So I don't know why he's arguing. Why is he arguing with it? And I don't know why he's calling culture vulture. Because you're not saying that you are the Indian culture. You're just saying that people spread like that.
We're before that. We're before that. And the Indian culture stems from Africans leaving out of Africa and walking to India.
But even if that was so, like, why is that a bad thing for him?
And even Egypt, the worst. Hold on, even Egypt, the cow being deified, like being not deified, but what's the word they call sacred?
Yeah, they done that in the Indus Valley civilization, bro.
That's because
we have cows and all this thing, bro.
Exactly, and we know Egypt comes first.
Farming thing. Yeah. Anyway.
Listen, bro, let me tell you now. Let me tell you
the whole L. This is a whole L. Hold on 1 second. I know for a fact, that these are some of the oldest images, especially this one. Some of the oldest images of Buddha in that region. And I'm telling you, brother, he ain't Indian, like modern day Indian. Nothing to do with you lot. You lot migrated to that area. That is the truth. Yeah,
Buddha is fully Dravidian,
man with braids fully in his hair, and all of this type of stuff. And like, bro, just relax. Shiny bumps. Like, you never in your history of hairstyles and textures can you do a shiny bump. Like, can we stop this nonsense? It's not you, bro. The Naga.
Yeah,
the original gods. Hold on. The original demon gods that came out of the ground like serpents, in the form of humans, were blue, black. Like, bro, we're not gonna do this. Kali, coming from Durga, that's what you was trying to do earlier, and I taught you that. Yeah,
no,
that
you
is one of the
I
did. One of the manifestations of Durga. I played the video as well, just to reiterate. And you was like, oh yeah. Well, shush, shut up. Yeah, if that's the warrior avatar of Durga, that is a black woman who is like a demon. You get it? And they call her Kali. Yeah, that's just one of the avatars that Durga has got.
Hey,
Right?
Mackie, look at the ears. Don't they do that in Africa where they put the big hoop in the ear and stretch out the ear? Come on, bro. Like,
No, bro. No, we do it in India. We do it in India.
where did
Let
you
me
get it
ask you a
from?
question.
You ain't
Where
got
was
it.
it done first? Where was it done first?
You ain't got
No,
it.
listen, listen,
man.
Listen, Rastafari come from India.
You could say East Asia,
Rastafarianism
that earring thing they do in East
originated
Asia and
in India,
Africa mostly.
Hey, let H speak, man.
So basically,
originated in India when you ain't got
a
Tony
few
Box
things. So, Maku, were these malevolent beings or benevolent beings? Malevolent or
beings.
benevolent?
Malevolent.
So you're calling them demonic. Now, were they black or were they brown?
No, I didn't say because they're malevolent. Doesn't
Were
mean
they?
they're
Were they? One
demonic.
second. Were these
doesn't mean they're
demonic?
demonic.
Were these?
How is
Were
that
these?
demonic?
Were
Wait,
these?
no,
were
sniper.
Let me ask you a
Answer this
question.
question, because watch the truth come out. Answer the question.
Yeah, were these demonic, malevolent beings? Were they brown or black?
You tell us, what were they?
What is
no,
it?
because I'm asking
Hold
you.
on. What?
No, you tell us, what were they?
Sorry.
Were they light-skinned?
Sorry. What has that got to do with Buddha? Please explain.
No, it has no, because I'm asking you, were these Buddhas and Kali Ma and Durga Ma and Shivas, were they those who invoked the power and took it on? Were these demonic, malevolent energy fields and sources, energies and people? Were these malevolent?
Why are you worrying about that?
What
I'm saying,
let me tell you, bruv. Let me tell you, bruv. Let me tell you, because you tripped up, bruv. You tripped up, G. You tripped up.
1 second, man. Because when we're mentioning Durga and Kali, that's not the same as Buddha. That's why I asked you, what are you doing? We're dealing with Buddha at the moment. The concept of Buddha,
totally different religion.
He's mixing up faiths. He's mixing them up. You're right.
They all encompass, but it's levels to this. We're on the higher levels of the higher, entities. That's where you're finding Buddha. Yeah, the state of Buddha and the Buddha deity or entity or whatever, right? Later on, when we're talking about the hand of Buddha going down and putting down over the Monkey King or what's his name, Sukong or Hanuman, that's later. That's other stuff. You know what I mean? These are beings after that. We're talking higher than that. So the concept and the idea of these Buddhas, these people who were in this land long time before you.
Mackie, didn't Buddha come after Hinduism?
Before.
No, one second. I'll sniper. Let me ask you.
In there. Hold on. Hinduism is so large. It's just an overall name for loads
1
of
second,
systems.
G. Forget
One
that.
second.
Cutting him, man.
Loads of systems. That's why when they took Buddhism and made it a singular thing, right? That's out of Hinduism. So
yeah,
it's
Buddha
all
was
part
a
of the
Hindu.
same thing.
He was born a Hindu.
Yeah,
That's correct.
It's all part of it. No, but I'm saying that the idea of being a Buddha as a human being is much later. Yeah, we know that.
Yeah,
right?
That's what I was saying. So the first actual
Buddha
when they say
but the concept
away from Hinduism.
Yeah,
that was
no,
after
the concept
Hinduism,
is ancient, obviously. The concept, because the temples, Buddhist temples and are older than what they're saying when Buddhism or Lord, whatever his name was.
You see these
became
Hindu faiths, Maku,
Buddha.
You see these Hindu deities and all that. Do you reckon at the time these people that they're calling deities and whatever, do you think they were preaching the truth from God and it's been messed up along the way?
Look,
I'm just saying.
I'm asking man a question, bro.
I'm just saying. In some cases, you can understand that you going somewhere and then you seeing Africans, who are older in that land or whatever, and you seeing them as gods. That's your business. Yeah.
No,
this is where religion. Hold on. This is where religion comes from. The idea of worshiping beings that are where we didn't have that. We always had that. We had respect and admiration for those monarchs and blah blah blah. That's why we built statues of monarchs and people that were very important to us in our society to get it.
That makes sense in the same way the Greeks worshipped the Egyptians and the Ethiopians.
Right.
And their gods went there on holiday.
So
Bob,
now the people for an Asian or Indian, because remember that's not the oldest people there, the Dravidians and Harappans and all of that. When we start going back a couple 5,000 and 7,000 years. This new modern distinction that we're telling
I
you
would say
that in the times
they're the
of
closest
the
to the
Turks,
Harappans, isn't it?
hold on, in the times of the Turks and all of these other people and the Mongols and all of that, yeah, is when we're talking about these Sikh guys. You know what I mean?
Then listen, bro. Listen, bro. Listen,
We are
bro.
a
Listen, bro.
byproduct.
Why don't you come back
Mongols,
and run us out? Why don't
the
you come back
Dravidians.
and run us out?
No,
Why
you
don't you
wouldn't.
come back and run us out, bro? And let's see what happens, bro. And see what happens, bro. See what happens when I headbutt, man, innit? Yeah.
We played the video.
Why don't you come back and run us out, bro? Why don't you come back? Why don't you come back and run us out, bro?
We played the video when we showed what happened in India and how the Sikh empire rose and fell. Yeah. So now you're just a member of the public. You know what I mean? And obviously you've made good servants that the British have now taken you from your home, taken you to other places around the world to oppress other people, and your simple reward for that is to have a cool
I don't think
pan.
that's the Sikh
One
people,
second.
yo.
One second. Yeah. To have your cool pan and have certain, rights that other people who also helped the Europeans in their endeavors never got. Yeah. But we know it goes way back because they were in India for 200 years. You don't think they've done a whole fuckery in your country? Yeah.
The
That
Portuguese was there as well.
Right. That got you discombobulated thinking the way you're thinking, H. Yeah. The way you're thinking is the way they programmed you to think, that you're up in the mountains. That's why you're light skinned.
No, he wasn't up in the mine. I don't know why he's claiming that, bro.
He's claiming that. He says he's from the
No,
mountains.
I think what he was trying to say is that what he was saying is a mountainous region there, but he's not from that. So I don't know why he was
He's
talking
saying
about
50 minus 50, bruh.
Yeah, but that's right in the mountain, Maku. Right
That's what I'm saying. He's saying that. I'm not saying that. He's saying he lives there. That's where he's from.
He's chatting shit, bro. Humans can't survive there, bro. Like, what's he talking about?
You know what the funny thing is, Baku, yeah? You notice I started my argument in the Bible, yeah? And the Bible told me that the calf worship was in Egypt. And I recognize Egypt as being the oldest, if not second oldest on the planet of civilization-wise, yeah? Now, obviously, if you look into Hinduism, yeah? What we're going to find is...
well, but no problem.
Well, that's not just how I recognize it. I recognize that as either the first or the second civilization. Between that and Mesopotamia is the first civilization.
You do know that, Shifa,
now,
the civilization you're talking about, the Indus, that was there at the same time.
Now, you see when you say that, yeah? You see when you say that, yeah? This is what I was going into now, yeah? When we get into that, what we're going to find is, if I go into Babylonian stuff, their lands extend into that region. And then what we're going to find is, what we're going to find is, if I go into the Bible, it's going to say before people were just worshipping the Most High, there was loads of different deities they were worshipping, loads of different idols and X, Y, Z. Now, when you go into Hinduism, we find loads of idols. In fact, when we go into most of these other religions, we start finding loads of idols. So all it's doing is just the Bible's affirming history. Do you feel where I'm coming from?
To be fair, even though like man are not really with Hinduism, I'm Muslim, you get me? But in Hinduism, if you do read it properly, it does say there's only one creator, and these are just like, do you know, like you don't say God came
avatars
through Yeshua or whatever, right?
Avatars
they say
or
the same
Devis.
kind of thing. They say it's like avatars for God. That's what they say.
Characteristics and personifications and analogies of the characteristics.
Yeah,
of
but they
that
don't say the
homeless
guru.
woman.
They don't say the guru. So fall back.
Yeah, they do. They do. Guru is the highest function.
But they are still idols.
Hindus don't say guru, man.
But anyway, let me say one thing.
Brother, they are still idols. Just like when you look in the Canaanite, when you look in the Canaanite pantheon, you're going to find many idols, and you're going to find many idols with similar attributes to what you're going to find in what you might call Hinduism. So I would agree with you. I would agree with you, but I would say the idols weren't necessarily manifestations of the Most High.
So anyway,
no one's done that. No one's done that. No one's out here trying to do a statue or show me, please. Show me a picture of someone trying to say from ancient times, this is the Most High. No, everybody's concept of the Most High is the unseen creator or the one above everything called the Most High in a sense. Unattainable. Can't reach. Right, you can't reach it. Yeah. As long as we got all that. Hold on. Now, the creations, the people that God created or the creator created or in any distinction or determination is what we're talking about. So in some it would be, hold on 1 second. In some it would be angels. In others it could be devils or demons or whatever. Yeah, devis. Well, which is I'm saying, yeah, that the whole Hindu thing mainly is based on demonology and benevolent beings. So that means beings that in a if you was to say yin and yang and they were the yin or the negative side, yeah, even within that there is positive. Yeah, there are beings that don't care either way and they just want to help man along. Do you get it? And this is the stories, right? That these Vishnu,
so let me say one thing now.
And hold on. These Vishnu, blah blah blah. These ones are supposedly out to help humanity, but yet there's other ones who are outright demons. But yet when we see the origin of each one of them, you're like, well, he was born from a peacock demon and and you're like, well, how is he not a demon? How is he not a demon if he came from a demon and he's fighting demons and he's fighting himself, basically? You know, he's just the good side of the bad side. Like, I can see it clearly. But there's people who lived it from it and adopted some Sikhi thing, which is later. Yeah, you didn't adopt Hinduism. You didn't adopt Islam. You didn't adopt any of the other dharmic faiths or whatever. Yeah, you go and take Sikhi, which is just a culmination or amalgamation of everything that was around at the time. And let me tell you, there was a lot around at the time. So it's only just recent.
Let me say one thing now, brother, yeah? Look, I disagree with most of what you said. You disagree with most of what I say. So let's do it. Let's do this now. Let's do this, fam, yeah? Let's do this now. Let's have a trial by combat, G, yeah? The outcome. No, 1 second, 1 second. That's what I'm saying. No, 1 second.
The outcome.
The outcome will be divinely.
Just there quietly sharpening his sword.
Listen. Let's have a no. I disagree. I disagree with you.
Can we do trial by fire? Can we do trial by fire, please? Trial by fire, please.
1 second. I disagree with you. You disagree with me. Let's have a punch up, and whoever loses is wrong.
Nah. Trial by fire. I say trial by fire. That's
how does that prove who's right, though?
It does, bro. It does, bro.
Physically, you want to fight someone. Listen to what I'm saying, though. 1 second, yeah.
When you can't handle a conversation,
so physically, you want to fight somebody, right? Because you don't agree with them and they don't agree with you, right? And you're saying whoever wins is right. Like, how does that?
That's what I'm saying, G.
That's what I'm saying. Hold on, in the factual, intellectual argument, how does that prove who's right?
Let me tell you how. So we're gonna invoke death, bro. We're gonna invoke these goddesses, goddess of death, bro. We're gonna invoke, man, yeah, and we're gonna become them gods, and we're gonna become them. And let's see who you invoke, G. And we're gonna fucking have a punch up here. When I headbutt, man, and you're on the floor, yeah, fucking with blood between your eyes, G. Don't tell me you gave it to us, G.
Yeah, but if you win, you still lose. If you win, you still lose, because the devil is the ruler of this earth. The Most High ain't come back to take charge.
Yeah, but we're not the devil, G. The devil will be on the floor, fucking bleeding, bro. The devil will be on the floor.
Now the devil will win in this world.
No, I'm
the devil would win in this world, brother. Stop chatting shit, bro.
He would win. Stop chatting shit, bro.
But I'm being honest. Read the Bible. The Bible will tell you the devil has dominion until the Most High comes back.
I just told you, yeah.
Yo, God for a bit, man. You said
no. 1 second, bro. 1 second. Look, 1 second, bro. God always preserves the honor of the saints. I'm telling you, you invoke whoever goddess you want, yeah. Your African deities. I'ma invoke our gods, bro, yeah. And we're gonna have a punch up,
Muslim,
yeah?
fam. Why are you telling me to invoke African deities?
Listen. You can invoke Allah, bro. I'm saying we're gonna have a punch up, bro, yeah. And whoever wins, yeah, the outcome will be divine from God, bro, yeah. And the loser will prove his guilt, his lies by the very act of defeat, bruv. When I poke man between the eyes, yeah, and you're on the floor bleeding, bruv, yeah, fucking with froth coming out your mouth, yeah. Then tell me that Buddha was black, G.
Can I finish playing the video, please? Because I don't know what crap you're talking about. No one ain't listening to you. You ain't doing no one nothing. Yeah, you wouldn't even want to see, man, on a dark night, bright in the middle of the afternoon, or even fucking dusk. Like, bro. Just forget all that. That's nonsense. Let's just concentrate on the information. You know what I mean? Because just like your ancestors, you're gonna end up realizing that you used to worship, man. It's just simple. You know, I know it hurts. I know it's painful. I know you try and make dreadlocks. Yeah, I know you try and emulate man. You know what I'm saying? From way back in the day. Do you know what I'm saying? Because it seems like your deities had dreadlocks and all of this type of stuff. So I'm starting to question even if some of them were even deities at all.
You ain't gonna be saying that when a Kufi hat's flying in the wind, G. When a Kufi hat's flying in the wind, G, you ain't gonna be saying that then. You ain't gonna be saying that when the
Yo, what is
let me say one thing. Let me say one thing. You ain't gonna be you ain't gonna be saying that when a you ain't gonna be saying that when a
Like, I'm not even the one handing out this L. You get
no,
me?
but
Just
how
relax,
the
man.
fuck, yeah, are we trying to emulate you? How are we trying to emulate you? How are we trying to emulate?
Let him go. Let him go.
No, 1 second. How are we trying to emulate you when your Kufi hat's blowing in the fucking wind, bruv? Yeah, your Kufi hat's fucking, bruv. Get a grip of your Kufi hat, innit? About I'm trying to emulate you, G.
You know when you say Kufi, what hat are you talking about, bro?
Yeah,
he says that while saying G. He says that while saying G. And yeah, but there you go.
Isn't it like your Kufi hat, G?
It's G for guru though. Mandema is real guru. That's the reality. I hear you. You know what I mean? We're your real guru.
Yeah, your Kufi hat doesn't compare to our fucking crown, G. Your Kufi hat don't compare, bro.
Alright, listen. H. In a minute, you're gonna get muted, right? Let's play the video.
I can't deal with it. 2 minutes each. Your shit started 2 minutes ago, man. Allow it, man.
Several
statues of this may be met in the museum of the East India Company. The religion of the Negro God is found in the ruins of his temples and other circumstances to have been spread over an immense extent, even to the remotest parts of Britain, to have been professed by devotees inconceivably numerous, that the Buddhists were Negroes, the icons of their...
Bam! You're done. You're done, puss soul. Puss soul! Talk now, H! Huh?
Yeah, that's our Mazda still. I'm not gonna lie. That's our Mazda.
Yeah, 24 black Buddhas and that. Like, allow it, man. I don't know.
They look like East Africa right now.
I don't know, man. I'm just saying, man. When man get old and grey, the hair go white, yeah. But yo, the skin don't. Let's allow it, man. It's extremely.
Hey, nobody's skin goes white back here. You can't.
No, I'm just saying. So it's not like someone painted it.
Like when I go old, like my hair might go white, but not
it's through aging. It's through aging. Yeah, but that's what we're seeing here. You know.
Nah, bro. Obviously, you know why them man are lighter, innit? Even I'm lighter than these men. You know why, innit? Because there's been like mixing of races, innit? Throughout the whole time. Everyone knows this. Like,
who told you these? Who told you these are even humans like that?
Sorry.
Because the idea of inner earth and Shambhala is definitely in that
I don't
region.
know what you're talking about now.
Right, thank you. Just fall back, man. Have several seats. Yeah? Where do you think these beings are at? You think they're just made up? Bruh, let me tell you, man. You got a long way to go on that, and so is H. Yeah, stick to Sikhism because it keeps your eyes blinded from the truth and the reality of the region and the thing where you come from and the faith system that is most dominant in the region where you're from. Like, stop it, man. Yeah, you don't worship black man, man.
You know what someone said in the comments,
Keep it moving.
They said Michael Jackson did turn white, so.
Yeah, man. But it took a lot of chemicals, skin graft, and all of these type of things that only a rich man or billionaire like Michael Jackson could afford. Come on, man.
Forget even that only an idiot like him would do, bro. You know what I mean?
That's his business, man. Ain't got nothing to do with white people going to these ancient places and then repainting the thing in some light-skinned brown form so that dumb people like H can say what he's saying. Dumb.
Their God clearly prove. Anacalypsis, Volume 1, page 52, 1866. So that goes out to the Shaolin monks. You hear them talking about, you know, they want to manifest the Qi Gong through meditation. Wow, who taught you that? These people right here, the Negro Buddhists. You see them do all these stances, the bow and owl stance, the horse stance, the tiger stance. Well, who taught you that? The Negro Buddhists. Matter of fact, the Shaolin noticed himself. I remember watching a documentary called The Secrets of the Shaolin by a famous actor called James Scott Lee. You might have seen him in movies like The Dragon, where he portrays Bruce Lee.
Now watch this thing, look at blood clots.
Shaolin, he actually trains with the Shaolin at the temple. And this image that I'm showing is from the documentary. Now I'm going to give you a few seconds to actually look and observe what's going on in this image.
In the corner, Brad. Look, black people there, black people there. Yeah, what's going on?
Now here's another image of what's going on behind the Shaolin.
I got eyes.
Now what can you observe?
H, what is that? Is that brown people, yeah?
Now what can you see?
Brindians.
What can you see that was on the walls in the Shaolin temple? So-called black people. So like I said before, the Shaolin know that their founders were black. Matter of fact, all the physical training, all the fighting styles were started by a particular Buddhist by the name of Bodhidharma. And in this documentary, they literally show you a statue of Bodhidharma. And what is he portrayed as in this documentary?
What's his name? Bodhidharma?
A so-called black man. And he...
Matt. Hold your L, man.
What's his name?
Rent. We just want our rent. I don't know about names.
Nah, what's that guy's name?
I'm a live motion. I don't even know about all this. We've been saying it for years, yeah. And now you're like asking, oh, what's his name? Just listen to what we say when we say your thing is our thing. Your thing is in reverence and worship of us. How simple can we make it?
I don't know. When you
you're
say
calling
your
man
thing,
God,
are you talking about Hinduism or are you talking about Muslims?
Yeah, perhaps Hindu. As I said, Hinduism is very broad. It includes.
Yeah, we're talking about Islam now. I'm Muslim,
Buddhism.
so don't bring me under this branch. I don't revere nobody, bro.
Like, are you relaxed? Relax yourself.
Yeah, I am.
Tell you
that
the prophet, peace be upon him, was a black man. Like, I know that's gonna hurt your soul. So
I never said he was a white man. I never said he was white, bro.
Cool then, safe.
Chill out, man.
Relax.
I'm cool with people being black or brown or whatever, man.
Okay, cool. And then most of you are gonna say, "Oh yes, but we're not racist because we know Adam, yeah, Salih Salam was a black man." Oh, okay, cool, safe, no problem. Abraham,
that's not me.
Yes, he was a black man. Musa, yeah, he was a black man. Idris, yeah, he was a black man.
Like, I agree. Would have been of color because they're from Africa, bro.
And they're all related. So let's stop that. Yeah, if they're all related, then they're all black. That's it. Done. Finished.
Too, just like Buddha, came from India. Now, the statue is actually found in a place called the Bodhidharma Cave, which is situated in China in a place called Mount Song. So even in China, they preserve these sort of records of their patriarchs. All right, so let's get back to this. So now we're going to quote from that very same book that J.A. Rogers was talking about. So this book's called Anacalypsis, an attempt to draw aside the veil of the Asiatic ISIS by Godfrey Higgins. It's on page 286. It says, Colonel Wilford says it cannot reasonably be doubted that a race of Negroes had formerly preeminence in India. These were the inhabitants of India in the time of the curly-headed Buddha.
Done. Finish. Shush.
I said the curly-headed Buddha. Oh, bro.
Hello, H. We need proof of life. Are you still there? Is he there?
That one was mad still. He's upset,
fucking looking for you, cuz, man. He's gonna, I mean,
you gotta allow him a little bit. He's upset, bro.
10 toes down.
You ran away, yeah? Oh, man. What a pussy.
He's mad. He's angry.
We're just getting into, we're just warming up, man. What are we doing here?
You know why I was cutting it earlier, Macu, yeah? Because you see this course that you're giving him. Like, man, I've heard this on the channel, your channel.
Many times,
come on,
man.
we know
told
this,
him,
bro.
man.
I don't know why he's arguing it. Like, I don't
He's
get
getting medicine, man. He's getting the medicine, though. Yeah, it wasn't me delivering it. I'm saying. It's quite easy for me to deliver it because obviously I know. You get me? And obviously,
I don't know, why does he have a problem with that, though? Does he, like, have a problem with any
man,
kind
he's
of
not even shooting the messenger. Man's avoiding the messenger. Like,
I mean,
Motion's just sitting there, man. Like, chilling, like, yo, bro, can't I even...
You remember the way he was going on, like, he was getting so vexed, yeah, because you was calling the deities of his religion black people, right? And he was getting mad angry about it, looking to beat someone up. So it's like, what is there racism? I'm thinking, is there racism in play in your religion? Like, what's going on, bro?
Caste system, man. Allow it, man. Sikhs got caste system. They say it's for marriage. They say it's for marriage, but we beg to differ. But no problem. It's safe,
He was
man.
not living.
No,
He
you
was
weren't
not
saying
having
about marriage, cuz you were saying you said my God is what? I'm coming for you, fam. Like, what?
it. He did say that though. He was livid. He was mad, proper mad. I was
Jump back on,
thinking,
man.
wow. I was trying to. I was trying to let him speak though, because I think
you
that
got to put your coat on where it's deserved. It's not nowhere near me, man.
You know, you Shifa, you need to stop encouraging them kind of people. That's your fault.
Why, brother? Listen. At the end of the day,
all day. I heard the show, bro. You was on
brother,
here saying, yeah, let him speak, man. Let him speak.
Listen, brother, listen.
This is motion
I
skill.
knew listen, I'm like this. I know who I want to have arguments with or have a conversation with and what discussions I want to have with them. So I called the brother out. He arrived. So I'll give him credence for that. I say, big up H for arriving. Man called you out. You showed up. You tried.
Hey, Shifa, do you remember what he said to everybody in the world the last time he was on here with me?
No, you can't say that because you know what happened, yeah. You know what happened. Shifa asked a genuine question, yeah, and Shifa brought the topic, right, and in all honesty, he said something, right, and he couldn't provide a history, right. And my only and my only question, and I reiterate it is, are we certain that those deities that are worshipped within the continent of Asia, that we call Asia today, are we certain that they originated from Asia, right? That was my question. And the context I put to it was because I said in non-canonical biblical books, it says that the land of Jacob, the lands of Jacob's children was extended out to India, right? That's the context I put it in. So that's the only question I asked him. Yeah, I made no comment about the people that live there, just the deities. Right?
Yeah, but remember, I heard my name.
That's very true.
I don't know what Sniper had to do with it. I heard, yeah, but Sniper says, but I'm always right. So I don't know what he was mentioning that I said that is different from what's being shown and So that's why I'm saying it's easy for me to jump on it and, facilitate the conversation, because this is an L for this youth. Yeah, and it is a trap because I was waiting here. I'm waiting here. I'm sitting here. I'm sitting here. Body this youth better times. Pause. Yeah. Trying to bring my name every minute. Like, yeah, this is what you're gonna get. You're gonna get the information from motion, but I'm going to add that little spin on it. You know what I'm saying? That just facilitates these 40, 50 cal bullets blowing his motherfucking turban off. Anyway, let's move forward.
Yeah, loud the turban talk, but he was racist when he said about the Kufi and all that. I mean, he went all racist for it. Do you man remember that?
Yeah, well, I see what them think, that's what
we don't care about that.
That's what people do when they trick. I don't care about that, man. Like literally, like you know the
last time I was on
you
the
making
channel
it
with the guy, yeah. You know what he was saying? He was saying, if you're not from India, do you remember Maku that day? He was saying, anyone that's not from India, the rest of the 5 billion people around the world, he said it out of his own mouth, he goes, they're all sister fuckers. He kept saying it over and over. I was like, whoa, you're mad, cuz.
You ain't even heard what he said about the Jats. So anyway, let's move forward, man.
So what's that saying about your original Indians? What's that saying about Buddha? It's saying they were exactly black. Right, this is the last one, and this one.
That's a bar. Yeah, what's wrong with the computer? No, I get it. But
the same page, which is on page 8, it says, of one black Buddha in the case of Aurangabad, he says, its features are large, its hair curly, its whole resemblance is so much allied to that of the African as to be given origin to the opinion of some that Buddhism had an extra Indian origin. So source after source after source, proof after proof. So as we clearly read and heard, Buddha was a black man.
God have mercy.
So he is another well-known god, the Cometian god, Osiris, god of the underworld. Now in this image, it shows
can you pause
him
for a
as green.
second? The only problem I have with what the brother's saying is the way he keeps referring to these things as God. Love it, man. I mean,
I mean, because remember, like as I said, if these are black people, So remember that we're saying people used to
I
worship
respect what
us,
you're saying,
and the
Matthew, but
white
the way
man.
they're
Hold
calling
on,
them
hold
God,
on,
like, I'm thinking, what?
Bruv, please. The way the white man perceived us were we were gods. Yes. See what I'm saying? And
Oh,
even
so
in
are you
many books
saying
it
that
says,
they, to twang
"Ye
the
are
thing, they
gods,
call
ye
you
are
lot
gods,
gods?
and children
Yeah.
of the Most High." That's it. Done.
Now, hear what
Yeah.
I'm saying.
It
They
just
start
puts
saying
that
you lot are
God
gods,
thing
yeah?
on a different level to what the Most High is. Do you get what I'm saying? So no, say when you're using the God, it's not as high and as powerful as you think, because
Maka,
you
tell
are
me this,
God.
yeah?
Oh, I am God, or my people are God to some people back in the day, and people still practicing that up until this day. That's got nothing to do with me. I can't.
No,
You know what I mean? You fell in love with the image and the thing of my uncle. Yeah.
And it's just
One thing
forever.
taught in
Listen.
the Abrahamic not to do.
Yeah.
So it's cool.
Listen, here, H is gone, innit?
But
So,
no, it's still
like,
my
the point
family
is,
and my
don't need to be
uncle and
proved
that.
anymore. I just want to ask you a question about the
Don't
thing,
be
though.
scared, man. Don't
So
be
you
scared
see when
about
all
God.
this was happening, Maku, yeah?
Black
Like,
gods
all
and
of
that.
this stuff was happening, right? When people start taking man for God, all that kind of stuff in history, right?
Yeah.
When do you think the change happened when the people that took them for God started to try to, like, you know, duppy them out and vilify and all that kind of stuff? When do you think that change happened in history?
When did it happen? It hasn't happened.
In your opinion, yeah.
It's still
From the research
Hinduism.
and the
There's
knowledge
still
you have.
people worshipping each and every one of those gods, right? Supposedly. It's funny how the Africans ain't doing it though.
But not in their true form as
You know
they
what I mean?
would have done in that day, innit?
It's
Do you
funny how
understand
the
what I mean?
Africans
Like,
ain't
they don't
doing it.
believe.
The
Like,
Africans
hear what I'm
is
saying?
supposed
They
to
don't believe that the
originate.
person was of that color now. Now they
Why are you
believe it's a
looking
white
over me?
man or a Chinese man or an Indian man. So I'm saying, when do you think that switch happened? Like,
What
in what
switch? There's
year?
no
In what
switch.
century? When do you think that happened?
Are you listening to me, or is my headphones working or something? Hello? Hello? Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, I hear you, bro. Sorry, I was just repeating my question, sir.
Yeah, just stop chatting shit then, man. You're doing like H a little bit. I can see the resemblance. Fuck's sake. I mean, I'm saying, yeah, you don't need to sort your shit out, man. It's either your shit internet and there's a delay, or you just got fucking Punjabi Tourette's. You know what I mean? It's a mad thing. Who's this now? Big up. Yeah, man. Man just want to talk over man's talk, man. Fuck's sake, man. Yeah. There ain't no thing, what's his name? Arts. Yeah. It's not the same. It's like you can't. Oh, he's gone. What the hell is he doing, man? Gods and all the sorts, and this one and that one, and when did it change? How has it changed if it's still practiced? Do you get what I'm saying? The Hindus still have their faith and their religion and their da-da-da. So that means it's still firmly embraced. They never disrespected their thing. They do the disrespect and then go back and pray to their thing. Give me power to do certain things. Yeah. All you're doing is going back and saying, give me, oh, African uncle and auntie, yeah, from way back in the day, please give me the strength to do this by the power of, you get me?
By the power of Africa. By the power of Mali.
Anti-Kali and them.
My connection fucked up, man. Sorry.
What's about the power of Shango? I listen.
Yeah.
Hey, listen.
What are you talking about? Papa Shango?
Forget it, man. It's beyond your station, man. You know what I mean? Just stick to the Hinduism and the Buddhism and the worshipping of
Yo,
the man.
Maki, did you answer my question?
System.
Did you answer my question while I was away?
No, your question was semi-dead still. Go on,
Come
say,
on,
ask it again.
It was a good question, man. It was a
Ask
good
it
question
again.
because look,
Ask
the
it
way you're saying,
run the thing, man. Just get the thing over and done with, man. Like, then we can chop it up, man. This just whole.
No,
I beg.
Upset with gods and that and blue and that. Right.
Remember, green can also signify blue, which was in reference to brown-skinned people.
Jeez.
Now here's another image of Osiris, but this time he's painted blue.
Purple.
Now what does this really mean about Osiris? Was he really blue? Well, let's see.
It's from Tottenham.
So this is from that same book called Anacalypsis by Godfrey Higgins, and it's on page 136. It says, the ancient name, as we have said, was Sir or Siri, the same as Osa or Osiris, whom was always black, after whom it was called and by whom was meant the sun. So Osiris was blue-skinned, but also known as black. So was Buddha. Now, what about another famous god? Let's look at Krishna. Again, we see blue-skinned. Now, I shouldn't really have to pull a source from the countless amount of evidence I've provided. We all know that now the blue skin is in reference to black people. But either way, I'll still pull the source. It's from that very same book, and it's on page 134. So it says, now that it is not a little remarkable that a dark blue tint approaching to black, as his name signifies, was the complexion of Krishna. So as you can see, that dark blue tint of Krishna's skin was approaching black. Even though he was blue-skinned, he was also a black man. So it's just like that saying says, the deeper you dig into history, the darker it gets. So here's another god represented as blue. This is actually a Japanese Buddhist god known as Fudomyo, or another name for him is Akala. Now in Japan, the
You know what that means in my language, right? Yo, do you know what that means in my language?
Go on, tell us.
A black person.
Of course, man. We know, man. Kalima!
No, I don't call no Kalima, but I'm just saying, this brother, Akala, that's a black man.
Dream. Like a term of endearment, yeah? My thing. Named after a demon. Fuck's sake. What are we doing there?
Venerate this guy as some kind of wrathful deity that protects all living things. But as you can see through the images, they represent him as blue. But with these other statues, they also represent him with black skin. And this shows that the Japanese know the link between black and blue. He will be what you will call a gorm, or a woad-stained man. And what's ironic about this god is that the famous Japanese crime syndicate, the Yakuza, actually tattoo him on their skin. But they don't tattoo him as blue. They tattoo him with black skin, which goes to show yet again that the blue man is the black man.
Schiffer? No, I'm joking.
So here's another blue face.
What? No one don't remember me playing this on the channel already?
I think so.
Yeah,
I know.
I was on that channel, but we were talking about the language, didn't we? We didn't play the whole thing, because we was on the language, and then
No. We was watching the black blue people, man. Then we started getting into some avatar shit and all that.
Yeah, then we said, lock off the avatar bit, because we're going through. Yeah. But it was basically because I just asked H the question, innit? And it's like people can't answer questions, innit? So I thought, you know what? Let the fucking video talk, man.
Man wanted to resort to psychological violence and that. Meeting up and that. Like, no, we just rock it out, innit? Like, what?
No, do you remember when he said that, Maku, you disagree with me, I disagree with you, let's just fight it out, the winner is the right one. It's like, bro, how does that prove your argument, though?
That's not fair, because I'm going to win.
That?
H.
Oh, but H is a madman. He's a
madman. I was just like, we're not even doing that. We're just talking about the info. And we've been saying this for time.
He's not feeling well, man.
I know.
He's not feeling well.
Tappity tap tap. Tip tap, tiptoeing. Yeah, he was getting it. So this last lesson I think was mainly for us to remind him.
Allow me, man. Listen, I was just there, like telling Hayes to calm the fuck down. That's it.
You was still.
Ours is just here to be backup dancer. He ain't got no argument. He ain't got no conversation. Look.
No, but I told him what Hayes has got to say about Jats.
I was telling them to get
off this topic. What have you got? Bring it.
Nah, chill. I was telling them to get off this topic, and even this topic,
what topic have you got?
Sorry, I don't have an actual topic per se right now, Jeds. No, I don't.
Just like I said, he just comes to do.
What I could have added to this year, he didn't want to answer my question, and he just kept on playing a video on it.
No, you asked the question, man. You said black man gods.
It was a good question, man. Listen. So what Maki was saying through the video was, gods were black. People took them as God. This. And I said, Maki, cool. All I want to know is, I asked him from his knowledge and what research he's done, like when does he think the switch happened? When the people that worshipped them as gods started to go around trying to vilify and all this kind of stuff to the people they worship as gods. This is what I said to him, and he just ignored I mean,
what? Nah, man, they didn't do that. I'm saying that the whole vilifying is the religion, right?
No, but when did that happen? When did the switch? Like, what century do you think that happened? Like, this is what I'm asking you. What year?
I don't know. When did you walk to India?
When you say you look like, now see, you're taking the piss now. Come on, man. Answer it that properly, man. Come on, man.
No, I'm saying, when did you walk to India? Because you wasn't always from India. India is not you're not natural to the land mass and all of that. And you coming from a later time where you got
people come to India from
got
Africa
Turkish
and all
mixed
of that.
in your
yeah,
thing.
cool, man. If that's what we're going with, that's what we know so far, innit? I agree with that. But I'm not. You said people like come from Africa, populated India, populated all these places. That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah, but the information was already there, so that's what I'm trying to say.
To what?
What, you think they went to India and then became Hindu because they made it up?
No, this is not what I'm saying. I'm not even talking about religion right now. I'm asking you something else. I asked you,
what are you asking
when
me,
all of this happened, right? When all of this happened through history, people come out of Africa, they populate the globe, they start mixing, all that kind of stuff. You get me?
Right.
When do you think the switch happened? This is what I'm trying to ask you.
What
when
switch?
The demonization of the darker skin. In your opinion, that's what I'm saying again.
Is
like, from the
is it
research you've done, from what you
demonization from
know,
those people
when
or
you
from
think 1,000 years
Europeans?
ago, 500 years
My
ago?
brother.
This is what I'm asking you, bro.
I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it. So, bro, I'm not seeing what you're saying. I'm only seeing it from Europeans' perspective, demonizing everybody's thing. Yeah, but they don't demonize their own thing. No, I've never.
But it
I
wasn't
didn't see
just
that.
them, innit? Because look, like you're showing, look, Japanese people there with black people, right? Indian people there with the. That's what I'm trying to say to you. When do
Yeah,
you
you
think it
can't
happened
even be a
globally?
samurai if you ain't got no
It's
black in
happening
you.
globally,
We
innit?
know this,
So
bro.
I'm asking
Allow
you,
it,
it's
man.
not just European. Let us know when when did this switch happen?
I don't know what you're talking about, bro. Just
Yeah,
allow
but
it,
listen, you need to listen to each other better. But like, basically, Raku's already answered it. He said he doesn't think the switch happened. He thinks all that happened was the Europeans came in and they were the switch. So from European contact,
so the switch did
to the
happen,
caste system and stuff like that. That's when but he just said that you weren't listening.
No, yeah, you're right. I missed it.
Yeah, so it's just whatever it is thing. The people still practice what they're practicing. That's the main thing. I think, as he said, the Yakuza are putting it on their body. They don't paint and color things incorrectly. This is what's being said in the video mostly. You know what I mean? They do it for a reason. If someone blue, it's because of certain reason. They're indigo and and all of that is just still black. So like, I don't know. When I make the statement, they used to worship us as gods and still do. You know, it is what it is. Just weren't you, odds and H and that. You know what I mean?
I don't think it was you either, Matthew, man. But I mean, that's a different question.
Yeah, it don't have to be. It don't have to be.
No,
If someone like
wasn't
me,
you, bro. That's what I'm trying to say.
I'm saying if someone like me, that's what.
I don't know what. It could be
I don't know.
Yeah, they could have character.
100 lifetimes. 100 lifetimes, you can't have locks, and you can't
I don't want locks,
do
bro.
shiny bumps.
Why does that make someone better than someone else?
You love locks,
bro.
No,
I know.
No, but Jay, if I would have it, right? The question is, why does it make it better?
If you
like,
woke
he's trying
up
to act
with
like something's better than
odds.
This
If you woke up with locks, you're telling me you'd be pissed.
Sorry, if I could have locks.
If you woke up with locks, are you telling me you'd be pissed?
Kind of, because I'd be like, what the fuck happened here?
Yeah, and then you'd be like, yeah, sick.
Not really, because I'll be like, nah, not really, because I'll be thinking, how am I gonna perform my prayer? I'll have to learn so much stuff and cut it probably, innit, bro?
Yeah. After walking around the ends for a month.
You know that it don't matter. You can perform your prayer as long as the water can touch your scalp. You got no
you have to touch your scalp, innit? Like every part
That's
of your scalp.
easy though. Of course it's gonna touch your
Yeah,
scalp.
that's what I'm asking, but I'll have to learn that if I've never had blocks in my life, bro.
How thick do you think Black Panther is?
But anyway, listen, man. Allow bringing it on me all the time.
Never had locks in your life.
Black
Good.
hair, bro. Like,
I'm glad. Thank you. Because your people believed that even that hair or whatever type was sacred.
What's the difference between locks and cane
why
rolls?
do you keep saying your people though, man? Like, what's wrong with you?
Fucking Indians. You're from
What's
India, aren't you?
What's the difference between locks and cane roll, bro?
Huh?
I disagree with you.
What's the difference between locks and cane roll?
Oh, cane roll is natural. More, sorry, locks is natural, and cane roll is just.
But I mean, is there a huge difference though?
Not really, no. Like you could plait your hair, braid them.
So
you could braid them.
Jeds, if the locks
and it turned
like
into
your
locks.
locks, you see that you had locks, if they were that size, like, I'm not gonna be able to know what the fuck I'm gonna like.
Yeah, he's had braids. He's had braids.
He's had braids, single plaits, cane roll, tiny bumps.
I've had a perm, bro. That's it. That's all I've had throughout my life, bro.
Yeah, why do you cut your hair then?
Why would you even perm your hair?
Why do you
I just
cut
did
your
it, bro.
hair?
Like, when I
Why do you
listen, Maku, I'll give you an answer to
Because the
that,
shit's straight, right?
Bro, I'll be honest to you, cuz, yeah. Look,
not like your gods.
in life, you're gonna be honest. In life, yeah, men normally lose their hair, right?
He's around a lot of black man. He's got a lot of black friends, and he just felt like, wow,
you don't even let man answer.
I want to have a
perm.
perm.
I just
want to try it, innit?
Yeah, why do you cut hair? Why do you cut your hair? You always like black this, black that, but you cut your black hair. You cut your black hair.
I cut my black hair.
How dare you cut your black hair?
Hey,
why do you cut your black hair? Respect your black hair. Respect it. Show some respect. Show some respect. Show some respect to your.
You show some respect, man.
Show some respect to your black hair.
H, what's the matter with you, bro?
Your gods showed respect.
Show you some respect to your black hair, bro.
Your people that worship it.
Worship
yourself. Black hair, man. What are we doing here?
No, I'm just saying, bro. I'm just saying. I
disagree. No, it's not, bro. I'm just saying, bro.
He's right. He's right. No, he's right, though.
Disagree.
No, fam. You know why he's right? He's right for this reason. When he grows his hair, it drops down to the floor. When you grow your hair, it goes up to the sky. Yeah. They wrap turbans around their hair to mimic that.
Yep.
So they got the big afro, and you know, you got the thing where you don't even need to wrap it up, yeah? Why are you cutting that 9E for? He's right. He's right. We got reasons why we cut our hair, but essentially, he's only larging up the mandem. So, yeah, big up H.
Yeah, thanks.
I don't cut my hair. Just so you know, I don't cut my hair.
Yeah, no, because to you, hold on.
Look at that, cuz.
You and your people is divinity.
What does that look like? Hold on. What does the shadow of that look like? If you're in your tent sleeping and you see the shadow of this man outside your tent, you're thinking, rah.
Anunnaki.
There's a brother out there.
Did he just say Anunnaki?
Yeah. You think, right, there's some brothers with afros coming down. And as they get closer, you're like, oh shit, it's turbans. It's H and them, man. Yeah, man, it's love.
Big up. That's love, cuz. And that's
what the only thing I rate about these lot, they walk around with jokers in their turban.
Saying, look,
why are you not mimicking the afro, H? Why are you not mimicking the afro?
We ain't mimicking that, bro. I'm telling you, look, I disagree with you. You disagree with me.
You know one thing I was going to say to you?
You disagree with me.
You know Maku hotted you up badly. Listen to what he said, bro. You know martial arts.
1 second.
The black man gave you the Khalsa martial arts. Show him a video about your shit.
Look, 1 second. I
hate. Please, bro.
Why do you keep kicking me out, bro? Why do you keep kicking me out, man?
He's telling you to chill out,
bro. Why do you keep kicking me out, bro?
Who's kicked you out? I ain't kicked you.
You're still talking, bro.
He's telling you to kick me out because of that video.
Nah, someone keeps kicking me out, bro, man.
Nobody's kicked you out, man.
You're getting kicked out, bro. Unless you're
listen, hey.
Non-stop talking thing.
Can you tell us about the Khalsa martial arts? The blue turban, you know the one you're wearing? Those brothers.
Bro,
we know about that already, man. Come on.
Look, bro, look, I must say one thing. I'm gonna say something now. We have different perspectives. We have our limited perspective, neither of us know the whole, So what I'm saying is this. Neither of us know the whole. Let's have a punch up, bro, and whoever wins is telling the truth. Whoever loses is
why all your gods black?
No, I disagree with you. Let's have a punch up and
why are all your gods black?
I disagree with you. I disagree.
Why do you have to have a punch up to disagree with you?
I disagree with you. Let's have a punch up, and whoever wins, God will protect the winner. Yeah, God will protect the winner, bruv.
Look, there's black gods everywhere, man. Look, man.
Yeah, let's have a punch up and let's see who wins.
Qigong master. You get me? The master of Qigong. Yeah? He's black. Like, teaching Shaolin monk. And all of a sudden, you think he can fight better than man?
Real talk, Who is your favorite guru or living representation of guru? Who was your favorite living representation of guru?
That's a deep question for him, you know.
But when you look
back in history, there was many gurus Who was your favorite one? Which is the one
not
that you
many,
feel
10,
like the
10
biggest
gets,
connection
10.
to or whatever? Come on, it's a simple question.
How many you got? H10, right? What the last one's the living one,
that's like
right?
picking your best parent, bruv. That's like picking your best parent, man. Your
No,
best.
it ain't. Yeah, but even that, you will have a best parent. Stop that, man. You will have a best sibling. You will have a best friend. You will have a best sibling.
Everybody
you have
does,
a best
man.
artist.
You always
Like
have
one
a favorite,
that, not saying you don't like other people for other reasons, but there might be one that you feel you connect to the most, or like reminds you of you, or has lessons that you've learned. Or his message came to you at a certain time in your life, so he had the most impact. Just be honest, man. Who?
No, but each one of them had different.
I know, but which one do you think has made the most impact, or made the initial, like the most significant impact? Like, come on, bro, man. Why are you making this difficult? People can even say that about the prophets. They can tell you.
Can I answer for him?
No, you can't.
Not for him, but like my opinion on his
him.
religion.
No,
my opinion on his religion.
Let him talk, bruv.
There was only one guru, and it had different bodies, different manifestations.
Yes, I know that. Which manifestation? You know,
our scripture, the Guru Granth Sahib, our scripture.
Just the scripture, yeah. That's the one you draw the most inspiration from.
Yeah.
All right, let me ask you something. How many punch-ups did your scripture get into?
No, but the cults are getting many.
No. I'm talking about the one that gave you the most inspiration.
What, the book?
You chose the book, fam. You wanted to be smart. You chose the book as being the guru that gave you the most inspiration. Fair dues. So I'm asking you, how many times
you fucked him up,
did your guru that gave you the most inspiration get into punch-ups when people disagreed? Or when they disagree?
Right now he's thinking, why didn't I choose that one?
Let me respond. Let me change my answer. So the guru, the 10th
You're
guru,
out. You lost.
No, I haven't. I'm gonna answer that.
He done you, fam. He spun you, bro.
Answer that. I was deciding between
He's on fire. Johnny's flaming them. Way too much heat in my cranium. Like an up boy push up geranium. Make the lava splash like I'm capable.
Man, that's tennis ball speakers corner jets there, man. Classic vintage.
The curl size.
Red form jet. Josh, you lost the point, man. Just allow it now.
That was fatality.
I didn't lose the point. Let's have a punch up.
Shut up with your punch ups, man.
You was honest, yeah. You was honest. You told me the guru that inspired you the most. My point is, if there's a guru that inspires you the most, you should try and replicate the actions or the behavior or the attributes of that guru. And if that guru was non-violent, if that guru didn't fight with people that disagreed with it, then you should mimic that. And if you disagree with someone on a panel, you shouldn't be asking them for punch-ups, yeah, and then saying let the guru decide. You're mad.
That's how we do. That's how we do.
You can't do that because guru can't decide. Because guru don't fight. That guru ain't fighting. Your most inspirational
That doesn't
guru.
make sense. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but then you tried to like play some kind of little mind game by not choosing a human personification. So you fucked yourself up.
I didn't know you were asking.
Can I also ask is guru petty? Like how you're saying your guru is so petty, is gonna come inside you, pause, and be like, you know, making you
whatever guru you chose, whatever guru you chose, I would have asked you the same question. So you were guided to the right answer, yeah. Even though you thought you was trying to outsmart me, essentially you was humbled by your own answer, but you don't like it. Now you want to change your answer, which shows which shows your dishonesty and your distrust of guru. Guru's guiding you. Guru told you, yeah, that the book is the most inspirational guru. You knew that to be the true answer in your heart, so you went for it. And when it doesn't correspond with the answer you'd give dishonestly, you want to change your answer. Don't do that, man. Stick with your guns. Yes, the guru, the book is your most inspirational guru. Be like the book.
And you know what? That was the best answer he could have given anyway.
I don't think you made sense. I don't think you made sense, bro. You didn't make sense, yeah?
All right,
you didn't make sense, bro. Let's have a punch up, bro. Whoever wins is telling the truth. Whoever loses is wrong.
Dude, man.
Come on, if I was saying this stuff, I'll get kicked off by now. Just tell him shut up, man.
So basically, if I can beat your book, if I can beat your scriptures,
no, me. If you can beat me, bro.
No, listen to this. I beg you listen to me. You said what you have to say. I'm saying, if I can beat up your book, if I can punch up your scriptures, yeah, then that means that I'm telling the truth and your scriptures the lie. Based on your ideology, whoever wins in a physical fight is right. Based on your paradigm that you're creating. So I want to fight your book.
But you can't.
And then I can disprove the whole of Sikhism. The whole of Sikhi.
No, because it's not it's not the book we bow down to. It's the wisdom.
Might is right. Based on you, might is right. Yeah. If your book can't physically do me nothing, because remember, yeah, you could beat up a disabled man and then claim that you got the truth because you had the ability to beat up a disabled woman, or old woman, or a child. That's dumb. That logic is stupid. That's what I'm saying. I might as well fight your book. I might as well fight your book and then defeat the whole of
even a normal fight, yes. Like
no, but the guru.
If I fight your book and defeat your book, I've defeated the whole of Sikhi.
But that's not our guru. That's not our guru. That's not our guru. That's not our guru. That's not our guru, bro. Our guru is the message contained within it. Our guru is the wisdom contained within it. Our guru is the guidance contained within it.
Oh, why don't you read it out, man?
And you said you only read a couple pages.
Every time you come on the panel, bro.
Yeah.
So now the message is gonna fight me.
All of this because of body.
Not even a physical thing. Now it's just the message. The message is your guru.
You're living because of the message, bro. You're only living because of that.
You know, you're lucky that JEDI has never met other Sikhs like you, because everyone else is more calm.
We didn't exist. Hold on. Check this. If humans didn't exist, there'd be no message.
No, that message always existed in some form or another. In some form or another.
Who would it be a message to? To who?
I'm saying that with the wisdom.
Is it a message to itself? Wait. If there's a message and no one to read the message, right? No one to receive the message, no one to send the message to. Is it a message to itself then?
No, I said guru
right,
is
shut
in
up, man.
wisdom. I said guru is in wisdom.
The message needs ears.
No,
listen
it doesn't.
To me. Listen,
God
stop. Listen to me, bro. Listen. A message needs ears and eyes. It needs attention. It needs observation. A message needs to be given.
Do you know what he's saying?
Yeah, listen. Listen. Hold on, cuz. You can't say a message is the be all and end all when a message needs to be delivered to somebody. So if that somebody doesn't exist, then there's no message. Someone has to create a message. Someone has to write a message, create a message.
If a tree falls in the woods,
no, I'm saying
it's
the wisdom. Exactly. It's the wisdom of the universe. It's the wisdom of the cosmos. It's the wisdom of God.
It's the wisdom of the message. It's the wisdom of the message.
It's a wisdom of God, and in some form.
Right. Okay, so we're moving off the message now, then, yeah.
The same thing. Wisdom, message, teaching.
Not the same. Wisdom and message are not the same thing.
Guidance, teaching, message.
Please explain how wisdom and message are the same.
The same thing, bruv.
It's not the same.
Because in his wisdom, he thought it was wise to say.
Wisdom
we're talking English,
that you gain.
We're talking English, bruv, innit? So it's not.
Yeah, English. Listen, I hate when people. This is only dumb people tell me about it's English because they can't fucking master the language that they actually fucking speak.
Just talk, man.
I can't, but no, it's a translation, isn't it? It's a translation.
English is perfectly capable of fucking delivering the idea that you want to deliver, bro. Like it's
for day-to-day shit, but when it comes to spiritual shit, then it's not, bro.
Nah, man.
It still can.
I only speak and read English, and I'm doing fine, cuz I'm not confused.
Yeah, you're right.
You seem confused.
Yeah, but that's in a material life, innit? Not spiritual.
Bro, whatever. Bro. In the spiritual life, you can't even see me, bro. Like, behave. Just get to the point.
I ain't making a judgment. That was a question.
Yeah, no, it's a fact, bro. Bro, you're displaying your, bro. You think that when we're talking, this is just a physical thing. You're displaying your spirit. You've been displaying your spirit, so you can't deceive me and act like you're some fucking supreme being or some shit, bro. You're a donut. Like, you're actually a donut.
Fine. But I'm saying that.
Carry on with your point.
Yeah, I'm saying that the guru is the Sikhs. The Sikhs are the guru. The community is the guru, and they're the guru, brother. And they get into hella punch ups.
All right, so listen to this then. So the Sikhs are the guru. If me and you have a punch up, the guru is gonna decide who's right.
That's it.
So you mean other humans are gonna decide who's right?
If you win, then you're telling the truth. If I win,
and who decides that? Who decides that?
The creator.
And is the creator the guru?
Guru is the creator.
Is the creator the guru?
Yeah. Is the creator the creator is the guru?
Okay, and the man is the guru. and the book is the guru. So the man is the creator, and the book is the creator too, and the message and the wisdom.
The wisdom of the creator is the creator.
Yo, Jed, why are you dissing Shifa for, man?
The wisdom of God is God.
Sorry, what was that?
The wisdom of God.
Not you.
No, I was just ad-libbing, bro. Because you know, like what you said about his religion, right? It's kind of similar to another Trinity that I know. So anyway,
I even get a clean body out here.
But anyway,
Pause.
But anyway, man, H, it's
let's have a punch up. Let's have a punch up.
Clearly, hold on. Clearly, yeah. I don't like you got a grasp of your religion and you know your thing. But I think that like either your doctrine is faulty or your rendition of it is.
Let's have a punch up then. Only one way to settle it. Let's have a punch up then.
Yeah, and secondly, when you say that, yeah, that's what you say. Let's have a punch up. That's one thing. But then you say let's have a punch up, and Guru will decide who's telling the truth by
Don't forget to emphasize the word guru, okay?
Yeah, that's what he said. He said guru. So I was like, right, okay, huh? Guru.
The wisdom of God will decide. The law of the universe, the divine law of the universe will decide.
Is he talking about guru?
Yeah, but it might not be in your favor. So.
Like I said, if I issue that challenge to a 6-year-old, yeah, then that should be fine too. If I say, all right,
don't be wicked to him.
It is fine. It is fine.
Yeah, just tell him Apache Indian ain't deciding
if I beat
shit.
the 6-year-old, if I beat the 6-year-old and punch him up, yeah, then that's the wisdom of the guru. That's showing that I am the true one. I'm the one.
Trust me, bro. I've seen 6-year-olds teleporting.
Even if you beat me in a fist fight, it doesn't mean that you're right, bro. Like
it does, bro. It does.
That logic is stupid.
Hey, you fucked up big time there, man.
It does, bro.
His logic is dumb, bro.
It is not dumb.
Save your boy, Shifa, man. You're the one that put him on the panel.
The outcomes are divinely ordained, bro. The outcomes are divinely ordained by God Himself.
Shifa was on deflection tactics here, trying to get the heat.
Are you
off
trying to
him.
say that Jedi is
I'm
malevolent?
trying to allow him a bit, man. Allow it.
Yo, Jed, he's saying you're malevolent, bro. That's what he's saying, fam.
Look, what's done is done, man. What's done is done. Yeah, I think that there is even black people in India, ain't there? Weren't we talking about them the other day? Was it the cities?
Bro, till this present day, yes, there are.
There's still black people. It's like in Persia, innit? Or Iran or any of these places.
Nah, man, in Pakistan, in India.
Yeah,
most of the Bangladeshis, you know, Bangladesh people that you see in this country, right? Most of them are not like, they are Bengali, obviously, but what I'm saying is they're like city people. They're city folk, innit? You know what I'm saying? The real Bengalis, if you look on internet and you type in Bangladeshi or South Indians or South Pakistanis, like you're gonna see really dark people that are close to Dravidians. That you could say, bro, these people have been here for time.
So what you're saying is
the people from somewhere, innit?
the people who are in the cities, the ones with all the money, the ones who come
they
over
must
here
be mixed
to
up,
England,
innit, bro? Come on, man. You know why that is, innit?
They're obviously, they're the more light-skinned, obviously.
But I'm saying, you don't have to tell me that. Like, Haiti's like arguing with that and saying, oh, this, that. Like, what's wrong with you, bro?
I love that word.
You see me, myself, bro. I'm saying to myself, even like I was up front, bro, like 100%. I've got some mixture in me because I'm not as dark as the Dravidians. Yeah, man, I'm dark, but like straight, innit? Like there's no bullshit about it. Like I can't say I'm from the subcontinent 100%. I must have some admixture from other parts of the continent. Or
do you think that your do you think that your mixture might be a bit Turco-Mongol?
No, not mine. I believe. Yeah, hold on. If we this is what I'm gonna say, yeah.
He's big and dopey.
Like, sorry, bro. So far, yeah, the history they're saying, how we come out of Africa theory, and if we're going by that, because that's what we're going by, aren't we?
No, I'll tell you what I'm going by. I'm going by the Mongolians, yeah. Not only did they go to India, at some point, I believe they may have even colonized it, if I remember history rightly.
Mongolians? No, never. Unlucky there though. But carry on.
And even as far as going into China, you know, remember the Great Wall of China. Second point was even as far as China, the Great Wall of China fell to the Mongols. They invaded. So a percentage of Chinese has got to be Mongolian as well.
I'm not Chinese, my brother.
No, I'm not saying you're Chinese. I'm just saying where I'm getting my information, what it's based on is that entire region, that entire
You do know what I just spoke about was myself and not Chinese people. Why are you answering with Chinese now? What's wrong with you, bro?
Pause. No, pause. Listen, you're not
I'll
going to
just
understand.
mute, bro. Like, fuck.
Yeah, mute for a second. Let me just finish my point, then you can correct me after if you think I'm wrong. So what I'm saying is that whole Asian region, yeah, whether it's India, China, wherever it is, Tibet, I don't care where it is in
How
Asia,
the fuck do you know anything about any of this?
At some point, the Mongolians was attacking everywhere. They was trying to conquer the whole.
They never went into India.
They were trying to conquer the whole
world.
Hold
on. I can't hear 10 people, man.
Yeah, they were trying to conquer the whole world.
We don't come and start telling you about Africa.
I'm just saying, any posing that question to me, that can't interrupt me.
Yeah, he is. But I'm dealing with it, so that you're just not a person that pays attention. Full stop. Otherwise, I'm dealing with it. I'm saying to Khan, let him land, please. I get it's Turkey, blah blah blah. I'm glad you jumped on. Let Shifa land, please. Shifa, continue.
Yeah, so I would imagine, if Genghis Khan was a man who said he owned everything underneath the blue sky, and Asia was the closest thing to him because he's in Asia, I'd imagine these would have been the first places that he attempted to, if not conquered and colonized to some effect. I'll go mute now, though.
Okay, Shifa, you ready for me to respond? You don't have to go to mute. Just come off mute and
hurry up, man.
Ask you a few questions. No, because I was gonna ask him, like, is he really?
You can fight. Yeah, ask a question.
Brother, don't ask
Are you
him
really
a question, bro.
I can't
You're just
stop,
passing
man.
the mic
What
back
are you
to
doing,
him.
bro? Oh man. All right, I will. Okay, Shifa, just mute up, man. Cool. What you said so far is fully wrong because first of all, you don't know your history at all, innit? The history of the Mongolians is, they come from the steppes above China or whatever. They come down through the steppes, which the steppes, like, they flow through Asia into Europe. You get me? Russia, all that to Moscow, Ukraine, all of that. Iran, Persia. Yeah, they banged up all of them, like, they fucked up all these places, innit? But the Himalayan mountains, which was a natural barrier, which you know, right? They never crossed that really. And when they came to hold on, what are you doing, bro?
I beg you, let me say, you've come to
Why?
He's come.
Why though?
Go on, man.
All right, cool.
You know what that does, yeah? It just longs it out more. If it goes on too long, I will interrupt. But if you not interrupt, it just longs it out more, cuz.
All right, cool.
You're next on the mic.
All right, bro. Sorry to mess up your moderating. Go on, Odds.
Nah, yo, Jed, I'll be honest with you, because I lost my phone. He can
All right,
answer
cool.
now.
Like, I know what he's going to say anyway, that's the end of the history. But let me just put it on record, yeah? Shifa don't care about the history. He ain't interested in learning anything about what battles Genghis Khan fought, yeah? What he's interested in doing is proving his argument on the Gog and Magog theory, and he's trying to make us all out to be Mongols or descendants of Mongols, and historically and genetically, that's not actually true. The fact is, he don't want to accept that outside of Africa, the closest descendants to Africans are the Mongols. They are from that bloodline. Their haploid group is C. They come after A and B, it comes C, and it's Mongols, right? And the original Mongols were black. So this whole argument that we've been having on this channel for however long, that there were black people outside of Africa who started off civilizations, this theory doesn't go against that at all. If anything, we've been agreeing, me and Ards have been agreeing with you lot, that there's been black people all throughout the world.
Dog to have a good home. Anyone want him?
Can I just finish?
Wow, he's taking the piss.
Can I just finish? Wow. Like, can you just leave your negrophobia to the side for a second, bro?
Whoa.
Ards, allow it, bro.
What did he do?
Brother,
wow. What did
no one wants to. This is the thing.
Nigger and phobia together.
I said about my dog. Someone said Oreo in the comments.
Brother,
I said, does anyone want to give my dog a good home?
Or their civilization was started off by black people. I don't understand why it makes a difference. Why does it even make the slightest bit of difference?
Khan, are you gonna say I'm racist now?
No, but you're diverting the subject. I'm trying to point out that Shifa doesn't care about Asia. He doesn't care about Asian history. He's just trying to point out that
what is he doing about Pakistan? I didn't even mention Pakistan.
Brother, why are you arguing with me, you dumb fucker?
Whoa,
you're shooting yourself in the foot, bro. You don't know how to have a debate. Like, what was you even doing at Speaker's Corner? I don't understand. You don't know about debating, bro. Like, me and you are supposed to be on the same side here. You're such a dumbo.
Sorry?
You're such a dumbo.
You need to
just
calm
hold your
down,
fire,
man.
bro.
I don't know what's wrong with you, bro. Like,
no, but it's you though. I don't understand why you're so like invested in fucking up my speech.
I haven't done nothing
here.
wrong, bro. I'm just talking on a panel, speaking. Like you're.
Yeah,
just
that's what I'm
like
saying.
I'm
Nothing matters to you. The only thing that matters is Jack Daniels. That's the only thing you care about.
Can I get a screen share, please? If that's
Nothing's
okay.
important to you.
You
None of this
chill out,
actually
man.
matters.
I'm mute
It's
up,
just
man.
the
You're
ego
Jez, man.
trip.
I'm gonna mute up, bro.
All right, thank you. Like I'm saying, this guy is politically and religiously motivated to prove, same as Kemal, same as fucking God of Jacob, that we're all descendants of Mongols. That's not true. Like, if it was true, we wouldn't be denying it. We would admit it. The fact is that outside of Africa, the closest living relatives who actually managed to survive, yeah, the onslaught of the Japhet people who took over all them people, yeah, and assimilated all them people, like in Korea or in Europe or wherever there was Africans, yeah, even in England, yeah, we was proving that them people were replaced. The only ones that survived that actually put up a fight were the Mongols, right? Simple as that. They are African people that managed to survive. That's all it is. But for some reason, when you take the Afrocentric point of view out of the equation, you replace it with this Hebrew Israelite
you man, be honest, like, come on, everyone.
Mongols
are
evil.
Talking now. Like what? You can't shut up, man.
But you said you're going on mute.
Bare agrees, you know, like you're
but you said you're going on mute, though.
Forgot how overweight you are, bro. Calm down, man.
What are you talking about? You utter spastic. You embarrassment.
I've never seen one black
you lot relax for a
in my
second,
life,
relax.
bro. What are you talking
read
about,
the screen. I can't read the screen, man.
Why do I need to read the screen for, bro? I know my own history.
I'm trying to shit. You know,
I'm not checking
dickhead for life.
Who you even talking to? Who you even talking to? The Mongols did not enter India. They did not go past Pakistan.
Wow.
You don't need to read it, bro. I don't need to read it.
Hold on.
They did not get past. What you're not understanding, hold on. Can I just finish what I'm saying? Can I finish what I'm saying? Can I finish what I'm saying?
Pakistan previously
India? India was bigger than what it is now.
Right, and Pakistan
Sindh
was part
province,
of it, right?
where Ards and them lot are from, they actually
was Pakistan part of India?
Brother,
yes
you're
or
talking
no?
rubbish.
Facts.
India went all the way to Tibet. We're talking about the India of today. Don't try to change the goalposts on me.
Hold on.
The India of today, the Mongols did not enter there.
No, I can't look at the screen, man.
But I don't need to look at the screen, bro. I know my history. They did not enter India. They did not get past Arden, man. Sindh province, bro. I don't need to look at. You're showing me Wikipedia and bullshit sources, bro.
This ain't Wikipedia.
It don't matter what you're showing me, bro. I'm telling you. The Mongols did not do that.
Legally blind. Like what? What's going on?
Anyway, I'm just saying what I'm saying.
You're just getting angry, bro.
The history is irrelevant.
But all right, everyone pause for a second. Yeah, what I'm understanding here is, Khan, if you engage with the evidence and Shifa, if you was more honest with the evidence rather than trying to score your point, you'd read. And if you read and he listened, you may understand that there's a difference in what you're saying. But it's frustrating. Like you lot are grown adults communicating and ain't clocked what's happened.
Good. Can I
because one's trying to like busy laughing, the other one's busy trying to run from losing a point, right? Did the Mongols enter Pakistan, Khan?
Yeah, they did.
All right, cool. Now, what period of Indian history is being discussed? Are we talking about the days when Pakistan was India? Are we talking about the days when? About the modern? Why is man interrupting?
No,
because I'm Pakistani. He's fucking Turk.
No, I don't care, bro. You ain't added to this conversation. Shut up.
Yes, I was there the whole time.
Cool. I don't care, bro. I don't care. Shush, man.
All right, cool, man.
Yeah, just control yourself, man. Fucking hell, man. So, just fucking you, bro.
I'll kick man off.
So anyway, the point was, which Indian history period are we talking about?
The period we're talking is called we call it Hindustan. So it wasn't just India, the one that the British have made up. Hindustan was much bigger than what it is today. It went all out into Nepal. It went all out into Afghanistan. It was huge.
Was it Pakistan?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So would you agree that that the Mongols entered Pakistan when it was considered India?
Yeah.
Right. So why are you arguing?
I'm arguing because he's changing the goalposts. When we say India, we're talking about the country today, which is India, and the population that exists in that place.
We're not. We're talking about the time of the Mongols. So if we're talking about the time of the Mongols, we wouldn't be talking about modern day India. That's ridiculous. You're changing the goalposts.
All right, if you want to look at it that way around, yeah, the argument still stands that there's some, I don't know what they've got in Pakistan, but it's something like they believe that some holy place in Pakistan where Sikhs have to have a piece of it as well. That's why there's Sikhs living in Pakistan. They don't want to leave this special place. And the Mongols think that is special as well, because don't forget, the Mongols' religion came from Hinduism, yeah, and they basically had this strange belief that there's some holy place in Pakistan. So if they went into Pakistan, they didn't go in there all guns blazing, mashing up the place like they normally did. They had a little war on the outskirts of near Afghanistan, where Sindh provinces, where Ards and them lot are. So they did have a little couple of wars around there, but they didn't really try to enter into India as a whole. Like their plan wasn't to come into India. Their plan was to go across into Europe. That was their plan, to go to Europe.
Thank you, Khan. Can I read the screen now? Is that okay? Because obviously we have listened to you as well.
This shit? Like, let me speak, man. I know my history.
Let Shufra.
Yeah, go on. Well, whoever, if you can go first, I don't mind. Are you still there?
The elves can still be there waiting for me.
I'll read. All right. So, title of this piece here is called "Mongol Invasion of India," of all places. It says, united with the emergence of Genghis Khan in the early 13th century, the Mongol Empire stretched from Korea in Asia to Poland in Eastern Europe, becoming the largest continuous land empire in world's history. Known for their brute invasions and repression, Mongols invaded and captured every major capital of the medieval world, including Delhi.
What's medieval?
Brother, we'll get to that afterwards. Yeah, let me just go back. Mongols invaded and captured every major capital city of the medieval world, including Delhi. Between the mid-13th and 14th centuries, Mongols tried to invade India several times from the northwestern front. However, they had faced severe
Someone rewind, Shifa there. They tried to invade what? How many times?
Mongols tried to invade India several times.
So that means they never succeeded and they kept trying.
Let's just relax, brother. If I read it, then you're gonna know what it says, isn't it? All right. Several times
at the same time.
Several times from the northwestern front. However, they had to face severe defeats at the hands of the Delhi Sultanate.
What did they have to face? Say that again.
Brother.
No, what did they have to face again?
Brother, you're like a kid in a class that I just want to kick out.
No, I'm not, bro. I'm like, you said you want to read this shit on the fucking Wikipedia.
Taking a piss, man. Come on, man. Please, man.
Is this your knowledge? No disrespect. Yeah?
I'll read it again.
Bro, you never bring nothing, bro.
Yeah,
so please.
I'll read it again. I'll read it again. Don't worry. I'll read it again. But please listen this time, brother, because I'm not going to read every sentence 5 times just for your benefit. Like a couple of times, cool. I'm allow you. It says, however, they had to face severe defeats at the hand of the Delhi Sultanate until the 16th century, when Babur invaded India. Let's dive deep into the series of Mongol invasions in medieval India. And it says backgrounds.
All right, but we've read enough there, bro. Like we get the picture now, innit?
It's not over. It's not over. Mongols were
So we stop odds interrupting. Now you're gonna start. Fuck it up. You lot got big issues.
I know, man.
Big issues.
But if you're presenting evidence that's counteracting your own argument, why are you going to carry on reading
it? Please relax. Just relax. Well,
Take the L, bro. You already read it.
No, he didn't. There was a bit he highlighted from early. He just read the preface.
You sound like you're scared. You sound like you're scared to let him get through the evidence.
I know, man. What's going on?
Okay.
Must be like a war tactic or something.
It is, definitely.
Man's deliberately, like, even though we've appealed to you several times, we've even kicked another member off, you're just deliberately just interrupting, man. It's crazy. I don't get it. And the reason why you're interrupting him is just so lame. Like, it's just weak. Come on, man. Expect better from you, man. Just delaying it. And I said to you from the beginning, when you interrupt, you just delay a man talking. A man that's already been doing bare chatting. Yeah? Like, AKA Schiffer. You came on complaining. Yeah, that man was using a technique with Schiffer that was allowing him to keep getting the microphone, and then you're just doing the same thing. It's like, come on, man. Just let him get on with it. Then we can hear a whole con monologue like you did like 5-10 minutes ago. We enjoyed that.
Yeah.
You want another one, but you're not letting everyone else finish. And then ours comes back. Like, you lot are just, this ain't Friday Night Vibe, bro. Try no, man. We've got about fucking 20 minutes of this. I'm switching it up. This ain't no Friday Night Vibe. Irritating, man, and that.
I'm going to try and read fast for that reason then. It says, Mongols were united under a military general, Temujin, better known as Genghis Khan, in 1206. The Mongol Empire attempted to attack the Indian subcontinent between 1221 and 1327, and later by the Khuranas of Mongol origin. They controlled the outskirts of the Indian subcontinent in the northwestern part, including Afghanistan and part of present-day Pakistan, for several years. During his reign, Genghis Khan made several raids into the Indian subcontinent while chasing down Jalal-ud-Din, the last scion of the whatever the Khazars,
the Uzbek Turks
Empire, and reached all the way to the outskirts of Lahore near the Indus River before defeating him in 1221. Now, it didn't say anything about Turks. It said Khwarazmian.
Yeah, Khwarazmian. Yeah, the Uzbek Turks.
Anyway, that's what you say. It didn't say Turk though. It never said Turk though. It said Indian on Indian.
I know. I'm adding that bit in for your information.
After Genghis Khan died in 1227, his son Ogedi Khan became the Great Khan. In 1235, Mongols attacked Kashmir and formed a base at Duragachi. Kashmir remained under the Mongols for several years since then. Major Mongol invasions against the Delhi state. Yeah, it says in 1260, constant civil war broke out in various sections of the Mongol Empire. Later intrusions into India were attempted by
it's all good content, man. Let him read it, man. Let him read it.
By the Chagati Khanate, who ruled over the major parts of Central Asia. Yeah. So I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. Yeah. Let me just get down to this bit down there. It says. By 1290s, India witnessed a massive transformation of power from Turkic to Indian Muslims who had migrated with Gauri a century ago. This led to the rise of Khilji dynasty. So at this point, like it's having a change over from from a massive transformation of power from Turkic to Indian. So that would suggest to me that the Turkic may be on the Genghis Mongol side.
No.
But obviously, you may argue the contrary, but you don't want me to read the whole thing. So
I'm not arguing. I'm just saying it doesn't say that.
That's my take on it.
Okay, interesting. But anyway,
you say that's not what it is, but look, it says. In the 1280s, Dawah Khan controlled Afghanistan and made several attacks on the northwestern border towns of India, including Sindh, Balochistan, Lahore, and Multan. Alarmed by the regular invasions and lack of border control in the northwest, Delhi Sultanate consorted well-planned strategies, which led to severe defeats and pushbacks of Mongols in later years. So these are Indian people doing this. Yeah. Moreover, civil war with the Mongol Empire gave significant impetus to the Sultanate to build defenses in the northwest and chart out efficient strategies to quell the Mongol conquest. Yeah. The Sultanate under the reign of Ghiyas-ud-Din Balban, 1266 to 1287, was highly alarmed by the Mongol raids and prepared his army. As a result, large-scale attacks ceased. The Mongols could not cross the Indus River. He and future rulers recovered the border towns such as Multan, Uch, Sid, and Lahore, and pushed local runners and rays from joining hands with the Mongols and their subordinaries or subsidiaries, sorry. So by the 1920s, like where I got to, yeah, India witnessed a massive transformation of power from Turkic to Indian. So that's because they was pushing you out, not because you was originally there, like you tried to lie and say. So
Bruv, can you just read your evidence?
When they're talking about the Mongol, when they're talking about the Mongols, the Turkic is attached to the Mongol.
No, it's not. You're doing that.
I'm going on mute.
Hebrew
I'm going
Israelite
on mute.
idea
Guys,
that we're
let Khan
all
have to say. Let
Gog
Khan
and
have to say.
Magog. That's all you're trying to say here. You don't really care about anything what you're reading. But anyway, continue.
Do you really want me to continue?
I'll
continue.
now.
It's only going to hurt you more when I read more.
You've just read out. 1 minute. Let me just say one thing and then Art can speak, yeah? You just read out something that shows that the Mongols, number one, didn't cross the Indus Valley, right, river. Secondly, you've proved that they carried out raids, which means that they didn't have any strongholds anywhere. Thirdly, you've pointed out that certain people actually pushed them back and they basically made positions on the outskirts of India to keep them out.
All right, pause.
So
if they push them back, that means they must have crossed.
Your own point
if they push them back, that means they must have crossed at some point.
Excuse me.
You're pushing people back.
Now I'm going to let Art fill in the blanks now.
How could there be? Listen, how could there be a massive transformation of power from Turkic to Indian? Unless
you are the one that
pause. It says it right here. It says by the 1290s, India witnessed a massive transformation of power from Turkic to Indian Muslims. Yeah. Now, if it witnessed the transformation of Turkic to Indian, then
you're just highlighting your bias.
What this means is, brother, what this means
I've already highlighted.
Before this transformation of power takes place, it's under Turkic control. Yeah, because
there is
of the
a clear
Mongol raid.
distinction between the Mongol Empire and the Turkic rulers of India. There's a clear distinction. If you want to put everyone in one racial basket that you've designed, yeah, it only fits in with your religious affiliations.
No, the Indians.
Anyway,
the Indians. Listen, the Indians are not the Mongols. The Indians are not the Mongols. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying Indian and Mongol are not one and the same. They're two separate, complete, different things.
Let us know when you're done.
When the Mongol comes in and invades India, all of a sudden there's Turkic. All of a sudden, yeah, it may not take over the whole of India, but the parts that it does succeed in taking over is under Turkic control.
Wrong.
Then when the Indians take it back, Turks are being pushed back.
Wrong.
Yeah, there is a transformation of power from Turkic to Indian. How
Brother,
is that
that's
wrong?
not what you read out. You're reading between the lines to enforce your own bias. But anyway, let Art have a go now. Let Art have a go now.
Muslims, brother, I'm going on mute. Fire away.
Go on, Artie. Your go.
All right. So the claim that Shifa made in the beginning of this whole thing, escapade, was that he said Mongolians invaded India and they run India. Is that what you said, Shifa? Yes or no?
I said,
yes.
This is what I said. I said, at some point, yeah, during the reign of the Mongol Empire, yeah, they may have, I didn't say they definitely did, I say they may have conquered or colonized at some point in India, yeah. Now, I've gone and done the discovery, done the due diligence, and I find that to some extent, I am right. There is suggestion of a colony of Mongols in the Indian subcontinent that is there for several generations, yeah, and is only pushed out, yeah, after a certain point, which I've just read to you, yeah. So now we're having an exchange of power from Turkic back to Indian. So when I'm associating Turkic with Mongol, please tell me where I'm going wrong.
Now that's for me to argue with you. Let Artevis go. Let Artevis go.
I don't really need to have my goal pause. I'm not like on like this joint venture what you're on, huh? But yeah. Yo, Shifa, listen, man. They never conquered the subcontinent, man. What are you on, man?
Brother, when I say the subcontinent, I said part of it. I never said the whole thing. Yeah. Now to that,
yeah, that's cool. I won't disagree.
Hold on, one second. Oz, listen.
Oz, I won't disagree with.
I know you won't, because you're gonna know for yourself that some of India, some of India just stayed Indian. And later
remember
on
the
down the
part
line,
you're talking about, yeah?
Yo,
Shifa, remember the part you're talking about? And when you was reading the paragraphs, remember the words that were highlighted was like attempted, you know, mass losses. Like, remember, like,
that was
come
in
on,
the
fam.
beginning.
Let's remember this
That,
is on it. Come on,
was
man.
in the beginning.
Let's not let that shit lie, like, you know, lightly.
Yo, odds. That was in the beginning stages. Yes.
Never, bro. Always throughout, and in the end, why do they not?
Brother, listen. Odds. I know you're not able to discern this
Shifa,
information.
I haven't said many words tonight, and I haven't been allowed to speak, bro. Let me carry on. Let me carry on, Shifa. So, Shifa, you wouldn't see many remnants of them till this day, right now. To be honest, you won't. Especially the parts that you're. Hold on, cousin. Hold on, cousin. Let me speak. Cousin. Let me finish speaking. You see, especially the parts you're referencing, right? The ones you're referencing, the areas you're talking about. If you go to them areas now, listen, bro. Yeah. Guess who's there right now? Not them. This is what I'm trying to say to you. I'm making it clear to you.
I'm agreeing with you though, but it's like you didn't understand what I'm saying.
You're
Brother,
not.
listen, now hear me out. I'm gonna tell you the part that you're missing. What you're missing, is that
you know the part that you're missing. That India was never one country ever before the British came.
Your people who was in the Hindustan.
You're being racist now, yeah?
Your people.
Even though I'm darker than you, Shifa, yeah? All right.
Listen. Your people who was in the Hindustan were being invaded by Khan's people who were the Turco-Mongols. Yeah. Now, unfortunately, at some point they managed to capture some of your land and control them.
When you say
now,
your
at
people,
some point, one second. Let me finish. I'll be real quick.
I have to identify who my people
from
are
the
for you,
Hindustan
bro.
region.
No, my people are from the Sindh.
Now, brother,
you know Sindh?
listen.
You know Sindh?
Listen.
Have you ever
It's
heard
on
about
there.
Sindh?
It's on there. It says Sindh on there. It says Sindh on there.
No, but that was never part of Hindustan. Sindh has never been a part of Hindustan. Go and check it out.
Where is it? Where is it?
Go check it out.
Is it part of the Punjab?
No.
Can I quickly just add a few sentences?
Is it part of the Indian subcontinent?
Let me just say, yeah.
What about Lahore?
You just read something out. You just read something out that established
Is Multan part of India?
Can you stop now, Shifa? Shifa, can you stop?
Is Delhi part of India?
Yo, Shifa, can you stop now?
Nah, brother.
Yeah.
So, brother, what I'm saying to you is, brother, long story
short. You know what Delhi was part of? Hold on.
Brother,
you know what Delhi was?
Wait a second. You
asked me a question. Let me
answer.
I'm
going to be quiet. Let
me answer the question, bro.
Brother,
you said was Delhi part of it, yeah? You know
after
what
my
Delhi
sentence.
Was,
One sentence.
One at a time, man. Come on, man.
One sentence, bro.
Where is this?
One sentence, bro. And I
Sultanate,
swear, you can talk all you like.
It was the
brother, one
capital of the Delhi Sultanate.
Brother, listen, one sentence. You could, brother, listen.
So you say it was India, but I'm telling you it was the Delhi Sultanate.
I'll give you the mic. I'll give you the
Thank you. Do you recognize what I'm saying to you?
Whatever you like, brother. Listen, just let me say what I'm saying.
Can you concede that point? That Delhi, when you're talking about Delhi, that was the Delhi Sultanate.
Listen, this is what I will concede. I will concede that a lot of people from Pakistan, are settled in a place now called Iran or what is it, Afghanistan, and all of these type of places. Loads of people from Pakistan are now settled in places like Afghanistan, Iran, XYZ. Now, that would make sense because if they originally were Turco-Mongols coming from those regions and they've been pushed back and back more and more, and India's become more, it's thrived more.
You do know that I'm the opposite of a Turk, right?
They're going to return back to where they're from.
They're going to return back. Maku,
they're gonna return, innit? Like, come on,
brothers have seen me in Speaker's Corner, right? Like, be honest here. Like, I don't look like a Turk. I don't know why you're trying to compare me to a Turk, bro. Or
but you might have some Turk in you, though. Let's be honest. Because you said you're Sindh, right?
I look like I'm from the subcontinent. Yeah,
but I'm
not Turkish at all, bro.
So, but you might have some Turkish.
They may look like me, but I don't look like them. You understand what I'm trying to say?
I'll get you, but you might have some mixture. That's what I'm saying. There may be some admixture there.
I never denied that in the beginning, but listen to what I said.
There may be some Byzantine admixture.
You spoke about a certain specific event, which was the Mongol invasion. You said the Mongol invasion, right? And you said
this is the Mongol invasion.
Like, listen, bro, calm down, man. You're proper hype, you know. I'm trying to speak to a level. So in the beginning, this is what you said, Shifa, yeah? You said the Mongols took over the India thing, remember, like, on a hype, right? Then after, you rephrased it and said, all right, they took over parts, which I agreed with you. Now, I'm trying to retaliate to what you're saying, but you're not letting me, bro. Like, what's wrong?
Yeah,
Okay,
so
so
bro,
I'll take that
anyway,
as your
either
dad,
either
right?
way, either way, yeah, either way. What I'm
Oh
gonna say
shit,
to
you're
you
not
this,
done.
bro.
See
I'm
what
gonna
I
say
mean,
this
bro?
to you.
Like this, I'm
I'm
trying to
gonna
say,
say this to you,
audience,
bro.
like someone that
Bro,
know, man.
Yo, let me
bro,
say something quickly,
it may
Shifa.
be difficult. It may be difficult to absorb. Yeah, just like me being a West Indian, I have
It's
to
not
accept
about
that a
difficult. Like,
percentage of
pause on
a
that word
position.
that you
Listen,
choose, though.
me,
Like,
listen,
what kind of words do you choose,
listen.
though? Like,
It may
magic
be
words, you
difficult
know.
for you
Listen to
to
what I'm saying, my
absorb,
brother.
yeah.
Yeah.
But brother,
How
listen,
about
me as a
you're gay?
Jamaican,
Fully.
I accept that there are other people on the island other than just black people. I have to accept that at some point. Otherwise, I'm just being silly. The same
So
way
on
you as a
your
person
island,
from
you're
Sin
saying
would
before
have to
your
accept
people come there,
that
who was there?
at some point in the 1280s, yeah, Dua Khan controlled Afghanistan. He
Can
made
I?
several attacks on the western border
You're
towns,
repeating now, bro. You're
Sindh,
dragging us over hot
including
coals here
Sindh,
for no
your town.
reason.
No, because he's from Sindh. So
Yeah,
including
can I just say
Sindh, like
something to
you
you,
said,
Shifa?
yeah. Now, brother, unfortunately, they controlled a lot of these regions for several years, and they had to be pushed back. So that may be where some of the lighter skin started coming in.
Well, you ain't even let us reply to the thing that you've read out, and you're already extrapolating and exaggerating.
I'll be
Can
honest,
you
I
not just let
gotta
us
do something
reply to
quickly,
what
but
you've
yeah,
read?
I'll chat to you in a sec.
All right, cool. Because you've gone 2 steps ahead. All right, cool. The fact is, you read out. Let me repeat: the Mongols did not cross the Indus River. Anything that they invaded was Afghanistan and certain parts of Pakistan. Right? Facts. Secondly, when you're talking about Turco-Mongol, that's your own creation, right? Because you read out a whole statement of how the Mongols didn't manage to take hold of India. Then you're reading the next part where it's saying the Turks handed over power to the Sultanate or the Indians, right? So how did we get from A to B? There's no link up there. There's no lineup. The only difference is the Turks and the Mongols in this story are distinctly 2 different groups of people. If the Mongols didn't manage to get past the Indus River, then how are you associating them with the Turks that handed over power? They're obviously not the same group of people, which historically we know that in that region, that's the fact, right? So you're extrapolating from a thing that you've read out, and you're trying to make out that Turks and Mongols are the same people, and that India's been contaminated with this Mongol DNA, and you're trying to make out like they're all fucking spawn of Satan. That's what you're trying to make out, that they're Gog and Magog. I know what your game is, and it's not really holding water. And you can speak on the mic for 3 hours if you want, and you can repeat it 1,000 times if you want.
He's on
Your ulterior motive is one of a bias. You think now you've confirmed your bias with the information you found, and you don't want to accept that you just...
What I miss?
But you
I don't even know,
carried
man.
on anyway.
These men are
Just
some
carried on
different thing,
anyway.
bro.
So good luck to you. Yeah. Really and truly, I don't know why Mako's doing that, because you're the one going around saying that there was black people living out in Japan and in Korea. So why can't Mongols be black then? What? Because they terrorized up the world and they don't fit in with your victim status.
I don't know.
That's
Who you
out of
talking to?
order.
Who you talking to?
I'm saying to you.
I ain't
You want to
talking
play
to
this
you.
victim
Why are
like,
you talking to me?
oh, the whites are more violent.
I'm saying the
You're
conversation.
are violent
Bros,
people,
I
and
ain't said
you don't want to
nothing
accept
in the
that the Mongols were
conversation.
your people.
My
They
brother,
terrorized up
I
half the
weren't
world.
talking. My brother, I weren't talking. Like, why are you talking to me?
You're not talking a minute ago.
No, it was Shifa, man. Like, what are you doing, man?
He's on fire.
Anyway. Yeah.
You
As
lost in the sauce,
we
bro.
know,
Lost
the
all over the
Mongols
place, bro.
were originally
Bleeding all
black
over the
people.
place, bro.
Mongols were originally black people who had a heavy mixture of all the people that moved there, and the
Like,
world was
anyone
not
cares,
how
man.
the world is today. There was a lot of people moving out that way
Again.
from Finland and Turkey and all these places. They were moving in that direction because it was all unfertile, unconquered lands up there that people were going out to spread out there.
What are you saying, Khan? The Mongols were brothers?
The Mongols were brothers, yeah. So like the first Japanese and the first Koreans, the first Mongols were black people. The genetics proves it. Even Maka brought evidence to show that the majority of northern Indians are haploid group.
Yeah, they said this about the Chinese. I saw a thing about the Chinese doing their DNA and checking things, and some of them were shocked to discover that and all kinds of stuff like that. But
yeah, exactly. This is what I'm trying to say. Once you get your head out of this political mindset and you just look at the evidence and you don't really have a bias, it's obviously quite clear. It's obviously quite truthful, but Schiffer's going on with this thing of everyone's a Gog and a Magog. Like, I don't know what he's trying to do. It's just bullshit.
Yeah, it's pretty clear. It is actually, and it's also pretty clear that these people were very dangerous, vicious, you know, a terrible people group that went around terrorizing everywhere. They didn't care about the morality of nothing. They just cared about victory. No less than the British or any other, the empires like Rome or those type of people that came after them, or maybe at the same time. Who knows? Pause. But long story short, you got a lot to answer for, really. And when you're promoting this history like it's something to be proud of, I don't see where the pride is other than in murder.
Yeah, like if you just want to carry on like spewing your political position, you can do that, but not at my expense. I've already said what I've said, innit? I'm not going to repeat myself 1,000 times to get my point across like what you do, because really you got a flimsy point. You read out something that blatantly contradicted your own position, and you're too dumb to even acknowledge that. So that conversation done, innit?
Do you know what I'm not too dumb to acknowledge, Khan? Murder.
We get it. You should know
that was funny. No, but you know what? I'll be honest. I think I made quite a fair argument. I don't think it was unfair. It's not like I didn't say definite that they conquered the whole of India neither. So you can keep acting like I said that, but I said I'm not sure. So, I went and affirmed the information. And what I found is they did actually conquer part of it and colonize, just like I said. Now, we know not all of it, a percentage of it. Now, what I'm saying is, to that effect, we know what happens during colonization. People groups will be mixed. That's what happens. When you look at the Mongols were a group that were quite happy to mix with other groups as well, which would stand to reason that, this more than likely happened. That's what I'm saying, Motion. What do you think? Do you think no one mixed, or do you think they did?
People mixed because women were spoils of war.
You see it? So to that effect, then those people, if they were a lot darker, it would make sense that they started becoming lighter. And then, it's the same like if you look at, like, for instance, Carnito, then, he doesn't look much like Oriental. And we know that Mongols look relatively, they look Oriental. So it would stand to reason there may have been some mixing with some Byzantines and some people. Do you know, like that? I just think it stands to reason. I don't think it's disrespectful to make that assumption.
You got arguments are funny, boy.
Man, like Bizan Khan and them, man.
Oh, fuckery, Bizan Khan. Funny but true, I
said Bizan Khan, I listen.
I told him, man. Bare times, man. You man to be claiming stuff that's not necessarily him. But it's cool, man. Can't deny, man, his fake history.
I can't. Don't be too upset, man. Like, I wasn't actually trying to go at you this time. I was just trying to look at the lay of the land and why things are the way they are. I was just trying to look at the lay of the land. Looking at the map and figuring out what goes where. And I do a lot of this.
When you say
you body both of them, man.
Yeah, you know what Batty Boys sound like because you talk to them often. But
one time, Schiffer caught a body, mad.
It's the Bible, though. The Bible, it tells too much history in it. So it started off, like I said, with the calf, and we ended up here. Do you feel what I'm trying to say? Just that one little simple piece of information, and it's like it's made me think these little bits of information sometimes they matter a lot, and we don't. Maybe we skim over them.
Shut up for a while, man.
It's true, brother. Like, come on.
Just the reaction to the little bits of information.
Yeah, old school.
Now, if you don't agree with it, you don't have to agree with it,
You man are Turkish a little bit.
Like
we do this already. Mongol, Turkey.
Don't you think they're more us though? Like, what do you mean?
Yeah. Even Russian at a certain point. So that's why you lot do the big moustache. That's why Patel is a German word. My thing. But anyway,
yeah, but Maku, don't you think they're
you look, admixture of admixture, chatting shit to bad man. Doesn't make sense. Man who used to worship as gods. Kalima! Kalima! You get me?
The way you talk, it's just like, okay, go on, man.
Buddha, man. Call me Buddha, man.
Yeah, I would never.
Yeah, you're just a hater. That's why.
Buddha. No,
yeah, because anything black or blue.
Deities, bro.
Yeah, that's right.
Like, what you on, man?
And what they're saying, what your people are saying is, from way back, yeah.
Not a human.
No, yeah. That black people are deities. It's fine, man.
Humans. That's what you're trying to say.
But through the racism now, you get it. Like, it's mad.
I don't, bro.
Brahma's all white now. You know what I mean? He used to be black.
I don't believe in human gods. What are you on, bro? Why is that so hard for you to understand?
Well, until they're at your door or till you're running down the road out of their house. Makes no sense anyway.
What kind of shit are you talking about? Like, oh my God.
And why is your internet so shit?
Yo, Matthew, I don't understand why me and you are going down this avenue.
Why are you under the sea?
When I was trying to speak to Shifa
under the sea.
and have a chat with him about what he's saying, and you just like cuss him out.
Oh, so you thought Shifa was under the sea? All right, cool. I'm not getting involved. Sebastian, come deal with your business, man.
Seb, you know.
Yeah. I'll play. Like they don't, because these guys don't want no smoke from Shifa. I don't know what's going on. Cards all discombobulated at the sandwich. In about 3 hours, so you could tell he was tweaking, man. Odds, I don't know. Day off being a milkman, I don't know. What? Milkman finish early on Fridays? I don't know what's going on. Uh-oh. Let's see. Jump on people, man. Some normal people, I think. Friday, man. Friday. You got shit to do. We're just chilling.
Give him the Hadouken.
Sorry, what you say?
So give him the Hadouken, you get it?
I don't know about that. Pause.
Yeah,
weird.
What, Hadouken? 3-5, weird. Alright.
Yeah, but if I say that the only one you're like is Dao Sim, you're like a hence Dao Sim mixed with Zangief.
Mackie, you know, like, for some reason, your hate on what H was doing and whatnot, like, you're putting in like, well, go on, man, come on.
What, H? I never said nothing to H. He mentioned my name.
Yeah, but now you're venting in the wrong place.
People just want to just call me out
wrong person, bro.
while I'm chilling. So yeah, you took it to Shifa.
Yeah, I was saying shit to you, bro.
Arts is here.
Come on. Shifa's lost his Mexican bread right now.
He wanted to give you his address so you could send the L.
Oh shit. You know Shifa's them type of brothers, you know, he'll make you a cake and
send the L to H via thing. And maybe come and get it.
You could tell Shifa's them type of brothers.
You know the wickedest thing is,
and you know what? You know what's mad? Yeah, Shifa would make sure it's halal so you eat it as well. That's how fucked he is.
Brother, listen. Hear the thing, yeah. I've not even brought out the big artillery yet, like the big cannon.
Well, for me, cuz, like, what have I done wrong to you?
No, not to you. I just mean to the conversation. Because, brother, you see the thing is odds. You see the thing is now, yeah.
Like, what wrong for you, bro?
Now you see you, yeah. I'm gonna allow you.
Your mic is shit, though.
You ain't allowing me, though. You ain't allowing nobody.
So your mic out, man. What's going on?
I'm about to, man. Calm down, man.
Man said he's allowing you.
Is it
It sounded like he's in a pond.
That's what I'm trying to talk to you, innit? Listen, is it okay now? Can you hear me better?
No, please.
Pile of shit. Take them shit headphones out, man.
What about now? I'm in my car, man.
Nice fucked, bro. It's all fizzy.
I'm trying to copy Shifa, innit? I'm trying to be in my car, innit?
Oh, fuck.
Brother. Go on mute for a second. Go on mute for a second. Let me just tell you something. Yeah, because I don't know if a lot of Indians know this, so I just want to share one of my backup weapons. Yeah, pause. Yeah. Now, if we're gonna deal with you know, the Indian subcontinent or India or Hindustan or whatever, and we're gonna deal with the faiths and the religions, what we've then got to deal with is the language. Now, if we start dealing with the language, what we're gonna find is obviously Sanskrit. So if we start looking at the oldest Sanskrit in the world and we find it somewhere in the world and it's not in India, we're going to have a problem. You feel where I'm going with this now? And I would suggest that the oldest Sanskrit ain't found in India. And then that would lay down the gauntlet for them, innit? Then they'd have to prove that Sanskrit originates from India. And if they find it originates from somewhere else, I think it's argument over, innit? Like, where are we going? We're not going nowhere further than that, really. Because language is going to come before you started documenting things, ain't it? Like, let's be honest. That would make sense, wouldn't it? It stands to reason. You couldn't document things in a language that didn't exist. So yeah, I think that this is where I've kind of I gave you a little warm-up argument, and it worked. It worked. Can't runway. Flipping hell. H ran away. I think it's over, man. It's over. I don't know if I got any more subjects to talk about right now, man. What about you, Mosh, man?
Bro, you need to allow the people that's mental health, blood.
Why?
That's what I'm saying.
Why'd you say that?
Man, it's just bullying up the people then.
I'm not bullying. I'm not bullying them. I think I'm being pretty fair. They could listen. He had every opportunity. He could even said to me, do a screen share for him. I'd have screen shared for him. I don't mind. Like, I'm fair motion, man. But
oh, you're sneaky.
Yeah, this is a definite body.
You will have the information in question.
Yeah, but
the fucking thing, like, yes, bruv. Chill out.
It's called deception.
Don't answer his questions, man. Listen.
We saying the car wasn't working for you, man. The car was dead fish.
Yeah, come on, man. It's called deception motion, man. I learned earlier when JEDI was talking about deception. I said, yeah, he's right. We got to use every card in the pack. We can't be throwing them jokers away and talking about it's not fair. Forget that, man.
Odds?
But Odds is all right, though. Odds is only crying a little bit. He's only crying a little bit. So I allow Odds. But he might be a little bit Turco-Mongol, though. I think just a little. Maybe, like, you could be a 5%er in it or something. Who knows, man? 9%, 15, who knows, man? Because he's not that dark, is he, really? You're not that dark, really. There's darker Indians than you.
Yo, testing. Can you hear me
now? Yep.
Yeah, we can hear.
All right, thank you. So can I reply now?
Go on.
So
yeah,
what I was going to say, bro, like, the whole time I was speaking tonight, I was agreeing with Maku, and I was saying, look, bro, the influx of Africans, if you're going by the migration theory of out of Africa, whatnot, right? That's what you're arguing, like, within it. So, no. Like, that comes later, though. What's he talking about? How long did the Mongols develop after us, then, Maku?
I'm not involved, man. It's Schiffer. You should be talking to.
Thank you, then.
Why are you talking to Schiffer?
So why
are you talking to me?
Maku, I beg you, then, don't interrupt me.
You lot discombobed.
Man, ask my question.
I was about to drop some history.
Schiffer's there ready. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. What you saying?
He ain't ready for shit. He was just reading stuff for Wikipedia.
Now you turning that sniper like I was saying anything.
I wasn't turning at you, bro. Come on, I was asking you a question.
Yeah. Don't ask me. Ask Schiffer.
And if you ain't answering it, that's up to you, bro.
Ask Schiffer, man.
Yeah. I'm here. I'm here, bro. You can ask me any question.
Schiffer, let me ask you a question, bro. Are you racist against me, bro? Man, people and that.
Yeah, definitely.
Against Indians?
No, I'm
against
not
Indians.
All right, what do you class as an Indian, Schiffer? No, I'm asking you, what do you class as an Indian? Someone that's from India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, where else?
Any of those places, including
That's what
Sri
I'm asking you.
Lanka,
Like, how much do you consider to be
including the
India?
Sentinel Islands, including the Sentinel Islands, the
Yeah, but
Adama
that's small
Islands,
little
and all
place.
of
That's
these
a small little
places where
place. Apart from that, man.
there's actual black people there. All
Are
of
you
those
talking?
places,
Okay.
I
Yeah.
consider to be India.
They're not black either. They're brown, innit?
No, we're brown. So if they're brown, then we're brown. You know,
Yeah,
black,
but you guys
African
decide to
descent.
call brown black, innit? It's up to you,
African
but
looking,
I'm just saying.
African hair.
Brown,
None of that soft hair
It's
bullshit.
dark brown,
None of that hair
dark
that
brown.
drops down to your shoulders and shit. I'm talking real Afro.
Why you being racist?
Imagine none of that
Why you being
L'Oreal
racist
shit.
now, man?
Oh my god.
Yo, Shifa, why you being racist now, man?
I'm not being racist. I'm just saying. I'm saying all of those places are still Indian, innit?
Listen, you're racist, you know. Fucked up, you know.
Shoulder length.
No,
Allow
I'm
it,
just,
man.
come on.
Yeah,
Why
you
have you got shoulder length hair?
Yo, Maki, you see how he was comfortable to say that? Yeah, it's fucked, you know.
Brother, there's black Indians. Why are you uncomfortable with that?
Yeah.
What do you mean black Indians and why am I uncomfortable with that?
What do you mean?
I'm
What
not
do you
Indian.
mean? What does he mean?
Black Indian.
What do you mean? What does he mean, black Indian? What are you talking about?
But no, what I'm trying to say to him is, yeah, listen to what I just said to him. The way he said it is like, oh, I wasn't denying there's brothers that are dark brown. They ain't black, man. It's like, what are you talking about?
Stop that dark brown
No,
business.
Black.
African,
I'm not white.
broad nose, everything, all of the distinctions, thin nose, everything. Looking Somali, Ethiopian, yeah,
no matter where
all
I
of
go,
that,
people don't ever
Bantu,
consider me to
everything
be
in
white,
your country.
ever in my
Yeah,
life,
those
all of
people.
that.
People don't ever think I'm European. Are you mad, bro?
No, they think you're European. Shut up, man.
How?
You look
Show
like
me.
one of them
Show
them
me.
old school. Remember you in the
whatever.
circus where you used to get the wrestler? Yeah, with the leotard and the big mustache. That's you.
So you see earlier when I was
Yeah.
telling you, let me chat to Shifa.
You're a
You
clown.
kept talking and backing Shifa up, and then I ask you a question. You answer.
I ain't backing. Oh, whoa.
No, you was though. You
Your
was
bad man don't back. What?
You
What
was
we doing?
You was doing ad-libbing.
Nah. Stop all that. Stop all that. Stop
You
all
was
that.
doing.
Stop all that.
Pause. Listen, you was doing ad-libbing.
on.
You was doing ad-libbing.
This ain't you and the
He look
horse.
a bit like Ali
This
G.
ain't you and the horses. Allow it, man. Leave it
but
alone. Man.
he looks a bit
Yo,
like Ali
Shifa, what
G,
you
though.
say?
Let's
Ali
be
G look
honest.
like you with a
I'll
crocodile.
shoot you in your red dot.
You look,
You're mad.
brother, you look a little bit Ali G-ish. I'm not gonna lie. Maybe a cross between an Ali G and a Mo Bean. You know Mo Bean and Ali G.
One at a time, man. One at a time, please.
Shifa, why are you trying to like argue at me for? Like, I don't understand.
No, I'm just saying. When I looked at you, when I saw what you look like, you see, you
Yeah,
remind me
what
of
do I look like, my bro? What I look like Ali G, yeah? What I look? Are you saying I look white, bro?
In between Ali G and Mo Bean and them man there, in between.
Who's
Mo
Bean?
So I'm not sure.
Hold
I don't
on,
know if
Michael,
Mo
did you
Bean or
just
whatever his
say
name is, man.
I'm as light as Mo Bean or what you on? You must not know me, bro. Are you stupid? Are you fucking stupid, bro?
Sorry. I don't know why you keep saying
Well, you
Mackie,
ain't a
man,
Rishi
when
Sunak.
Shifa's talking to you.
You ain't as dark as Rishi Sunak. You're not.
I
as
concentrate
dark
when
as
man
that.
slapping you up, bro.
Rishi Sunak ain't as dark as me, you idiot. Are you stupid?
Rishi Sunak.
Oh, you're lying. You're lying. You're lying. You're lying. You're lying.
Nah, you're definitely lying, Arts. Come on, stop that. Stop that. Behave yourself.
Hold on, you lot are taking the piss, you know, like you're talking shit. Yeah, there, man.
What in the Rishi Sunak is going on out here, bro? Furthermore,
I'm not talking about. I'm not saying I'm black, but I'm just saying, bro. I'm a real person from that continent, like subcontinent. I'm from that part of the world. I'm from the desert, bro. Like, are you telling me fucking Rishi Sunak? You dumb? Get out of there, man.
No, I never said Rishi Sunak is black, but he's darker than you, though. Shit.
Yeah,
he ain't, cuz.
That's true. That's true. That's a little bit true. He's more in tune with his Hindu self
you're
than
Mackie,
you.
you're doing it again, and then you're
My man done a little temple thing outside number 10.
Is everyone else hearing
you know
what
what
I'm saying? Like, you're Mackie, you're doing it again, bro.
A little Hindu shrine, a little.
You're doing
little
and that, and then
what's
you
that
say,
thing?
"Oh, why are you chatting to me?" Like, come on, bro.
What? Shut your mouth, lad. Yeah, concentrate, man. Shifa's beating you up, man. Pause, maybe.
Page real today, boy.
I know, man.
But I think these Indian man, some of them, they was listening to too much Brandy in the 90s, you know, like that. She was singing "I Want to Be Down," but they were saying "I want to be brown."
I want to be proud with you.
Oh, mad.
You know, I'm fucked up, you know. That's fucked up. I swear to God. Shit.
Is that pre-LEG or after? Mad. Is that before you lot went on the Bhangra thing? Trying it?
Yeah, you're right.
And we know where that came from.
We're all the same in the Maku. Yeah, you're right.
Your version of hip hop.
Hundreds. Not mine, but the Sikh one, yeah? Okay. So make that distinction in it.
What's that?
So then music that you're talking about is not my culture, it's Sikh people.
Ruffs, you're from the same blood clot continent.
No, but I'm not from the same religion, bro. I'm not from the same religion, innit? My
religion don't mean nothing like that. What does that mean?
Hold on. Do you
got all different religions in the place where you come from.
Let me ask you a question, bro.
A lot of people where you come from are Sikhs, are they not?
You do know that? No.
Yeah, from the Punjab, man.
What's the population around the world?
It's not about population. Where did they originate from? They originate from the Punjab, where you come from, and you just happen to be Muslim now. When you was horse fucking Buddhist before that.
I never said to you I ever come from the Punjab. I said I'm from the Punjab now. Yeah. No, listen,
you're from the Punjab, man. That's
now presently.
We know there's all different people that can come from the Punjab, but they're all the same people. They just have different ways of life. That's it. Faiths and religions and that. We understand, man. Because when you was fucking horses, Raj and them weren't. I hear you. It's mad, man. Come on, man.
What's wrong with you, bro?
I'm saying what's wrong with you.
I'm not saying shit to you.
Your people would fuck a horse and then tell me what's wrong with me. It doesn't make sense.
When did my people or me fuck a horse? Like, show me.
Come on, man. Stop it, man. We know this. We've done this already. How many times do we have to bring back the reality?
And pause on that.
The reality of what you're doing, bro. That's old school now. Let's stop that. We're in a new year. Let's move forward. Yeah. Sorry. My bad. But anyway. Yeah. No horses were hurt in the making of this live stream. My instant disclaimer. Only horses can be rid by emotion. Only. Endorsed.
Yeah, I'm just saying, look,
have to be checked and vetted.
Listen, you see this shit, like, I don't understand how Shifa can talk and then you let Shifa get with all this shit that you're doing with Wikipedia.
What shit?
What? Shifa, innit? What?
Hold on, wait. And what did you bring? What did you bring? What evidence did you bring?
Snaz, look what you're doing, bro.
Just you, drunken you. Drunken you is not.
Are you gonna hold his cock
drunken
too?
you is not the little, you know, cuz.
You know when he pisses, are you gonna hold his dick too, bro?
And no, it's Khan. Well, what? Khan was with you.
Gay shit, bro. No, fuck Khan. He went with me.
Yeah, he was with you, man. He was
You
like,
lot-
yeah.
Khan's with you, bro.
You
Why
go
you
hard.
acting-
You go
Hold
hard,
on.
innit?
Hold on, fam. Who lets Khan on every day?
That was collusion. That was collusion. That seemed like a tag team against Shifa. Like,
I'm wrong all the time.
Eddie
Yeah, I'm
dealt with
sorry,
you.
bro.
Buddy, both of you. That's cool,
The
man.
way you lot treat man, yeah. Obviously, you're gonna get a reaction.
I never
innit,
did
sometimes, you get
nothing,
me?
man.
So that's how
Allow
it
it,
always
man.
happens, bro. Like, and then you say, "Oh, why you say this? Why you say that?" Like, you don't do some dumb shit sometimes, man.
I don't know what you're doing, man. Yeah. Go and drink some milk in the corner or something, man. Come in and know what you're dealing with, brethren. Come on, man. It's Friday. Don't try come on Freestyle Friday and rap as well. It's because like this is cultural appropriation and we're not going to have it no more. Because if you won't be respectful. You know what I mean? Braiding your hair was bad enough, but now,
listen to this.
now you want to rap.
Maku,
Now you
hear
want to
the
act
reply,
like the
yeah?
man them.
Yo, Maku, be a
You know
bad
what I
man.
mean?
Hear the reply, yeah? How many bottles of milk do you want for that shit, bro? Because I know you want rent, innit? All right, let me know.
What? Bottles of milk? You don't sell bottles. You sell.
We're on the way to our house now, so I don't know what you're talking about.
La ilaha illallah. There's your cousin.
You? Bro, I'm going to my house. We're on the way to our house now, so I don't know what you're talking about.
La ilaha illallah. La hawla wa la quwwata illa billah. On the way to our house.
Yeah.
Bro, this girl's ready to move in, bro.
I already have moved in.
La ilaha illallah. Allah. I told them this is staged, bro. Is this staged?
Yeah.
Alright, cool. That's it. So you lot can't say nothing. What?
Damn.
Brother, how old is this girl?
I don't know, man. Looking young with the braces still. I think he likes a young'un. Still. Young'un, older.
She does look pretty young. I do agree.
I thought it was like Carly B without the makeup or something.
I need to get
Carly C. Carly, yeah.
Crazy.
Proper weirdo.
Baby and that.
Looking like Cardi take the D.
I don't know about that, man.
No, the last video I saw, he was doing some mad publicity stunt with Mr. Rex and that. It was crazy.
Mr. Rex?
Yeah, hotel. He said, Mr. Rex, and he was outside, and Modine was going in and out of this place, and then he got shift, and then they unshift him.
We got Mr. Rex, though. He loves the second.
Is that what Mr. Rex is doing, rolling with Modine now?
Yeah, man.
Oh. So it's still about. So what happened with Mr. Rex and all that stuff about?
La ilala. La.
Hey, Ards, are you still saying you're darker than Modine?
Oh, shit.
I think we've seen the evidence now.
Yo, Cuzzy, I said I'm darker than you.
Oh, come on. Come on. There's ridiculous statements and there's ridiculous statements. What do you mean, in your heart? I mean,
you know what? I'll be honest with you.
Is this a spiritual blackness?
I'm darker than you, my brother. I don't want you. My hair is fucking straight, innit? Like my normal hair is straight.
What the fuck? That's a spiritual blackness.
I didn't say that. Maku said that, bro. Not me, bro. I don't know what you're trying to say is me, bro. Maku said that. Nothing to do with me.
Yeah. Sorry, go. What would you say? You saying, Arts? Go on.
Yo, like you could just put up a video of me, but you could tell how fucking dark I am. I don't know what if it's about.
What with the perm and that? That was mad though. You had the curls on the top and the fringe. It was just like so wrong. You know what I mean?
But tell me
so
though, right now, you know how old I am right now, Maku? I'm 38.
Why would you perm your hair though?
I'm just gonna let you know how old I am, bro.
Why would you get a perm? If your hair's completely straight, yeah, you just wanted a little curl in it. You didn't want like, huh? You just wanted the little Ricky Martin curls. I don't even know. Hello?
My name's Sasha Baron Ards. What do you expect?
Sasha Baron Ards. That's who he looks like a little bit, like a hench version. You know what I mean? If there was a Desperate Dan version, yeah. Yeah, no, I'll tell the truth. He just looks like one of them like old school Asian wrestlers. I don't even know if that's such a thing.
I ain't saying shit to you about that. I don't know why you want to keep talking about me, bro.
The Great Khali, like mini version.
Cool, bro. Thank you, but leave me alone, man.
Mini version.
I said he's the mini
Mini Khali. Mini Khali.
Sorry, yeah, but Shifa, the guy he's talking about is like 7-8 foot tall. Like,
I know.
Yeah, but you were Khali in the face. You were Khali, the Great Khali in the face. That's all. That's what I'm saying. Just anyway, let's leave it alone, man. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, listen, bro. I've got love for you, Maku, yeah. And obviously, Trilluminati, big up the channel, all that. I'm just trying to come on the panel sometimes, support, give my viewpoint, and that. If that's a problem, let me know, man.
Yeah, coming on the panel is the first problem that we have.
Yeah, that's the first problem.
I forgot to say pause on that. I'm sorry.
Begging endorsement from the man.
Hold on. Joining the show.
I'm not your dad.
What was it? A shower panel, bar panel?
So joining the show, I was trying to join the show, yeah, and like add to the contribution.
Oh, he's in the car. It must be a car.
I am not your father. You know, it's odds.
Well, you definitely can't be. You're too fucking short, aren't you, bro?
Mm.
Look at the size of you. Come on to my.
I bet your dad's short as well. I bet your dad's really short.
You reckon?
Tell truth. Tell truth, man. Huh?
I'll be honest with you. My dad's 60-something plus years old.
Hunchback and that. Like, let's stop it, man. Balding, all sorts. Them man is like using permanent marker to spray hairline and that.
Though, cousin, man.
Yeah, with sideburns. Man's got permanent marker sideburns. Like, stop it, man. Let's do that. Let's do that. Your little midget dad. Shush, man. And ask him to go and get my 20 Benson Blue Super King. Shush, man.
You wish
fucking
that,
disrespect me.
Get me? Will come out
And get my lottery tickets as well.
No way they live in it. Like, them places, you know?
Imagine if he knew his son, his milkman's son, was out here chatting to bad man. You know what I mean?
What?
He sent him to school. You get me? My money sent you to school, blood.
People chatting to Baba, yeah?
Yeah? All them years I was buying travel card and all of them things there.
People chatting to Baba,
listen,
school, yeah?
all the comics I bought, yeah? I supported y'all. Yeah?
You're discussing about your ideology.
All the paper round I did for y'all. Yeah, like, show some respect, man. I feel sorry for your parents, man. I feel sorry for your parents.
Then you cuss a fellow brown person and tell him you done this for him in the white system.
I did,
you're
man.
A gangster. Yeah, you're a gangster.
I did. And now my old uncles
well done for affirming it.
Are there at 3:15.
Can I reiterate my thing again?
When school's out.
Boast about
Nah.
living in a white system, paying for other people
not boasting about
that
nothing.
are brown like you, and acting like you're a bad boy.
I'm just saying I helped.
To the system.
I helped.
Well done, bro. Well done.
I helped. I bought from your
Just
cash and
know what you're
carries.
saying. You
I did
helped.
all- You get me?
You're an idiot.
I want my
sometimes,
respect.
You need to recognize what you're saying.
Are you listening?
I am.
Yeah, there's no disrespect. I'm saying I spent much money.
Yeah,
with
I'm not
you.
into this dickhead bullshit, darling. Do you understand? Modine fucked me up for a little for Cheyenne, yeah, some 19-year-old girl. She's young, in it, 19, 20, whatever. I'm saying I'm on some different level. Me and Modine was making different content. Like he was doing his praying, he was teaching me about Islam. Do you understand? So I was learning more about Islam with Modine. And then now, I don't know what's going on. Even marketing, everyone said he used to pray, he used to do this and that. Everyone liked him on his own way, doing his praying and all this and that. And I don't know, now he's just got involved with all this lot on TikTok, and now he's a part of like the fucking EastEnders episode. That's what it's like.
I'm putting the
I'm not into this dickhead bullshit.
Listen, I'm putting the
I'm not into this dickhead bullshit, darling. Do you understand? Modine fucked me up for a little for Cheyenne, yeah, some 19-year-old girl, whatever.
Young thing. Mad. In Vietnam, it was 19.
Sorry, my man. Sometimes you have to say, "Yo, Jeds, you know you're playing a video in the car." Sorry,
no, it was good though. Yeah, it was all right. Yeah, it's safe. It was actually quite warranted. Yeah, Art, you're virgin.
You're
fucking. Yeah, you're virgin, Modine.
I'm coming to you when I need my hairline fixed up.
Pause. Yeah, pause on that. You ain't coming to what? No, man.
My
Fast
hairline
up,
fixed up.
Lava.
Like, how is
Lava. Go Turkey, man.
All.
Yeah,
No.
you're part Turkish anyway.
You sound like your hair standing up like Afro.
What?
Nah, last time he turned on his camera, this nigga had full curtains. Man had full curtains, you know. Like that.
You sound like his hair standing up like Afro right now.
You know what, Shifa? I noticed you don't want to be a regular panelist and come on and contribute. Like, bro, like, that, man. Chill out, man. I ain't trying to go.
No, but you get hyped though. I like it. I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying
I'm cool. Like, I try to be behaving because JEDI's letting me on, yeah. JEDI's letting me on the panel. He's allowing me to be joining the conversation. And most time, he knows I chat bare shit and he kicked me out. You get me? But these days, I've been behaving myself. But you might not be getting hard. So I'm just saying, give me a little bit of leeway.
You and Khan are kind of the same complexion, though, innit?
How, man? How, bro? Like, you don't taking a piss.
Nah, it's an abomination.
I can go to Africa, any country, wallahi, Quran here, and I can stand in the sun the whole day and not get sun cancer or skin cancer, whatever you call it. It don't exist for me. All that happened to me, I get dark cover. Be dumb. Get out of it, man.
Yeah, looking like a Asian Buzz Lightyear.
Brother, I've got active melanin, bro. You see me? My melanin, when I receive the actual stuff from the sun, like, yo, hey, you want to see me back home? Trust me. Like, hey.
You're like a black European.
You won't recognize the AK on my face. Trust me. That's how
black skinned European, yeah? Mad thing.
You heard what I said. You won't recognize my AK on my
face. You're not even dark skinned in any type of way or brown or anything. You're just beige. Or I don't even know what you are, bro. Yeah?
I'm beige.
Arab or I don't know.
What, you saying I'm beige, cuz?
It's nothing,
Right,
bro.
you know
You're
what?
like,
I'm gonna share
you're
a
like
picture
one
of
shade
myself.
darker than H. Like, allow it,
I'm
man.
gonna share a
Both
picture
of
of
you.
myself in the back chat.
You're not Indians.
And then you
Indians.
man, all right, man.
Like, what are we
I
doing
ain't
here,
Indian.
man?
No, I ain't Indian. No.
No, man, not like a proper Dravidian or anything, or
No,
from
I never
Delhi
claimed
or
to be
anywhere.
a Dravidian,
Like
did I,
proper,
bro?
you know what I mean?
Hold on,
Goa,
Maku,
Southern
am I
Indian,
claiming?
nothing.
Maku,
Yeah,
bro.
and you know them Southern Indians have got
He does look
afros.
a bit like.
So,
Yeah, you're
like,
right.
But Shifa, don't
sort
add
yourself
them.
out, man.
Let me
Throw
check to
yourself in the
Maku.
bin, man.
Big bro Maku, I did not claim to be
Yeah, but
a
you do look
Dravidian.
like a bit of a Khan incarnate.
Shifa, let me
And
speak
Yeah,
to him,
Russian,
please,
man.
man. Shifa, let me speak to him, please, man. Like, you're taking a piss, bro.
Khan is
All
your
right.
father. No.
All right, thank you, man. All right, you know what? Fuck him,
Yeah,
man. I'll
it's
get
true,
where
man.
I'll get where you're on.
Slow it, man.
You know what? I take the
Accept it,
comment
man.
back about orange, innit? Orange. I'm sorry
Accept
about
it,
saying
man.
the word orange, all right? Allow me, man.
Yeah.
All right?
It's all right, man. You had the chance to conversate with your ancestor on panel.
Oh, brother, you
what I
know
mean?
what the fuck going on that day? I was burst out of my head that day. You get me? Today, I'm on a good space, so thank you, man.
Yeah, man. Thank Khan, man. For your
But you know, in
existence.
real life, like Uncle
I ain't got
Macu,
nothing to
I
do
ain't
with it.
trying to harm you, innit? You're my uncle, innit? Ah!
I don't know about that, man.
Man, like Genghis Khan, you know.
I've seen what you done to your animals, let alone your family members. Allow it, man. You know what I mean? Who wants that?
Shifa, you know what's mad, yeah? I get bullied on the panel with these brothers, like, yeah, you can't say this and you can't say that.
Because you're from that
When I come
kissing
with a real
cousins
deep
part.
history,
That's
you
what it
see,
is.
man want to overtalk me. When I come with a real deep history, man don't want to know about that, you know.
Yeah, but it gets deep. Yeah. Why do you have to marry your cousins? Like, do we really want to know that
your
information?
thing?
I don't care about
you
that.
lot worship a dick though, at certain times.
What? Pause.
Huh? What?
Huh? Well, we know what you do with that milk, really, in India.
Okay.
Let's not
So
stop
you
that.
want to
Let's stop that.
credit everything in India to me, yeah?
What?
But when I talk about your place, Africa, yeah, you don't want to credit that shit to you. Okay, well done. Shabash. Let me give you a little clap for that. Well
We're
done.
clear. Yeah.
No, you ain't clear of shit, bro. You man worship
Punjab. You're from the
testicle and
Punjab.
all of that, bro.
You're from the Punjab, and now you're calling it Pakistan.
Punjab, you see?
No,
you
you're
sound
calling it Pakistan
inferior.
now.
I swear to God, bro.
What?
The way you speak about the Punjab, you sound inferior
Listen.
the Punjab.
I don't want to be disrespectful,
no joke,
but
though. No joke.
you
though,
lot
man.
used to wear Arabian trousers to shit yourself.
No, but Shifa, let me ask you a question.
You just need to like relax.
The way a man speak about a certain place here, like have
you
so much
shit in
hate
your
for it.
Arabian trousers,
Can I ask
and then
this
take
guy?
the whole
Come
of
on,
the
Shifa,
trousers
let me ask
off,
you a question, Shifa,
and then throw it in the
Shifa, you know you're
disposal.
Caribbean,
Like,
right?
you lot are
Shifa,
nasty,
you're from
man.
the West
Let
Indies,
the
right?
Daleks clean it up. Fuck you.
Shifa, you're from the West Indies, right?
I am, sir.
Yeah. Don't do that to me, dickhead. Why you not saying brother? Yeah, dickhead. You
got him,
know,
threw him off. Man threw him off, you know. Like, yeah.
He didn't throw me off. I still know what I'm about to say.
Yes, sir.
I still know what I'm about to say. I want to talk to him though. Like, Shifa, come on, bro. Like, Aki, we're brothers, innit? Like, I ain't taking the piss out of you. I ain't saying your faith is wrong, and I want to respect you the same way, innit? Cuz, come on, man. So when you do that,
okay,
stuff,
sir. Okay, sir.
Okay, Shifa, let me know when my clan, ever enslaved your clan for you to call me sir.
Buddhist,
Go ahead.
Know?
No, chill out now, Maku. Let him do this. Go on. Please, like, Maku, if you want to be that unbiased, let me and Shifa talk now. So, Shifa, what go on, bro? The way you spoke to me, that sir word, I know you only say that to the plantation master. You see? So, explain to me how I am that. Go on, my brother.
Well, you see, master, what happened is before we had the American slave trade, we had the Arab slave trade, master.
Okay, am I Arab, motherfucker?
You were the master.
Yo, am I Arab though? No, but allow it. Maku, allow me, please, bro. Let me chat to this guy, innit? Shifa, am I Arab?
Yes. Ooh, who said that?
Very likely.
You're a dickhead for that, man. Fuck off. No, I'll be up, bro. I see the agenda, bro. You just hate, man, bro. I hear it, bro.
Who said
cool,
that?
Man. It's cool, bro.
It wasn't you, Spirit
You asked. I'm just being honest, bro. I'm being honest. I think it's definitely possible that there could be a combination of Arab, Mongol, maybe even some other types of European as well. I think there could be some combinations of DNA, especially in Pakistan. Because remember, Pakistan's a new construct, and we know that that region has been conquered by the Mongols before that as well. So it would stand to reason it would be in a similar position like a place like Italy or Greece. Where, if you look at Greece, bro, if you look at Greece,
you know that before tonight, Pussy? Is it?
Look, come on.
You know you're fucked up, Shipper. Listen, eat your roti properly, yeah? And stop stuffing your face and mute up and eat your food and let someone else talk. Yeah? Alright?
Look, Greece was originally black, Cyprus, all them places.
Like? Just chill out,
and
man.
at some
Let
point,
people talk, man.
what happens? It got invaded,
Your whole life
and
panel,
it became a lot more light
That's
skinned.
how I know you don't have priority,
Now,
bro.
some of that is Byzantine, and some of that is also, you know, Mongol as well. Because remember, the Mongols conquered every major city in the medieval world, so they went everywhere.
Did they conquer yours?
Every major city, bro.
What did they conquer yours?
Well, Jamaica wasn't in the medieval world. It wasn't known that. It wasn't known as a
I'm saying, are you
Jamaica
only Jamaican?
or as a
Because the way
country.
you're saying that Mongolia conquered every, you know, city, so it would have conquered Africa and all that too, right?
Yeah, but they conquered the major cities in Africa too, I'd imagine.
Wasn't that you though? Before you got sold to slavery?
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah.
Or are you saying that you got so much white in you now that you can't be considered the same person from out of Africa theory?
No, I don't see a problem with it. I don't see a problem with it at all.
You don't. What about
they conquered all the major cities.
What about the backbreaking? You don't have a problem with that either.
Wow.
100%. 100%.
But like you live with the Mexican. You know the Mexican that you live with.
Well, Shifa, is that what made your eyes go funny?
Oh my G.
Well, you know, obviously you being what are you again? Arabs and that, and Mongols and that. I'm sure there was some backbreaking.
You know your mother wishes she married an Arab, you know. I never had you.
Nah, I'll be honest with you. I know that if my mother married an Arab, she probably wouldn't have had me because he'd have more time for wrestling.
Married?
Yo, Shifa, your mother wishes she married an Arab.
He'd probably be out wrestling with you guys.
You'd have definitely not had that cockeye.
But even your real dad didn't marry your mum. How's the Arab marrying your mum?
You don't know that to be true, though.
Prove it.
I don't need to prove nothing.
Shifa, you know you can't prove that. Ever don't try, you know. Know what time it is.
I don't have to prove shit.
But you know you can't anyway, even if you wanted to.
No, I don't have to make a personal attack on you, your mom.
I'm about to choke on my chicken,
your dog,
on my fish, whatever the fuck.
None of that.
Oh, don't chase shit, bro.
Not really.
Right. I bet you go give sometimes your bird that you're sitting in the yard with, acting like you're a bad boy. But guess what?
I'm here on my own.
She was the real Aztecs.
My girl's gone out. I sent her out for the night.
Listen, bro. You know that aspect.
She's gone out raving and that with her mate.
You know that Apaleka or whatever the cities them Incan empires had. She's like 25%. That's about it. Spanish, Portuguese.
I know.
The people you're dissing, isn't it? You're laying with the same thing though, like that, isn't it?
Well, there's nothing you're gonna tell me.
How can you cuss me? Yeah, listen to this. Yeah, how can you be cussing me the whole night, brother?
I'm not cussing you though.
You are though. You're saying I'm white.
How's that a cuss? How's that a diss?
That's a diss for me because I'm brown than you.
Yeah, you're a little bit brown.
But you are white. You are white though, Odds.
No, I'm not, bro.
Your haploid group in the north of India is R. R is from Russia.
Khan, I'm from Sindh, bro.
You lot are, but still, it's northern India, right? You lot all from Russian.
No, it's not, bro. Sindh is not
northern
India. Check it.
You lot all, brother. You lot all.
Khan, I dare you. I dare you Google it though. Sindh.
I'm telling you, your haploid group is R.
Where's Sindh? No, I'm not R. I'm not R.
You're Caucasian, brother. You're white.
I'm not Caucasian. You're white.
Brother, the only color you got is on your mum's side. Listen.
No, Khan, I'm not you, bro.
Listen, the only color you got is on the female line.
Why are you cussing me now? That shit.
Why is it a cuss though? Why is it a cuss?
I'm not white, bro.
Why are you begging it though? Why are you
begging it? Am I begging what?
Trying to be something you're not.
I am brown from India.
Yeah.
Continent. And you're saying I'm white.
I'm saying that your race is of the Caucasian line.
Though.
That means your
You might be an offspring of me, Khan. Khan, did you hear what I said? You might be an offspring of me, but I am not.
No, J comes before R.
Unlucky though. No.
J comes before R.
Before you became J, who was in India?
J comes before R. If anything, you're my
Yo, Maki,
son.
if you're there, let him know. Like, what I'm going for this shit, bro? Before you ever became Mongolian.
I kind of agree with Khan at this point, though, because I don't feel like you're any darker skinned than Khan is.
You don't tell my
Why
camera,
is it going by skin color, though? Why is skin color coming to it?
I'll tell my camera, man.
Don't make sense, does it?
That would denote your blackness, isn't it?
Can't turn your camera, man.
It's not about skin color. You lot are just like obsessed with skin color.
Look, Shifa, look at his sweat. Like, look, Khan. Switch your camera.
Why are you hiding in the shadow?
With skin color, bro.
Wallahi, I'm not, bro. It's night time outside. You know what I said earlier about Haiti's picture? I said, look at the lighting in his picture, and he still looks white as fuck. Like, bro, you see me? Like, you dumb? In a whole.
Why turn the light on?
I ain't going to because I done a clean shave. I don't want to see me in there. You dumb, bro. Like, yeah,
open the car door. Open the car door.
Shifa, you know what? Like, I'll be honest with you. I had a big ass beard for a time, and then like I done a little clean shave about 2 days ago. Like, yeah, man. Come on, dummy.
Open your car door.
What do you mean open my car door, man? The light's gonna.
What noise does it make? Let me hear what noise your car makes.
You wanna hear my car noise? Alright, 1 second. Shifa. I'll do it. You really want to hear that shit?
I might be able to work out what car it is by the noise.
There you go, done.
Why turn the camera off?
Because I don't need to have it on, innit? Nobody else has it on. Why am I going to have my camera on? Khan didn't put his camera on, did he? That shows you he's white as fuck. Even
no, we know what Khan looks like, though.
Even in his lighting, you're going to see his fucking face. You saw my face. All you can see was teeth.
If you look at Jedi's picture, yeah, I swear Khan's in the picture.
Why are you comparing me and Jedi and Khan, bro? Like, it's just me and Khan right now talking, isn't it?
No, I'm just saying, we know what Khan looks like.
Well, why are you not bringing yourself into it? Because you're like in between me and Khan.
Pause.
Nah, pause on that shit. Pause on that shit. What I'm trying to say, complexion wise, his color, like Shifa, his color is like, it's like the, you know, like the medium shade between Khan's complexion and my complexion. I'm sorry about the words I chose earlier.
Are you alright, bro?
Yo, Jet, I'm sorry, bro.
Yeah, bro. Can you see my complexion, yeah?
People just a batty, bro. Yeah, what can I see? What can I see, bro?
You can see my complexion, bro. My complexion is the same as my avatar.
Yeah, mixed race, brother. Who's white in your family? Tell me the truth.
Nobody.
Let's tell me the truth.
Come on, Jet. You know what I'm saying, bro. Hurry up, Shifa, man. Hurry the fuck up, man.
I told you, nobody.
You're not. Yo, you're not red bone, cuz. Like, no, man.
What?
Pause.
Color.
That's
talking
okay,
about
bro.
color complexion of your like face. Yeah, allow it.
Now the guessing game, man.
Jez, thank you, bro. Go on, I'll shut up, man. Present the show, man.
We were listening to you, bro. You was defending your cause. And,
my cause was nothing related to anyway. It's stupid. Have you seen yourself?
No, but you were defending your plight. You're defending your blackness.
This is what I was defending, yeah, Jez. Let me ask you a question, bro. Now that you're here on the panel, yeah, actually on your talk show that that you frequent.
Hurry up, man,
brother. He's trying to say
You're like Sneaks. You just say bare extra words, man. Hurry up, man.
Jez, I'm sorry, bro. He's saying I'm light as Khan. My color is the same as Khan. That's what he said. And he's backing it up. Yeah. Khan was backing it up.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Cool.
What are you trying to say? You're darker?
Not yet darker. I was saying I was saying about 10 shades darker than a Khan.
I'll allow that, man. Keep it real, bro.
All right, 5.
Keep it real, man. Like, come on, bro. No, you're not that dark. What's up? There's no problem with that.
What do you mean? What do you mean I'm not? Yeah.
You're not that dark skin, cuz like it's all right, bro.
Am I not? You reckon?
Khan might even be darker, to be fair.
You reckon? Bro.
He might be, bro. I can't see you with your light off on the camera. That don't make sense. I've seen Khan, and I know.
Hey, you know what it is? Like, if I'd have had a clean sheet,
I would have showed you. But he's not pale like a German.
Hey.
Like Khan's got a bit of a brownness to his skin, though, still the same way. So, you know, there's definitely some.
What you say? You look at my skin in that, yeah? See brownness.
Well, there's definitely some hue in his skin tone, yeah. But I don't know about you. I'll be honest. From what I've seen,
how did you feel that hue in his skin tone?
From what I've seen on the camera, you didn't look like you had much hue. I'll be honest.
Forget. Listen, forget whatever the hypothetical. But listen, the hue you saw in Khan. How did you see that, brother?
Everyone's seen Khan before. His whole picture's been up online.
Brother, you know that's Angada where you're saying that. I see the hue in that. What the fuck are you doing?
I didn't hear what you said. What are you drinking tonight?
Trilluminati Life.
What are you drinking this evening?
Trilluminati Life.
I'm drinking peppermint tea.
You're drinking Trilluminati Life today, yeah?
Pause.
No, man. I'm just not sure why you have to be like this.
The podcast, bro. Like, fuck, man.
You're drinking the podcast.
Like not literally. Like the way you were saying, we doing ours. Like
yeah,
I'm saying, bro, I'm chilling. I'm having a session, chilling, chatting to the man. Them. Like, all right, cool, man. You want to do the game? Cool.
Where's the conversation gonna go, man? It's not gonna go anywhere.
Nowhere, bro, man. I don't know why we're still on the conversation where Shifa still trying to diss me. Maku's gone, obviously. Like Shifa, why the fuck?
Nah, Maku's just avoiding you. Maku's right here. He just don't want to talk to you. What is it,
brother? How is me saying to you that you seem to be as light skinned as Khan? How is that a diss? I'm just pointing out the obvious.
It is to me, bro, because I'm not white.
Why are you saying Khan's white?
Yeah, everyone knows this. Apart from you.
All right, cool. But then what does that make you if you're the same skin complexion?
I'm brown, bro. Like if like Jedi is a dark brown man, I'm light brown.
Nah, stop it, bro.
What do you mean? Stop it. Talking about complexion. Like if you're saying a black man is dark brown, yes. So Pakistani or Asian, like Indian, someone from that place that's dark.
Yeah, but not you though. You're quite light skinned. You're quite like pale.
Show me, Jed.
Show me. I was just pissed. Nah, you know.
When I say show me,
I'm fucking around, man. You're one of the dark ones, man.
No, I'm not really.
You're one of the dark.
I'm not yet. Right? I wish I was darker, but
pat yourself
a little bit taller. I wish I was, but I'm just saying. Listen. I'm a good brother. I'm happy with what I got. What I'm saying is, like, our people is mixed in it.
You wouldn't want to be black, bro. Trust me, you wouldn't get no milk rounds done. You keep getting pulled over.
You're a dickhead, you know.
That's it. It's not.
Hey.
It's cracked up to be, bro. There's benefits.
I hear you, bro. I hear you, Akim.
Yeah, man. It's pros and cons.
Just know, bro. Like.
Me said, man, will get arrested for delivering milk like it's crack.
I was like, yo, just want to know where you're going. If you got nothing to hide, you've done nothing wrong. You're like, yo, but this is the 5th time you stopped me this morning. Yeah, well, you understand.
You know that's been happening to me that, like, from day I've been getting it from time.
Yeah, but stop dressing like a black man.
I haven't ever. What are you telling me? Wearing sports from?
Don't do this. Don't do this, man.
Cheers.
We know how you man dress. We know how you man dress, and you know how we dress. And we know how you're dressing.
Who's you, man, Jed?
Unless you're wearing your traditional clothes, you're dressing like the man.
Why do I have to wear my traditional clothes in a country that's not my country?
What I said. This is what I said to you.
Jed, do you wear Nigerian clothes here, bro?
I wear
Nigerian clothes here, bro.
I do. Yeah, I do.
No, every day. Like, you don't wear
not every day, but listen what I'm saying.
So the argument you're making, come on, bro. Come on.
You're making a mistake now.
I'm gonna mute up, bro. I'm sorry.
Thank you. You're making a mistake, and the mistake you're making is you're comparing my native attire with my casual attire with your casual attire. Like I said, I'm a black man, as you described. I'm a black man. You said it. So my black man's native attire and my black man casual wear should be different from yours with our cultural differences. However, your casual wear is like my casual wear. In fact, you're trying to outdo me in my own genre of casual wear. You're trying to dress more like me.
Can I answer back now, bro?
Bro, when we couldn't afford certain things, you man was buying them to outdo us in the things you know we like. It's mad. Man's spiteful.
I never outbought
Man's spiteful. Tell me I'm lying. Tell me I'm lying out here.
Listen and learn, us, man.
Come on, guys. Be real.
Let's give you gems here.
What swagger did?
All right, listen. JEDI, bro.
Yeah. What swagger did the Asian man bring? No, wait. It's London.
You're still asking a question,
bro. Shut up for a minute and I'll be over.
All right, fucking hell.
Interrupt. Shut up, man.
Look at the way you speak to me, though. Like, all right, man.
Oh, cuz. You can't tell me how to speak to you, bro. When you ain't got no manners.
No, you know what I'm trying to say. Like, I'm not trying to be disrespectful.
So let me talk,
like, you know what I'm trying to say,
and then let me talk, and it's be all good. I was in a good mood, but don't try to frustrate me and chat over me and interrupt 5 seconds. I'll tell you something nasty, because that's just how I feel. Because you frustrate me.
Yeah, because I'll say the same shit. That's why I don't want to do. You know.
Let me just say what I gotta say and just keep it nice, isn't it? So, just tell me what has, because it is actually London fashion stream. That's what this is, the London fashion stream, right? Yeah. So you tell me what fashion has the Asian street man, the street guy, the man on the street. What has he brought to the table that we've all kind of jumped on? And
that African brothers, Caribbean brothers.
Yeah. What swag?
No, nothing at all, bro.
Nada.
No, don't forget lines in the eyebrows.
Why is the white man talking
eyebrows? Lines in the eyebrows.
That was us.
Jed, why is white man talking for me?
We stopped doing it. They carried on because they knew it made them look extra gully.
Can I speak now, bro?
Yeah. My Indian brethren wears flip-flops and he wears ugly shoes. He don't even wear chains.
I see the narrative. You push the narrative and then it's like boom, 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 and that's it. No Pakistani, no Indian can speak. Oh, I mean, I don't get it, bro.
I want odds, man.
Cool, Jed, I agree with you, bro. Yeah, we didn't set no trend. I ain't gonna lie to you. The way you brothers did, 100%. But you know why that is, bro? Like, see your generation, like not your generation, but like the people from your background and other people that came to this country. You've been here longer than us, bro, man. You understand?
No,
especially me.
That's a lie.
All right. One second, bro. Me especially. You see me, bro. I only came to this country, bro, in 1989. Like, I wasn't born here, cuz. This is what I'm trying to say. I'm first generation. Like, people telling me, oh, what you did. But I just come in it. What? Like, I'm first generation. I'm trying to bring out my kids. I'm going to make a base for them. I'm going to try to help them out with deposits and help them get the property ladders and, you know, be good intellectuals and individuals. And then, like, this is what I'm doing, bro. Like, I don't know the rest of the stuff, what you men are arguing with me for. I get it, man. But listen, I'm just a good dad, innit? I'm sorry, man. You hear me?
Yeah.
That's what I'm going to say.
We talking about fashion and setting trends. You telling me
fashion? Yeah.
We talking about fashion and setting trends, and you're telling me you're a good dad.
No, but I was answering back to Shifa at the same time with the rest of the response. So just know this, yeah? All right, so now coming back to the fashion thing, Jed, yeah? So the fashion thing, I'll be honest with you, we lot followed you lot straight. Yeah, because when we was younger, when I was growing up, the tunes I was listening to was like, you know, East Coast, West Coast, rap beef, that shit. Then Garage popped off. You know, like Garage popped off.
Yeah, man, you owe it all to us, man. Your whole London experience was shaped by
what
us.
Though? What
did you contribute? What did you contribute?
What
did the Pakistanis contribute to London?
What we did to our own communities, bro.
Hold on. Modern day, amalgamated, mixed, urban, London, street culture. Yeah. When I'm not just talking about badness or whatever, I'm talking about from slang to fashion to food to music, that all of it. What did the Pakistanis contribute?
Pakistani grooming gangs.
Nah, that's come on, man. What did they contribute to London culture?
I just fucking told you.
Grooming gangs. They brought pedophilia.
And all of them need to get hung up for it and done by Sharia and fucked up for it, but straight.
Shifa, why are you in with 2 accounts? Which one need?
Do you know what? No, the other one's my computer in it, but I have to go outside to smoke. Sorry, bro.
Okay, yeah. Oh, cool. Yeah. I don't know. That was your answer. Curry. You know what, AV? Yes. I mean, to be honest, not too many of the men them eat Indian. Like it's what are we gonna eat? No one really suggests Indian. I usually eat Indian on my own or with family and that. Do you know what I mean?
But you know when you eat Indian, can I ask you a question? Isn't India supposed to be vegetarian, bro?
I don't know. They got enough vegetarian dishes.
So
though.
you know, like when you see like the representative of India around the globe, like Modi and these men, you know them are Hindu, right? You know they're vegetarian, right?
Modine's not in what? Modine, did you say?
General Modi. General Modi.
What you talking about, man? Modine's like, what's he?
Yo, can't tell you what I'm saying. What I'm trying to say, man. Come on, man.
All right, cool. Whatever. Anyway, so yeah, so big up to a man like AV, proud of his Asianness, yeah, and said, yeah, boom, we contributed some curry. And that's real talk. There's some curry like people love. That's English culture rather than the culture I was describing, though. That's some English thing.
Yeah. So to your answer, I'm still standing correct, right? We didn't. You know what I mean? We copied and we did shit differently. So sometimes, you know what I mean?
You copied, you used us, and you made money off us.
We never used you, bro. Like,
when we started bunning, you lot made sure you
had. What are you trying to say, bro? Like,
when we started bunning, you lot made sure you had all the Rizla and the lighters and that in your shop. Yeah,
my shop. I'm a first generation, bro.
I know, but Jedi, these men did contribute.
But you were born here, bro. But Jed, you was born here, cuz, man. You're ahead of me, bro.
Maybe, but listen,
I'm first generation, cuz. When I came, I didn't even know English, bro.
1989, cuz.
But I didn't know. I was 4 years old, cuz. I was 4 years old.
Level 40. That's what I'm saying. Like,
no, but you was born here. English was your mother tongue, bro. English your mother tongue. Yes or no?
Okay, cool. That's cool.
Yes, thank you, bro. So don't do that to me, bro. Come on.
No. Wait, slow down.
Slow down, what, bro?
That's an excuse because
brother, I got raised by a parent, that still to this day don't speak English, bro. Why? I'm giving you facts, though. Listen, innit?
I got raised by my grandma. She didn't speak no English.
You're not to this day, though, are you, cuz?
What?
I'm saying my mother that brought me to this country.
I can't even have a conversation with you, man. In fact, I'm gonna spend the rest of my Friday without you. Yeah, I can't even chat to you, cuz. Yeah, I can't even. I realize, me and you just not on the level. Me and you can't reason. And
You've got some cage energy, bro. It's the cage infection.
I'm just not on what you're on, odds. Like when you chat to other people, I let you on and you can chat to them, but yeah, it ain't gonna be me frazzling my brain for you. Louder. Don't even make no sense because you don't know how to conversate at all. It's just shit.
It's a shame, though. How old did he say he was?
Huh?
33. Did he say he was 33 or something?
I don't know what he
should know better at his age, right?
He's got an issue. He's got some kind of issue.
Like 37.
Yeah.
By year calculation.
It's mad because I'd rather chat to Schiffer.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'd rather chat to Schiffer. Odds is like I don't even know how I got tricked into chatting to Odds. I gave up a couple of years ago.
He was in a good mood and he caught you.
Yeah, he's just like, bro, shut up, man. Like his rhythm is just off, cuz. Like, what are you on about?
Yeah, some weird lopsided energy.
Yeah, all right.
I can't tolerate. I don't know. I've got a thing about alcoholics. I can't tolerate them.
Yeah, I'm starting to get that.
Yeah.
Do you know what, though, yeah? Is it just me or is there a? Anyway, let me just allow it, bro.
Do you know what the Indians did contribute, though? They did contribute the box shoes with the buckle. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to stop you.
United States of America. One of the major turning points in the history of African Americans is the 1960 civil rights legislation that was passed. Racial oppression was a constant part of every Black American's life in that period. Well, it's only slightly different now. But back in the 1950s, Black people decided they had had enough, and it was time for them to fight for their rights. As a result, the American Civil Rights Movement began. Protesting against racial segregation and discrimination, the enslaved Black Americans got a chance at emancipation with the basic civil rights they got in the 14th and 15th Amendments to the U.S. Constitution. Although this amendment happened in the 1960s, Black Americans were still discriminated against because of their race. The government couldn't provide federal protection to these civil rights for Black Americans. This is why different groups of Black people came up, deciding to protect themselves as much as they could. One of the products of this meaningful decision is the Black Panther Party. It was a thriving solution to the problem, till the unthinkable happened and everything came crashing down. So what exactly happened to the Black Panthers? Let's find out.
We hate oppression. We hate murder. See, I think that the Black Panthers are possibly overrated.
Agreed.
And I feel like now we're in power of information. There's a lot of evidence of how badly the Black Panther movement was infiltrated, because undoubtedly it was a good idea and probably started with good intentions and had good people in power positions, and eventually the infiltration just took over, man. Do you know what I mean? Because
I think that with all of the movements, though, to some extent, I think that with all the movements, and it's like, it reflects me back to a conversation we had previously about, you know, the heroes that are sold to us, you know, as heroes. But really, are they actually heroes, or did they do more damage than good?
Can I quickly say something? Obviously, I don't know nothing about this, but it does seem to me that if this had happened a generation or two before, it would have gone differently. Because I think after the Vietnam War and all that, American spies and their infiltrating kind of network was much stronger, and they were realizing that to fight a war, even in Vietnam, that it's not just a matter of using weapons and going blowing the fuck out of people. Do you know what I mean? They realized that there's more to it, innit? So they became a little bit more finessed with it.
Start learning about the battle for hearts and minds.
Exactly. So, and I think that kind of went against the movement, because just bad timing, really. Just bad timing. I think if there was a generation before, maybe they would have had a different kind of end result. Possibly. I don't know.
And another thing is this. If the Black Panthers were an organic group of individuals that wanted change and banded together for a common cause, who are the modern day Black Panthers? Are there modern day movements like the Black Panthers? And if not, why not? This is what I'm trying to understand. And don't no one ever say fucking gang.
I don't think you can show a progression from Black Panthers to where we are today, because they blatantly failed, didn't it? It was like a write-off. There was no continuation of it.
All right, you lot in the chat, was the Black Panthers a good idea or a bad idea? Let me see what these lot are saying. Cast your votes, man. Was the Black Panthers a good idea or a shit one?
Can I tell you something? What I think of that?
Please interact with me, chat. Yeah, work with me, family. You got 123 of you lot in there. Slap the like button.
Yeah.
You lot jump on there. Yeah. Share the stream. We can have a good couple hours before Freestyle Friday kicks in of vibes, good information, jokes. Turn it all around. The weirdos are gone. Most of them are gone. Like the weird weirdos. Only Schiffer and Khan and me here, really. So, forward.
Can I just say quickly?
I'd like to hear from you, Uncle Tony. You don't grace me with your present no more, man. Where you at? I don't hear from you. You don't come and chat. The fuck is going on with my uncle, man? It's like you just dropped me out. You get me?
Can I say something about what you just said quickly?
Yeah,
though?
sorry. Yeah, please, sorry.
You see, as far as these movements like Black Panthers, Black Power Movement, Nation of Islam, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, whoever it may be, Marcus Garvey, whoever it may be in that arena. To some extent, I believe there's a possibility these people are being pushed in front of us, and the establishment, as in the government, has already looked over their rhetoric and censored them to the point what they're happy with. Yeah. So even when we get like this civil rights movement and they sign the Civil Rights Act or whatever it is, to me, that's kind of a scam, because remember, slavery was illegal. It was an illegal thing that was done to us, first and foremost. Secondly, because we haven't attacked them with the law and taken the state to court for its actions, now it throws things like reparations and XYZ into disrepute. So I thought like that movement was there. It was kind of, to me, now looking at it from where I am now in comparison to maybe like 3 to 5 years ago, I don't see it the same. I see some of these people as kind of gatekeepers, like, and we've had this conversation about Marcus Garvey. And at the time, I was still kind of sitting on the fence with the gatekeeper kind of ideology. But the more I look at it and look at the laws and look at the things that they could have implemented in comparison to what was implemented, it makes me feel like a lot of them, you might be right, they could be gatekeepers.
Right. Welcome, Emmanuel.
Good evening.
Yeah, welcome, man. Welcome. So you say that it was a great idea.
Yeah, listen. The Black Panthers was about an educational movement, as well as a freedom rights of, for the community to fight back and to meet up and to discuss ways to handle police. So in a way, they were successful in educating and training up the younger generation of successful people. Because if you look now, Kanye West, his dad was a Black Panther. Look how intelligent he is. Yeah. And look what he's done. He's conquered the world, literally on his own.
Evening, family. Kanye West is a pussy old. Yeah, he's not intelligent. He's a duppy. But big up, family. Yeah, but they are.
So, Emmanuel, if the Black Panthers was such a good idea, such a great idea and a good blueprint, why are there no Black Panthers now?
There are Black Panthers now.
Why are there no Black Panthers that are meaningfully and successfully contributing? Because they've obviously lost steam. If there's a movement, it's a radically reduced movement. We're not hearing about their moves, so they're not inspiring. They're not making big waves across the road. Like the Black Panther I know is Captain Rambo, and that basically speaks for itself.
So here's the thing now, because like the Black Panthers now are not really as necessarily needed as they were back then. It was a very vicious time back then for Black people to be living, and having the Black Panthers around was sort of like, heads up people, there are accounts, and so too the Nation of Islam, who are still prevalent today.
But the thing about the Nation of Islam in America, and maybe I could agree with you. Nation of Islam over here, they exist, but in terms of prevalence or effectiveness, visibility, zero.
They're very, no, I wouldn't say zero. I would say fringe.
Yeah, zero is a bad word to use. They exist, they're about, we all see them, but they don't really get involved. They're not really the go-to guys. They're not really sending out spokesmen to everything. They're not really gaining the support of the community, so to speak. They're just kind of attached to the old schools and the old schools' children, and that's really it. They're like a dying breed right now. So there's no youth in it, essentially. It doesn't seem to be any youth, and these movements seem to pop up and get disbanded for one reason or the other. And if these movements were such good ideas, wouldn't some of them have longevity and long-term success?
But if the success of the Black Panthers was against the status quo's main agenda, it would be the Black Panthers were basically against their agenda. If you truly think about it, if you think about
you just
how
said the opposite. I'm confused. Start again. Start fresh. please, because I don't want to be confused by what you're saying.
I'm sorry if you're confused, but I'm not going to start again. The thing is now, it's if you look, if something as prevalent as the Black Panthers were allowed to continue and operate, the hip hop to prison pipeline wouldn't exist today. You know, women, our our hairstyles and how we wouldn't be relaxing our hair, we wouldn't be reaching out for bleaching cream.
Because the Panthers. Yeah, how would the Panthers control that?
What?
You saying the Panthers would stop that happening, or?
Yeah, it will stop all that happening. Because we would then unite under a single voice who's saying, no, that's not cool, instead of the leaders that like they would put in front of us, like the Ice Cubes and the NWAs and the rap stars who they would put and say, yeah, these are your heads of states, you know. So we would have a.
What about the Nation of Islam though? You got Nation of Islam, you had the El Rukan, you had loads of different movements.
Yeah,
you've got the Moors, you had the Malachi V. York movement, what the New RPM.
They've all been banned. All those people have been banned from Facebook, YouTube. They've all been systematically banned. Am I wrong?
Is Black Panthers banned?
Yep.
Black Panthers is banned. Are you sure about that one, brother?
Go look. I'm talking about. I also mentioned Farrakhan's banned in this. He's banned from even visiting this country. Do you understand how deep that is? He ain't broken no laws, but he's banned. So what's that saying? If Farrakhan was allowed in this country, would he change the minds of black people? We don't know. But at the end of the day, we know that these people, and there's files upon files of the FBI systematically infiltrating the Black Panthers and killing Huey Newton, killing many viable leaders of the Black Panther. Tupac Shakur's mum and parents were Black Panthers. That's how far we are from the actual Black Panthers to our time. Tupac's parents, Kanye West's parents. We were so close to actually being near the real Black Panthers. Now we're just left with fringing.
Are we talking about crackheads or
yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but like,
yeah, I'm confused, bro. I'm confused again. I just looked up online as well.
If Pat's mum was a crackhead, what good was she?
If who?
If Tupac's mum was a crackhead, what good was she?
She wasn't a crackhead. Truly, she wasn't a crackhead.
She was. Tupac said she was a crack fiend.
No, but that's the thing. That's how they. No, but this is the thing. Tupac went to private school. He went to art school with Jada Pinkett.
No.
So he was.
Anyone could go to
what's your point?
Anyone could go to the Brit school.
No, but Biggie and Tupac were privately educated.
Want to be a crack fiend, mama?
No, that's because he said that doesn't mean he was that. He was born in prison. His mum was in prison for being a Black Panther.
Yeah.
So
you're saying the Afeni Shakur never struggled with crack cocaine addiction, right? Is that what you're saying?
All I'm saying is these things.
Exactly.
All I'm saying is these things now. All I'm saying, Tupac was an actor.
It's fact that she was a crack addict.
We all know that Tupac was an actor. We all know that. Tupac was an actor. Most rappers we see today are actors. That's why Ice Cube, what is he playing now? He's now playing a cop. He's played a cop longer than he was a rapper. So what's that telling you? These people from the get-go were all put in positions to mold the society.
Right. I agree with that.
Tupac was I agree with that too. I agree with that too, yeah. But just like the Black Panthers were put in a position to mold society, just like the rest of the people I mentioned.
No, the Black Panthers weren't put in a place in society. They were actually squashed. They the boot that will put on their necks. If you don't study the Black Panthers, you get told about the Black Panthers, and then you get told a whole bunch of nonsense. So
yeah, but then you're going to talk about the boot that was put on Tupac's neck, Tupac getting shot by the police, and then you're going to say that, yeah, come on, man.
Just one quick paragraph, right? In 1975, Shakur married Mutulu Shakur and had their daughter, Sikiwa Shakur. They got divorced in 1982. Shakur worked as a paralegal for a decade before descending into a crack cocaine addiction in the early 80s. Shakur moved her family to Baltimore, Maryland in 1984. She raised her children through welfare because she could not keep a job. She relocated to Marion County in California to manage her drug use. So, yeah. And then in 1989, her son left home because of her. The 2 years later, they reconciled. She overcame her addiction after she moved back to New York in 1991. So that's a wrap for whatever you're saying. She was a
always was crack fiend, I mean, Black Queen, mama.
She was a nitty for at least a decade minimum. So anyway, but yeah, we can keep moving. I agree with what you're saying, though.
I like the way you left out the Black Panther, the part where she was an activist. You know?
No. We know she was an activist. Come on, bro. This ain't a Tupac history lesson. We know.
No, but you got to also you can't just demonize and then leave out the part.
I can. No, but what I'm saying is, her son left home because she was a nitty. She was on welfare. That's not this. She was a crack addict. Yeah.
She was saying before that.
She married multiple men. Hold on. She's marrying and getting with multiple men and having multiple children. She's not a role model. This is a Black Panther, a flawed human being who can't even raise her own kids. So
I'm not gonna have to school you on American, how they work and how the system is.
Yeah, how crack hit. Well, COINTELPRO, what are you talking about? We understand. We're not ignorant.
Exactly. We understand these things, but yet we still blame the victims for being a victim.
Brother, I understand that most pedophiles were abused themselves. I understand that. But the facts are the facts. If you're a nitty and can't look after your youths, regardless of what caused that, yeah, I hope you get support. I hope you do and I hope we do tackle the system that creates these scenarios and environments, a hotbed for destruction. However, either way, all of you that make these individual choices and fall by the wayside, you're going to have to be judged on your fruits. And your fruits are you're a nitty. You was a nitty for 10 years, minimum. Your youths all left home and that. You made your kids vulnerable. So I'm just being factual, innit? No disrespect. It's just fact. It's facts she's put out. It's facts they've all put out. Or she's dead now, innit?
But now let's focus. Let's focus on her positives, shall we? Because we can.
Yeah, let's do that.
Anyone can be like,
But the reason why I mentioned the negatives was to highlight a point. Mentioning the positives that came before her negatives is not gonna kind of erase what I've just said, innit? But I hear what you're saying. You can go through her
positives, yeah. I don't know why, yeah, but when you said pedophiles, I just heard that flipping that song from the X-Files. It goes.
Well, let's rewind back to the point in hand here. The point in hand here that even though to some people like Khan, who's obviously not part of, he's not black, but he's still over here trying to talk for black people. I don't understand where he comes.
He's part of the conversation.
But he doesn't understand. He don't know what the Black Panthers done. He doesn't. He just goes, "They feel misery with these fat fucking self."
No. See, the thing is, the beauty about history is it's not just for those that feel attached to it. Yeah, it's not for those that just have a personal stake in it. Yeah, it's for everyone to see, everyone to have their opinion. It's the beauty. No. Hold on. The fact is that if you can Google the Black Panthers, you can have an opinion on the Black Panthers. This is the way of the world. We can't restrict a man's ability to have input in a conversation because you're not black, so you don't.
All right, Jedi. Your point taken. Your point taken. Yeah. But he doesn't know how the effects of what the Black Panther has on the black community. Going back, look, as a young boy,
you're here to explain it to him.
As a young boy studying the Black Panthers and going over their videos and reading their books and to understand the rich history that I'm told that I'm from, and not being secluded to only an English development of, oh, you lot were slaves, that's where your history starts. No, the Black Panthers education system took us beyond that. You know, and to teach us how
I'm surprised to hear the level of romanticism you have for these fugazi gatekeeping movements. Like you actually see through all of this, but you're caught in the paradigm that you overstand. It's crazy. You know better than what you're saying. You know,
the thing is, you have to take you have to take the
brothers, right? Most of these men are brothers.
You have to take. You have to take the positives and leave the negative, because you can't just be like,
no, you can't do that. I can't take the water out of the piss, innit? Like I can't do that. If you piss,
that's a bit of a complicated scenario.
No. Because how it works in real life is if we're using terms like positive and negative to denote good and bad or favorable and non-favorable, right? Malevolent, benevolent. Then let's just say that you have a cup, an empty cup, and I pull 50% drinkable water in and 50% piss. Yeah.
No.
You can't now tell me I'm just gonna take the water and leave the piss in the cup.
That is because we're not drinking a cup of piss, are we?
Yeah, but like when we're dealing with people, you're saying take the positive, take the water, but forget that there's piss in there. That's what you're saying.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. See that analogy.
How do you take the positive and dash away the negative? How do you do that?
No, because here's the thing, yeah. Here's the thing. If a tramp tells you, look, be careful because there's guys at the end of that road that may kill you, yeah? So turn around now. And you go, you know what? Fuck that, you're a tramp. I'm gonna keep on walking. Now you walk down the end of the road. And then you see the boys and you're like, oh shit, I should listen to that tramp. Because of the fact that he was a tramp, you're like, no, he's a tramp. You know, you're not gonna you're gonna still correlate the two together.
Who calls you a tramp?
No one's saying you call me a tramp. I'm saying that you sometimes you can take the message and leave the messenger.
He understands what you mean. He's rapping.
Oh, Emmanuel, do you know why you're so like into this?
Because you're gay.
Because it's the end of the road, mate. There is nothing after this. There is no continuation for you to move your energy towards something positive that came out of this. There isn't anything. That's why you have to dwell on this and romanticize it and glorify it and keep dwelling on it, because there is nothing that came good out of it. Kanye West, is that it? Is that what you got? Keep going, Kanye, bro.
You want me to tell you what good came out of it? Because you're Indian and you don't know and you're not black and you don't understand. You don't understand.
Emmanuel, don't be emotional. Slap him up with the facts, man. We're here for that. Hit him up, man. You're the black representative, and you're here to school this fucking Asian dude that don't know fuck all, wants to speak on black man's issues. School him about the Panthers. What did we get out of it? What did you get out of it, should I say?
What did I get out of it? Well,
yeah.
I personally, what I got out of it, always read the fine print. Always read the fine print. Learn who your enemies are and learn who your friends are and understand who and what to say around people. Because we know that Khan's an infiltrator. Like he's the biggest waste man possible. The thing is, we have learned to understand the law, read, intelligize your strategies. All through the Black Panther teachings, we have learned how to militarize and move. But at the end of the day, that had to be destroyed.
It's a bit generic though. How have you learned that? How have you learned that? What part of the Black Panther regime did you study in depth in order for you to ascertain their military techniques and strategies? How do you know how to form a military group by the Panthers existing? I'm just saying the two don't instantaneously correlate in my mind, so I'm trying to understand. I understand there was a movement that was semi-militarized in appearance, right? But I'm not sure what about them. What did you learn about their movement specifically? Or you just saying in general, form a clique man them and move military? Do you mean like that?
I never said that. I said what you can do, how you can learn and move correctly.
Yeah, but I'm saying what is it that you could learn from them? Because they walk out, they get they walk out, you get a camera crew following them or whatever. They're on a news report. Someone writes a book, but the book is not going to go into their military strategy. So are you saying just observing them being militarized was the inspiration, or are you saying that you had some way of understanding the intricate ins and outs of how they ran their organization?
Through interviews that you read from the Black Panther leaders, and then you can go on YouTube and they break that and they talk about their strategies and they talk about what they want to do. You know,
they talk about their strategies.
They talk about what they're doing, what they want for the community.
I think Black Panther leaders talking about we don't discuss our strategies in public. So I don't know.
If you go, you can go see it. It's there.
Where? What am I typing in?
Black Panthers.
Yeah, Black Panthers. What? Where is the part where they discuss their strategies? They may discuss some of their points on their agenda.
We knew
Go for it.
any Louis Newton interview. Or
let it out, bro. Don't fight the truth, man. Let it out, bro. You won't stop.
any Louis Newton interview you can find.
That's called divine intervention, man.
No, hold on. I said coffee for lion. Very big chicken. Big gulp.
Who's coughing? No, I ain't coughing over here. But at the end of the day,
that gulp was loud, cuz. You're not funny, man. You're not funny. I'm not gonna chase down the point. I think I made my point. I don't.
It's think like Kanye West said. Like Kanye West said, yeah. Oh. He said in the interview, yeah. He said, look, they're trying to cover over our history, yeah. Because now, if you Google search the Moors, because there was a film called Wicked, yeah, and in the film, the people in there were called the Moors. So if you look up the Moors, you'll find the Moors. And he said, now if you look up Black Panther, you'll find the character that a white person created for us is coming up predominantly. So as you can see, through Kanye's education from his Black Panther parents, he's educating us to see that look how they're darking out our history with their clever, intricate placements. You see? These type of things, these are strategies that we are learning from people.
I think one thing that I notice about modern man and woman, right? And by modern man, I don't mean people that have just formed their attitudes, but I mean people that are alive in these times. I feel like we're easily convinced. We really do romanticize everything. And we look at the world entirely through ego and what strokes our ego. So, and we use buzzwords and buzz phrases all the time, like inspirational and and rare. And when we break it down, I suggest that offhand, you don't know not one Black Panther military strategy. I know that you don't. But yet the language you use would have people walking away thinking, oh, wow, Emmanuel's learned about the military strategy of the Black Panthers. And I don't think that interview you're talking about doesn't exist. They don't discuss that shit. They may talk about a story of something that happened. Like, yeah, these lot rushed it. You may see them marching and stand outside of somewhere or on a kind of movement. But in terms of them breaking down their military strategy, they don't. And it's a little bit like we're very eager to celebrate. But when we don't see long-term benefits, then we just have to call a spade a spade. It's like holding on to... It's like Yeah, we could just say, yo, listen, these lot inspired people to move forward. These lot inspired, but you're saying you got inspired like of how to make a military thing, and I'm like, yo, the average black man that's been watching the Black Panthers has no idea on how to create a militarized group.
Right. Here's
they wouldn't have got that from watching Black Panther interviews on YouTube.
Here's the thing, Jedi. There's
crazy.
There's ways of talking, and then there's ways of talking. Yeah. And you can talk in a certain way.
Yeah, did you just repeat the same line? Did you repeat the same line to try and make like you said something? Hey.
No, but I'm gonna explain to you very easily. No, let me just explain to you very easily what you just missed.
Brother, there's ways of joking. And
Do you know what double talk, double speech is? Do you know what
it sounds like a forked tongue to me?
No, do you know what double speech is? No, do you know what double
sounds like? Do you know about say what you mean and mean what you say?
I know about that, but that didn't sound like you repeated the same thing.
No, but you must understand. There's levels.
Yeah, double talk. Yeah, confusion, double talk.
Double talk. There's legalese.
Speaking with a forked tongue, they call it.
All right, for example.
We know who speaks with a forked tongue.
All right. Let me just make an example. Can I make an example for you? All right, for example, see Coke, Diet Coke, and it says sugar-free, yeah? Sugar-free. It's still allowed to have sweeteners in it because sweeteners is technically not sugar.
No, it's actually not sugar.
Yeah, so basically it's still got a sweetener in it.
Yeah, but it doesn't say it hasn't got a sweetener in it.
Yeah, but it still says it hasn't got sugar.
That's not double talk.
It doesn't have a sugar.
So it's double speak. So it says it's no sugar, but it still has sweeteners in it.
You fucked up, man. All right, that was a shit example. That's not double.
No, but I'm saying it's double speak though.
It's not double speak.
It is.
That's direct. There's no sugar.
No, that's the thing. If you were diabetic and you drank that, it would still be detrimental to you.
No, it wouldn't, you idiot. I'm drinking it right now.
Because it's got sweetener in it.
So what?
Are diabetics allowed to have sweetener?
Yeah, because it's not actually sugar.
What hell were you talking about?
Right,
well,
back
to what I said.
It's a completely different subject again.
There's a reason why they make sweeteners. Back down. There's a reason why they make sweeteners, Canderel, and all these type of things. Yeah, it is literally so that people that can't have sugar can have sweetened fucking
whatever.
Yeah. You get me? Come on, man. Move on. You're wrong, man. That was a shit example of double speak. And guess what? You didn't need to give us an example of double speak because we all know what it is.
Racist attitude of the general power structure that I haven't received a fair trial, that I should not have been indicted in the first place. I was in grand jury, middle class white grand jury that did not represent a cross section of the community. And
if you watch the interview, you would understand what he's trying to explain. You know, he breaks it. There's talk that he's basically trying to say to you, look, things are not working out in certain areas of the society that we hope to be more influencing. But there is a clear blockade and we have to work around it. But everyone missed that and thought, the racism, But he's talking tactically, So those who want to hear will hear, and those who can't will miss it. That's how people talk to those who want to hear the correct message.
All right, Emmanuel.
Those who want to miss it can miss it.
Emmanuel, was Huey P. Newton a Mason?
Whoop 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 whoop.
It's not my place to say if he is or
isn't. Sell the blood clot way, Emmanuel, man. Don't do this to yourself,
man. I forgot what they used to be back they should have that little keyring.
Yeah.
I remember back in the day, that was like the closest thing to magic in my life, bro. See that keyring? When someone showed me that, I was like, yo, this is insane. And then they got that. They had that little BMX bike called like a Black Wolf or some shit, and it had some fake little computer box in the middle of the handlebar with buttons you could press that made the noise and that, man. Yo, I thought that shit was a spaceship.
Dope. Super dope.
I was like, it was a spaceship when I was going up.
I thought Mag Wheels was a spaceship.
But Emmanuel, I hear you, man. I hear you. So back to the Panthers, though, because let's get back on track. Big up, though. Good exchange. Back to the Panthers.
Oh, we're getting great data. Stay focused.
Are you playing something? You wanna
go on?
Yeah, no. I just wanted to kind of figure out. Okay, it seems to me that you're saying. I'm gonna guess. Born Rich is saying. A couple people saying the Black Panthers is a good idea. It was a sick movement. Okay. It's my opinion that even if it's still carrying on in some kind of husk-like state, it's over.
Because to tell the truth, we don't really, because like, the majority of white people are not that bad anymore. So, and you don't have to
need a movement like that no more.
No, not really.
Okay, interesting. Because that was what's gonna be my next question, basically. Like, why is it not around now? Blah, but you basically answering it. You don't think we need that. Anyone else feel like we need a Black Panther-like movement in 2023? Let me see your answers in the chat. In fact, I'm gonna make a little poll and see what you lot say about that. Your answers in the chat.
Because back then it was really bad, and now white people are more. They're getting on with their lives, and you're getting on with your lives, and we're all getting on with our lives, and just everyone's live and let live now.
Is that really what's going on? Because
so, what's the strategy?
Wait. Is that what's going on? Because I thought that we needed to show presence and go down to school fights and stuff.
Sometimes.
Oh, Jed, you should have let him dig himself a bit deeper.
What I'm trying to say is, listen, sometimes you need a bit of show, But, it needs to be all kept within safety parameters, and all legalese are all involved,
If you're in your house chatting, it's was.
Let's engage better, man. Let's engage better. So the poll is up there. Do we need a Black Panther Party in 2023? And then if for you not giving your answers, it'd be nice if you write in the chat why you've given the answer you've given, right? So if you're saying yes, tell us yes, why. If you say no, why, right? And also hit the like button, because if more than 100 people end up voting and we ain't got 100 likes, then some of you lot are bad mind. Come on, man. Show some love, please.
Come on.
All right. So on the panel, Shiv, you there? All right, Shiv, do you think we need a Black Panthers or a version of the Black Panthers in 2023?
I believe that it wouldn't make much difference to our current situation. So I would say no. I don't think there's a necessity for it. Sorry. Yeah, just to be clear.
Mezzo said no. Mezzo's a dickhead. Axel says Black Panther been replaced by BLM. Mod. Lady Space said we have guns now. What does that mean? So that we don't need Black Panthers because we got guns now, do you mean?
Great lap.
They had guns. Black Panther had guns. We had guns when what are you talking about? We had guns when the Black Panthers was out, man. What are you talking about, sis?
And they forgot about the new Black Panther Party, but we're just gonna leave.
No, we know about that, but we know about that, bro. We're just writing them off. We're saying, okay, what have you done for me lately? Jimmy, what do you think? Do you know more than I know?
Yeah. I mean, they were active to a certain extent. I mean, it was headed by Khalid Muhammad at first, and then it passed on to some other guy. But more recently, they're not really done much. But the last thing they did was supposedly the burning, when they were burning the schools in the South or whatever. That's when the new Black Panther Party came out in front of the cameras, I got a job for all black brothers and all of this type of stuff. So yeah, it's mad. But yeah, in the modern time, I don't know how effective they are. You know, they've kind of turned a bit weird where they're more like legal. So now the person who was heading the Black Panther party is like supposedly district attorney or something like that.
And don't get me wrong, yeah. When I ask the question of do we need a Black Panther party, I hope everyone understands. I'm not necessarily saying bring back the Black Panthers. I'm saying do we need a party like that?
Type, yeah.
Right. You know what I mean? A group like that.
Yeah.
So
just remember there was like the Chinese and Japanese and the members of the Black Panthers as well, you know.
Well, not necessarily. No, they weren't members of the Black Panther Party.
They were.
They were White Panthers, and Brown Panthers, and Yellow Panthers. They weren't Black Panthers. Shush, man.
No, what I'm saying, see when
right or wrong? Am I right or wrong? Were they called White Panthers and Black Yellow Panthers? Yeah, yeah. So they weren't Black Panthers.
They stood with the Black Panthers.
Yeah, that's cool. But you made a statement that was not correct, I believe. They believed in you know, solidarity and that, and empowering the people, all power to the people against the government, and I feel like that was a crucial element of their rhetoric that was just beautiful. That part is beautiful. Just keep pointing to the enemy. Keep pointing to the enemy. Smile and point to the enemy, man, and you won't go wrong. Well, actually, I can't say you won't go wrong, but everyone has guns now in the USA. What do we need BPP for? Because you ain't using your guns for shit. You're not just out there letting the black man get fucking raped on TV, man. Obliterated, stomped on, choked, fucking shot in the back, shot in the face, shot in the neck, kids shot, shooting each other. Like, you lot ain't doing shit with your guns, man. Now, at least the Black Panther Party, claimed that their arms were to protect the people against the man. We don't even have terms like the man now. We don't even want to admit that there's the man. We're not pointing at the enemy like that, like we used to anymore. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Most of us want to get politics and shit. We want to vote for me. These lot had this element that they were down for the overturning of the whole US. And that was a beautiful current to them.
Do you know what my problem is with it though, JEDI? Yeah? Like, don't get me wrong, the guns I think are a necessary component, but it's like it's that anarchy argument. Then, if you're gonna overturn the government, you can't overturn the government without having something in place to, you know, to keep order at least. And I think that if we was to have something like a movement like that, where we're actually serious about, you know, either overturning or separating from or anything along those lines, then it has to have, you know, not necessarily an institution, but at least some type of law to follow. Do you feel what I'm trying to say? To base it on, so that when people do find themselves outside of the system, then, or whatever situation they find themselves in, there's something to protect them at least. Do you feel what I'm trying to say? So
like,
it's not just anarchy.
Sharia law, maybe.
Well, it's not necessarily Sharia law. You know, I'd say that there's, you know, there's many different types of law out there, but it's looking at the law and understanding what, like you, I think you said it a little while ago. You said, how did we govern ourselves when we didn't have a government? You know, because there had to have been laws and there had to have been, you know, ways of resolving disputes, X, Y, Z, and ways of protecting ourselves against invasion or incursion or, you know, robbery or burglary or what. Do you feel where I'm going with this now? So as long as that was in place and you have those laws that everyone knows that you have to abide by, and, you know, we can still enforce them, even if we have to enforce it ourselves, however we're going to do it. I just don't, I think that has to be paramount in the movement. That's just my thoughts. I don't know if everyone's going on mute, but I can continue if you like. I can continue. I got more.
No, but there's God's laws, you know.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So if you're going to say God's laws, because Khan says Sharia law, But you know, obviously, we could go by biblical law. We could go by, you know, any like we could decide on a law, as long as the people
Mosaic
who
law.
yeah, whatever. As long as the people who's part of the movement have decided on that law and are willing to enforce it, then I see less of a problem with it. But without that element, that's why I think Nation of Islam, it kind of makes an attempt at it, but it's not really clear on the law that it's following, because they seem to be following the law of the government. Let's be fair. They're not following no Islamic law, are they? So
to be honest, Shifa, I don't think anyone's that ambitious to kind of like take over and start doing all the hard work. Like they just want equal rights, innit? They just want recognition and maybe some reparation. Like they're not really asking for too much, to be honest.
Yeah, but who said it was hard work?
What, running the whole thing?
Well, you're not necessarily running the whole thing. You just be running your share or your portion. But ultimately,
still a lot of hard work, bro.
Yeah, everything's hard work. You're doing hard work right now. You know, anyone who's a citizen living in any of these societies, these Western civilizations, you're doing hard work right now. So what difference does it make? Do you know what I'm trying to say? And then I think, like, for instance, you see like the society we live in now. Let's say someone committed a crime against you. How is it going to be resolved? What, that person goes to jail? So whatever you lost, you've still lost. Do you feel where I'm coming from? There's never any true recourse in a society like this, you know, in a Western society, because it's governed by, like I said, I've said it many times now, it's inferior. It's inferior law. That's what it's governed by. So if we know that, then in a society where you had one second, in a society where you had proper laws, let's say, for instance, now in this society, if you killed a man's child, yeah, you go to jail. He never gets his child back. But let's say under a different law, we could agree that if you killed a man's child, you got to produce a child. You got to give one back. You know, it might not be as simple as you just go to jail, is what I'm saying. Because the law is the law, innit? And then if you go in the Bible, it says eye for an eye. And that kind of makes sense to what I'm saying then, innit? Because if it's eye for an eye, then it's child for a child. And
not when Jesus come along, he said old things are swept away.
He said old things are swept away, but he didn't come to change the law, Jupiter. He made that very clear.
So, you have to understand a few things. Hold on, you have to understand a few things, yeah? If someone comes and steals something from you, like say they steal something like something worth £100, yeah, they get sent down for 9 months to a year.
That's pathetic. Why would I want someone sent down for 100 quid?
No, but you have to understand it's the whole process of the matter. It's the
well, I would say that's outrageous.
Go on, Emmanuel, bro. Please, let's speak.
But that's the standard.
Well, this is your society,
burglary. If you get caught burglaring, say you only go inside to steal a PlayStation.
Yeah.
And then you come out and then you get caught. You get sent down to 9 months.
Right, well that, yeah, I can understand you getting sent down for that. Why would you want to break into someone's private property and nick?
Yeah, but you said no one should serve the time for £100.
For £100, £100 in cash.
But it's still breaking in and entering.
No, if you break and enter someone's house and nick their kid's PlayStation, you've got to be a right little cunt, ain't you? You've got probably going to be somebody on drugs.
This is why there's not that many women judges.
That's why you have to stick to the conversation. It doesn't matter what you do, Jupiter. It doesn't matter what you do, as long as you're doing the breaking and entering. You could come out with next to nothing.
Yeah, exactly. You've invaded someone's private space. But if you fucking creamed off 100 quid from their wages, or they've left their purse and you fucking run off with it, I don't think that's quite the same fucking thing.
Yeah, it's the act, though. It's the act.
Anyway, yeah, go on. So
I get where you are going with this year, but let's not get sidetracked. Look, let's go back to where we were. What I'm saying is, under the inferior law that we use today, if someone did break into your house and they stole your child's PlayStation, smashed the window, broke a door, broke into something else in the house, broke into your safe, whatever, yeah? Bam. Yeah. They get caught, they might get a jail sentence, but you don't get your stuff back. Now, if we wasn't using inferior law, if someone broke into your house and did all of that and then got caught, they'd have to replace everything by law.
Yeah, but I don't think that quite works when you murder someone's kid.
That's why you have
when you murder someone's kid now, yeah, this is the thing now, Jupiter. By law, when you go to a court, yeah, what you're going to end up with is a charge, correct?
You're going to end up with a stain on your character.
No. You're going to end up with a charge and then you're going to go to court. Is that correct or incorrect?
Yeah.
All right. What is a charge?
It's it's what you're alleged to have committed, the crime you've meant to have committed.
All right. A charge is a price, Jupiter. That's the answer I was looking for. Now, once I can identify that a charge is a price, I can go into a petrol station and they can charge me. Charge don't mean shit.
I understand the semantics that you're using, yeah.
And then on top of that,
so how much is the child worth?
Not only does the charge, not only does the charge not mean shit, I'm not compensated for my loss. The only thing I get for my loss is
for the loss of a child.
No. Listen.
Or a parent, or a brother.
Just calm down a second. Listen to what I'm saying.
Or a
you
sister.
will not be I'm saying within this system, you will not be compensated for the loss of that child. The only retribution you will get is watching that other person go to jail. You won't even see their jail sentence because you don't get to watch them in jail, you know, and then once their jail sentence is served, they'll be back on the road.
Yeah, but the whole point that they're put into jail is partially for penance, but that's not the main reason. The main reason is because they're a danger to society. And so they're removed from society to make society safer.
Are they really removed from society to make it safer, though? Is that really the case? Because at the end of the day, one second. Let me respond to her. If you remove someone from society, yeah, and put them in a jail for a set term, does that really make society safer in the sense of that person?
Well, it's one less murderer in society. That's the way they look at it.
1 second. That person then goes back out into society at some point. So it's not necessarily one less murder in society. And also that person in jail could end up murdering the people that's in the jail. So it's still not one less murderer in society because the people in jail are still
that would be people in jail that are not worthy of being worried about.
Okay, so people who are in jail are not worthy of a life. Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is that they would be less worth than people that are good, honest people that are not running around trying to kill people.
How do you summarize the worth of?
I'm gonna tell you how. I'm gonna tell you how she summarized that. I'm gonna tell you how she summarized that. Probably that guy was a murderer, yeah. So he murdered someone, and they put murderers with murderers. So if he murdered another murderer, that's one less murder that he murdered.
Yeah, exactly.
They don't necessarily just put murderers with murderers. I think that's a flawed way of thinking. No, brother. Have you been to jail? Have you been to jail?
Lifers with lifers.
I asked you a question. Have you been to jail?
No, I'm not that dumb.
All right, so you're talking on a subject that you don't have the experience.
So they put lifers.
So another question.
Have you gone to jail for murder?
Another question. Does everyone? 1 second.
But lifers are not necessarily murderers.
You're talking from experience.
All right, there you go. There's that as well. No, all right. Hear me out though. Does every single person who goes to jail for a murder charge necessarily end up with a life sentence?
No, because there will be mitigating circumstances.
What are you talking about? So what are you talking about then? You're chatting rubbish. Please know what you're saying.
What do you mean? How is somebody chatting rubbish? So what's your point?
Because someone who commits murder doesn't necessarily get life.
And someone that's got life hasn't necessarily committed murder. So murderers are put in with murderers, but murderers are also put in with people with fines. Like this shit happens. Trust me.
That's nuts.
No, don't they have different categories? I thought they had different categories.
Yeah, maximum, minimum.
But you can move within the categories, right? You can move within the categories.
That's right.
Why would they put a murderer in a low category prison? Why would they do that?
Because they have to get them ready to come out.
You don't stay high category forever. You don't stay high category forever just because you're a murderer.
So towards the end they might be moved.
Not necessarily. just being in for murder doesn't. Oh wait, let me think. Yeah,
no, I'm not asking because I know. I'm asking because I want to know. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember whether you're automatically a high category because your charge is murder, and it may be, but I'm not 100% on it. But yeah, you frequently get, and you know what? There's people in for lesser crimes, but they're a higher risk. They're deemed as a higher risk prisoner. You get sent anywhere. You're not going to be protected. Oh yeah, well you're just a burglar. We're not going to mix you with the rapists, or we're not going to mix you with the violent men, or the, you know what I mean, the gangsters. No, you get thrown in.
No, but I know.
And sometimes the most violent people ain't necessarily
the people that really get if you talk about getting protected on arrival, the people that really get protected the most are the Bacons,
the Peters. Yeah. You're right. How do you feel about that, Jupiter?
What do you mean?
How do you feel about the fact that the people who get the most
how do you feel
protection
about it?
Well, I'm asking you. So, how do you feel about the people?
I'm asking you. Why are you so interested in how I feel about it? Why do you think I would feel any different to you?
I'm just asking. I just wanted to know because obviously you said that.
Yeah. Why do you want to know though? Why are you so concerned?
Because you said a person who is in jail, their life is worth less than a person who's not in jail. That's what you said, right?
So, in the way that people value people in society, if you're a good person who's not committed a crime, yeah, you've not murdered anyone, you're not a paedophile, you're not a violent sex offender, all those kind of violence crimes that you do, a burglary with violence, all the rest of it.
Yeah.
You would be deemed as a better person if you haven't done any of that to somebody that has done all of that.
Yeah, by who?
Society, you mean?
Yeah, by society. Yeah.
In your eyes?
I think for the most part, yeah, I would agree with it. But I would always say that there's always going to be situations and people that sit outside of it.
Yeah, I understand. You have to pay attention to the what they call it, the impact. Yeah, the impact statement of the victim and what that person put them through. But often, some like higher profile crimes or crimes that carry a higher sentence, and maybe the sound of them sound worse, right? Like maybe a man that's in there for attempted murder, and on the outlook, it may seem that this guy that's just in for theft of a car is a better person. But this guy that's been in for theft of a car has done other things he's not been arrested for. He's into other things he's not been arrested for. And maybe even the consequence of him stealing that car was something you don't understand, like hit and runs, people can, like there's lots of impact.
These are all extenuating circumstances.
Hold on. 1 second, let me just finish this. Then the murderer, you might have a sit down with him and ask him what happened, and he tells you, yeah, this dude tried it on my daughter, or did this to my daughter, I ain't having it, I went round and I dealt with him. And I waited for
there's always going to be people that sit outside of that framework.
Right.
But the majority,
but
I had assumed,
the majority
told me
Jedi, those are very
people of the same
circumstances
category would have been in the same prison. That's what I had assumed. I had assumed that they wouldn't have put people that are...
No, because do you remember what happened in Feltham years back with the little Asian lad, right? And the dude that had like the swastika tattooed on his forehead.
Oh yeah, and he killed
him, right? And the brother just battered him to death overnight. The Asian dude was literally like 4 foot, mate.
Oh wow! But the thing is, was the Asian, was it on religious grounds that he had the tattoo, or was it because he was a Nazi?
No, it wasn't the Asian that had the tattoo. It was the white dude.
Oh, okay.
Because he was a Nazi and he killed him.
Yeah.
And he wasn't even supposed to be in there for that long.
Oh,
no.
God.
But that's what I'm saying. And
see, that's where I do know when it's remand they throw people in together. I know that much. But I mean, I was talking about people that have actually been found guilty. I assumed that they would have put them in.
Hold on 1 second, Jupiter. Are you one of those people who are of the belief that if you're found guilty, that means you definitely were?
No, I'm one of those people that believe that in the majority of cases, if you're found guilty, there's probably evidence to suggest you were.
Does that mean that you were, though?
What?
Huh?
Does that mean that you're guilty?
In the majority of cases, yeah, more than likely.
Nowadays,
okay, by what?
When it's high-profile cases,
now we've got a definitive answer.
Hold on.
Now we've got a definitive answer. 1 second, because I've got another question.
Unless you plead guilty, when it's something as high as murder, you would have had a jury, and for a jury to find you guilty, there has to be enough evidence. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not saying that there's not miscarriages of justice. I think there is miscarriages of justice, and I think
there's a lot of miscarriage of justice,
and there is also corruption, and which is why I wouldn't want the death penalty brought in. But
right.
You know,
I hear you. But then let's say for instance, then is the police, is that a corruption of the law?
What do you mean is the police a corruption of the law? In what way? Explain to me what you mean.
In the sense of when you're in a courtroom, when you're in a courtroom, if you're there because you've committed a crime, you're going to have a solicitor, right?
Yeah.
And the prosecution is going to have a solicitor too, right?
Yeah.
The prosecution is the solicitor.
No, the prosecutor is a solicitor for the other side. Yeah. And also there's going to be a judge who's presiding over the case. And these are all supposed to be individual parties, right? They're not supposed to be they're not supposed to be playing on the same team. Would you agree with that?
Did you say the solicitor and the judge don't play on the same team?
Your solicitor, the opposition solicitor, and the judge are not supposed to all be playing on the same team. Would you agree or disagree?
So to a large extent, yes, but not completely.
Yeah, they're supposed to be independent.
So are you saying they're not supposed to be independent then?
Well, everybody knows that the justice system over here, that they will, even before you go in the courtroom, they will have a sense of what the outcome's likely to be.
Yeah.
Why do you think that is?
They chat.
Why are they chatting?
Because the two solicitors and the judge will go in and have a briefing, and they'll put forward their arguments, what they're going to be arguing on, and what they're going to be putting forward, and they will debate and talk about it, and then if they can at that point come to an agreement that's suitable for the client,
you
might even find that the process stops there, because there's something that shouldn't be taken into account that is taken into account with our justice system, and that is cost.
Okay.
So if they can lessen the cost of it going through a huge trial, and they see that justice has been done, they will halt it at any stage.
The longer the case,
so it's all about making. So it's more about making. So it's more about making money than anything else. Now let me put something else in perspective.
It's about leveling up. It's about leveling up the money. The cost has got to be seen to be worth the level of justice.
All right. So it's about money. It's a business at the end of the day. So what I'm gonna say to you is this: technically,
everything's a business, though, in a commercialized world.
I know. Yeah, of course. Now, let me just break this down for you, so you can understand the point I'm trying to make.
You can't afford one. One is given to you for free.
If you could just relax a second anyway. If you put this in perspective, the judge, your solicitor, and the other solicitor are all supposed to be independent, right? We've said that. Are we agreed on that, or are we not agreed?
I said they are to a certain extent.
To what extent?
Well, I told you that before you go into the courtroom, the judge and the lawyers or solicitors, barristers actually, will sit down and they will discuss the case. If they can find a resolution that brings justice and is more cost effective, they will take that opportunity.
But are they independent? I'm not asking you that. I'm asking, are they independent entities?
They're supposed to be independent, yes, to a certain degree.
All right. All right, now we've agreed that they're supposed to be independent entities. If I can find that each one of these independent entities are all part of one institution, then that would make it a joint enterprise to some extent.
No, it wouldn't.
Yes, it would. If I can find that you're all part of, listen, if I can find that all three parties are part of one institution, then unfortunately it puts them all in the same basket. It means that they're all working together.
No. Joint enterprise is
hold on, 1 second.
Wait,
One
stop.
second.
Let me explain to you what joint enterprise is. No, you don't know what joint
they have vested. My brother, let me finish my sentence. You can let me finish my sentence. It means they have vested interest. But continue.
What joint enterprise means is, if you have a newspaper and then you own a train and then the train has a train crash, but your newspaper doesn't talk about it. It doesn't even bring it up. It
can't be considered a joint enterprise.
I'm talking about institution, brother.
Because
institution.
Everybody that's within the justice system must have the same goal, which is justice.
Okay, so therefore, how can your lawyer be on your side? Hold on, wait, Jupiter. How therefore can your lawyer be on your side?
Oh man, Shipper.
I asked Jupiter a question. Jupiter. Therefore, by what you just said, how can your lawyer be on your side? Because the paramount thing that he has to be interested in is justice. And therefore, him, the other solicitor, and the judge are now in cahoots because they're just trying to get justice. They don't care what you're saying. They don't care about your side or nothing.
No, Schiffer.
No, that's wrong, Schiffer. But listen, let me explain to you now what joint enterprise is. I'm going to break it down to 2 words. Joint means
I'm talking about institution, brother. Forget about joint enterprise. Stick to the institution, brother.
Because you're trying to back out. You're trying to run away. And I'm not going to let you run
stick
away.
to the institution, brother.
It's not
the institution.
It's not
yes, they are. They are one entity. They are one institution. The institution is the law institution, the bar. Yeah, that's what they are. They all take the bar. They're all part of the same institution, brother. They're all working together in cohorts.
No.
Yeah? So let's not lie about this. Be honest. Think about it. How can they not be?
When a barrister loses a case, it goes against them. Do you understand that? It goes against them. The more cases they win, stop. The more cases a barrister wins, is the better it looks for them. Yeah. The more good cases a solicitor passes on to the barrister, is the more they
Does he get paid either way?
Hold on.
Does he get paid either way?
Does he? No, he gets paid either way. But it goes. Wait. Stop. If he loses, stop. Schiffer, if it loses, it goes against him. It's a strike
against him.
Though,
don't he?
No, but
he gets paid, right?
No, but you must understand in the legal world, a strike against you is a big thing. You must understand when you lose it. Listen.
Yeah, even the judges don't want to get a verdict wrong because if they set a precedent and it backfires on them politically or in other ways, it could affect their career.
Exactly.
All right, let me ask you this question. To see how genuine you're really being. Yeah. When someone walks into a court now, yeah. Who hands the paper to the judge? Who hands the paperwork for the case to the judge?
Obviously, the clerk, the court clerk.
And where does that clerk get the paperwork from? Where's that paperwork coming from?
I don't know. You tell us, Schiffer, seeing as you work in a court.
It's coming from the prosecutor. The prosecutor is the one bringing the case.
It comes. They have to demonstrate both cases towards the judge.
Brother, listen, when the case is handed to the judge to call you before the court, the prosecutor is handing the case to the judge. What are you doing?
And so does the plaintiff.
No, the plaintiff ain't handing in shit. Don't lie.
What are you doing? What
are you talking about?
I know.
Why would you be handing the case to bring yourself to court? Why would you be doing that?
I was saying the prosecution has to hand their argument to the
but
judge.
I don't understand why that's relevant. It's a moot point. So
here's the thing.
The prosecution and the paperwork. What does that mean in your head, Schiffer?
The point I'm making is this: if the prosecution is the one bringing the case to the judge, then the judge is reliant upon the prosecutor for cases. Would that stand to be reasonable?
No. What?
No.
Go again. Say that again. Say that one again.
The judge is. So the judge is not reliant upon the prosecutor to bring him cases. He's not reliant upon.
The prosecution first brings it to the judge, and then the judge says, "Oh, yeah, this looks like it's viable. You can now take this to trial. We can now."
So he is reliant upon the prosecutor to bring him cases. Then
yes, he is.
There you so now we're in agreement.
Because the judge has to say that. Wait, stop. Because the judge has to say that it's okay if it's okay and worthy enough to bring it before him.
That would be the CPS.
No, brother.
So the judge is relying on the CPS to see if the case is worthy. The police are supposed to collect the evidence, and then they give it to the CPS. The CPS decide whether it's court worthy, and then then the prosecution take up the case, and then they present it to the judge.
CPS?
The CPS is the Crown Prosecution.
And what are they? What is their title? What do they do? What is their job? What is their
they're just the prosecutors. They're the prosecutors. They're the prosecutors.
Yeah. So the Crown Prosecution Service.
They're the prosecutors.
Have to decide whether it's court worthy. Yeah.
They are the lawyers for the police. Yeah.
But they're not actually relying on the Crown Prosecution Service. They're relying on the police gathering the evidence.
Yeah, and they take it to the Crown Prosecution. They say, okay,
no.
The police charge them. The police charge
is reliant upon the police.
To the Crown Prosecution.
The police charge if they think they've got enough evidence. They present it to the Crown Prosecution Service. The Crown Prosecution Service judge whether they think it would be court worthy.
It's that simple. Look, they will decide whether a case is court worthy based on the evidence provided to them by the police. Let's not make this complicated. Now, the fact of the matter is that means that judge is reliant upon prosecutor to bring him cases. Otherwise, judge, clerk, courthouse ain't eating food. So now we understand this is a business and it's more about the money.
No, because the CPS chuck out more cases than they actually allow to go forward.
Now we know that this is a business that is more about money than justice. What we have to do is we have to take into consideration the fact that the prosecutor is the one handing cases to the judge. So the judge is obviously going to be favorable to the prosecution because without them, he's got no case, he ain't got no job.
No, because they get paid. Wait, Jupiter, let me just crush him here. They get a salary. Do you understand? They're on a salary. They get paid regardless if they're in court or not. They get a salary. It's only the prosecutor. It's only the defendant has on paying from the client. The prosecution and the judge, they're on a salary. They're on a yearly salary. So whatever cases come to them, it's not about money for them because they're getting paid by the salary.
It's not even anything to do.
The
bottom line is the CPS.
30 grand.
They're on
a
evidence.
Salary. What's the salary?
And B, whether it's worth going to court over and wasting taxpayers' money on the court case.
No, they get paid. Jupiter, they get paid. How are you going to bring that
to the table and you don't know what the salary is?
It's not like they're not in court. When they're not in court, they don't get paid. They get paid anyway. That's the thing that you're not understanding. That's the thing.
How are you not going to know what the salaries are? How are you not going to know that? And if these are big salaries, then
okay, Shifter, how much do they get a year then? You tell us.
One second, brother.
Can you tell us how much it is?
What these salaries are?
No, we want to know. Yeah, we want to know, Shifter. How much is it?
I'm asking Emmanuel a question. Please relax.
No, but you said, how can we not know? So you know. So can you tell us how much it is?
Right, let's move forward, man. Let's move forward. Ask a question, Shift, man. Hurry up, man.
So, Emmanuel, how are you going to be bringing forward these people are on salaries like as if that's not a big thing and you don't know what those salaries are because those salaries could be a big thing. And then on top of that, like really and truthfully, what I would say to you is that certain institutions, are predominantly.
All right, no, you know what? You asked the question, man. Fuck off. That's a question. Emmanuel, go on.
Hold on, I'm going to Google it because.
I thought you'd take time as well.
What's the judge
that got them out of the way? What was you going to say? What was you saying?
No, so basically what I'm saying is that the CPS, they weigh up whether there's enough evidence, but also whether it's cost worthy. They don't like wasting the taxpayers' money because they've got so many court cases in the system.
Okay, I'm going to answer the question. A judge could earn from 90 to 270, 90 to 270 per year, depending on seniority. So,
was we talking about magistrates or just normal judges?
Just judges. I don't know.
I don't know what type of judges. Someone said that magistrates don't get paid. I don't know if that was relevant.
Of course they get paid.
Well, can you get that up for us, please, while you're looking?
Okay. Because it's on the UK government website.
You see, the thing is, Schiffer's premise is that the CPS have got a vested interest in prosecuting because it keeps the judge in cases and money. But actually, they have a vested interest in unblocking the system, actually, at the moment.
Okay, I've got the categories. I've got the categories. Here you go.
Okay, 1 second, please, brother.
Sorry.
The reason why I kind of maybe query that a little bit, Dupes, is because I understand that the court itself is a registered company, a trading company. It's a limited company, and it makes money. And most of the cases that are tried there are cases of revenue, right? So we're dealing with maritime law, we're dealing with revenue generation, and it does make sense that the judges, what did the judges do? You know what? Fine him. You know what? Court fees, legal fees, fine. They generate money.
Smaller crimes and things like that. I agree with you, JEDI.
Yeah, but that's the bread and butter of what courts are about.
They're administrative.
Every now and again, you get a murderer and a robber and a blah blah blah. Yeah. But mainly, it's about petty crimes or petty policy infringements and the enforcement of fines and other monetary means of punishment. Just generates money.
Yep.
So the police station is a limited company, the court's a limited company, and then the prison's a limited company. So even if you're sending people to jail, you're still generating more money for the.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
No, I'd agree with you on the fines and that, but not on the big cases because it costs a lot to bring in a jury and stuff.
Well, that's what you said. Cost.
Jury's paid for. That's what this is all generating. Yeah, people that look after the jury, they got a job.
Yeah.
Look, here's the breakdown.
The clerk's got a job. Everyone's got a job. The cafeteria's got a job. The security guard's got a job. Everyone's got a job. Everyone's getting paid off people breaking the law and getting arrested. And like I said, once they send you to jail, the money just keeps getting earned. How much a day do they get paid for a prisoner? Then you got the teachers, then you got the staff. Then, like it's
that's only if they're private prisons. If they're run by the state, actually, they're running at a loss.
They're not running at no loss, man. Stop that, man.
They are. That's why they've privatized a lot of them.
What are you talking about? No, they privatized them because they're good business. That's what it is,
they've
man.
Privatized them.
The Queen privatized them. The Queen, HMP. If it's HMP, it's still under the property of the Queen.
Not if they've got a private franchise.
Come on, man. Stop it, man.
The king now.
Or the king or whatever. You know what I mean? Like their crest will be on the prison, man. Like there's not many private prisons.
There's none in this
private prisons. Like I don't know what she's talking about. Like what's she doing, man?
There are private prisons.
So there are private prisons in this country.
Private
I know
hospitals.
exactly what I'm talking about.
No,
Parkhurst.
Prisons, bro.
Saying Parkhurst.
Not in this country.
Brother, what's wrong with you, man?
Yes, in this country.
There's private.
No, not in this country. That would be illegal.
There is,
bro. All right, look, man. There's no need to argue. You're on Google already. Google private prisons in the UK. List them out for us. Say you were wrong, and let's move on.
Okay. But if he needs to understand that he needs to take a step back and understand that
you got to work with the system, though.
There's salaries, that everyone has.
Yeah, everyone gets paid. Yes,
everyone gets paid. There's salaries, yearly salaries.
I noticed you didn't want to read out all of them salaries.
Sorry, but he was right about.
I did.
He was right about the CPS, though.
Huh?
He was right about the CPS.
You didn't read that, all of them. And the CPS, yeah, definitely. They're definitely in cahoots with the judge.
Because they're all got salary.
The whole court system is
it's an
designed
everyday
for
job.
paid.
It's an everyday job.
Exactly. So they're in cahoots.
Listen, that's not even why there's civil courts. Civil courts is like real money and more money, obvious money, debts that people owe each other and all of that. But when you get to court, you're getting charged 1/5 whether you got found guilty or not guilty. Yeah, and most cases, you're already found guilty before 9:30 in the morning before court starts. So work that out. You know what I mean? And these are administrators. These are not judges. These are people in high positions in their jobs that are doing it like voluntarily. The people who try to be judges are those barristers and blah blah blah. That's the higher echelon of that job. You know what I mean? So, like,
well, technically, the higher echelon of that job, technically, Maku, yeah, let's be honest, it's the clerk. The clerk is the guy running things. How many clerks do you know?
In the magistrates,
I don't know.
No, in the magistrates, there is no judge there, right? There is a judge that presides over them, like a district judge, but he's not present. Yeah, but they're just administrators. They're just there to collect money, like man said.
Maku,
and you don't need to be a genius, but if you're a school headmaster,
no, that's not true.
Sorry. If your normal job is a school headmaster, or you're, CEO of some company or something, these are the people that are trying to be magistrates. You know what I mean?
Do you know what?
They're not trying to get to be a judge by being a magistrate. It doesn't work like that. No, that's
but Maku, you see what I noticed though, yeah. When you go to court now, when I've been in court anyway, I've noticed this a good few times where it's just like it's been really noticeable. There's certain times where the judge don't even know all the details about the case. Who's he talking to now? He's talking to the clerk. He's asking them questions.
Yes. Because
the clerk, when he wants to know your address, when he wants to know what's going on, it's the clerk that's documenting everything. The clerk knows what's going on. Really,
he has the most.
He knows.
He's the highest person in the thing that knows about
He's
law.
the guy. That's what I'm saying. You're fooled into thinking the judge is the guy, but the judge is just there to retain the money.
There's no judges in magistrate court. Let's say if we're in the court with a judge, that's usually Crown Court, right?
Yeah, like that.
So Crown Court is different, like that's a different setup, but it's still all about the money. Like there's no doubt.
Magistrates will be free magistrates, innit? It'll be free magistrates, so there's no juries or nothing like that. And even in that situation, the clerk still knows everything.
No, the clerk is the highest person of law in the court. You're fucking right.
That's 100%. What I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Everyone.
No, listen. Don't do that to yourself, Jupiter. Trust me, us brothers, we know about a fucking courtroom. And the magistrates and a fucking Crown Court.
I'm telling you,
and a fucking High Court. Trust me, we've been all of them.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Why are you not saying this about the clerk? What do you mean by? Do you mean for the fact that the judge, they're there before and after the judge?
No, that.
And not only that, he's the one that knows all the details about the case.
He does.
No, the judge don't know something. Yeah. He's always asking the clerk. The clerk is the one documenting everything.
Yeah,
so technically, the clerk is the one running the case.
The clerk ain't the one documenting everything. That's the stenographer. But the clerk definitely knows the bits and bobs, handling the papers. Papers get handed to him or her.
And he breaks it down, and he's not as useful.
The clerk is the one with all the law books in front of him, if you notice.
Yeah, he's not as useful in the Crown Court. Because the level that
you're getting confused. So
one second, he's there.
The judge is right. The judge is the highest person in the court. They will understand the points of law,
but not
and the intricacies of the law. But the clerk will be asked for certain facts because they will know stuff. For example, if it was on a point of law on documents, it will be the judge will say. When did that person first sign the document? On what date? Can you check the date for me? The clerk will go and find out, and then they'll pass it on to the judge. And then judge can use the point of law. It doesn't fall under this jurisdiction or that jurisdiction.
Right.
It's the clerk
in the Crown Court. Sorry. In the Crown Court, as I said, his position is still the same, but it's not higher than the judge because the judge knows his thing. the barristers, the defense lawyers, they know their thing to the highest level. So it's all about points of law. So if I bring Archibalds as a lawyer, yeah, it goes through the clerk to the judge, who goes in the back and then sits down and does whatever with the clerk, you know what I mean, on points of law. But in the magistrates, yeah, like what Shif is saying, the clerk is the highest authority in that court. Do you get it?
Doesn't the clerk even review both sides of the argument before the judge gets to see it?
Are you hearing? No, because there's no judge in magistrate's court. It's not judges.
No,
not
in the magistrate.
No, I'm talking to the
magistrates, judges. Yes, they are.
Yeah.
No, those magistrates are exactly what they are. They're magistrate. They're administrators. They're just there to collect money. They don't know nothing about thing. That's why you need the clerk there to point them on points of law more than you would in a crown court. That's all I'm saying. Not that the clerk's position changes. It's just that in a magistrate's court, he's more powerful because he understands the law better, and he has to explain it to the magistrates. Then they have to go and confer in a room or whatever and come back with a guilty as usual.
Do you know what a judge is?
A game. A judge is different from a magistrate. That's what I'm trying to say.
Do you know what a judge used to be before they became that judge?
Tell us, Mason.
No, they
Top
were.
Mason.
They took the bar. Obviously, they must have been a solicitor or a barrister at some point.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So why does a clerk have to explain to them what they used to do before?
No, I said not.
What did the clerk do before?
I said sorry.
If you see a clerk and a judge go in the back room, it's because the judge has got something, a point of law that they want to clarify, and they get the clerk to go and get the information to bring it to them, so that they can work out what jurisdiction.
And that's correct.
It falls under.
And what is admissible and what is inadmissible. Yeah, that these things, these little things in the court.
No, that'd be down to the judge, not the clerk.
1 second, man. When they send out the jury, remember. And send out the public gallery, and all either the defendants are in the thing, the lawyers are there. Do you get what I'm saying? The clerk is there, and they're talking about points of law, right? That has nothing to do with the jury, and they're just dealing with what they're dealing with, right? In a crown court, as I said, the levels are different, right? But in a magistrates, you can understand why the clerk's there and why the clerk has more power, because these men are not judges.
The clerk doesn't have more power.
Oh my God! I'm saying
he knows more of the law. Yeah? You
don't understand.
Matthew, listen to what she said. She said if the judge needs to know a particular point of law, he's going to ask the clerk to go and get the information from him.
No.
So clearly the clerk knows more. What we doing?
That's not what I said. Right, I'm going to say it one more time for you because you can't understand.
The clerk is like the secretary for the judge. That's facts.
Yes, the judge will understand the points of law. The clerk will not, because they have not had the education or the experience.
No, the clerk will.
The clerk will be asked to go and gather the evidence at the behest of the judge.
But you can't analyze it. You can't even say it's admissible unless you know law. So the clerk always knows law.
The clerk does not have the decision to say it's admissible or not.
He doesn't have to make the decision. He just has to put it to the judge. What evidence have to filter? All evidence, all witness statements and everything has to go
they're
through
just an admin. They're just like a waitress, basically.
Right. But they're also a filtering system because they're that intelligent. Do you get what I'm saying? And that's their role. They're not just there to look pretty and sort out paperwork and then pass it to the judge. Nah.
That's
the magistrate,
that's down to the lawyers and
solicitors. But in the magistrate court,
solicitors understand the law. They're the ones that decide what they want to put as a prosecution or defense. The clerk is the one that just takes it from the solicitors to the judge. When you see them go into the back room, it's normally because something unusual has occurred and the judge wants to clarify a point that's involved in the documents or some of the circumstances that have come up to clarify something before they make their final decision.
Right.
It's not to confer with the clerk and say, what do you think? It's the judge who has the final
I don't think I think anyone said that, but you said that. You said he goes in the room with the thing. I didn't say that. No one else didn't say that. I know that the clerk is still outside and is the first person to tell everyone to stand up when the judge comes back in the room. Like, we know this. Like, this is simple. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
So yeah, they refer and blah blah blah, and they're the ones that lets everybody know what's going on. Yeah, that's the point. The person going to ask you for your address and all of that, it's the clerk. It's not the judge or the magistrates. But in the magistrates court, their capacity is slightly higher than in the actual high court or in the what do you call it, in the crown court. Sorry, you know what I mean? That's all I was trying to explain. In the magistrates court, they would have more power because they have more guidance and more judgment. Yeah. And if it goes left, hold on, if it goes left in the court, yeah, and the magistrates can't deal with it, then that's when the clerk will call the district judge, yeah, who governs over the magistrates court. That's why I'm saying there's no judge in the building. Yeah.
No,
if there is, it might be by chance. You know what I mean? He might be just moseying through.
That's
but he ain't sitting.
Where the only place where the clerk has quite a bit of sway is probably in the family courts when they're dealing with custodial issues or things like that, because 9 times out of 10, the clerk will look through all of the case and then put it forward to the judge what they recommend. But no, not in the magistrates. No.
Yeah, magistrates. That's not.
I wonder
no
who
judge.
would be happy if a clerk, if they knew.
Hold on, Jupa, did you listen to what you just said? Why would the clerk be putting across recommendations if he didn't know anything and he had no power? That don't make
I
sense.
said only in the family court. Did you hear what I just said?
Yeah, but
Listen,
that's not true. In the magistrate court, that's exactly what's going on.
Courts.
Yeah.
Doing.
No,
magistrates,
it's not.
high court,
It's
normal
not.
court.
It's
yes.
not.
I prove that it's not.
So when you go to a magistrate's court,
I'm
you
gonna
do not
Google it
have
now.
any
I'm gonna Google it
appointment
for
to
you.
sit
We'll
down
pull
with
it
the
up.
clerk.
Let's not
When you go
argue.
to a
Let's not
family
argue.
court, you will have an appointment where you go and sit down with the clerk, and they will liaise.
All right, fair enough. I'll pull it up for you. Don't worry.
Man, you turn up for court. Who do you see? Who do you have to speak to? It's the clerk. Everybody speaks to the clerk. Lawyers speak to the clerk. Everybody has to get their paperwork sorted out. Am I going to get paid later? They're not going to ask. One second, my brother. They're not going to ask the magistrate. And if they, you know what I mean? They're going to ask the judge. If you're in a judge situation, yeah, where there's a judge, jury, and clerks and all of that, even certain paperwork, they'll be like, oh, am I getting, should I hand my paperwork at the end of the day? Because it seems like this case is running on past certain hours and blah, blah, blah. A man will say, yeah, go and talk to the clerk about that. The clerk will say, yeah. Send your papers over to me right now, yeah? All right, safe. Well, yeah, and then make sure when I give them back to you, you hand them into the office outside of the court. Like, we see all these things all the time, bros. It's just about money dealings, paperwork, and all of that. And me who's been a solicitor's clerk when I first left school, I do know what I'm talking about when it comes to the courtroom.
No,
what, so you thought you were the most important person in the fucking courtroom? No wonder.
Clerks are just dog
I said
bodies.
I'm a solicitor.
Paperwork.
I was a solicitor's clerk. That's me. I was a solicitor's clerk, not a court clerk. Yeah, I didn't say that. So I'm seeing stuff. I'm the dog's body. I'm the one running around and listening to the solicitor, what he wants me to do or pass on or talk to the defendant inside the, you know what I mean? Like, these are early days things. These things you would go to a police station and ask if a man's getting bail or not, and then report that message back to the solicitor. You know what I mean? Like, this is a low level stuff, but I'm saying, like, man has been frequent to chambers and all of these type of things. So we know how the court system runs before I was on the other side of it. Do you get it? So that's what I'm trying to say. Like,
well,
I know how the court
it
system
might have been
runs.
like that years ago, but it ain't like that now.
I hear you, but the clerk and the thing, nothing's changed. The CPS ain't changed. Nothing's changed. Magistrates are still magistrates and judges are still judges. So I don't know what you're trying to tell me. And we've had family matters in the high court. Yeah. And for you to go in and see the judge, and even to you to hire a lawyer, it's bucks, money. People are getting $1,400 a day, yeah, in the high court as a lawyer. Like, yeah, you have to go to the office.
No one's
make sure that man get
the
paid.
court cases are
like,
not costly.
please.
What I'm disputing is that the clerk is not the highest person in the courtroom.
Not in the magistrate's court. Yes, he is. In the court.
Well, I think we're going to have to agree to disagree because I don't believe that.
But they're not the same, are they? Crown Court is proper, where you got judges and jury and everything, right? All the legal teams are in there, right? In the magistrates court, it's not the same. Yeah, that's all.
In a magistrates court, you still get questions.
Dealing with
the
magistrates.
Judges are still sitting in the process.
I'm saying
and
magistrates.
They still have the say. The magistrates.
Go and look if they are judges. They're not judges. So I don't know why
they're still higher. They're still the ones that decide higher than the clerk. The clerk is not the highest in the court.
the clerk is the one that is going to advise them on what decision to make. So yes, the clerk is the knowledge of the law. He has the knowledge of the law. What are you talking about? Not true. When the fucking magistrate is a school teacher or school headmaster. What are you telling me that he knows more than the clerk who studied law? And you know what I mean? Like, what are you telling me? Are you being really serious, Jupiter? Come on, man. Stop all the nonsense. A judge is a seasoned.
Serious.
No, I mean a judge is something different, and is a seasoned professional, and is the highest of that order, right? That's the facts, right?
The clerk is the lowest of the low.
Oh my God, you're not listening, man.
It's the very bottom of that whole.
You're not listening, man.
Can I get the
what's file? But I'm saying the magistrates, please, man. A magistrate and a judge is different, man.
A clerk is virtually nothing. It's just someone who hands out paperwork. Pass me the paperwork. That's it.
Right, bro, rather than us just shouting stuff, I'm going to say the same thing to you that I said to Khan earlier. Like, read the screen. Yeah, so look at this now. It says, the court clerk sits at the front of the court, yeah, and prepares the laptops, screens that are used to present the evidence during the trial. They read the formal charges to the court, yeah, and take oaths from members of the jury. They also make notes during the trial, yeah. The court clerk wears a black gown. Now, do you know why I wanted to show you this first, yeah?
So what does that do? What does that mean?
No, one second. The reason I wanted
have patience, man. Let the man talk, man. Have patience, man.
The reason I wanted to show you this first, yeah, is because watch this. If I Google it and I go on Google, watch this. The first thing that comes up, it says, what is the role of the court clerk UK? The court clerk sits at the front of the court and prepares laptop screens, whatever, blah, blah, blah. They read the formal charges to the court and take oaths from members of the jury. They also make notes during the trial. All right. But this is the wrong bit. It was another bit. Yeah, here we go. It says, copies, sorts, files, records related to office activities, business transactions, and other matters. They prepare letters, memos, forms, reports according to written or verbal instruction. They sort incoming mail, deliveries. So even though it's giving us a brief description in that HTMS, whatever it is, court CTS courts thing here, it's not telling us all of the powers and the roles of the clerk, what it actually does. Now, what Maku said, yeah, he said that they're going to sort out everyone who gets paid. They're going to make sure everyone gets paid. Look what it says there. Business transactions, brother.
That's the administration.
What is the purpose of a clerk?
All of those roles that you've just told us are admin roles.
So what? All right, look at the judge's role. Let's go back to the judge's role now. So you told me this ain't an admin too, then, because this is a bit silly what you're saying.
Okay, we do magistrates as well.
Yeah, we can do that as well. I suppose I'll look for that one too. But
you gotta take that L. You gotta take that L there.
I just saw it there. I just saw it.
You gotta take that L though. You have to understand there's an
L.
No,
the judge. The judge. Oh, listen. This is all the judge does. There, the judge don't do much. The judge oversees the trial and makes sure everyone involved is given the opportunity to present their case fairly. So the judge ain't doing nothing other than playing Big Brother and making sure everyone's playing fair.
Yeah, so who's got the power? Who's got the last say? He oversees. What does that mean?
At the end of the trial, the judge will explain the law and summarize the facts of the case for the jury. If the jury decides that the defendant is guilty, the judge will consider an appropriate sentence, which will have to be within the guidelines of the law. So the judge ain't really deciding on the sentence. He's just going by previous sentences. Yeah. And if it's a case where this is a new type of If it's a case where this is a new type of case where we've never had a sentence like this before, that's the only time a judge is actually really doing any work. That's the only time he's actually using his brain.
Overseer for the whole
trial. I think. Sorry. Like people are being very.
Sorry for you, Schiffer.
Sorry. I think people are being very disingenuous. As I said, the role of a clerk in the what do you call it? In the magistrates, and the role of the clerk in the what do you call it? Crown Court. Yeah, they're two different roles, and I'm saying that it seems like the same role, but in the magistrates, yeah, he's also giving points of law. So when I come into court and I say, "Oh, common law jurisdiction," do you think that a magistrate even speaks to me? No, this has to be commuted from me to the clerk, from the clerk to the magistrates, to explain to them what law I'm asking for to be used in the court today. Like, bro, this is plain and simple. So I'm saying in a thank you, but it's also legal. Yeah. Remember, it's not lawful that they're dealing with. They're not dealing with the law. Hold on, but they're dealing with legality. So the clerk knows exactly what laws, what points, what all sorts to tell the magistrates, so that they can confer and decide if the person is guilty or not guilty. Because it's not the same as a judge. The judge doesn't need all that, right? He just needs the information.
Read the screen.
Oh, go on.
Yeah, Jupiter, read the screen, man. Like Maku's explained it to you quite eloquently. So if you could just read the screen now and stop making up noise and just getting into a hissy fit, that would really be appreciated. Or I can read it for you if you like.
Just hand it out more.
So first of all, I want to address something.
Just quickly.
I'm going to read the screen. Magistrates are trained volunteer members of the local community who make decisions in criminal and family cases in magistrates' courts and the family court. The most complex cases in magistrates' courts are heard by a district judge. Because guess what?
Game over.
That level.
Game
they ain't got
over.
them levels to handle them cases.
I told you. There's always a district judge. Hold on, floating about. Yeah, so it's not hard for them to pick up the phone, the clerk to pick up the phone and get a district judge to either come down, yeah, and officiate over a case that's getting a bit sticky and a bit out of control. Like these, my brother.
You said that the clerk was the highest.
Yes, sir.
In a courtroom.
Because
sorry, Mackie, you're wrong.
In a magistrate, in a magistrate's court,
the clerk is the highest.
In a crown court. And you lot were being what are you doing, man? Please.
Why would they need?
How is a bunch of man?
Complex
You're not listening. You're not listening.
Were the highest.
You're not listening.
No, you're not listening.
Right. The highest of all is the judge, right? Right.
Yes. Yes.
Right now, no. District judge sits in the magistrates. It's a floating thing. They float around where they're needed, and in certain cases they will be needed, right? And I gave you an example of a case I was in, and this actually happened because the magistrates got sacked. Yeah, they had to go and sit down in that back room because they're nothing more than administrators. We know the game's up. If you know the game, 1 second. Right? And I'm saying the clerk is there to deal with points of law. I just gave you an example. If you go into the court, yeah, magistrate's court, yeah, and say, I claim common law jurisdiction, the judges or the magistrates will not hear you. They're not hearing you. The person that hears you is the clerk. The clerk knows the most of the law because these people are volunteers. They're not lawyers. They're not barristers. They're not nothing. Other than teachers and all of this type of thing. I explained these things from the beginning. How dumb are you? Yeah. This judge and magistrate are not the same thing. Clearly. And then I'm telling you that over the magistrate's court is a district judge. Like, how do you not getting this?
Yeah, but your original argument, Maku, was that the clerk is above the magistrate, but that's not the case. A magistrate is trained unto what is relevant for the magistrate's to be prosecuting, but the clerk is not. Clerk is a cleric. They do clerical duties, administrative duties.
Right.
They don't do
And so does
any
the magistrate.
legal stuff. You can be a cleric with certain training. You get qualified, but you don't pass the bar. You have no legal recognition. You have no real formal training except for what they give you.
So I'm saying is that sorry, no.
High in the land, the
Yeah,
highest
but
form in the magistrates.
No one said that. You see what I'm saying? Like, you better listen to the conversation. You look so
you
stupid.
said the clerk was the highest in the magistrates.
I'm saying in the magistrates court. Hold on. In the magistrates court, yeah, who knows the most about the law? Is it the magistrates or is it the clerk?
The magistrates.
It'd be the magistrate.
How? Explain how.
Judge, then the magistrate.
How? Explain how a volunteer, yeah, who is only there to officiate on points of money. Hold on, it's about money, right? This is about money. This is not about law. This is not about legal. This is not about thing. The person who
it is, Macu, they're trained. They're trained on the law. They have to be trained in order to make decisions on what can go through their courts, what can go up to Crown Court, what needs to be referred to what. These are the decisions that they make, and they are the only ones that can make those decisions and make orders based on those decisions.
They're not. They're advised. 1 second. They're advised as normal. Yeah. By the clerk, because the clerk knows the law exactly.
No,
they're not
advised. They're not advised by the clerk.
Does not know the law.
What do you mean?
The clerk does not know the law.
What do you mean? The clerk of the court does not know the law. Are you all right?
Not to the same extent as the magistrates. No.
What?
Although it's advantageous.
How?
I'm explaining to you.
Is it a judge?
Macu, I'm explaining to you. Now, it's advantageous for them to come from some form of degree with some type of legal background, like criminology, etc., etc. But what you'll often find is the majority of clerks have business management in their degrees. Then they get trained onto what they need to do. The most legal thing a clerk is doing is collating evidence and making sure it's all in order, and subpoenas, which are signed off and ratified by judges. They have no legal knowledge. They're going by templates and things like that. They're not any form legally qualified.
You just chatting shit, brother. Like, what are you talking about? Like, hold on. I gave you an example of a case that I was in, right? And I used my abilities to say, listen, I know what I need to say to the magistrates. I know when coming in announcing my position, who I'm talking to. I'm not talking to the magistrates. I'm talking to the clerk of the court. That I'm watching the clerk explain to the magistrates. Yeah, because I know how the system works, my brother. Yeah, and then when hold on, and when the magistrates got fired, sacked, yeah, had to leave, get up and leave their position. They got up once, left, came back, got up again, left, come back, only because I asked them for their oath. Theirs is weak. There's trust me, right? So I'm telling you, fam, yeah. Then the clerk rang for the district judge.
Yes, right? Because they're a PA.
Right. Hold on, my brother. I didn't. No one ain't saying that's not the case. What are we doing?
You said that it's not the case.
Administrative. No, hold on. They are
you went to the clerk, who's the admin. The admin took it to the magistrates. The magistrates went out of the room, and then they came back, and then they took it to the higher source. But the fact that the clerk has to explain it to the magistrates tells you that the clerk is under and subordinate to the magistrates. The magistrates are subordinate to the judge.
You're not saying, bruv. I'm saying, listen, the clerk is subordinate to the judge in all respects. Yeah, I'm saying that's a fact. There's no problem there. Yeah, where we're talking the magistrates now, volunteers. This is an insult to anyone who studied the bar or who's trying to aspire to become a judge at some point, right? So we have to look at this, how the system of the court works. Yeah, and I'm telling you for a fact. Yeah, ain't nobody in that court know more law, yeah, than the clerk. Yeah, especially 1 second, especially when we're talking about magistrates court. We're not talking about Crown Court. When we talk about Crown Court, the clerk falls into the clerk's position. Facts. Yeah. But in a magistrate's court, as demonstrated, as witnessed and thing by myself, yeah, I know who has the power, right? And as I said from the beginning,
this is not the
there is no judge sitting in a magistrate's court, but officiating over all of it is a district judge. So like I've got everything correct,
you said
bro.
from the beginning that the
My
clerk
brother,
was the highest in the magistrate's
my brother,
court, and they're
I
not.
didn't. I said the district judge is the highest. Yeah, but he doesn't sit in the court. How dumb are you? Like, please, this is common sense, bruv.
I don't know why you've done this, because you did say that the clerk was
It
the
doesn't
highest
make
in the courtroom.
Matthew, you did. You said that. You said
in
that
the magistrate's
clerk was
court.
the highest
In the magistrate's court. Thank you.
You said
so, that's
you
fine.
said that
I'm not moving from that. Like, what are we doing?
They're not.
I'm not moving from that.
Magistrate's court.
I'm not moving from that position, my brother.
You can be stubborn as you want to. It doesn't make you right.
Hello.
Yeah, right though, Mike.
It doesn't make you right.
You're bugging it a bit, bro.
I said I'm not moving from that position, though, brother.
Yeah, I hear you.
Come on.
I hear you. I heard you.
Not you.
To be honest, I heard you say both, bro. I just keep it 100%.
Yeah.
I heard you say that they're the highest in the court, and then like quickly after that, you clarified the highest in the magistrate court. So I say that, but if people didn't hear you say the magistrate bit, they're right. But if people, but you saying you said the magistrate bit, you're also right. So you clarified what you meant, but you did say both. Well, you know.
But as I said, I kept on thinking they magistrates and crown court. Now, when it comes to magistrates and crown court, they're two different things, right? Because in a crown court, you have judges. In a magistrate court, you have administrators, magistrates. So their role and their original job. And no. What you're trying to convince me is that somehow these people from their normal jobs and high positions in their careers have studied law to a certain extent more than a clerk.
They're trained. They are trained to a degree that is seen as acceptable.
But it's not as much high as
acceptable to enable them to pass the judgment legally.
But it's not as high as the clerk, as I said. The clerk is going to give you 1 second.
It's higher than the clerk.
What? No, not their decision making. I'm talking about law, like what they know about the law. The
clerk is not legally trained in any court. Magistrates, crown, Old Bailey, none of it.
It don't even make no sense, bro. Yeah. How can you say they're not trained, but they're going to collect evidence, they're going to show screens, they're going to do all sorts, bro? That's ridiculous, bro.
They're PAs.
They got to take notes on the case.
If you have a secretary,
but PA knows rules.
Hold on.
Yeah.
If you have a secretary,
and
you tell your secretary, bring up this Excel spreadsheet and go over this and click this button, so we go through the spreadsheet. Does that mean that they know more on the spreadsheet you created? Or does that mean that they're just doing what you're telling them to do? They're trained to do certain things, but they are not trained within the law. Otherwise, they would be having a lot wider remit, and they'd be able to cast judgments. They'd be able to do certain things. They cannot advise you, the judge, the prosecutor. They cannot do any of that. If the court says, "Oh, I need this book," they'll know where the book is kept because they're administrators. They're clerics. They're clerical. That's what the word comes from, cleric. They are a clerical.
It's like having a magician's assistant.
So they're well read. Hold on.
Magic. The assistant just assists him.
I feel like you lot are being disingenuous or you haven't been to court, because that's the only other way I can see it. Because I don't understand what you're trying to convince me of on written when I've been in the courts. I've exercised these things, and it only works because the system is the way it is. Like, I don't understand. Like, that's not stubborn. That's just, something I've done. You don't do these things. You don't go into court. Guilty? 1 second. You don't go into court and because they couldn't.
Sorry.
They couldn't establish jurisdiction.
Listen. One thing none of you lot did was think, let me just go and pull up the job description. Schiffer brought up a brief one, but I feel like that was very superficial. Didn't really go into it.
Yeah, it's quite vague, and this is on their main website as well.
So here's Mezzo saying, I'm assuming he's highlighting a clerk's roles. Big up man like Mezzo. Sometimes you lot got rather than just argue back and forth, just You know what I mean? So it goes explaining points of law and legal procedures to the magistrate, assisting with judicial decision making using a formal method, liaising effectively with the other court staff members, including the Judiciary Council, jury officer, and usher, producing written records of court judgments. That's the responsibility of a clerk. So anybody that thinks that they ain't gonna be no training to be able to do that or to write legal documents in the court, I don't know. That doesn't seem realistic.
I don't think that's the argument, Jedi. Everyone said that they.
Yeah, that weren't the argument though.
They.
No, but I did hear that the clerk. No, it was the Raheem said that the clerk has no legal training, right?
Yeah, that's not legal training. They get trained, but they have no legal training. They do not go through a bar. They do not do.
No one said the bar.
And I also said that is very advantageous.
Listen. Someone whose job is to explain points of law and legal procedures to the magistrates. You can't tell me they don't have legal training.
They don't have legal training. Look it up. Look it up, brother.
This doesn't make sense, bro.
It's not legal training. They have no formal legal training.
Sorry, Glenn. Sorry, you're getting very hyped, and I think it's just your wording, because
you got it wrong.
You're talking about, like, did they go to law school? Are they undergrad? Had they passed the bar? We're not answering that.
So, as I said at the beginning of it,
so what is legal training? Legal training is training in matters of law or legality.
Yes, right.
So, are they trained to understand, decipher, and even advise on legal matters? They'd have to be competent in order to hold that position. To assume they had no training in legal matters, I think, would be folly. No one's asked them whether they've passed the bar or whether they are.
Yeah, but that's not what the argument was. Maku said.
This is what wait, 1 second. Don't move the goalpost. This is what me and Raheem are contending right now, right this very second. Do they have legal training? And when Raheem says they don't, what does he mean by that?
So, as I've explained, they are not. They will have things which are advantageous, like criminology degrees and business management degrees, all of that type of stuff. But they will not be.
From you got a criminology degree, are you legally trained? Do you have any training in legalities?
Say it again.
So you can have a degree in criminality but not be legally trained. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. Yeah, you can. You're not formally legally trained.
Why do you keep saying formally legally trained?
Because you can informally.
That's not going to work with me, bro.
You can informally. I'm explaining it. You can informally find out, look up, and research all of these things to do with passing the bar, but not be legally recognized. So they're formally trained. That's what.
Okay, so my sister was a court clerk. You don't have to have any law degree or anything trained in the law to work there. They will train you on the job. Yes,
they'll train you on the job. So how do you advise magistrates on legal procedures?
It's written down. It's all written down.
Because they can ask you, can you
go advise you mean read to them then?
Assisting the judicial decision, right?
I'm going, Jack.
Screen share, please. Screen share.
Hold on. That sounds like everybody's reading into that like, oh, this is some big thing. They're sitting there and they're saying with the judge. What I think we should do is we should find him guilty. No. Assisting with judicial decision means bringing the evidence for the judge to preside over.
Right. And then also assisting with judicial decision would be maybe looking up an act or looking up for something to be clarified in the court, right?
Exactly that.
They might say, the judge might say to them, "Can you go and get me the court papers for I don't know, Smith versus
yeah. Okay, we're in agreement now. We've reached.
I'm feeling like I'm the clerk right now because look what I just put on the screen. Does anyone want to read it, or would you like me to read it for you?
Just read it, bro. Don't even ask again. Just read.
Okay, Canon 2375. This is Canon Deus Positivium, Canons of Positive Law. This is what your law, Roman law, is based on. I'll show you that part after if you don't believe me. In accordance with these canons and the sacred covenant Pactum de Singularis Calum, and as penalty for the historic perfidy, no person who is a member of the Bar Association is permitted to hold any position at law, including judge, magistrate, barrister, attorney, lawyer, and guess who? Clerk or assistant. Raheem. Here they are.
What was that?
Raheem?
Hold on.
Raheem, you like to be sure about a lot of things, you know, with chess. I know.
Go on. What was it? What was said? Sorry. Hold on. Sorry, I can't.
What's the point?
What do you mean? What's the point?
I didn't say what was the point. I said what was said. I can't hear. I was putting my dog into the car. I wasn't paying attention.
That was a good one. Should I read it again?
Go on, say it again. Say it again.
Hold on. Let me read it. In accordance with the canons and the sacred covenant pactum de singularis calium, and as penalty for the historic perfidy. Can we find out what perfidy is, please?
Perfidy.
I'd like to know what all of those words are.
Perfidy. What's that?
All right, hold on. It's in there. Let's go up to perfidy. Let me go back.
What is this from? First of all, what is this document part of?
I just told you, this is where your laws come from. I've lost it now, innit? I just fucked up. Oh, shit. Where's it going?
Is this something to do with the
I don't know
Romans?
if you can do function button F and it will pull up a search bar where you can put perfidy in. Yeah. Control Windows S.
Let me go.
What document is this?
You hear me? Did you hear me, bro?
Canonical laws. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah. Say that again.
Try command
2, 3, 4, 5. They're saying in the chat it was.
Hold on.
Command 2, 3, 4, 5. It was, isn't it? Oh, no. It's cool. It's just literally below me.
It's 2375, and canon law is for Catholic churches. It's nothing to do with the magistrate.
That's why I'm asking what it's to do with
the English legal system. So why you're bringing that and then telling me about I'm an idiot? It's like you're the idiot because you don't know the difference between canonical law and that's to do with priests in the Catholic Church.
Okay.
Exactly. Let me just say, I don't know if you noticed that verse that you read with the perfidy said
here we go.
That nobody that is practicing this canon, blah, 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 is allowed to be a judge, allowed to be a clerk, allowed to be... I don't know if you noticed that.
Right. Brother, here we go. Look, perfidy. Perfidy is the deliberately deceitful act of falsely making a promise, a vow, or oath for the purpose of gaining proximity and trust in order to undertake an act of treachery and great injury.
Do you want me to spell that out to you for simplicity?
Hold on.
Let me just explain.
Hold on.
Everyone's excited. Everyone's excited, and people that just shout out are gonna get drowned out because they're trying not to be like, you know what I mean?
Jedi.
Yeah. All right. So Shifa, do you want to land? And then I feel like Emmanuel and Raheem both got stuff to address.
Yeah, I'll just read through the rest of these acts in perfidy because that was the end of what I was reading. Sorry, Jedi. What I was actually reading was the end of perfidy, just to show you that clerks are seen as people who've taken the bar. Yeah. Now, this is the entire perfidy now. So we're going into the entire thing. So we read the first bit. It says, perfidy is one of the most heinous acts against the law and society in that a person deliberately uses the good faith and trust of others against them, thus creating confusion, further mistrust, and turmoil. Of all the persons and inferior juridic persons that have existed, there exist two classes of persons who have consistently demonstrated continuous acts of perfidy against virtually every society and community with apparent immunity within the framework of inferior Roman law. The banking class, and he wants to mess it up, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. Let's carry on. I don't know, man. I'm not.
It's the Mason in him. So I'll read it again just for the Mason. Of all the persons and inferior juridic persons that have existed, there exist two classes of persons who have consistently demonstrated continued acts of perfidy against virtually every society and community with apparent immunity within the framework of inferior Roman law: the banking class and the bar association. The banking class of families sharing a long history of creating, owning, and controlling financial institutions are the single greatest source of acts of perfidy than every other class of professionals and persons combined, excluding the bar association. As a result, this banking class, sharing common ancestry and cultural heritage, have been responsible for more wars, genocides, recessions, depressions, and global misery than the worst dictators of history. Second to the banking class of families, the bar association is the second greatest source of acts of perfidy, usually working closely in support with the banking class. Hence why courts are all about money. So it says, in accordance with these canons and the sacred covenant Panctum Disangularis Calum, and as penalty for the historic perfidy, no person whose father, grandfather, or great-grandfather was a major shareholder of a bank is permitted to hold any position of any financial institution, nor may any of their family be involved in banking for 7 generations that follow. In accordance with these canons and the sacred covenant Panctum Disangularis Calum, and as penalty for their historic perfidy, no person who is a member of the bar association is permitted to hold a position at law, including judge, magistrate, barrister, attorney, lawyer, clerk, or assistant.
Okay, that's right. So, supposing that that's all
no,
true,
Jupiter, if we can go in the.
I want to know what jurisdiction that falls under.
Yeah, I was going to go into that.
Hi, JEDI. How are you? Can you hear me?
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, so
fire away, guys. We're listening.
This is to do with Catholic law. This is nothing to do with our judicial system. Otherwise, the whole conversation that we've had is moot, because it shows that no one in any position that we've mentioned as a professional is supposed to be in there, because they're not allowed to, because the bar association is a form of perfidy. This is to do with who can be practicing Catholic law and who is able to initiate what they would have as Catholic judgments. So this is in canonical law is not the same as UK law, US law.
Right? Do you understand? Law, do you understand that you can't? Do you understand that you can't be of the canonical law society if you are a clerk?
Yeah. Yes. 100%.
And you understand the reason why that document is saying you can't? Because you are associated, you are past the bar or an associate of the bar.
Sorry, I can't hear you. I'm driving and I can't hear you.
Yeah, that would be true. So the clerks would fall into associates. Yeah.
Well, I would assume that.
I don't understand what Schiffer's point was, though.
No, the point was
Schiffer just
that in that document it shows the associate. It shows that clerks are considered to be part of the bar or an associate of the bar.
Associates, yeah.
Now, can I say how that works in practice? Is that
to be an associate of the bar, you still are saying that there's going to be no legal training to be an associate of the bar that advises magistrates.
I can be an associate of a policeman. Doesn't mean I'm trained to be a policeman.
Yeah, but the policeman and the bar is different. You could never be an associate. An official associate of the Met, could you?
Baba, can I just clarify?
Yeah,
it didn't say associate of the bar. It said anyone who has taken the bar. Yeah, Baba, it didn't say associate. It said anyone who has taken the bar. So it's not an associate. It's someone who's taken the bar.
Yeah, but the clerks ain't taken the bar, though, have they?
Yeah, according to that.
No, they haven't.
The bar, so they can't be in. They can't be part of it.
No, they haven't. They haven't, Schiffer.
That's what you're. Maybe that's what you're led to believe.
Yeah, I don't know about that, Schiffer, honestly.
I could. Do you know what?
They're not required to pass the bar exam. They're not.
No, they're not. So let me just go through this.
Yeah, they just.
I believe this is misdirection.
They are just authorized to arbitrate.
I believe this is a course of misdirection for two reasons. One, because like I said, I'm going to now go into showing you that the laws that we're living under now are reliant upon the laws I was showing you previously.
All right, no problem. But can we move?
Roman law is Catholic. It's Catholic law.
We're not relying on the Catholic laws because if we were, the people that are serving our justice system wouldn't be in the positions that they're in.
We're going
sorry, MJ. One second. Sorry, guys. Can we just wrap up this thread of the argument about the clerks and the bar, please? Can we agree that the clerks have not and are not required to pass the bar? Thank you. Let's move forward.
This is 100% true.
Yeah.
You're right, Jedi.
What?
I would agree according to the source that MJ showed. I would agree according to that.
Argument, but this was an argument we held for about 15 minutes. So moving on without acknowledging what the outcome was is kind of counterproductive. So I just wanted to point out that no, we've established, even though some of you knew from the beginning or whatever, we've established that to be a clerk, you don't have to pass the bar, right? So let's move on. All right, cool.
This ain't needed then.
Yeah.
Right.
So yeah, as I said, we understand that they give advice, especially in magistrates' court. Yeah,
they're not the highest in the court though,
and they have no authority.
No one says that they got authority. I don't think
make
anyone
decisions.
I don't think
that's what you guys are saying though.
I'm saying, hold on, man.
When I return, I'll show you why. I'll show you the evidence as to why.
More articulately and taking time when we word our stuff avoids these petty arguments, because I feel like your point could have been made, Slats, without you saying that they were the highest in the magistrates.
As I said, I gave them examples.
Cool.
Yeah. I just feel that they're just clinging on to things that don't even make
I agree with Sniper as well. I actually agree with Sniper on that point, and I'm going to affirm it with some evidence shortly. Just give me about 5 minutes.
As I said, in the Crown Court, we know that the clerk
judges
are their position. Yeah, man, it is. And even in the magistrate court, where there are no judges, where there are no judges, the district judge,
another judge as well.
Rules over.
You didn't even mention something else.
Well,
you got the district judge. You also got what they called the recorder. Is he not called the recorder?
That's in the court, you mean?
Yeah. But I don't think they're in magistrates, are they?
That's part of the clerk's job.
All right, maybe I can finish the sentence. That's a type of judge that does what you're describing the magistrate judge to do, which is he goes and sits in different court. He does circuits. And if you sit in front of the recorder, you are pissed. You know why? Because everywhere he goes, you go. Right? So I got dragged from Croydon Magistrates Court to Maidstones Magistrate Court, following the recorder round. He took a special interest in my case. He was there at the first hearing and said, mark this one down on my list. And I had to follow him around.
Mad.
Yeah. It was a
so can I ask you a question, Maku? Did you was you meaning to articulate that the clerk has a very important position? It might not the highest in the court, but without the clerk, the court wouldn't be able to run because they're the one that liaise between all the sections. Is that what you're trying to say?
Facts.
Yeah.
That's what I said.
Okay, on that I can agree with you.
Right. So when I'm making a statement of law to presenting it to the court, I'm not talking to no magistrate. I'm talking to the clerk, and the clerk from then turns and explains it to the magistrates. Yeah. So this is where it's clear that one person knows the full extent of what I'm talking about, and the other people don't. And now, what Schiffer is saying, where that comes into play, is when I ask the magistrates themselves for their oath. This is what's causing them to be quiet, not say nothing, because they don't want to be involved in the conspiracy and be caught in what was it called? Pergamy or what? All right, they didn't want to get caught in that, so they got up and left. Yeah, because the game is up. Hold on 1 second, brother. We know that the game is up. Like, this is a public but private thing that's going on. Yeah, in these circumstances, as I said, it's not about showing off that you know law and and you know your rights and you're trying to be sovereign. That's not the game. The game is let them know what laws you want to be used in the court, because we're not going to use that commercial law today. Sorry, throw that in the bin. Yeah, I've claimed common law jurisdiction. I know your oath is under common law. So really, you're supposed to be but you can't do the oath because you're not a judge. You're an administrator. So the game's up. So you're not going to say, yes, oh, yes, I know I did my oath. I took my oath this morning and blah, blah, blah. You're not going to do any of that. Procedure says get up, go into the back room, hope this guy calms down and stops exposing the thing and come back and sit down again. I ask you for your oath again. Yeah, the clerk is trying to talk to me. It's the clerk who's trying to talk to me. Oh, what's your address? What's your... Don't talk to me, blood. What's your oath, magistrates? Yeah? Because when it is a judge, then it's not your honor, it's my honor. So there's different processes in this game. You know what I mean? Like you play in the courts. But I'm telling you, I sacked some magistrates, and the only person left above me in the court, because I claim to be the highest person, authority in the court, is the clerk. The clerk's smart. The clerk rang around for the judge. Do you get it? And the judge had to come and then make a decision and blah, 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 because there was no one to make no decision because the magistrates had been sacked. We got the audience there. We got the people in the gallery. Sorry, we got the security guy. We got me. Everybody standing there. I'm standing there. The clerk's there. Yeah, this is real life shit. The person taking the minutes is there. But where's the magistrates?
Matthew,
so that's what I'm saying.
Back.
That's what I say in the magistrate's court. Yeah, it seems to me the person, yeah, after you sack the magistrate, yeah, is the clerk. But the clerk is the most wise when it comes to points of law. Do you get what I'm saying? And I noticed that in many cases where, yeah, the magistrates have to refer to the clerk. They have their little talk, or all of them will go in the back. You know what I mean? 1 second, and then in the Crown Court, yeah, that's like solicitor stuff, Archibalds, and then he will the clerk will read out the information to the judge.
No, so what happened from what you're saying is that you went in. The clerk is the liaison person, okay?
Right.
So they're the front-facing role that you would have to speak to, because they're the one that swears in the oath, okay?
Yes.
You refused to take the oath because you wanted to be seen under common law. Therefore, they had to reiterate that to the magistrates.
That's correct.
The magistrates can't deal with that because that's out of their remit. So they've got to go up the hierarchy to the actual judge, and they get the judge in. And that's why it's not because the clerk.
No, it's not. No.
It's not because the clerk had the jurisdiction to get rid of the magistrates. It's because it wasn't part of the magistrate's remit.
It's not. Yeah, it's not. They're part of their remit because they're not judges. They're just administrators, and the game is up, so they have to go and sit down and stay out of the way. With the court is still in session, yeah, but they are not part of it no more. No, that is something different, and it took. Maybe half an hour and thing with this person on the phone. I'm looking at the clerk on the phone, yeah, ringing for the local or the district judge to come and make a decision on whether I should be free or because this is the circumstances. We can't establish any jurisdiction. And the next time I appear in court, it's the same thing. Yeah, why is he here? What's going on? Oh, because we couldn't establish jurisdiction in the last session. It's simple.
Can a decision be made without a court clerk being in the room?
Without a court clerk being in the room?
Yeah.
I don't know if I've ever seen that, but maybe, I don't know.
I don't know, MJ, because they're supposed, part of their admin duties is to record the transactions of the courtroom. So if they're not there, who's going to record it?
All right, but the judge can still make the decision and then pass that information on.
Yeah, but
or a magistrate could make that decision and then pass it on to the clerk for the clerk to record it.
No, that's what they have to do anyway.
Yes, that could be done, yes.
Right, but can a final decision be ordered without there being a magistrate or judge in the room?
No.
No.
Okay, so who's got the ultimate authority then?
Disagree. I beg to differ. I beg to disagree.
All right, go on
because
then,
like Maku said, in any case where there is a conflict of jurisdiction, now we may find a situation like this. Now, I'm going to say also, based on what we've been saying so far, I just want to enlighten you guys to something. For those who don't know, some of you may know about this already, if you didn't know what this is called the Keska v Act 1666. Anyone who's ever been in a courtroom, you see this symbolism at the top of this paperwork, Maku. Where do you find that?
It's the crest. It's the crest for the Queen's crest or whatever. Yeah.
All right. Now look at this
for the
thing
company.
Here now.
Let's say for the company. Yeah.
All right. So look at this thing here now. You've got a crown. You've got some words and like a shield, and some words at the bottom.
It's in the court, man. It's in the court. In the back of the court.
Yeah, and all right, so you got two entities. You got a lion and a unicorn.
And a unicorn. Yeah.
All right. So what do the lion and the unicorn represent?
I don't know, authority or whatever. I don't know. Whatever.
Well, the lion represents
something to do with the chains and all of that. That's wrapped around it. And what's the relevance?
That's right. Look at the chain around the unicorn's
to do with the
neck.
12 tribes of Judah, actually, if you take it all back.
The unicorn represents you. Yeah. The lion represents the court and the crown. The unicorn represents you, a fictitious creature with chains around its neck, and the crown's chains around its neck. Because look, the chains are connected to a crown. Now watch this. Let's go down. Let's slide down this little article here for a second. It says an act for redress of inconveniences by want of proof of the deceases of persons beyond the seas or absenting themselves upon whose lives estate do depend. Yeah.
What's that? Maritime law, yeah.
Well, it's going to touch on it's going to be in that kind of area of law, because what this is saying is that, in other words, that it's talking about people who are dead at sea. Yeah,
that's right.
It says recital that Sescavi have gone beyond sea and that revisioners cannot find out whether they are alive or dead. Imagine that. Yeah. Now, this was enacted in 1666 during, what else happened in 1660? Is that the 1666? That's the fire of London, right? The Great Fire.
Okay.
Anyone remember that? So if you know about the Great Fire,
Lane, the rest of it, go on.
While they was trying to put out the fires, this is what the British government was doing. They was executing this act, and the act they execute bears the crest that you see in every courtroom.
And what's the relevance? To the point.
The relevance of this act is it means that you are not on paper you are dead. On paper you are not alive. Look, whereas diverse lords of manors and other have granted estates by lease for one or more life or lives, or else for years determinable upon one or more life or lives, and it hath often happened that such person or persons for whose life or lives such estate have been granted have gone beyond the seas, or so absent themselves for many, or so absent themselves.
So you're talking about the maritime laws, and you're talking
about absented themselves for many. Be quiet, just listen. If you don't understand the words, maybe get a dictionary out. Yeah, don't just.
Okay, I'll ask you.
It stops us from having any continuity. For the people who's actually trying to understand what I'm trying to say, you're just destroying the show now. So if you want to take over, feel free to read it for me.
If I can, before you go, Jupiter, this is about people who've died at sea, and you cannot prove if they are alive and dead. So therefore, the judgment will be made in their absence. That's what you said so far. My understanding is. right?
Yeah.
So
and there was a big case on this. There was a big case on this because there was a man called John that actually did a big insurance claim. He'd done a life insurance policy. He made out that he died. He made out it looked like he committed suicide. Actually, he was living abroad. Do you remember the case about 5 years ago in this country?
And then investigated the wife to see if she knew.
Yeah, and then they found him.
Yeah,
I remember that. Yeah.
He was living next door.
Yeah.
No, what is it? The kayaker? Is it the kayaker?
Yeah, the kayaker.
Yeah.
One second, brother. Look at this second bit here. Yeah, it says Keskavi remaining beyond sea for 7 years together and no proof of their lives. Judge in action to direct a verdict as though Keskavi were dead. If such person or persons for whose life or lives such a state have been or shall be granted as aforesaid shall remain beyond the seas or elsewhere, absent themselves in this realm by the space of 7 years together, and no sufficient and evident proof be made of their lives of such person or persons respectively in any action commenced for recovery of such tenements by the lessors or revisioners, in every such case, the person or persons upon whose life or lives such a state depend shall be accounted as naturally dead, and in every action brought for the recovery of the said tenants or tenements by the lessors or revisioners, their heirs or assignees, the judges before whom such action shall be brought shall direct the jury to give their verdict as if the person so remaining beyond the seas or otherwise absenting himself were dead. So what it's saying is basically the person who you are supposed to be is actually dead.
They've legally made you dead.
Legal fiction. That's
Do
right.
you know
It's a
you're in
legal
slavery? I'll tell you something.
But that's only if you're lost at sea.
No,
if you're
it's
during slavery, they believe.
It says it.
Wait,
It says
yo,
it
brother, it works here.
Yeah.
If you're missing for 7 years, you could be declared dead, and the family could get the payout. Works on land. Hold on. On land, we our judicial system is actually working off maritime law, which is the law of the sea. That's why you're in the dock.
That's right.
Right. I agree with what you're saying. However, I'm sure there is a separate statute and law for you on land having that. This is specifically mentioning sea. I'm not sure. Like I'm saying, I'm sure. I'm saying I'm sure, as in I'm sure, not sure, but I'm sure that
if that was the case, you wouldn't be standing in the dock.
Given we're in the where
I hear you.
There's a law for 90% of everything. It would be that for this, no?
Come on, my brother.
What this law is about is
Black's law will tell you anyway. Black's law will tell you.
Come on, my brother.
We're using sea
and
admiralty law for a purpose. So this is going to be under financial gain, yeah.
Yes.
And this is exactly what these courts are
about,
bro. I mean, it's about getting revenue. So what they're saying is, we're gonna free up the money for someone. They've been missing 7 years. We're gonna free up the money like they're dead at sea. This is what we do. This is how it's done.
Right, cool. But how does that prove Shifa's point?
I haven't finished making my point, to be fair, MJ. I've not finished making my point, but obviously there's not a lot of patience, and these are big points to be touching on. So it's like I can't really do it quick. It's unfortunate, but I can't. And I know everyone wants to say things, so I'm not going to stop you. But like, if
I'm just trying to understand how it proves your point. So if you've got more information, then crack on with that information, and let's get to the end of your point.
I just put another screen share up here because the reason I wanted to show you that first year is for somebody like my brother Jedi did to be intelligent enough to identify the fact that we're still under maritime law. So when brother Raheem says to me, no, these are canon laws, and no, that's not the law, that's something, whatever the hell he said. Let's read this. Let's read what this is.
Hold on. And can I also add?
What you read out about perfidy, is Catholic law. It is not maritime law. It is not English law. It is not business law. It's not contract law. It's nothing to do with what we're discussing. You're reaching for different aspects of different laws to try and prove a point on a clerk, which still isn't making sense.
Are we not out? We're out. Are we not out of the clerk thing yet?
No, this is what she's trying to prove, Jedi.
It's supposed to be about.
All right.
Yeah, brother. Nice. I'll be honest with you. I'll be honest with you. The first thing I want to do, Jedi, yeah. The first thing I want to do, yeah, is identify, yeah, that I'm reading this from the same document that I read Perfidy from. I just want to identify that first. Can you clarify that for us, brother Jedi?
Yeah, the Kanye blah blah blah. Yeah.
Or there's Povitivium. All right. The same PDF, the same book. Yeah. So he said, I'm reading Perfidy. He's so fixated on Perfidy, he forgets this book isn't just about Perfidy, what I'm reading from. In fact, he probably didn't even know. He weren't paying attention. So let me get to it. What this is right here. Let's get to what this actually is.
I was fixated
Let's get to what this actually is. Just calm down, brother. Calm down, brother. Let's just get to what this book actually encompasses, brother. Let's just get to what this book actually encompasses.
Yo,
Raheem,
brother. Like, you don't just want to be talking over shift. You want your own microphone time. So let him finish what he's saying, and we'll hear what you're saying.
Now, Jedi, as I read in Perfidy, within Perfidy, it says that the clerks are part of the Bar Association. Now, I understand MJ presented some information, yeah, that I believe is misleading and a purposeful distraction to take you away from what these people are truly doing. Now, watch this, yeah? You see this artist, this canon delas Povitivium that says that the clerk is part of the bar, yeah? This has more authority than the court you're talking about. The very court that you allow to judge your lives and judge your surroundings every day. Watch why. It's read it out now, yeah? It says, by right, power, and authority of Article 92 of Panctum de Sangularis Calum, also known as the Covenant of One Heaven, these pronouncements of law, known collectively as Canonum delas Positivium, and also known as the Canons of Positive Law, are hereby promulgated in the original form of Euclidean. Canonum delas Positivium represents the primary one and only true first canon of positive law, excluding the covenant of one heaven. All other laws, claims, and arguments claiming standards of positive law should be secondary and inferior to the Canonum delas Positivium ab initio from the beginning, and these canons of positive law may be taken in official original document from the spoken form to represent part of the one complete set of 22 canon of law known collectively as Astrum Luris Divini Canonim, also known as living body of divine canon law and the highest of all original law. Not secondary, not revised, original law. Just to reiterate that a little bit. Now let's read further down. When referring to these canons of positive law collectively, it may also be taken both in printed form and spoken word that we mean this complete and accurate set of laws as the highest of all original law. And in accordance with these canons of positive law, the Society of One Heaven, also known as the One Heaven Society of United Spirits, also known as the Holy See of United Spirits, also known as the Holy Society, reserves all rights to itself, and as all rights are reserved, no translation, copy, citation, duplication, registration in part or whole implies any transfer or conveyance of these rights. And when part or all of these laws is present, or spoken in any language other than the official Akkadian languages, it may be taken as a translation and not the primary language. Therefore, any secondary meaning implying deficiency, claimed abrogation of any right or any other defect of a word in a translated language shall be null and void ab initio, from the beginning. And so if you translate this into another language, say like for instance, the Romans translate some of this into their language and they get one word wrong, they don't get the absolute meaning, it becomes null and void. Or whoever it is, if the Chinese did it and they translate one word wrong, it becomes null and void from the beginning.
But why
now
is this
you're
relevant? What's your
Sorry.
Let me finish. When referring to these canons of positive law collectively, when referring to these canons of positive law collectively, it may also be taken that the primary and the original form of these laws resides as a supernatural spiritual document registered in heaven first, and a physical document registered in the great register and public record of one heaven upon the earth second. Therefore, whenever an official and valid form of these laws is present in physical form, it shall be bound to its spiritual form, from which it derives its spiritual power and authenticity. And let no man, woman, spirit, or officer of a lesser society place themselves in grave dishonor of divine law, natural law, and the living law upon denying the validity of these canons of law. Having been warned, any act in defiance of these laws shall have no effect, and any spiritual invocation in opposition to the validity of these laws shall be immediately returned upon the maker, as it is written, so be it. So let's keep going, because there's more.
Can we have chances to respond, please?
Listen, hold on, wait. You can get a chance to respond, but let me read it first. No law may exist.
What point he thinks he's making?
No law may be written or enforced unless it conforms to the body of canon laws preceding this canon, known as Astrum Luris Divini Canonum, in accordance with Panctum de Singularis Calum. Positive law is the laws that are enacted by men and women through proper authority in accordance with these canons for the government of a society. As positive law ultimately refers to physical objects and living beings, all valid positive law may be said to be derived from natural law. It says, hold on, let me not go too far, hold on. A positive law cannot abrogate, suspend, nor change a natural law, nor is it possible for a positive law or natural law to abrogate, suspend, or change a divine law. All positive law established in accordance with these canons are by statutes of juridic persons within the limits of their established authority. No valid positive law issued in accordance with these canons may create or alter divine, natural, or original positive law. A positive law is established and takes force when it is promulgated in accordance with these canons, no other. All positive law may be defined by 4 foundations, including concepts, principles, operation, and results, and 19 primary systems, including escalation law, administrative law, life, ethics, food, drugs, knowledge, obligation, agreement, property, succession, money, trade, language, civilization, entities, religion, sacred texts, treaties, rights, customs, sacred office, divine sacraments, and times and places. When anyone references
intimidation, fight on a mason. Remember that's a petrol I'm at the station. I fear the creator, not the creation. That turned out in birth of a nation. You're not in my gang if you're working with Satan. It's boom bye bye for conversing with bacon. With no hesitation. The man I go bed but my sleep is amazing.
All right, last sentence, I swear. Last sentence, I swear. This is the last one, It says, when When anyone references, writes, or speaks of positive law, it shall mean these canons and no other. Now, what this all means is that no law, can be enacted without referencing these ones. That's what I'm telling you. I'm going on mute.
That still doesn't prove the point that you were trying to make. Hold on. He was trying to say that the clerk has more powers than the judges in the court and that they have to be part of the bar, when we had already agreed that they don't need to be part of any bar. So, Shifa, how does this prove the point that you were trying to make?
I'm going to tell you how, because if these laws precede your ones, which is Roman inferior law, which you'll find is every single country on this planet Earth right now, then unfortunately, well, it does. To be fair, it does. Now, unfortunately, for that reason, it absolutely proves it, because within these canons, it depicts that those people are part of the bar. So if it says it in these canons, it's true.
No,
you can't argue with it. The court couldn't even argue with it.
Everything.
A court could not argue with it.
You just said Roman inferior law, and I would say it's definitely inferior, because we're not all Romans, and we don't all believe in the Catholic faith.
Unfortunately, we're still in Rome, but cool.
Yeah, it's on the crest, and they were Roman Catholics before they started their Church of England thing.
And we still spend the Libra. We call it a pound, but it's still the Libra. It's the Libra sign. We ain't even changed the currency. But yeah, I hear you. I'm just being pedantic. I hear what you're saying, though, Dukes.
The fact is that everything that he's gone through doesn't make any bloody sense.
But it does, in a sense, like, let's say the first bit with the maritime law basically being used, to overstand that someone can go into court and say, I claim common law jurisdiction, means that you don't want maritime law. We're not doing maritime law today, because that's how that's the process you use to get money from people. In what we're saying.
Maritime law is usually used in finance, and the reason that it's usually used in finance is because originally there was a lot of ships that went missing at sea when they were doing trading and during slavery. And so they used to use insurance. In fact, they believed that some ships actually deliberately run aground, and people would just, the captain and...
They believe that even about Titanic, even...
No,
but they do. They say Titanic was an insurance job.
Yeah, they say that a lot of these cases that, you know, they would claim piracy, or they would claim that they got lost at sea. Nobody knows where the ship was, this, that, and the other. But they would deliberately run aground, and the captain and all of the people on there would just go missing. And you would find that even some of the slave ships that were on there in transportation, they even went missing as well. And then you would find that they would claim the insurance. So it was basically set up for those kind of jobs. And that they used it they brought it into mortgages, they brought it into always kind of insurances, because it was all dealing with money and the cash flow of money. So they transferred it over. So there are some maritime laws that apply to land laws, basically.
Yeah, we're using them in our day to day. That's the laws that we're using to
statutes. We shouldn't even say laws. We should be talking about the statutes and policies.
They're acts.
Not even really laws and acts,
They're acts of parliament.
So statutes and acts, not laws,
do you see what you said, Jedi? You notice what you did right there, and you notice how she's going to gloss over it, because this is what they do. They gloss over things. Hold on, acts are not laws.
Listen,
canon is law.
I'm not trans.
What are we doing?
Stop referring to me as they. Okay.
What are we doing? You skipped over what he said, bro. Listen to what he said.
Come on, man. Like, you can't even do what man do if you don't understand some of this stuff like properly. You can't go into court and enact these abilities if you don't know how the system of thing works in the court. You know
but that thing you brought up from 1666, that was an act, Shifa.
Exactly.
And it mentioned enacted by the government on its own people. Violation.
No. MJ, all we got to look at is most of our birth certificates have the same crest. Like, what's going on here? Huh? What's going on here?
Brother,
do you get what I'm saying? The same crest is on our birth certificates. So we're showing you it's the same company. We understand that. Do you get what I'm saying? And we know the legal fiction. So the legal fiction is your birth certificate. It's a certificate of docking. Your mom docked through her womb and delivered cargo.
It's all part of the same government. What do we expect?
Yeah, no, but I'm saying it's cargo. So that when you have cargo or you have things on a ship, you have to have a certificate.
Are you calling yourself cargo now?
One second.
Yeah, just to clarify, you know what, bro? Ain't even about docking, even though it's a document.
Yeah,
ain't even about docking because it's about birth.
Yes,
because birth is a maritime phraseology as well.
Right.
Yeah, maritime phrase as well. So yeah, you're birthing and
your birth certificate. You got what I'm saying? So
that part you're on point of. Yeah. Now the clerk thing, right? I'm saying the clerk doesn't need to pass the bar.
No.
Can you put him back on? No, put me back on the screen share quickly. Put me back on the screen share.
He's just the wisest person in the magistrate's court because the magistrates do not have the legal education as well. They're not. That's not their capacity.
No, Mackie, because we never even got round to that. Just because they're volunteers,
that's not their capacity.
Just because some of them are volunteers doesn't mean that they don't receive a level of training. Like, and I think we've agreed that they have the overall authority.
Yeah.
Well, above the clerk, anyways. But yeah, that's it.
Well, guides on legal matters. Hold on. Please.
They're not going to be like the court clerk is not going to be more legally trained than what the magistrate is.
The clerk is going to be more legally trained than what the magistrate is, MJ.
No,
and that's why,
they're more trained in the procedures of the court.
That is why. Yeah, thank you.
The administrative procedures.
Right, because they're the administrators of the court, but you have drawn in people from other career paths, to volunteer to sit in on a process of administration. This is facts. Yeah, they're just seeing, because remember, all the charges and all of that has already before 9:30 have already been passed. So what they're doing in there is just a puppy show. Yeah. Now it's for you to expose that and let people know, like, listen, we know the game's up. You're just here for money. You're going to charge me 1/5 for even appearing up in court. Yeah. If I follow your system of what you're trying to do. If I claim common law jurisdiction, all of a sudden it puts a spanner in the works. Do you get what I'm saying? And we're running on a different system, on a system that you should be running on anyway. Do you get what I'm saying? Because there are multiple different laws. I could have drawn for the canons that Schiffer's talking about. You know, there are various different things you could say. I want that process instead of what is taking place here. This farcical, this show, this claiming of money. So like, it's just plain and simple. It's not an argument. You know what I mean? I just know that when I have to make these announcements and who's directly talking to me as the person in the dock and it's the clerk, right? When I sack the magistrates, the highest person in the court is the clerk. But the clerk has to quickly, it's not that much power, so it has to quickly find a district judge or someone else to come and make that decision.
Right, cool.
That's why.
And then who
Can I get the screen share again, please?
Oh God.
The magistrate needs to be trained on legislation, right? Because they're the ones that are making a decision on what is going to happen to the person that's in the court.
Wait. Trained on legislation.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is legislation, is that a legal matter?
No.
Yes.
It's a legal matter.
Well, it's the legislation of whatever they're going to be dealing with within the realms of the magistrate court.
That's money.
Is that legal matters? Yeah, cool. That's cool. Remember, I never said a lawful matter, Snipes. Remember, don't.
Yeah. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
So, is it a legal matter? She said yes. Cool. She said that they have to be trained. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's legal training.
Yes.
Boom.
That's it. Game over. Simple. I don't know. It can be difficult.
Can I?
A lot of.
But that's the magistrates, not the clerks. Understand?
Right. No, I'm saying, look, I was an assistant clerk.
Yeah, the magistrate, not the clerk. What am I talking about? Yeah, you're definitely right. Yeah. Sorry, I still had the clerk.
So can I refer back to these canons quickly, just to show you something? Yeah. Yeah, because Jedi.
Wait, let me ask you a question. I don't want to. After this, I want you to show me where the canons are being used in the British judicial system. I need to understand.
No problem.
That you can prove that it's being used in a Crown Court, in a magistrate court, in an Old Bailey. It is being used. If you can prove that, you've won.
Okay.
That's all you got to do. All this explaining you're doing is look. If you could show an example that this canon law is used in our courts and this is what they use, you've won. You get me?
All right, you see what I'm going to say to you, brother, yeah? I'm going to be honest with you, Jedi. 1 second, listen. What you said, Maku's right. Maku got it straight away. It's not about what's being used. It's what about takes authority. It's about what takes authority or takes precedent or claims jurisdiction. Yeah. Now, what I'm saying to you is that this, yes, is used in court, but only you can use it in court. Because certain people can't use this. You just read it yourself. You know what I'm talking about. Certain people ain't even supposed to be there. And you pointed out straight away. That's right. I'm not going to go too deep into that. But, brother, yes, it can be used
to common law, not canon law.
1,000%. Listen, 1,000% this is usable in court. Now, I want to just point to this, yeah? This canon here, yeah?
Are you going to prove that, though? You've just said that, but are you going to prove it?
Brother, I'm going to prove it to you after. But let me just read it first, yeah? Now, these canons, yeah, what it's saying is that no other canon can override it. This is superior. Everything else is secondary, inferior. Yeah. Now, anything that's in these other laws or anything within these systems, like governments, institutions, anything they're telling you is a lie. These documents are telling you whatever they're telling you is a lie. Watch this. Remember what I said before. In accordance with these canons and the sacred covenant, Pactum de Singularis Calum, and as penalty for the historic perfidy, no person who is a member of the Bar Association, not an associate of the Bar Association, not someone who's not part of the Bar Association, any person who's a member of the Bar Association is permitted, no person who is a member of the Bar Association is permitted to hold any position at law, including the judge, magistrate, barrister, attorney, lawyer, clerk, or assistant. So all of these people are members of the Bar Association, according to this document. Now, what I want to do, I want to go to another part of this document. Let me just make sure I got the number down.
Sorry, can we pause for a second, please?
Wait a second, bro. Wait a second, bro. You're going to dilute my point.
Don't do that.
About
Don't do
half
it.
an hour.
All right, go on then. Go on, Raheem.
Yeah, my point was going to be that we already know that these people, that certain people in there that are mentioned, so lawyers, barristers, solicitors, they are members of the Bar Association.
Right.
So what would be said in these canons isn't relevant to judicial systems outside of the Catholic law system, because the Catholic law system.
This isn't the Catholic law system, brother.
It is the Catholic.
This isn't
law
Catholic
system.
law. No,
canon
it's not,
law,
brother.
Canon law is the Catholic law system. It is not.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Yes,
no,
it is. Not. So why else would it mention the Holy See? The Holy See, sorry. The Holy See is underneath
the maritime. We'll get to all of that. We'll get to that. We'll get to all of that, bro.
No,
we'll get to all of that.
It's not sea as in splashy water. It's the Holy Seed as in the church, the Catholic.
Oh, seed, did you say?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's what it is. This is a Catholic law. It's nothing to do with what we're speaking about. Otherwise, the whole argument that we've had, the whole discussion that we've had is pointless. It means that everyone is not. Sorry. So
the laws. Sorry. The laws changed with I think it was Henry who brought in the thing, but prior to that, they were all Roman Catholics, so they would have been following the canonical laws of the times. You get what I'm saying? Because everything was
a certain point.
Yeah, right. Up to Henry VIII. We understand. Right, up until
not necessarily Henry VIII.
The Tudors, like the last of the Tudors. One second. Because the Magna Carta, that's all in the Plantagenet and all these other eras, right? Before that, right? So I'm saying, like, when we get down to Tudor, this is where things change from the Roman Catholic rulings on everything. So this would have been fully in play, yeah? And then when we even start using the maritime and admiralty law, is 1780 something with the Bill of Rights, right? The rights to form government under William the Second, or what's his name? Cromwell. Oliver Cromwell, who was supreme protectorate of England for 6 years, while the young prince, after they beheaded William the First, do you get what I'm saying? And then they implemented this Bill of Rights, which they later on took to America, to set up their system. So like, this is where these things are coming from. So you want to know when they started using the maritime law and started enacting these acts of parliament and acts and all of these type of things. It came in 1787 or something. It's all to do with Guy Fawkes and blowing up parliament and all of that. It's all around the same time.
When they secularized countries, when they secularized England,
right?
That's why.
Right.
That's why
this is still
are no longer the same.
But my brother, this is still after
by canon law.
Yeah. But I'm saying until those times, they were using either this first, and then it was the Magna Carta, which it's still kind of weak because it's really reliant on these canons. That's the reality.
Canon law refers to the body of ecclesiastical law that developed within Christianity, particularly Roman Catholicism, governing the internal hierarchy and administration of the church.
Because it's nothing to do with
it has no other jurisdiction.
Exactly.
But everyone had a cardinal and all of that.
Well, it's up to Schiffer to prove if it does have anything to do with the law that we're under these days, because he's been asked to prove that.
I feel
because it doesn't.
I did say no. I said I'm going to, but I can't do it while you're talking. Can I?
Can you do it in less than 10 minutes?
Yeah, go on then.
I tell you what I'll do. Listen, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do it in my own time, all right, brother. But you carry on talking. Just give us your explanations for now.
Exactly.
I already have. The fact is that this has no weight on anything that we said, is irrelevant and nothing but a goalpost move. We do not operate under Catholic law. We never have. We never will. There were certain things that when the church was in charge of how the country was run underneath the king, there were laws that were enacted at the advice of the church, which happened to be Catholic at the time. However, this is not what we operate by, because canon law doesn't operate or have any legal capacity outside of its processes, which are all set out inside of what you've been reading. So nothing.
The key word is internal.
Someone murders someone, it's nothing to do with if you do something and I have to take you to civil court. There's nothing to do with it.
Sorry, my brother. All of the bar and all of these places, Temple's Bar and all of that, are in the city of London, which would have been Londinium, which was created by the Romans. So I'm failing to understand what you're trying to say.
It doesn't matter.
If the Romans, hold on, my brother and my sister, and sorry, my bad. But if Romans were here first, set up the foundations of what you're calling London that you're living in, Londinium or whatever, right? Their laws definitely would have been in place and would have had an effect on how the different varying societies came here, Saxons, Normans, whatever, after the fact, right? And even hold on. Yeah, hold on. But it's God Save the Queen, and this is a Christian country. Let's get that right?
They all
1 second. Whether it's a break off, 1 second, religiously, and we know that is a pile of nonsense, because you're saying that because the monarch decides he wants to marry another woman instead of his brother's wife.
You can't be king or queen in this country if you're Catholic.
1 second. No, but the monarch. No.
The internal workings of the church.
No, you're not listening, because you're not in this canonical law. It's telling you about other laws. Now, those other laws, divine law and were held by the monarch. Yeah, the church felt they had the same type of positioning, and also the monarch. That's why the monarch could make a decision and say, you know what, forget the church. Yeah, I'm making my own church now. Yeah, that took a lot of planning and more than the king making a decision. You needed man like Oliver Cromwell with you. you get what I'm saying? And his descendants now later on are going to do the work of bringing in the laws, the parliamentary laws, or the ability to form parliament later on. Do you get it?
So
this is
meaning then that the canon laws were no longer being used then?
Exactly.
They just got they listen, if you know what the Magna Carta is.
No, this is too much chat.
Sorry.
I've approved that the canon laws are being used now, or just accept defeat.
Like, I'm leaving that to Schiffer.
Right, cool. Yeah. Then because you're doing and I don't know if this is right, cuz
I'm just saying if it makes sense.
We need to prove that these canon laws are being used in the British courts, or the argument is dead and we're wasting our time. Trust me.
Schiffer.
So,
yeah.
But
for me, it makes
you know what it is, brother? I'm going to be Jedi. Sorry, Jedi. Do you know what it is, brother? I'll be honest with you, yeah? I know it's in here, yeah? But you know when you've got thousands of canons to search through, I don't remember each one individually. I just been reading it, and I remember seeing it.
I suggest you come out of that PDF, and you go back to Google, and you ask Google to show you how the canon law is used in modern day British judicial system. Yeah. I'm sure there's a proper official name for our courts on that, but yeah.
And the laws that are being used, yeah.
You need to go and check that. Is there any Reginas? Is there any cases that state canon law is effective or whatever? It seems to me people are unequivocally saying that law is for the Vatican, that law is for Catholicism. It does not apply in our courts. I'm not saying it ain't, but I'm just I want to get to the meat of the matter, man.
I would see it. Yeah, what you're saying is kind of easy, man. Kind of easy, but yeah, in a obviously non-canonical.
The answer lies. I'm going to tell you where the answer lies. It lies in jurisdiction. Yeah, because obviously, for you to be in someone's court, they must have some type of jurisdiction over you, correct or incorrect?
Correct. Or would claim to have correct jurisdiction, yeah.
And what is that jurisdiction?
Well, it's depending on the laws that are being used, right? So it would normally be commercial law or
Catholic Church in this case.
Catholic Church? No, I don't know.
Really?
If it's but maybe because I don't know, the Bible's definitely relevant in the courtroom. But
we don't even swear on the Bible. We don't even have to swear on the Bible now.
You don't have to.
You can do an affirmation.
Yeah, you can affirm. You don't have to affirm on the Bible. You can affirm onto anything that you hold dear. So the Bible holds no weight in the
I don't know about no weight. I don't know about no weight.
It does. You're not affirming on the Bible.
But not everybody has to. Obviously, there's many different faiths. Hold on 1 second. There's many different faiths, so like there's no issue. I'm just saying that the majority of British people, whether they be Anglican, this one, Roman Catholic, whatever, when they go in the court system, or Christians from other countries, and when they go in the court system and they ask them to swear on the Bible, they put their hand on the Bible, no problem.
But
like, what we do, and if it's not the Bible, it's another holy book.
If the Bible held ultimate weight, everyone would have to swear on the Bible, regardless of faith. But Muslims who go under the British court system don't swear on the Bible. They swear on the Quran, or they affirm to whatever they want to affirm. The Bible, this is a part of secularism. You remove the church, you remove religion from state. This is no longer what it is. It's not a part of us anymore. So therefore, canon law, even if it was by a shot anywhere linked to us, it's no longer, because one, we don't operate as a Catholic society. We're Church of England, which is opposite to Catholicism in a lot of ways. And then for the second fact is that we just don't do it. It's not something we do.
Sorry. Is Catholicism still running in England though?
Yeah, so
aside from what you're saying, no, I'm just saying, like, even though they make these personal distinctions, because remember, this was a decision made by a monarch. We're not talking about the common folk and they were under rule of law depending on what side of the border they were in a sense. If you were coming from the north and the Normans,
we never adopted
Normans,
the canon
they were
law
Christians
because we didn't see the Roman text as being laws. The oldest laws of England is the Statute of Marlborough.
All right, I'm going to make my argument now, yeah? I'm ready. I'm going to make my argument now. So this is my argument, yeah? Brother Jedi, I hope you're there still. My argument is this. This is my argument, yeah? Now, Brother Raheem suggests that these laws are old, they're redundant, they can't be laws. They can't be laws, they can't be used. I'm going to suggest to the contrary. I'm going to suggest that no two sets of law can be present in one courtroom at the same time, yeah? Now, when you walk into a courtroom, yeah, what I'm going to say to you is this. Technically, you have all of the power. But when you go into a courtroom with a solicitor, with a guy like Raheem, who's wearing a suit and thinks he knows it all, you now relinquish all of your power to that member of the bar association. Now, remember what we read in the document previously. It said none of these people can hold a position at court, yeah? But not under that type of law, not within that jurisdiction, not within the jurisdiction of superior law. Within the jurisdiction of inferior Roman law, they can hold you in court. And once you accept a solicitor or any of their rituals, they can now hold you accountable in their jurisdiction because you're accepting their jurisdiction. Now, outside of you accepting that jurisdiction, anytime jurisdiction is challenged, it has to be proven. Now, what you're going to be challenging jurisdiction is under the basis that this is inferior law, and you're going to want to be tried on by superior law because this law is inferior, and I'm not part of your bar association. And technically, everything you're doing is illegal. Long story short, innit? So, bam. Now, what happens is, case gets thrown out. Goodbye. See you later.
No, it doesn't, you madman.
I'll show it to you right now. I've got a very good video that can explain jurisdiction to you and why the onus lies with the court, not with the person who challenges jurisdiction. The onus lies with the court to prove jurisdiction. But jurisdiction can only be proved by the law, and the law is the canon.
Listen, you need to be sure about what you're saying because if
you haven't proved that yet,
what you're telling them, you could end up with innocent people being dragged off in jail.
I'm about to give you some evidence too, man. Don't worry, man. I ain't just going to chat because we just said that.
No, but you're changing the argument again, Schiffer. You're not proving what you was asked to prove. Therefore, there's no point in this conversation carrying on until you prove that these canon laws are being used today or have influenced the laws that we are living under UK jurisdiction today.
He says he's going to do it right now.
I'm going to prove it right now. Don't worry. Just relax. Relax yourself, all right? Now, let's go. All right. Is it all right if I, in fact, check this video before I play it, though, actually? So let me open that in a new tab. And then I'm going to have to say, stop sharing and share that now, innit? So, bam. If I go to screen.
Did I see Harker? Oh, that was 20 minutes ago. When was that? Why is that just popping up now?
I jumped on.
Yeah, because the thing is, we've got to deal with the first issue before we can get to the main issue. Otherwise, it's not going to make sense.
Before you play this, scroll down a bit on the page and go into the about show more, the show more section. What is this? Okay, yeah, we good, man, we good.
All right. So, like I said, the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to establish jurisdiction. Here we go.
Yeah,
to ignore that lack of jurisdiction. Joyce v. US.
Jurisdiction of what?
Jurisdiction of a court.
And you're in the US.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because, like I said, all of these governments are under the same law, which is derived from British law, which is derived from Roman law. Every last one of them. And I'm not sure I'll be able to find that evidence online, but I'll do my best to find that for you too.
A few cases on jurisdiction. There is no discretion to ignore that lack of jurisdiction. Joyce v. US. 474 F2D 215. The burden shifts to the court to prove jurisdiction. Rosamond v. Lambert. 469 F2D 416. Court must prove on the record.
Sorry, we can't use that. It's not
robot.
It's not dealing with what we're talking about, and it's talking about where they're trying to prove their jurisdiction.
That's right. No, that's just the first part that I'm gonna. That's the first part of my answer. It's only the first part.
Wait. They're not talking about the same type of They're not talking about the same type of jurisdiction. They're not talking about, oh, is this common law or is this criminal law? That's not they're talking about jurisdiction as in what area.
No, brother.
Listen, brother. Regardless of what they are arguing jurisdiction of, they're not arguing the jurisdiction of whether we're using maritime law or canon law or British criminal law.
That's what it is. It is, brother. I swear to you. That's what it is.
Lana v. Hopper, 102 F2D 188, Chicago v. New York, 37 F Sup 150. A universal principle as old as the law is that the proceedings of a court without jurisdiction are a nullity and its judgment therein without effect either on person or property. Norwood v. Renfield, 34 C 329, ex parte Jayambanini, 49 p. 732. Jurisdiction is fundamental and a judgment rendered by a court that does not have jurisdiction to hear is void ab initio. In reapplication of Wyatt, 300 p. 132, Recavit, 118 p2d 846. Thus, where a judicial tribunal.
Not gonna lie. You need
human voice.
America, they've got different states, different jurisdictions.
I can listen to these though. I don't know why.
That's why they would argue in the states over who has the jurisdiction, because in some states they've got different laws to another state.
No, they're still using the same type of law. They call it commercial law or whatever out there, but it's still basically maritime and admiralty law.
That's wrong.
And as I said, the Bill of Rights, the right to form parliament and all of that was taken to the Americas. So that's just showing you again, even the system that they've got over there is based on the British ideals of forming
so our
parliament,
first set of
forming
laws in
government,
England were
and
passed
doing
in 1267.
creating acts. Sorry, you what?
The first set of laws in England was passed in 1267, and it was the Statute of Marlborough. 4 of those laws still stand today. So it says, look, it is a set of laws passed by the Parliament of England during the reign of Henry III in 1267. The laws comprised of 29 chapters, of which 4 are still in force. These 4 chapters constitute the oldest piece of statute law in the United Kingdom, still in force as of 2023. We didn't take on the Roman laws. We didn't take on the canon law. We didn't see it as anything worth looking at.
I'm saying that you're saying that, but I'm saying were they not Roman Catholics? So like, I don't know, your monarchs.
So it says England did not adopt Roman law as the other countries in Europe did. So other countries in Europe did, but England didn't.
Like
in
France,
England, ancient Roman texts were never considered as rules having the force of law, and that's because we already had the other ones.
What other ones?
We had a range of laws.
The laws that the statutes of Marlborough based his
previous
laws on.
invaders.
Sorry, when was the Statute of Marlborough's?
No,
laws?
they actually came into force and passed as laws in 1267.
All right, and when was the Magna Carta?
After that, 13 something, I think, 14 something.
14, right. So they switched to that from that.
No, it's after that.
No, I'm saying they switched
coming after
to what she's talking about from that, to the Magna Carta, right?
Yeah, 1266, then the Magna Carta.
Right. And the Magna Carta is not really laws. If you look into it, it's not really laws like that. It's just restrictions on the monarch, on what the monarch, and making the monarch subject to the people. Do you get what I'm saying? And the dukes, and the dukes, and the thing, or separating state from church. No, the monarch was supreme at that time, my brother. Like where you're saying separating.
Why I said
they were one.
Monarchs made the decision,
but they were one though. As I said, the chief advisor to the king was the cardinal.
The only jurisdiction the canon law had was within the church.
Right. And the church was everywhere and still everywhere. So where you have a Church of England or not, Roman Catholics were still represented because most of the people were. Depending, as I said, which side of England you lived. This is the southern part. You're more what was it? Normandies, which is France. So you're more Roman Catholic, right? And then you've got the Saxons at the top of England, York, all the way down, and all of that, who had a different set. They deal with shires and sheriffs and all of this type of stuff, but still based on a religious.
But from what Jupiter's saying, Britain's never been under these canon laws. So, like, there's still no evidence to say that these are influencing the laws that are in power today.
They may have influenced it.
What does Britain
religion, mean? Because a lot of our laws are based on Christianity. So like,
or England,
Ten Commandments, thou shalt not murder and stuff. So there might have been some influence, but very, very limited. Not in the form of what Schiffer thinks.
I'm saying, like, you're living in a Roman-based city. You're saying that the Romans had no influence. I don't know. I don't know. how
maybe influence, but can these canon laws actually be held up in a court of law in the UK today?
No, they're not.
Most probably. Okay. No, I mean, not held up. Sorry, you can't say not held up. They can be, and it depends who's using them, right? So if I go into court and claim these canons and say that
they're going to cut you off and find you guilty.
Well, maybe, or maybe the clerk will know what I'm talking about, and then inform the magistrates like this is what we're using in the court today. So I don't know, yeah, because that's how I use, as I said, the common law, the law of the land, or whatever. Do you get what I'm saying? I didn't know the details of the law of the land, but I'm just saying I want those laws to be used in this court, because you're using commercial law just to gain finance, and I want real justice. Do you get what I'm saying? I want it done the old-fashioned way.
But if you break down what he was saying in those laws, basically the church was saying that there is no law but the divine law.
Exactly.
And the divine law is God. So I mean that would be like saying, oh, it don't matter if you murder someone, you'll find out when you're dead whether you're
and the second part to that,
the whole system.
The second, so the Pope is the intercessor for the Creator, right? Is like he's representative, right? But also is the monarch. The monarch thinks so as well. He thinks he's the descendant of God, right?
No, he's representative. No,
well, that's why you've got Andrew running around doing what he's doing,
I'm talking about
that no one can judge him. But
I'm talking about even Henry. If we just take it to Henry, it's quite simple, you know, that he thinks like, listen. How is the church got supreme authority? Why am I even asking the church? This is what the decisions he had to make, you know what I mean? And say to himself, like, listen, but I'm a child, you know what I mean? I'm a descendant of God, you know what I mean? I'm like God's living representative on earth. How is the church got more power over me? Like, yeah, F him. You know what I mean? I'm going to do my own thing.
Because the church took all the rights away from the royals, didn't they? They said that they were the living representative of God on
and
earth.
Again, that is still not going to change politics. Yeah, because they still, he was still head of the country and head of state or whatever you want to say, right? And even down to William, as I said, and then they decided to scheme against him and get his head chopped off. Yeah, the son was too young to sit on the throne, and then while they did that, they
the way you said that,
Cromwell, yeah, well, Oliver Cromwell came with the Bill of Rights. You know what I mean? The rights to form parliament or government. You know what I mean? And then now you can bring in these maritime laws and acts and and compensation and all of these type of things that they didn't necessarily have in the laws of the land and other laws that were out there.
It didn't really cover. You
know what I mean? It didn't really cover that the little
divine
things.
Law, you're going to have two witnesses to God giving the word. And
right.
We haven't got two witnesses at the same
time. And as I said, when it comes to your freedom, or you're saying you're a free man, or you're saying you're more, or you're saying all of these things, yeah, you fall into different brackets and distinctions. And you know that if you're using common law, yeah, it's going to be a thumbprint from each person to represent their clan or their house or their family or and if in a case of someone got murdered or something, you're going to need 24 of other people's signatures.
Look,
you know what I mean?
to practice common law, right? It's not unheard of, but the fact of the matter is, you would need to be really experienced in common law to be able to go and use it in a court of law. Most cases of people going in and saying that they want to go under common law usually lose their cases because they're not seen as the law that we practice under anymore.
No,
so you would have to really be, you would. You'd have to be really schooled in it to know what you're talking about.
Oh, really? I mean, we're schooled to a certain extent, but there's definitely people out here who spent their time in that endeavor on finding out what our rights were and all of that. You know, in the old days, it was follow the white rabbit. You know what I mean? This guy telling us about
but there's been people online that have lost their houses over this and everything because they've believed all the common law.
What we got? Who's that, Shiver? What's up, family?
What we got now?
Ecclesiastical law. What's this?
Who pulled
No, this is my evidence.
I'm
this
still
is
here, man. I'm still here.
I'm
still here, Born Rich. Don't worry, man. I know you reloading, brother. You gonna come back and put them to sleep, bro. Let's
Come on, man. You know what, Born Rich? I know you know about this stuff.
Yeah, I know. They going in the coffin tonight. They going in their coffin tonight. I already know, brother.
Come on, bro.
Go ahead, Barry.
So this says, there is no doubt of the great influence of medieval Pan-African canon law on English common law.
Whoa.
However, English common law is clear that canon law was not part of English law. Thank you very much. I rest my case.
No, but we're not saying
no, but that doesn't even make no sense. How can it be there in the beginning and then?
No, it says there's no doubt of the influence on English common law. However, English common law is clear that canon law is not part of English law. Therefore, it is not part of the modern day English law. Therefore, it cannot be used in a court of law.
Yes, it can.
But argument
no, not that it cannot be used.
English law is borrowed from it. English law is borrowed from canon law, which means canon law is superior to
you never said that. No. How is it superior? So how does it supersede it? If it cannot be used in a court of law, how does it supersede it in a court of law then?
It supersedes it because it comes before it. The one after cannot exist.
It was never used in English law.
Exactly.
Influenced it. English law,
and
just
what
like
laws?
all the rest of the law
Sorry.
It says there's no doubt of the influence. However, it was never used in English law. Therefore, it cannot be used in a court of law today.
Right. Also, you would assume. Hold on 1 second. But is common law?
I'm waiting for evidence of that.
My sister. Is common
law?
But
we're not talking about common law. We're talking about canon law. And if we are to talk about common law, it states here that common law says that canon law was not part of the English law. The common law makes that clear for us.
Cool. But even it's clear, is it clear for the court? Is that what they're using in the court? Are
Obviously,
they using
otherwise
common
they
law?
would be telling us.
No, are they using common law in the courts? No, they are not. Let's be serious and be straight up and down. That's why I can roll into court and ask for common law jurisdiction because it's not being used. Plain and simple. And under their oath, hold on. Under their oath,
canon law is not being used, but you can ask for common law to be used because it was a law, but canon laws was not.
But you can ask for it also because it's still supersedes.
Well, can you provide evidence of that, Maku?
But no, it makes sense. I'm just saying. I'm not saying. I'm just saying. But it makes sense that you
just provided evidence that you can't.
Let me give it the evidence quickly.
Sorry. 1 second.
No law. Listen, Canon 14:17. No law may exist, be written, or enforced unless
canon laws cannot be applied in the UK. So that does not apply, and it does not prove your point. I've listened for long enough.
1 second. Listen, it never said no law in Japan. It never said no law in Italy. It never said no law in a particular part of the world. Listen to it again. No law may exist, be written, or enforced unless it conforms to the body of canon laws preceding this canon, known as Astrum Luris Divini Canonum, in accordance with the Panctum de Singularis Calum, which is applicable in court.
But the canon laws were not applicable in this country, so therefore what you just read is not applicable.
It said laws preceding that one.
Did you not listen?
When
Did
was
you not
that?
listen? Listen.
14 something.
No
We had
law,
laws in the UK from 1267.
Listen, no law may be written or enforced unless it conforms to the body of canon laws preceding this canon, known as Astrum Luris Divini Canonum. In accordance,
not in the UK.
It's everywhere, the whole world. In accordance,
it doesn't
with
say the whole
Panctum
world.
de Singularis
apply to
Calum.
everyone. What are you doing?
How can sorry, how can Catholic law? Hold on, sorry. How can Catholic law?
It's not Roman law. It's not Roman law.
Canon law.
Canon law
is Catholic law. Canon law is Catholic law. So
Yeah.
how can Catholic law be influenced or be the superior reigning law in places where Catholicism was never accepted, i.e., the Middle East, India, fucking any Asia?
No, we're talking about.
How can?
Let's talk it where it was though, my brother. And in that time, in one second, in the 1400s. Hold on, my brother. Can we get a time scale?
And Schiffer said it was the whole world. So you're saying it's for
no? I'm just saying.
He said
I'm not telling you a time period neither. I'm reading a canon 14 whatever it was. That wasn't the time period.
Catholic law.
Well, brother, the laws are canon. Laws
so hold on.
Canon.
We already had the law in 1267.
Well, this is before 1267 Jupiter.
Are those people still like? What are they? Roman Catholics at the time? That's what I want to know. That's all. Simple question. Are the monarchs who are doing these things and what are their religious affiliation? Because I would think at that time they were still Roman Catholics and heavily influenced by Rome and had their societies based on a Roman format. So I don't know. Do you get me? Just let us know if in the 1400s, they were Protestants and and they had formed it. No, they hadn't. We had to wait to the 1500s, right, for Henry, right? Henry VIII.
It doesn't matter what your faith is. The only jurisdiction the canon church has got is for the internal. The words are internal, which means inside the organization of the church.
And where were they? All over the planet.
Not outside of the church.
Yeah, but the church was everywhere at that time. That's what I'm trying to say. And you know that.
They're talking about the inner circle. They're talking about the bishops and the priests.
Right. And where were the bishops?
Talking about ordinary folk.
Michael, give me the screen share again, please.
Where were the bishops dispatched to? Were they not all over the kingdom? And didn't you have?
We're about to fuck them up. We're about to fuck them up. Give me the screen share, please, because he keeps saying it's Roman law. He keeps saying that this is. Listen, what you don't understand is, like I told you, Roman law is inferior. Yeah, this is not Roman. This ain't no Catholic. Brother, shut up for a second. This ain't Roman. Brother, shut up for a second. Let me read.
Come on, Raheem. Come on, Raheem.
This ain't Roman. This ain't Catholic. Yeah. So listen to this. Yeah. Article 12, normality. Normality is a fictional model of reality constructed from claimed rules and standards called norms, implying moral perfection and correctness. Hence, normal also means right, square, not deviating or differing from a standard. Canon 1469. The first model of normality was formed by the Roman cult known as the Vatican, also falsely known as Holy See through its inferior canon law, which such canons defined as norms. Therefore, any rule or standard not agreeing with the inferior rules of the Roman cult have been branded abnormal. I'll read further. Raheem, as the claimed rules of the Roman cult do not comply to the superior standards of law as defined by these canons. It is these canons and no other that represent the norms. Therefore, it is the inferior rules of the Roman cult, also known as the Vatican, that must be regarded as abnormal. So when you talk your bullshit, brother, just know where we got you wrapped up like a mummy.
Lord have mercy.
Like a mummy.
Lord have mercy.
All them hospital handing out beds right
now. And the beds out.
That's why I didn't go for it straight away. I let him get certain. Make him be certain about it. Because now when we body you, brother, when the murder happens, it's gonna there's no post.
Okay.
No
You want that to happen, yeah? Let's go.
What was the Catholic Sunday then if it wasn't the Roman Church? What
Guys, screen share for screen share. Let's go.
It's good gang. The Vatican, you know.
Yeah, the Vatican, exactly.
Roman
not England, not Britain, not United Kingdom.
Might be Italy.
None of that. Anyway, so let us read from the top. However, the House of Lords reaffirmed the position that European canon law was not part of English law. Whatever their validity in the papal courts, the canonical rules cited by Mr. Reichel has not been incorporated into English law. Right? There was a whole case. It says the question of the incorporation of canon law into I can't say that right. Anyways, was discussed in depth in Reed versus Bishop, 1889. The bishop was accused of certain ritualistic offenses. The Archbishop of Canterbury summoned him to answer the accusations. The bishop disputed the Archbishop's jurisdiction to discipline him. At the time, the discipline of bishops was not regulated by statute. In support of his objection, the bishop cited certain canons of the Council of Chalcedon of 451 and the synods of the late Roman Empire, which supposedly asserted that the bishop could be tried only by the whole something of the province and not the archbishop alone. The archbishop dismissed the bishop's objection. The Privy Council affirmed the archbishop's objection. The ancient canons cited by the bishop had never been received into English law, nor had they been received by the West, but only by the Greeks. Nor on their wording did the canon state that the bishops could be tried only by their provincial synods, whatever that is. Right, so yet again, it has been reaffirmed, as you like to say that so often, Shifa, that these things were never incorporated or accepted into English law. And there is case law to prove this as well.
And I want to thank Shifa and MJ for enlightening me on why England wants to be fucking sovereign, why British people want to be sovereign, because we were never like the rest of the Europeans. They had their own laws. And this is why they wanted to try to drag us into the EU.
No, but hold on. When was that? When was this taken? 18 what? Sorry. And we're back at 14 something when we're having this conversation.
1889.
Oh no, Maku.
Come on, man.
So,
come on, MJ.
What do you mean, come on, what? Come on, what?
So hold on.
1889, and they're saying that it cannot be used, and there is nothing. It has still not provided any counter evidence to say that it can be or has been used.
I
have provided evidence to say that this has been dismissed.
1 second. So now after they've implemented in the 1700s with the Bill of Rights, right? And I'm saying, what laws are they talking about? Because if they're talking about common law, again, it's not used in the courts. Yeah, we're back to the Bill of Rights. That's where we're gonna be at, MJ. When we come to this changing and what we're using in the courts and saying what is the law, the laws. There's no laws being used. No, these are acts of parliament. So the thing that allows that facilitates that is the Bill of Rights. It's plain and simple. Yeah, the right to form government and parliament and so they needed some laws to carry out compensation, little sneaky stuff and all of that, traffic acts and all of this type of stuff which weren't in the laws. This is plain and simple. So you needed maritime law, the law of the sea, the law of where you get imprisoned, where compensation is thing if you go to another country and you mess up, or whatever. That's where it's coming from.
All right. So in those canon laws, is that where it talks about traffic laws and what happens if you go through a red light or you're speeding over 60? No, it doesn't.
Acts.
So what does any of those laws have to do with the modern day laws that are in place now?
Right.
The ones that are constantly changing and being updated every single day.
That is under the maritime law that we're talking about. Do you get what I'm saying? So when they're in the court, what laws are being used to enact an acts of parliament, road traffic acts?
Right, but it's not the canon law, Maki.
It's not law at all. It's not. We're not dealing with law when we're dealing in these courts. It seems these are legalities, but we're dealing with acts of parliament. Do you get what I'm saying? So acts brought in so people could get fined for this for that. You know, it's all financial penalty at the end of it. This is not like a court of law, like a legal.
Anyways, you know what? I'm gonna take my win, and
I don't know about
moving
1890. It's almost in the 1900s, man.
Yeah, that was just the other day, Mary. Like,
yeah, that's ridiculous.
Exactly, it was just the other day, and it wasn't allowed to be used.
Yeah, but I'm saying like we're talking in now in a system where the Church of England.
You lot are just changing the argument constantly.
Just take the L, man.
Just take the
L. Law is not being used.
Let him finish. Can y'all please let him finish? Jess, I know this your channel, but let the brother finish. Let him land.
He's finished, man. He's finished. Listen. All right, man. Take your cape off. Canon law is not being used in the UK, isn't it? Like I think we've established that. It's just
I could agree to that, but I'm saying nor is the common law either that they're
common law is used in the UK. What are you talking about?
No, it's the law that's meant to be used.
No, but Jedi, that's not the argument.
Yeah, it is used in the UK, but it's meant to be like that's the Queen's oath. That's policeman's oath. Do you get what I'm saying? That's the law that they abide by, right? But the law that's used in the court is still maritime law and commercial law and
Roman law and Roman
law. No, don't add.
It's not law. It's not law.
It's not the canon.
Not laws at all.
It's not the canon though, cuz.
No canon. No laws are being used in the court. Sorry, our arguments are different.
We were arguing on the canon, so don't now just.
No, Jedi, listen. Hear me out. The misconception that's been brought to the table why people have latched onto this is because we was under the misconception from Brother Raheem that what I was presenting to you was some kind of Roman Catholic law. No, brother. It's nothing to do with Catholic. It is explained. It was explained to you in no uncertain terms. Do you want me to go back and read it again?
It wasn't.
Reading
it's not Catholic, brother. So when you keep saying Catholic, that was a diversion. That makes me think that this brother might be part of the gatekeeper society because you don't need to use smoke and mirrors, brother.
All right, so on your screen share, then can you go to Google and type in what is canon laws?
Quickly, 1 second, MJ.
It doesn't matter what canon law is because canon delos positivium, canon delos positivium, canons of positive law is what we're dealing with. So maybe we should look up that and what it implies. And when you realize, hold on 1 second, brother. When you realize, when you go on Google and you Google this and you Google what these documents entail, you ain't gonna find nothing because they don't want you to know this. I just opened the pineal gland in your brain, but you just don't want it to open. I'm trying to help you, bro. Yeah. So let me read this one to you. Canon 2306 under Western Christian law, Talmudic law and Islamic law, the ultimate property owner of all things is recognized as divine creator. Therefore, all instruments pertaining to the conveyance of property or rights have historically required some degree of ecclesiastical authority. But 2307 says, under Western Christian, Talmudic law and Islamic law, not only is the divine creator considered the ultimate owner of all things, but that all real property was conveyed as a grant to all men and women equally without fee or charge. So when they're charging you to drive your car on the road, when they're charging you to travel from one place to the next, they're not really legally allowed to do that neither. And this isn't just talking about Western Christian laws neither. It's talking about Talmudic laws too. It's talking about Islamic laws too.